I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. 2009. The feather comes 1 month past. Han Sen left Rare Beast Island and returned the tablet to Shi Baifeng. Brother Han, if you'd like, you can stay for longer. It is okay. Shi Baifeng had come to say goodbye to Han Sen, who was going to leave the island. It's okay. This month of hunting benefited me greatly, and if I was to stay any longer, I would only feel guilty. Han Sen pointed at the legless crane while he spoke. The legless crane was loaded with xenogenic genes, and when Shi Baifeng had a look, he was shocked. Most of the xenogenic genes atop it were Marquis genes. Given Han Sen's reputation, it wasn't strange that he could slay Marquis xenogenics as an earl. The surprising thing was how many he had killed within the space of a month. Shi Baifeng wanted to be friends with Han Sen even more now, and so he smiled and said, "Okay, but if you need anything, come and look for me. The Shi family will always be willing to help you." "Thanks, Brother Shi." Han Sen bowed and didn't say anything more. The legless crane was carrying so many materials that it struggled to get airborne. Shi Baifeng saw that there was no space for Han Sen to sit on it, so he lent Han Sen a four-winged lion mount. The lone mount and the legless crane brought Han Sen and the xenogenic genes back to Jade Island. Han Sen had earned a lot this time. He got a dozen Marquis-class xenogenic genes and the demon stone cow beast soul. He also earned those little stones, and the stone statue that was near them. But Han Sen did not know what kind of xenogenic gene those little rocks were. He guessed they were Marquis class, otherwise, he would have already absorbed them. And in regards to the statue, Han Sen tried cleaning it, but it made little difference. It was just gray, like ordinary stone. The style of it was quite simplistic, so there wasn't much finesse to the carving. There were no engravings or words upon it, either. It looked like a wildling statue, from some ancient time. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to examine the stone statue, and he thought there was more to it than met the eye. He couldn't determine exactly what was special about it, though. He only knew that it was a sky statue. "Brother Han, you are back. I have missed you." Han Sen had just arrived home on the Jade Island, but before he could dismount, Yu Jing rode over on his green dragon. They entered Han Sen's home, and Yu Jing grabbed Han Sen's hands with passion. "What do you want? Don't touch me, I'm not gay." Han Sen pulled his hands away and wiped them down with a cloth. He thought Yu Jing was looking at him queerly. It looked as if the man was seeing some beautiful naked woman instead of Han Sen. "What? I would go for a sky if I wanted to go gay. Why would I come over here for you?" Yu Jing didn't think that sounded right, so he spat on the floor and went on to say, "No, I'm not gay at all." After that, Yu Jing's eyes kept wandering around Han Sen's house. He said, "Brother Han, I have heard you earn many things from Rare Beast Island. Do you plan to sell the wares? If you sell them to me, I can give you a good price." After that, Yu Jing saw a bunch of xenogenic genes in the corner of Han Sen's house. His eyes widened, and after rummaging through the genes for a minute, he said, "This is a Marquis class wind tiger's tail. This is a bone elephant's tusk. Are all these Marquis xenogenic genes?" "Almost," Han Sen said casually. "Very strong. To be able to kill Marquises as an earl, well, very few of the sky can accomplish something like that. Only you and Lone Bamboo, as far as I know." After that, Yu Jing came back to Han Sen. He sat Dawai at the table and poured himself some water. He drank and said, "Have you heard that the Feather have allied with Sky Palace? They are our subordinate race now. They have sent many nobles here to study." "That's not strange. The Feather lost their position as a high race, and they're much weaker now. If they didn't make new alliances, they'd be brought to ruin. Holy Heaven is a large xenogenic space, and many of the other higher races want it." "It was just a matter of time," Han Sen responded. Yu Jing nodded and said, "That's not the point. When the kings came here, they were very generous. Although people don't respect them very much, no one is going to turn down money. So, they are living a good life here." After that, Yu Jing smiled at Han Sen and said, "Are you familiar with a feather named xianxia?" "No." Han Sen shook his head, as his knowledge of the feather was truly limited. He is the son of one of the half-deified kings. He is really talented, and he is a student of Sky Palace. He is the leader of the feather students, and he is an earl like you. He walked the road to the sky and received compliments. He has been practicing with the Earl students, and while he has not lost nor won, his Geno arts have proven themselves to be quite special. What does that mean? Han Sen asked, catching Yu Jing's tone. Before he fights, he presents a bottle of spring water from holy heaven. If someone of Earl class can beat him with knife skills, he will give them the spring water. Yu Jing coldly laughed and said, our Sky Palace students study knife skills, but we aren't renowned for them. We mostly use swords. You are the only one amongst us that is good with them. He is obviously provoking you. How dare he, After that, Yu Jing smiled and said, but the heavenly spring water is some good stuff. As long as you're still living, cleaning your wounds with that stuff will fix you up quick. It can save you from even mortal injuries, as it is a treasure from holy heaven. This guy is unlucky. You can go over, beat him, and help yourself to the spring water. If you don't need it, I can sell it on your behalf. Maybe if I have time. I need to practice in the White Jade building first. Han Sen wasn't really concerned about the implied challenge, as dealing with the feathers was not on his priority list. The next day, he practiced in the White Jade building. There, he saw Yun Sui on the 4th floor. He thought about Under the Sky, so he caught Yun Sui's attention. I did some research on Under the Sky. If you have the time, we can explore it further together. 2010 Under the Sky knife skill. Han Sen's words startled Yun Sui so much that she leaked some of the jade air. Does he want to date me? Should I go or not? He has a wife, and he is the father of 2 children. Maybe he has just identified the flaw with Under the Sky. Yun Sui, what are you thinking? How could he possibly discover that? Yun Sui's head was a mess, and her thoughts kept going in circles. After the second jade air ended, she left White Jade building swiftly to escape. But when she returned home, her mind continued to chum over what Han Sen had told her. No, I can't do this. I have to face it. I need to tell him, and then end this. I need to be Yun Sui once more. She rolled around in bed for a long time, but she couldn't sleep. She eventually got up and got changed, then rode her Jade Wing Tiger to Jade Island. Yun Sui was an emotional wreck. She wanted to end her association with Han Sen. But when she thought about doing it, she felt sick to her stomach. Yun Sui rode to Little Jade Island, and there, she saw Han Sen practicing a knife skill. It was Under the Sky. Yun Sui's tiger landed on the island, prompting Han Sen to lower his knife. He smiled and said, I've been practicing Under the Sky for a while, and I can confirm that the problem you were having isn't an issue with your execution of the skill. The problem lies within the knife skill itself. After concluding my research, I was able to fix this issue. You can try it and see how it works. As Yun Sui flew to the island, she kept reminding herself to be honest with Han Sen. But when she was on the island, she couldn't bring herself to say anything she wished to. After hearing Han Sen's claim that he had found a way to fix Under the Sky, however, she looked at him with disbelief. You really found a solution? I've altered how the skill is used. It's less like I fixed it and more like I used a replacement part. I haven't worked out all of the details yet, but it's not dangerous if you'd like to give it a shot, Han Sen said. What did you think of to fix Under the Sky's problem? Yun Sui did not believe Han Sen had fixed it, but she was still curious. All the geniuses of Sky Palace had been unable to fix the issue, and Han Sen had only been practicing Under the Sky for about a month. For him to have fixed it in such a short time was quite unbelievable. Watch me perform it once. After that, Han Sen walked into the field, drew Ghost Teeth Knife, and performed the modified Under the Sky. When it started, Yun Sui was a little confused. But before long, she looked quite shocked. Previously, she had planned to use the knife skill to get close to Han Sen, and so she approached the skill quite seriously. Also, Under the Sky was originally created by the Yun family, so the family's scroll was different from the one in the Holy House. The knife skill was the same, but there were many comments and annotations in the Yun family's Under the Sky. Those tips and explanations were priceless, and Han Sen hadn't benefited from being able to read them. So, despite the fact that Yun Sui hadn't practiced too much, the notes allowed her to understand a lot. As Yun Sui watched Han Sen's Under the Sky, her jaw dropped. The problem with Under the Sky is fixed. How did he do it? Yun Sui looked completely stunned. Did he practice with the textless book? But that should be impossible. And what outsider can learn truth spell? The textless book is a secret of the sky, and only the sky can practice with it. Yun Sui looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. Even long after Han Sen finished performing the knife skill, she was trapped in deep thought. What do you think? Do you think that fixed it? Han Sen asked Yun Suyi, putting the knife away. Yun Suyi's mind eventually returned to the present. She looked at Han Sen, and a while later, she said, Han Sen, can you tell me how you did it? Han Sen had already devised an explanation that was a mixture of truths and falsehoods. When I traversed the Sky Road, the words of Sky Palace came into my body. They came from the textless book, and Under the Sky came from the textless book, too. So, they share something in common. I cobbled this together during my research, but I wasn't sure if it worked. What do you think? Yun Suyi's eyes avoided him, but she quietly said, I am not sure. Could you please teach me, so I can understand better what it is you're thinking? Of course. Han Sen nodded, and he went on to say, but my method is a bit tricky. You need to understand the feelings of Sky Palace in order to use this fix. Yun Suyi looked disappointed, and she shook her head. I grew up in Sky Palace, and I have read those words many times. With that being said, I have never picked up the feelings that you're talking about. Maybe it is because I am too used to it, but I've never noticed anything while reading those words. Don't worry, I have another solution. I can allow you to experience the feelings of Under the Sky. Han Sen smiled. How? Yun Suyi asked in surprise. I can use Under the Sky to fight with you. That way, you can feel my knife skill. After a while, you should be able to learn it naturally, Han Sen said. Does it work that way? Yun Suyi's eyes shone brightly. Try it, and we'll find out. Han Sen brought out 2 practice jade knives. He handed one to Yun Suyi and picked up one for himself. He was just helping Yun Suyi practice, so there was no need to use ghost teeth knife for such an exercise. Yun Suyi practiced with Han Sen and tried to feel Han Sen's knife skill. She didn't know if she was making a mistake, but she felt as if her body was tangled up by an invisible knife air. She couldn't seem to escape it. I think too much. He really did fix the problem with Under the Sky, but it only took him a month, so how? And he practiced Under the Sky so well. Yun Suyi kept turning it over in her head, but she couldn't figure it out. Over the next few days, Yun Suyi kept coming to practice with Han Sen. For some reason, Yun Suyi did not file any sort of report to say Han Sen had fixed Under the Sky. She was just hoping she could practice with Han Sen like this, each and every day. With Han Sen's help, Yun Suyi quickly became a beginner of the modified Under the Sky. 2011 Jadeskin Level Up. The Feathers wanted to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen ignored them. He stuck to practicing with his Geno arts and his knife skills. Because his core talents were so good, Han Sen's progress with Under the Sky was coming along quickly. When he practiced with Yun Suyi, however, he suppressed it. He continued to practice with her because she could be a witness for him. If anyone doubted his ability to learn and correct Under the Sky, she would be able to speak in support of him. He really did only learn it faster than others. Having been at Sky Palace for 3 months now, Han Sen's Jadeskin was finally going to ascend. A strange power flowed inside his bones and flesh. Leveling up to Earl meant generating a spirit. Jadeskin's power had a light element. As the power increased, a jade light would cast a shadow across Han Sen at all times. It was very weird. The strangest part of the process was that beautiful light. It looked rather like a cold fairy, and her skin shone like jade. Han Sen successfully became an Earl with Jadeskin, and his fitness level increased. Other people could only level up to Earl and gain strength in the process once. Han Sen, however, had leveled up Earl 3 times. That meant his body was 3 times stronger. His strength was practically like a marquise. After Jadeskin successfully reached Earl status, he put all his power and focus into the practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra. He used the Jade Air to practice with the Blood Pulse Sutra, but its progress was only accelerated a little. It wasn't as compatible with the Jade Air as Jadeskin was. Yun Suyi was becoming an Earl. Yun Chengkong soon had her studying at home. With his extra free time, Han Sen returned to Xuanyuan Cave to hunt down xenogeniacs. When Yun Suyi leveled up to Earl, she began practicing Phenomenon. It was a skill that was only 1 level beneath the textless book. It was a powerful skill. Yun Suyi gave up on using swords and furthered herself with knife skills and Under the Sky. Using swords no longer felt comfortable to her. It looks like I should find myself a decent knife. Yun Suyi was still not sure if she should totally abandon swords, as she had never owned a proper knife for herself. If she decided to proceed with knives, she'd have to procure a knife that was suitable for her. Suyi, why are you using knives? Young Susheng asked, following her to the armory. I learned a new knife skill, so I thought I should give it a try. Young Suyi started looking through the knives available in the armory. She seemed rather carefree about it. You can try knife skills, sure. But there is one thing you can't try. Young Susheng looked very serious. What are you talking about, sis? Young Suyi's heart panicked a little. Young Susheng sighed and said, you know what I'm talking about. You know Han Sen isn't an option, so why do you remain so close to him? What are you thinking? He has a wife and kids. What can I do? I am just practicing with knives with him and nothing more, Young Suyi explained. Good. Young Susheng let the conversation end there. She didn't want to push the subject with Young Suyi any further and risk making her mad. Young Susheng smiled and said, if you're practicing knife skills, you'll want to attend a knife event on Cloud Island. What knife event? Do we have an event like that? Young Suyi asked with surprise. Young Susheng smiled and said, yes, because of the feathers. They really want to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen continues to ignore them. They think too highly of themselves. If they really think they can fight Han Sen, Young Suyi scoffed. Young Susheng, seeing her confidence in Han Sen, felt worried. Even so, she knew she shouldn't say anything about it. After a moment of silence, Young Susheng said, Angia wants to challenge Han Sen, and he's not a fool. You cannot underestimate him. The feathers became a low race, and they all dropped a level because of it. Angia was an earl, and he was knocked down to a viscount. Angia was very angry, so he went to the pool of rebirth. His body returned to 0, and now he has become an earl again. Because of this, Angia is much stronger than the average earl. Furthermore, he has practiced with the most difficult skill of the feathers, Heaven Feather. Not many people can learn it, like our textless book. It is not too powerful, but regardless, he is strong. This Angia does sound strong. The pool of rebirth is dangerous. If 10 people made use of it, there's no guarantee one of them would succeed. He is very lucky, Young Suyi said. Young Susheng nodded and said, he removed all of his skills with the pool, but his talent remained. Otherwise, he could not have learned Heaven Feather. The guy is complicated, but he is also ambitious. He makes for a difficult target. Even so, he's still weaker than Han Sen, Young Suyi said with a smile. Young Susheng did not say anything, and she just looked at her sister with something that resembled a smile. Young Suyi blushed and said, am I not correct? Han Sen was able to fight Lone Bamboo. That Angia is nothing. I don't even think he could beat me. So, you'll be attending tomorrow's knife event? Young Susheng smiled. Yes, why wouldn't I? Young Suyi said. The armory had all sorts of weapons, but it was mostly filled with swords. Young Suyi selected a Marquis ice knife. There were also some Duke knives available, but despite being a higher class, they weren't as good as ice knife. After she returned, she used the ice knife to practice under the sky. It worked far better than it did with a practice knife. You really do need a real knife to practice knife skills. Young Suyi touched the blade of the ice knife gleefully. The next afternoon, Young Susheng took Young Suyi to participate in the knife event on Cloud Island. On their way, Young Susheng remembered the question she had wanted to ask. By the way, which knife skill are you practicing? We are learning the Yun family's skill under the sky. Han Sen chose that skill as his prize, so I have been learning from him, Young Suyi said. Young Susheng did not say anything, but she thought to herself, what can he do with under the sky? That skill is useless. It has a flaw. 2012 Blood Feather Knife. The feather students that lived on Cloud Island were busy preparing the knife event. Angia, do you think Han Sen will come? Asked a feather lady called An Lingxin. Before Angia replied, a strong feather named Andrew said, I think he is afraid of Angia. That is why he hasn't appeared. I bet you he won't come. Hearing what he did in Sky Palace, I thought he was strong. I didn't expect he'd be so much of a pussy that he wouldn't even show up. Ha, and people call him the Knife and Sword Master. Angia stared at Andrew and said, shut up. When are you going to stop being an idiot and watch your words? The Knife and Sword Master includes Lone Bamboo. What if the sky heard what you just said? Sorry, Andrew apologized. Angia shook his head. Andrew had always been like that, so changing him was difficult. After a brief moment of silence, Angia said, it is fine if Han Sen does not come. People will just think he is afraid of us, and that still contributes to our cause. And Lingxin was worried, though. We have been here for so long, and we have heard many stories about Han Sen. The people here respect him, and they say he is so strong. So what? Angia will win. Andrew was very confident in Angia's abilities. Angia touched in Lingxin's head. Don't worry, I have experienced rebirth, and I have practiced Heaven Feather and Judgment Knife. With all this, I will not be weak. And even if I do lose, with Han Sen's reputation, it would still count as a win just to fight with him. Just like him fighting Lone Bamboo. If he hadn't fought Lone Bamboo, he wouldn't have earned the reputation he currently possesses. We need a chance like this. If he comes and fights me, it will count as a win no matter what. After that, Angia smiled. Go and prepare. The guests will soon arrive. Whether Han Sen comes or not, we need this to look good. Yun Susheng and Yun Suyi soon arrived at Cloud Island. There were a number of familiar faces there, like Thousand Feather Crane. Brother Crane. Yun Susheng towed Yun Suyi over to sit next to him. Do you guys know where Han Sen is? Will he come to this knife event? Thousand Feather Crane asked the two, but he was looking at Yun Suyi. Yun Suyi answered, Han Sen went to Xuanyuan Cave. He hasn't come back yet. He cannot participate in the knife event. It would be best if he didn't come. Thousand Feather Crane nodded. Why? Yun Suyi did not understand. Thousand Feather Crane lowered his head and said, with Han Sen's reputation, Angia is the only one who would benefit if they fought. It wouldn't matter if he won or lost. There is no need to help their kind. Yun Suyi was not stupid. She understood what Thousand Feather Crane meant, and so she nodded. There were many Sky Palace students arriving. The highest of them were Earl class. The feathers hadn't been here for very long, so they were lucky to have that many people attend. Most people were there to see the blood feather knife. The blood feather knife was something that a feather alpha used a deified feather to forge. It was a treasure of the feathers, but even most of them never saw it. For outsiders, the chances were even less. For Angia to bring the blood feather knife here was surprising. Many elders wished to see it, so they sent their students to take a look on their behalf. Angia had prepared a speech for the beginning of the knife event. The feathers were very beautiful, and Angia was a good speaker. The atmosphere was pleasant. Angia did not waste time talking about pointless things, and he presented the blood feather knife quickly. Everyone focused on the rectangle box. Angia said quietly, the blood feather knife has existed for thousands of centuries. We have yet to find a scabbard worthy of it, so we have kept it stored inside this box. I must apologize for this. After this, Angia gently opened the case. Yun Suyi and the others stared at the box. In it, there was a 3-foot-long white feather-shaped weapon. There was a blood marking on the white feather blade. It made a startling contrast with the white body. Angia explained, this blade was created by R Alpha using a deified feather. When it was created, a deified xenogeniac wanted it. R Alpha used the knife, which was not yet completed, to heavily damage the xenogeniac. That deified xenogeniac escaped, but the feather knife absorbed the xenogeniac's blood. That is why there is a mark. It led to the Alpha naming it blood feather knife. Excitement moved through the audience. They wished to hold the blood feather knife to determine for themselves if the knife was real or fake. Angia knew people wanted to see it, too. So, he took it out of the box and handed it to the nearest student, so they could pass it along. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and Yun Suyi looked over the blood feather knife and came to the conclusion that it was a good knife. But there was a rumor that said the knife was a deified weapon, despite it not looking like one. People passed along the blood feather knife, all complimenting it. When it was handed back to Angia, an Earl class student asked, if this is a deified weapon, why doesn't it reveal its power? Angia smiled and said, you have remarkable eyesight. Others will tell you it is a deified weapon, and with the material it was created with, it should be one. But the story I have just told you, about striking the deified xenogeniac, kept that from happening. The xenogeniac blood that splashed across it was not too compatible with the knife, so it came to be a king-class weapon instead. It is not a deified weapon, it is a king-class weapon. So that is why, people felt it was a great shame. King-class weapons were strong, but they weren't deified weapons. Today, I have asked you to come here in the hopes of finding a master for this knife. If anyone can beat me with knife skills, they may own it. After Angia said that, people became excited. 2013 Angia's plan. Angia and his companions had come to Sky Palace because they had to. The rest of the feather race was depending on them to make friends with the sky. They wanted to quickly integrate with the population of Sky Palace so they could be considered natural members. When they came there, they brought a lot of treasures to hand out. Blood Feather Knife was one of them. But it wasn't as simple as handing out gifts to the first Sky they met. They weren't entirely sure how the greedy elders of Sky Palace would react when they made their treasures available. And if the feathers, goods were simply taken from them, it would do little to grow their relationship with the Sky. Angia only made the offer to the crowd because Han Sen hadn't come to the knife event. When he put the Blood Feather Knife on display, he had no plan to receive it back. Of the Sky students attending the knife event, one of them was the third elder's son. He was an earl called Win 19. The third elder used knives, and so his son used knives, too. The third elder was in charge of interacting with the feathers, so the feathers planned to give the Blood Feather Knife to him. If they simply handed it to the third elder, though, it might not make much of an impression. He was an elder, and it was fair to say he had no lack of king-class weapons already. But if Win 19 could win the knife in this knife event, it'd make everyone look good. When he received the knife as a prize, it would be far more memorable. Angia couldn't just give the knife to Win 19, but if Win 19 believed he used his own strength to win the knife, then the feathers wouldn't curry any favor. It had taken a little while for the feathers to devise a plan. Angia had to win a few rounds before losing to him. That way, Win 19 would know that he was receiving a gift meant for him. Angia, are you serious? Asked a strong man with a cow's head, his eyes wide. Angia smiled and said, of course. If any of you can beat me, then you can claim the Blood Feather Knife for yourself. That includes you, Brother Cow. Good. Then what are we waiting for? I am the best when it comes to knives. How about we compare our knife skills? The cow head man said, standing up. Yes, please. Angia smiled and gestured towards the arena. The cow head man was strong, and he was one of the outsider students. He was good with knives and fairly well known amongst the other students. He was also known for being quite grumpy. His name was Strong Cow. He was one of the students Angia hired to use knives against him. That way, before Angia fought Win 19, he could show off his own powers. Angia did not mind losing and giving out a gift, but he wanted to become very famous in the process. Everyone watched Angia and Strong Cow move to the arena, and they observed the match. Strong Cow was over 3 meters tall, and he was holding a giant horse knife. It was even taller than he was. It looked very scary. I am going to begin, Strong Cow said simply, then slashed towards Angia. The giant horse knife was associated with the element of thunder. The knife light was like lighting. It became a cow-shaped bolt when it came for Angia. The Thunder Cow roared as it approached, and this was a fine display of Strong Cow's greatest skill. It was very strong, and the elites of the same level would not dare try to block such an attack. Everyone now looked at Angia, curious to see how he might react. Angia's white wings were still folded on his back. He was obviously not planning to evade. He was holding a common, Earl-class jade knife. It was made from Zhen jade spirits, so it was nothing particularly special. As the Thunder Cow's knife light flashed towards Angia, the power looked as if it could break a mountain. Angia smiled. He moved his jade knife and slashed towards Strong Cow's Thunder Cow knife light. The jade knife was shining gold. It was like a light from heaven. Gotcha. The Thunder Cow knife light was cut in half by Angia's golden light. The gold light did not stop, and it hit the horse knife and broke it in half. Strong Cow retreated. The gold light was a mere 3 inches in front of him when it disappeared. Everyone was shocked by the display. They could immediately tell that Angia had held back some of his power, too. If he had wanted to, the gold light would have cut right through the cow's face. Strong Cow was not a very talented elite, but he was still considered one of the strongest earls. Thunder Cow roar was powerful, but Angia had just beaten it without issue. Clearly, Angia was a top-rank earl. The Feather's Judgment Knife is special. It is a very strong Geno art, and it is said that it can cut through anything. I have never seen it before today, though. Thousand Feather Crane explained what they had just seen to Yun Sushang. Brother Crane, do you think you can win? Yun Sushang frowned. I don't know, but I'm not good with knives, and that is what they are comparing. So, it is pointless for me to participate. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. Strong Cow lost. The other students hesitated to try. Angia had fought a few bouts before today, but he had never proven himself to be that strong before. A student who was good at yin knife skills wanted to try. He didn't lose in such a dramatic fashion as strong Cao, but everyone could tell he had been suppressed by xianxia. No one was able to beat him over the next few rounds of battle. People started to look at xianxia differently. Not many people in Sky Palace used knives or practiced knife skills. The few fighters xianxia had just defeated weren't really the best earls. But even so, the fact that xianxia kept winning was more than enough to prove his power. No one dared challenge him, and that included Wind 19. xianxia knew that Wind 19 did not think he could win, so he didn't do anything about it. He simply went back to the stage and said, Sky Palace has been home to a high race since ancient times. The genes and geno arts here greatly surpass those of the feathers. I have come here in the hopes of learning, and now I have. I am so happy. I have heard Han Sen and Wind 19 are the best earls when it comes to knife skills. That being said, it seems that Brother Han is either busy or is choosing to avoid me. That is very disappointing. Fortunately, Brother Wind is here. Do you think you could teach me? xianxia spoke quite politely, but everyone knew he was just taking digs at Han Sen. He was suggesting Han Sen was too scared to fight him. xianxia didn't say it directly, but Yun Sui thought this reflected poorly on Han Sen. She felt angry, hearing him speak that way. Han Sen didn't come, but I have learned knife skills from him. I will fight on his behalf, and I will satisfy your desire by proxy. Yun Sui, dressed in her white garb, marched straight down to the arena. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng were shocked, and they were too late to stop what was in motion. xianxia was a top earl. Even they didn't think they could beat him. Yun Sui had only just become an earl, so it was highly unlikely she'd win. Fortunately, this was Sky Palace. Even if she lost, her life wouldn't be in danger. Yun Susheng still felt sick, though. She knew Yun Sui could not stand ill words being said about Han Sen, and that was why she was stepping forward. xianxia watched the elegantly dressed lady walk towards him. He looked surprised. He smiled and said, Sister Yun must have only just become an earl. If I remember correctly, the Yun family specializes in swords. I would feel terrible if I defeated you. The Yun family's sword skills are strong, so it would not be all that impressive if I used sword skills to win. I have, however, learned a few knife skills from Han Sen. I wager that will be enough, Yun Sui said coldly. Then she drew ice knife. xianxia frowned. He knew Yun Sui was Yun Chengkong's daughter, and it would be bad for him to offend her. But the feathers had prepared the blood feather knife for the third elder, so he couldn't hand it over to Yun Sui instead. Yun Sui had just become an earl, too. If he lost to her, it would actually damage his own reputation. People would think he had deliberately thrown a match just to please a woman. It'd look terrible. xianxia raced to think of a way out, but Yun Sui had already drawn her knife. He couldn't tell her he wasn't going to fight. So, after a moment of thought, xianxia concocted a new scheme. If Sister Yun is this interested, then I will agree to the contest. Please, xianxia pulled out a jade knife as he smiled to her. He planned to only block her attacks in order to make her feel her inferiority. If she refused to quit, he would concede. That way, people would simply think he was a gentleman who wouldn't fight a woman. Yun Sui bowed with her ice knife, and then she slashed. She used the knife skill under the sky. Yun Sui could not withstand xianxia's mocking of Han Sen, but she knew that she hadn't mastered under the sky yet. After all, not many people would use under the sky to fight. All her experience with it had come from Han Sen himself. Han Sen told her she had finished learning it, though, and all she had to do was keep practicing with it. She had no idea how powerfully she might be able to use it in a real contest. And when Yun Sui attacked, xianxia's face changed. His plan vanished in a puff of smoke as he saw a woman that looked like a ravenous wolf coming for him. He immediately became tense. It was just one slash, but xianxia could feel wisps of a most dangerous presence rising from that skill. xianxia was careful, and so he responded seriously. He started to cast Judgment Knife to retaliate, and he looked more serious now than he had when beating down Strong Cow. After Yun Sui slashed once, she was on the move. Before the knife air completed its attack, she slashed another 2 times. xianxia lifted his knife and retreated. He used his knife skills to fight back. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng were frozen. They had seen Under the Sky before, as the Yun family had created and developed it. But they knew not many people made use of it, due to how fatal its flaws could be. If an opponent caught wind of the technique's flaw during a fight, it could lead to an opening and the subsequent death of the user. But Yun Sui's Under the Sky seemed very different to Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang. They could not tell what had changed, but it was obvious that the biggest problems of the skill had vanished under Yun Sui's casting. How strong was Under the Sky? This question had an answer in Yun Sui. In the beginning, Yun Sui was nervous and her movements were unnatural. She soon noticed that, after using the skill, Angia was following her lead. It was just like how she practiced, and now she felt safe. Yun Sui remembered Han Sen told her that unless the opponent was much stronger than her, as long as she pulled off the first strike, none could beat her. The first strike was not random, it would home in on the opponent's weakness. That was how Under the Sky began. Once the opponent blocked the first strike, Under the Sky would keep on coming. It was like a target lock on the opposing fighter that would trap them in the skill. Unless the opponent's mind could see through destiny, they could not escape the trap that was Under the Sky. They would end up like a puppet, locked into following Under the Sky until they were completely trapped. Yun Sui usually fought Han Sen, and she knew Han Sen's knife mind was only one step away from being deified. The pressure Han Sen put upon Yun Sui was nothing like fighting Angia. She was used to Han Sen's strength, and dealing with Angia was easy, by comparison. The pressure was nowhere near on the same level. Thousand Feather Crane and the other students looked upon Yun Sui in shock as she kept swinging her ice knife. Her attacks seemed almost carefree, and in front of her was Angia, who now looked awfully grim. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he tried to escape her onslaught. Angia was like a puppet now. He couldn't cast any knife skills anymore. Every time he tried to, Yun Sui interrupted him halfway through with a perfectly placed attack. So, he would end up falling back again. Angia prepared to use a skill that would injure them both, but then, he noticed he couldn't even do that. Yun Sui was striking before he could cast a single thing. He began to feel like there was some invisible wire tangling him up, and it was getting tighter and tighter. So much so that he couldn't use his talents. He wanted to start coughing up blood. If Angia had been someone like Lone Bamboo, who could put his knife away before destiny, then he might have been able to escape Under the Sky. But he wasn't that strong. The entire arena was frozen. No one expected Yun Sui to be this strong. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were frozen in disbelief. How is that possible? Her Under the Sky has no flaw. Thousand Feather Crane mumbled to himself. It was very shocking to see a fixed version of Under the Sky being used perfectly. This was something that was going to shock everyone from the elders to the leader himself. 2015 Getting the blood feather knife, Han Sen. Yun Sushang said suddenly. Han Sen, what do you mean? Is this connected to Han Sen? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang with confusion. Did you forget? Han Sen was the first in the exam, and through it, he received Under the Sky. Yun Sushang looked strange as she spoke. How am I supposed to know what he selected? Only he made the decision, and I didn't ask him. Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang. How do you know that he selected Under the Sky? Yun Sushang gave a wry smile and told him the situation between Han Sen and Yun Sui. When she finished the story, Thousand Feather Crane's eyes were wide. You mean, Han Sen chose Under the Sky because of Yun Sui? And he fixed Under the Sky's flaw in such a short amount of time. And on top of that, he taught her the corrected version of Under the Sky. Is such a thing even possible? I wouldn't believe it, either. But you can see what she's doing, plain as day. There are no flaws in her execution. I can't think of another likelihood. Yun Sushang's expression looked disturbed. If this is true, then that means Han Sen has performed a great service for Sky Palace. He has fixed an ancient problem. This guy is a genius, no doubt. He will be an incredibly important person in the future. Thousand Feather Crane complimented him. It is hard to say that now. Yun Sui's opponent is just Angia, remember. When she faces a stronger opponent, we will have to see if there are still flaws in Han Sen's modifications. Yun Sushang retreated into thought for a moment, before going on to say, when this ends, we will take Yun Sui with us to report to father. He should be able to find out the truth of this. As they had their discussion, Angia was in the midst of a difficult situation. Angia was far stronger than Yun Sui. If Yun Sui's power was equivalent to an average human, then Angia was a big and scary shark. His power could kill Yun Sui with ease. But currently, Angia was a shark that had been caught on a hook. Yun Sui would add some slack to the cord whenever he struggled, so he couldn't use strength to get away. However, whenever he relaxed a little, the wire would tighten. Angia could not exercise any of his strengths. The hook continued to sink deeper into him, and he was getting tangled up even further by under the sky. I have lost. Sister Yun is very strong. This must be the Yun family's technique that is called under the sky. It is fairly amazing. It is one of the best knife skills in the world, for sure. Angia was smart. He knew he was going to lose, so if he kept fighting for the sake of it, it'd only be a matter of time before things took an ugly turn for him. As a result, he chose to concede and save face. But he carefully pointed out where under the sky came from, and he only admitted that he lost to under the sky. He did not make a single mention of the fact that it was a skill she had learned from Han Sen. Many of the students had never before seen under the sky in action. They only noticed that's what it was now, after Angia spoke. Yun Sui returned her ice knife to its scabbard and said darkly, under the sky has always had a big flaw that rendered it unusable in combat. The under the sky I used was a variant that was modified by Han Sen. It corrects the problems of the original. I have not learned it well, and if I was to estimate, I am at around 10% of Han Sen's proficiency with it. After hearing that, all the students of Sky Palace were in shock. So many people had wished to modify under the sky, but no one had been able to solve the issues plaguing it. It was difficult to believe Han Sen had sorted it out. Angia's face, in the meantime, was turning green and white. Even a smart guy like him couldn't think of anything else too. Can I take the blood feather knife now? Yun Sui said, looking right at Angia. She was angry that Angia had mocked Han Sen, so she wasn't going to be polite. Of course, Sister Yun's knife skill is strong, and so the knife is yours. Angia forced a smile and passed the box to Yun Sui. Thanks. Yun Sui put away the blood feather knife and left the arena. Yun Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane got up to meet her, and Yun Susheng asked, Sui, is what you said true? Under the sky's flaws have been fixed. Of course it is true. Yun Sui nodded. Let's go. We are going to have to see our father. Yun Susheng pulled Yun Sui away, and they left Cloud Island. The news that under the sky had been fixed was far too important. She couldn't wait around for the event to end before going back. And furthermore, Yun Sui had received the blood feather knife, so the event would soon be over anyway. The other students started to leave, too. They also wished to know if under the sky had truly been fixed. If that was true, then Sky Palace had another exclusive knife skill. Angia and the other feathers all looked depressed. No one wished to say a word. They wanted to use Han Sen to get famous, but instead, Angia had been beaten by Han Sen's student. They were all so upset. It was far worse than losing to Han Sen directly. They wouldn't gain any fame from this, and they couldn't give the knife to the third elder as planned. And the biggest problem was that Yun Sui had taken the knife without being the slightest bit impressed. This failure had certainly led to a loss of reputation. Despite being unable to beat Yun Sui, who had learned directly from Han Sen, Angia had provoked Han Sen multiple times. It'd sound fairly ridiculous. He had completely lost, and it filled the feathers with frustration. There was nothing they could to discharge their anger, either. All they could do was swallow it. I can't believe Han Sen concocted a plan like that. I underestimated him. It looks like that man is not just a fighter, Angia said through gritted teeth. He thought Han Sen had planned to use Yun Sui to fight him all along, but he was thinking too much, of course. Han Sen had never spared a thought about how he might deal with Angia. It was still not over yet, though. Yun Susheng brought Yun Sui to meet with Yun Changkong. They told him about Han Sen and Under the Sky. Really, Sui, show me Han Sen's modified version. Yun Changkong did not believe Han Sen had what it took to fix the skill. He believed there had to be some sort of problem remaining. After all, so many elites had tried and failed to fix it. Han Sen couldn't just fix it within a month, even if he was a genius. But when Yun Changkong witnessed Yun Sui's performance, his mouth dropped wide open. 2016 rewarded by the palace leader Yun Changkong was the leader of the Yun family and the 10th elder of Sky Palace. He was no stranger to Under the Sky. Yun Sui showed him her Under the Sky, and he immediately recognized that it was different from the original version. But the difference fixed the inherent problem it had once possessed. There were no more flaws. It had become a skill that was perfectly usable in battle. Sui, did you really learn this from Han Sen? Yun Changkong hastily asked Yun Sui after she finished her performance. Yes, he's been teaching me since I leveled up to become an earl. Yun Sui nodded. Father, does the modified Under the Sky really work? Yun Susheng asked. Yes, it looks like it really can. There's one thing I don't understand, however, how can your knife skill express the feelings of the textless book? Yun Chengkong asked. Yun Sui quickly explained how Han Sen used his knife mind in a way that allowed her to get a feel for it. Yun Chengkong heard this and gave a wry smile. This Han Sen is a genius. He has modified the knife skill itself and used feelings as its guidance. He did fix Under the Sky's problem, and he has made it usable in proper combat. He learned Under the Sky as a beginner, then he expanded his understanding in order to abandon the strict rules of the text and start infusing it with his own emotions. He made something complicated far simpler. Yun Chengkong thought for a minute, then continued. An elder once thought about doing this, but there were too many problems for it to be effective. But it seems that is what Han Sen has done, and somehow, he has finished it. This required a keen observation and a profound understanding of the skill's core. That which he has done with his knife is something only a grandmaster could do. Assuming, of course, that he is the one who has done all this. Yun Chengkong stopped talking. He took Yun Sui with him to meet with the leader of Sky Palace. The news of Under the Sky being fixed spread like wildfire, and the position of Under the Sky changed. It became a Geno art of the palace, good and proper. It had a big impact on things, too. Han Sen's name was heard far and wide again, with xianxia being someplace on the sidelines. Whenever he was mentioned, it would be just as the small character who it was showcased upon. Han Sen did not know about this, though. He kept practicing and doing his thing in Xuanyuan Cave until the White Jade building was ready to open. Han Sen went back to his Jade Island first, though, and before he went on to White Jade building, Thousand Feather Crane came to see him. Brother Han, the leader has requested an audience with you. Let's pack you up, so we can go. Thousand Feather Crane smiled to Han Sen. The leader wants me for something. Han Sen was surprised as he looked on Thousand Feather Crane. The leader was a very busy man, so he wouldn't summon Han Sen for nothing. You don't know, the Under the Sky modifications of yours, they were verified and accepted by the leader. It has been accepted into the library of Sky Palace's legendary techniques. As the modifier, you are to be given a reward. That's why the leader has summoned you. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen, hearing this, was surprised. He hadn't realized so many things would happen while he was gone. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace. When he walked the road to the sky, he didn't feel anything unusual. Only your first time ascending would give you that sense of suppression. Inside Sky Palace, many students looked at Han Sen strangely. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the first time Han Sen would get to see the Sky Palace leader. Han Sen had met him once, but he hadn't been fully conscious at the time. He wasn't sure what the leader really looked like. It turned out that the Sky Palace leader seemed fairly ordinary. He looked like a common, middle-aged man. He did not look intimidating, and he did not look holy. He just looked like a normal guy. Han Sen walked up to him and bowed. The leader of Sky Palace looked at him with interest and smiled. Stand up. You look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, that was terrible. Sorry about being so useless. Han Sen felt embarrassed. It was terrible that Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him in. The leader of Sky Palace squinted his eyes at Han Sen. You are not useless. You finished modifying Under the Sky with success. That is something many people have longed to fix. If you were useless, then what are my elders? I didn't mean it that way. Han Sen lowered his head. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, don't be so polite. Your master, Yisha, wasn't like you. She never really was polite, but I liked her how she was. Han Sen had no idea Yisha was held with such high regard in Sky Palace. It looked like the leader of Sky Palace still missed her somewhat. Did this old man fall in love with his student? Is that why he misses her so much? Han Sen wondered. The leader's face turned stony. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, Han Sen felt incredibly heavy. He almost collapsed on the floor. You little brat. You look respectable enough, but you were thinking something sordid in your mind. The leader of Sky Palace looked at Han Sen and grunted. Han Sen was suddenly covered in cold sweat. The leader could see through Han Sen's mind. That was a scary power for someone to have. I apologize, Han Sen said, as quickly and sincerely as he could. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Yisha always yelled at me, but she did so directly. Unlike you, who keeps your real opinions in the privacy of your mind. This guy is a creep. He loves to be yelled at, so he must be a masochist. Han Sen couldn't help but think. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he knew he had done something bad. The leader of Sky Palace smiled at Han Sen, and even more pressure dropped onto him. It was a struggle not to fall to his knees. I really know I did wrong this time, Han Sen shouted, his face looking bitter. The leader of Sky Palace smiled and said, "It's okay. You are Yisha's student, and you have been a great help to Sky Palace. Under the skies modifications are good. Tell me what you would like. It was my pleasure to help you. I wouldn't dare be bold enough to ask for a reward," Han Sen said quickly. "It is fine. You are not that humble, so there is no use pretending that you are." The Sky Palace leader grinned. "How about this? Yisha used to feed horses, and you can feed horses, too. That will be your reward for the modifications." "Thanks." Han Sen forced his mind not to think of anything else. 2017 Sky Hard Lock, "Okay, you can go." The leader of Sky Palace waved his hand, indicating Han Sen could leave. Cough cough. "Mr. Leader, you are so powerful. With a flick of your fingers, you can inhibit all my movements." "That is impressive." Han Sen's feet did not move. It felt as if his body was carrying a mountain. He could barely stand. Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes, looked at Han Sen, and said, "This is my reward for you. If you do not leave, I will reward you more." Han Sen turned around and departed, swearing to God he would never come and see that man again. "FCK, what is this reward? I did a great service to these people. It'd be fine if they didn't want to reward me, but making me feed horses. I don't want to feed your FC King horses." After Han Sen left Sky Palace, he repeatedly swore in his heart. Walking out of Sky Palace made Han Sen all sweaty. He did not know what Geno art was being used on him, but it felt like he was bearing a great weight on his back. He could withstand it, but he was not able to run. All he could do was walk. "What is it? What did the leader give you?" Thousand Feather Crane asked, coming forward eagerly. "Let's not talk about it. When my master was in Sky Palace, did she offend the leader in some way?" Han Sen thought that it must be Yisha's fault that he was being treated so poorly. "Why do you ask that? The leader loved her the most. He took her as a student, so everyone knows that," Thousand Feather Crane said. "That is strange. If my master was that loved, then why did he not reward me? He used a weird Geno art to suppress my body, and he's now making me feed his horses." Han Sen frowned, and then went on to say, "Is he really mad that he could not take me on as a student, perhaps?" "What happened?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Han Sen told him his story. Thousand Feather Crane heard it all, and when the story was finished, his mouth had fallen wide open. He looked at Han Sen as if he had just seen a ghost. "Don't you think that this is a little much?" Han Sen also thought to himself, "I only complained in my mind, so why is he going this far?" Thousand Feather Crane gave Han Sen a strange look. "You are lucky. The Geno art you were put under is Sky Hard Lock. It is a part of the textless book. King classes can barely make use of it, and they often end up damaged. If they did not have the right blood, they wouldn't even try to use it. It is difficult to find someone that knows about textless book and sacrifices. The leader has used it twice on you, and not even Lone Bamboo was subjected to that." Han Sen felt his eyebrows rise. "Really? Of course. Sky Hard Lock is no secret here. It locks down your body, and you have to use your own power to break free. Do it, and your fitness and air can increase. You know how important the basics are. You can do this to become stronger, and it won't affect your leveling up progress. Many people would actually enjoy that. You've received it twice, and here you are complaining. It makes me want to hit you." Thousand Feather Crane looked jealous. Han Sen looked at him strangely and said, "What about feeding the horses?" "That can't be good. If I am correct, the horse you'll be feeding is the Dream Beast." "I cannot tell you if that is good or bad, though," Thousand Feather Crane said, after a moment of thought. While they were talking, a butler-like man approached. He bowed to Han Sen and said, "Brother Han, the leader has requested that I take you to Dream Island. You will have to work for Dream Beast for 3 months. Can you go now or must you pack?" "Brother, can I go tomorrow?" Han Sen asked. "Sure, I'll pick you up tomorrow." The man smiled. "Thanks a lot." Han Sen turned back to Thousand Feather Crane and said, "Old Crane, find me a way to get back to Jade Island. With my weight, the legless crane cannot carry me." Thousand Feather Crane laughed and said, "Don't worry, the lock is only clamping down on your body. It hasn't increased your weight. Your mount won't suffer because of it." Han Sen had no choice but to believe him. He climbed atop the crane with his heavy body. The crane felt nothing, and it took off into flight as it usually did. The bird had eaten many pieces of high-class xenogenic meat. It was really strong, and it was flying a little faster than it had in the beginning. Its speed had only increased a little, though. Its wings were still injured, and so it couldn't fly entirely straight. It couldn't go too fast. When Han Sen was back at Little Jade Island, he used all kinds of powers to try to remove the lock that had been placed upon him. Aside from using Super God Spirit mode, he tried everything at his disposal and failed to unlock it. Han Sen had no choice now but to pack. The next day, the butler took him to Dream Island. Han Sen did not know much about Dream Beast. He knew it was a deified xenogenic, though, and Lone Bamboo had endured the nightmares given to him by this creature. Is that old man going to make the Dream Beast give me 10,000 nightmares? I don't want to experience those things. My life is a happy story. There is no need for tragedy, Han Sen thought with fright. It took Lone Bamboo 10 years to wake up. Even if Han Sen was stronger, it'd still take a few years. And by then, Ling wouldn't even know who her father was. That would be sad. No, I cannot have a nightmare. I need to talk to that old man again. Han Sen turned around, wanting to leave. But then, all of a sudden, a gravelly, monstrous voice said from behind him, "Who said you could leave?" Han Sen's body froze stiff. He slowly turned back around, and at the center of a mirror-like lake, a white unicorn-like creature was emerging. It might have been the greatest xenogenic Han Sen had ever seen, but when he looked into its eyes, Han Sen felt chills roll through him. Looking at the creature did not make him feel good. The dreamy blue eyes, however, were smiling. Even so, they gave him goosebumps. "Ah ha ha, Mr. Dream, the leader sent me here to check on whether or not you need anything. If there is something you require, I will report it to the leader and bring it here," Han Sen said quickly. He thought he should get out now. "I see, there is something I need. Come here." The dream beast stepped onto the grass, smiling at Han Sen. 2018 touching a gemstone, "Mr. Dream, what do you require?" Han Sen didn't think that the creature's smile was very nice. Dream Beast did not say anything, but his eyes flashed. Han Sen felt a power come upon him, and his heavy body started to fly. Splash! Han Sen flew over the lake and dropped into it. Normally, falling into a lake was no big deal. But now, his body was so heavy that he could not get away from the water. He couldn't even float. Dream Beast approached Han Sen's struggling form and laughed. "Stop pretending. I know you can survive in the water. There is a type of gemstone beneath the sand. It is my food. You can go down there and get me some. I require 10 of them a day. If you don't fill the quota, I will give you a nightmare. And by the way, I am fond of cleanliness. Some would say too much. So, do not make the water dirty. If you do that, I will give you 100 nightmares," Dream Beast said. Han Sen, upon hearing all that, stopped pretending to struggle. He immediately dove down into the water. He could breathe underwater, but he just wanted to earn some sympathy points first. Unfortunately, the act didn't work on Dream Beast. The dream lake was clean, and you could see down to the bottom. Han Sen guessed it must have been 10 meters deep. Strangely, though, Han Sen did not see any other creatures in the water. There weren't even any plants like seaweed. The whole lake was clean like a well-polished gemstone. There was not a single speck of dust, which was quite scary. Han Sen's body reached the bottom, and his feet touched the sand. The sand followed the waves, rising like mist. "This is your first day, so I'm only giving you a warning. If you kick up any sand again, straight into the dreamscape you go." Dream Beast's voice boomed into Han Sen's ears. "If you don't let me stand on the sand, how am I supposed to find your gemstones?" Han Sen asked quickly. "That is your problem, not mine. I am merely following the rules," Dream Beast said as if it was ordinary. Han Sen knew there was no point resisting, so he pulled his legs off the bottom of the lake. He remained afloat, afraid of moving the sand with his body. But the sand was very light. The slightest wave would make the sand rise like mist, and the water would become dirty looking. Han Sen tried his best to keep any more body parts from touching the sand, and that was how he avoided making the sand rise again. Normally, it would not have been difficult to maintain this position, but Han Sen still had sky-hard lock clamping down on him. Beneath that pressure, holding his position was difficult. It brought his body pain. Han Sen was using all kinds of strength to support his body, otherwise, he'd have already been down against the bottom of the lake. But keeping that position was a challenge. Han Sen looked around the lake, and the sand was very flat. There was no mark or disturbance, and neither were there any convenient rocks. Han Sen looked around for a while, but there did not seem to be any gemstones. According to what Dream Beast said, the gemstones were supposed to reside beneath the sand. So, he'd have to collect the gemstones out of the sand. But Han Sen did not know where exactly beneath the sand a gemstone might lie. He used his Dongshuan aura to scan the lakebed, but there was nothing to be seen. At least today I can break the rules. Han Sen used his strength to dig through the sand, and after digging for a while, he found a clean, orb-sized gemstone that looked like a diamond. Mr. Dream, is this what you are looking for? Han Sen asked, holding up the gemstone. Yes, I eat 10 a day. If you miss one, you'll have nightmares forever. Plus, you deliberately destroyed the bed of sand. I will punish you now by making you work for me for another month. Dream Beast's voice came out of nowhere. Han Sen felt depressed, but it was his own fault for not abiding by the rules in someone else's abode. The sand did indeed harbor gemstones, but they were a rare find. Detecting the gemstones without touching the sand was very hard. But that couldn't stop Han Sen. Han Sen had learned a gentle skill from Moon Wheel King and the narrow moon knife. He could cast power into water without causing a ripple. It would not be too difficult to keep the sand still, then. Han Sen cast his gentle moon skill and looked through the sand carefully, searching for a gemstone. His body was suppressed by Sky Heart Lock. He had to keep his head down and his feet up, and he had to use the gentlest power he could to retrieve the gemstones. He was in the lake for a whole 10 hours straight, fetching the gemstones. When he came back out of the lake, he did not want to move. You are better than I thought. It looks like if I want to eat more, it should be fine. Dream Beast was resting beneath a tree. He smiled at Han Sen casually. Han Sen did not even have the strength to complain. He just lay in the grass near the lake, his body too sore to move. He felt so soft, as if his body was devoid of bones. The sad life of Han Sen started on that day. Every day, he spent most of his time under the surface of the lake in pursuit of gemstones. Whenever he had time remaining to himself, he rested. He did not have time to practice. Han Sen did not know why the leader wanted him to be here, but it was related to Yisha. Therefore, it shouldn't have been too harmful. And the leader had used his own energy to give Han Sen 2 Sky Heart Locks. If he wanted to harm Han Sen, he wouldn't have had to make such an effort. Han Sen worked hard in the lake. Dream Beast still never grew to like him, though. If he got up late, Dream Beast would go and kick him into the water. And the sick Dream Beast would always say how great fresh gemstones were. Han Sen couldn't get any more than 10 to save for the next day. When I become deified and stronger than you, I will make you search for the gemstones. I will tie your legs up and make you scour the sand with your own tongue, Han Sen thought angrily to himself. Good thinking. From today on, you will use your own tongue to search for the gemstones. But if your tongue touches a gemstone, I will cut it off, Dream Beast's toneless voice said right beside Han Sen. Han Sen was struck with another chill. He felt hopeless, and he thought, **T. He can read minds. 2019 Refining Mutant Blood. Han Sen was going crazy, having to dig through the sand with his tongue for the job. Han Sen could withstand a lot, but Dream Beast's ability to read his mind was particularly annoying. Han Sen thought of many different ways in which he might be able to protect his thoughts from the mind-reading ability, but nothing seemed to work. Han Sen gave those methods a few tries each, risking punishment. Before long, though, he noticed that the whole mind-reading thing wasn't based on hearing his precise thoughts. The creature would get an idea of what Han Sen was thinking about, then guess the rest. That made Han Sen feel a bit better. If Dream Beast could read the details of everything in Han Sen's brain, many secrets would be revealed. Because of all this testing, however, Han Sen was punished many times. The length of time he was supposed to work with Dream Beast was extended from 3 months to 13 months. After half a month of hard work, Han Sen was given the opportunity to meet someone. When he saw Yun Suyi, Han Sen felt as if he had been in jail for decades. With someone coming to visit him, he almost cried. Han Sen, what happened to you? Yun Suyi looked at Han Sen in confusion. I am fine. Sand has gotten into my eyes, that's all. Han Sen acted like a man, trying to play things cool. At times, Han Sen would go to ridiculous lengths to save face. Right, well, why have you come to see me? Han Sen asked Yun Sui after he gained control of himself. Yun Sui unstrapped a box she had attached to her waist. She opened it and passed it to Han Sen. I used the knife skills you taught me to win this king-class weapon called Blood Feather Knife. I got it for beating xianxia. Half of it is yours, so I have brought it here for you to take a look at. You won the knife. It's yours. Besides, I have ghost teeth knife. I don't require any more, Han Sen said, but he still took a look at the blade, anyway. You are right, you own half of the knife, but I use it, Yun Sui said with a chuckle. This is quite good. Han Sen stroked the body of Blood Feather Knife, and then went on to say, it is a good knife. It doesn't seem as strong as my ghost teeth knife, but the abilities aren't compatible with my teeth knife stuff anyway. It seems to be very good for something like Under the Sky. Han Sen stroked the blade, and then something burned the tips of his fingers. He jumped, then looked at the blade more closely. His fingers had been burned by the blood mark on the blade. The blood-red stain was fairly obvious against the white of the blade. Yun Sui explained, Blood Feather Knife was made from a deified feather of a feather alpha. Before it was complete, however, a deified xenogeniac came to take it. The xenogeniac was injured, and the Blood Feather Knife was stained with its blood. The blood couldn't be rinsed off the blade, and because of this, the knife was unable to be deified. It had to settle for being king class. The feather alpha couldn't wipe the blood off. Han Sen reached out his finger and touched the blood markings. If it could be wiped off, it wouldn't be there. And I doubt the knife would ever have been offered as a gift, Yun Sui said. Han Sen nodded. His finger touched the blood mark, and there was that burning feeling again. The crystallized blood in his body started to melt in response to the heat. Han Sen pressed his finger to the mark more firmly and cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt a trace of blood-tinged air follow his finger and enter his body. The blood in Han Sen's finger touched the bloody air. It was like fire meeting gasoline. It was going to burn with a flash. Han Sen was shocked and happy. All it took was a tiny bit of blood air to make his blood boil. If Han Sen could absorb all the blood on the blade, his Blood Pulse Sutra might be able to reach Earl status. What is it? Yun Sui saw Han Sen freeze on the spot, and she got a little worried. Han Sen, what's going on? Han Sen hesitated, unsure of what he would need to tell her. Women were very caring. Seeing Han Sen's face, Yun Sui gently said, if you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you, if I am able to. Han Sen hesitated, and he said, Sui, can I play with this knife for a bit? I thought it was something big. You own this knife, too, so just take it, Yun Sui told him firmly. Han Sen was so happy. He took out his ghost teeth knife and passed it over to Yun Sui. I am taking your blood feather knife for a bit, so in the meantime, use this ghost teeth knife. Yun Sui blushed. She seemed to fall into deep thought, but she still accepted the knife. She held it uncomfortably and said, okay. I will use this for now. Han Sen hadn't had anyone to talk to on the island, and he wanted to continue speaking with Yun Sui, but Dream Beast reminded him of his need to collect 10 gemstones. If he didn't, he'd suffer nightmares forever. Han Sen had to send Yun Sui away so that he could return to the water and collect gemstones with his tongue. Han Sen didn't learn much, but he did craft a skill called Sword Tongue. It wasn't powerful, and it was actually really gentle. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to use his tongue to dig through the sand. Finding 10 gemstones was hard that day, and after he handed them over, he was tired. Still, he did not let himself rest. Han Sen took out the blood feather knife from the box he was given. Then, he placed it on his knees. He touched the mark and cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt a blood air rise from the blade. But it was very slow. Han Sen cast it for a while, and he only took the blood air that was on the surface. Han Sen thought for a bit, then dripped a drop of his crystal blood onto the mark on the blade. The crystal blood melted into the mark and merged with it. You couldn't see the blood anymore. Han Sen cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt the blood air burst out of the mark. It went into his body, and when it did, his crystal blood boiled. Han Sen felt as if his body was going to be evaporated like steam. It took 7 hours for a portion of the blood air to be refined. This is scary, for just a little blood air to be so strong. Perhaps a few of these will take my Blood Pulse Sutra up to Earl status. Han Sen was delighted. After that, before Han Sen went back to work, he used a drop of his crystal blood on the blood mark again. After he worked, he'd come and collect that blood. The blood had the energy of the xenogeniac, and Han Sen could refine it for hours. 2020 dream habits could be very scary things. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for 3 months now, and he had grown used to having 2 sky-hard locks on his body. Aside from moving slower, he was living like a normal person. His efficiency in digging up the gemstones was higher now, too. He could find 10 of them in 2 or 3 hours. What made Han Sen the happiest, however, was that his Blood Pulse Sutra reached Earl status. The blood feather knife's mark was much lighter, too. Han Sen planned to keep on absorbing the blood that plagued it. The blood was damaging the blood feather knife, so if Han Sen could absorb all of it, perhaps there was a chance to make the blade deified again. He was positive that Yun Sui wouldn't mind that. Dream Beast did not enjoy seeing Han Sen relaxing, so he had started to demand more gemstones. He made sure that Han Sen worked 10 hours underwater every day. Because that was too boring, Han Sen practiced his tongue skills. It wasn't an amazing power, but his tongue could generate a sword air that would kill someone with no problem. But as of yet, Han Sen hadn't broken a single sky-hard lock. Perhaps he hadn't approached it correctly or there was some other problem. He wasn't sure. Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane whenever he came to visit, but sky-hard locks were very rare. Thousand Feather Crane hadn't experienced one himself, so he didn't know too much about it. Thousand Feather Crane did pledge to seek out information regarding it, though, so he could help Han Sen figure out what to do. There was a student of the sky that once suffered the sky-hard lock, and it took him 3 years to remove it. And that person only had one to endure. But Han Sen had 2 locks to deal with. Thousand Feather Crane couldn't be sure when he could unlock them. As more and more time passed, Han Sen grew used to the sky-hard locks. They didn't affect him as much, but he still couldn't break them. After half a year passed, Han Sen started to miss his family. He missed Ji Yanran, Ling and even Little Flower who had been taken by Old Cat. How is Han Sen doing? In Sky Palace, the leader asked the elegant Dream Beast. Not bad, the sky-hard lock doesn't seem to affect him as much, Dream Beast answered. Not bad, huh, from you, that's a mighty compliment. The Sky Palace leader laughed. Dream Beast smiled but did not answer. He did go on to say, are you sure you want Han Sen to go to the ancient god xenogenic space? Not Lone Bamboo, the leader of Sky Palace quietly said, you know of Lone Bamboo's situation. He is already a marquise. It would be meaningless for him to go, and it would be too dangerous for the average student. Any cent would not be coming back. After a while, the leader went on to say, I promised Yisha I would make Han Sen a marquise. If Lone Bamboo does not need to go there, then he is the next best candidate. Dream Beast nodded and said, he is almost done. He cannot get any better in Dream Island, so I suppose I can let him Ji Ling. It was supposed to be a 1-year term, and only half of that has passed. You cannot waste the rest of the year, can you? The Sky Palace leader smiled. You know he received the blood feather knife, yes? Dream Beast asked. Sky Palace leader nodded. He looked at Dream Beast, wondering why he was mentioning it. He is absorbing the xenogenic blood on the knife. It is working. In perhaps a few months, the xenogenic blood will be completely absorbed, Dream Beast said. Really? The leader of Sky Palace looked very surprised. The feathers tried many methods to remove the blood, but none worked. Now, Han Sen is absorbing it. If they learn this was actually possible, they will be very angry. Dream Beast laughed as he spoke. If he can really absorb the xenogenic blood, the blood feather knife might possibly become a deified weapon again. But it will also need to be refined once more. We will have to set this up, so we can get another deified weapon for Sky Palace. That is all I can do. The leader of Sky Palace laughed. When will that guy come back? Dream Beast asked suddenly. He hasn't come back from the Barrens yet. The leader of Sky Palace looked troubled. In a hard voice, Dream Beast said, there cannot be an empty elder throne for too long. If he is truly not coming back, we need to make plans. It would be bad if the elders keep fighting. The leader of Sky Palace thought for a moment. There is no need to rush this. That guy wouldn't be killed with any ease. Perhaps there was some kind of incident, but he will be back. I hope so, Dream Beast said, then walked out of the Sky Palace. There is still half a year to go. If you have the time, teach him something so he has a higher chance of surviving in ancient god space, the leader of Sky Palace said to Dream Beast's back. He is not a student of Sky Palace. Why would I do such a thing? After Dream Beast said that, he disappeared. Han Sen finished digging up gemstones for the day. He washed the gemstones and placed them on the leaves next to Dream Beast. When he was going back to absorb the xenogenic blood on the blade, Dream Beast suddenly said, "From now on, there is no need for you to dig up gemstones." Han Sen was so happy to hear this, and he said, "You are letting me go." "Letting you go? That would be impossible." Dream Beast smiled and looked at Han Sen. His eyes looked very dreamy. Han Sen started to say something, but his eyes froze and went out of focus. The scene before Han Sen had changed. He was suddenly inside an abandoned city. He realized what was going on, and he yelled, "Dream, you said that if I completed my tasks, I wouldn't be put into a dream. I only promised I wouldn't put you inside a tragedy dream." Dream Beast's voice resonated in the air. "What is this dream then?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "It is a nightmare. Enjoy," Dream Beast said, and his voice vanished. Han Sen wanted to ask something, but he suddenly heard a beast roar from someplace amidst the ruins around him. Many xenogenics began to climb out of the rubble, and they ran towards Han Sen as soon as they saw him. Han Sen was standing on a ruin that looked like a landfill. There were all sorts of xenogenics, in different shapes, coming for him. Even the sky was filled with them. It is just a dream. I will wake up when I die, Han Sen thought to himself. If you died in this dream, your body would be fine. But your will would perish. For example, you might go into a vegetative state. Dream Beast's voice was cold in the air again. 2021 Tough will inside a storage shed in a kindergarten. Lu Zimei was in a strange position. She was sweating and her skin was red. "I can do it." Lu Zimei was lying on the floor, gasping. She felt like her bones were going to fall apart. Her muscles were sore. If she moved, she'd feel like she was getting stung by needles. After she signed that unfair contract, her sad life began. She had to do whatever Bauer told her to do. Bauer told her that this was a strong Geno art. Bauer watched her practice, but she felt as if it was more like torture. It was a very painful process. "It is okay if you do not wish to learn it, and the debt you have." Bauer was sitting atop a plank of wood. In her fat hand, she clasped many contractual papers. Lu Zimei saw all those papers, and then she gritted her teeth and continued the horrible Geno art that Bauer was supposedly teaching her. After all this time, she had incurred more and more debt. The debt she had now was something she could not pay back in multiple lifetimes. Lu Zimei hated herself for not being able to resist the temptations presented by Bauer. She had been drawn in by beautiful clothes and cosmetics, so she had signed a number of different contracts. That was unfair, and of course, since she could not pay it all back, she thought that she might as well sign up for greater debts. "Let's stop here. We can continue this tomorrow." Bauer looked at the time and then jumped off of the wood plank. She walked out of the storage shed. Kid. Lu Zimei lay down on the ground like a rug, unable to move. Han Sen was as sad as Lu Zimei. He kept fighting against different types of xenogenics in the dream he was placed in. He couldn't stop, for the xenogenics kept coming. There was nowhere to hide, either. All he could do was kill. Because he was inside a dream, he could only get tired mentally. His body was fine, so he could keep fighting without rest. Dream Beast did not want him to rest. The worst thing, however, was that Sky Heart Lock worked in the dream. It made him depressed. Han Sen did not know how long he had been fighting. He had pretty grown numb to it all now. There were many xenogenics in the dream, and they stretched out before Han Sen in endless lines. There were the likes of the Zhan Jade spirits, but many others that Han Sen had never seen before, too. All those xenogenics wielded different powers, as well. They felt so real to Han Sen. Everything was so lucid that it was difficult to determine whether it was truly a dream or not. Han Sen had to use everything he could to fight, and he had come close to death on numerous occasions. Dream Beast watched Han Sen with a strange expression. He told Han Sen that he would become a vegetable if he died in the dream, and that wasn't a lie. He could make Han Sen die a mental death if he wanted to. But Dream Beast did not plan on killing him. He did it so Han Sen would fight non-stop and give it his all. He wanted to see how long he'd last. But Han Sen's performance was beyond his wildest expectations. Han Sen only had to survive for a month, and he had already surpassed that requirement. Han Sen had been in the dream, killing, for 4 months. He had yet to perish. It was not strange that Han Sen could kill the xenogenics because the creatures in the dream were set to Han Sen's level. Even the higher tier ones had the same power as Han Sen. He did this to train Han Sen, so Han Sen could learn more about xenogenics. Through all of this, he would gain knowledge. But amidst all that constant, intense fighting, Han Sen did not slip up once. His willpower was still perfectly focused. It was hard to imagine an earl could have such a hardy will. This guy must have experienced something before. How can his will compare to Lone Bamboo's? Is he the same as Lone Bamboo, in that he has a will that cannot break? Dream Beast seemed befuddled. Han Sen's willpower was getting weaker, however. Despite that, he wasn't going to get killed. Dream Beast knew how scary all of that must have been. He'd rather have his soul killed than give up. Not all beings had that kind of drive. For Dream Beast, Han Sen's will was shining like jewelry. Dream Beast sighed. His eyes took on a dreamy look, and then he removed the dream from Han Sen. He didn't want to get Han Sen killed. If things kept going, Han Sen's soul might have been exhausted. Then, he really would have died, and not just in the dream. Crash! Han Sen's body fell to the ground. His brain was buzzing, and it felt like it was ready to explode. That was the condition of one who was mentally exhausted. Dream Beast called for someone to return Han Sen to his island. He took the next few days to rest, and he slowly got better. When Han Sen recovered, his will was much clearer. His powers of sense were sharper. But the thing that made Han Sen the happiest was that he was now free. He knew that Dream Beast was only training him, but he still vastly preferred the feeling of freedom. While he was still sleeping, he let Bubble mimic him on the bed. Then, he slipped back to the Alliance. He held Ling and kissed her. Then, he held Ji Yanran. Han Sen thought it was the best thing ever. No one bothered Han Sen, and he spent the next month relaxing. He almost forgot he still had the 2 sky heart locks on him. The happy days flew by, and 2 months after returning to Dream Island, Thousand Feather Crane came to visit him. He had news to deliver. The ancient god xenogenic space. What is that place? Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane, stricken with confusion. He did not know why the leader of Sky Palace wanted to send him there. Thousand Feather Crane looked worried, and he said, Ancient God xenogenic space is a xenogenic space next to a barren system. We don't own it, but every time it opens, there is a spot available for us. I did not expect the leader to select you. Is there a benefit to going? Han Sen asked. Of course. While it is very big, it is also dangerous, I must note. Even the top earls or marquises might not make it out alive from such places, Thousand Feather Crane said. What are these benefits? Han Sen filtered out the dangerous part. He was afraid of danger, but if the leader wanted him to go there, there was no use worrying about it. The xenogenics in ancient god space are dangerous, but I do not know the specifics. I haven't been there before, but my master said it isn't just the xenogenics you should be wary of. There are also those of the other races who will enter when you do. Thousand Feather Crane explained what he knew. 2022 Ancient God Space. Han Sen was in a bad mood. He had been in Ancient God for half a day, and he had already walked 30 miles. He was sweating. Under the protection of Yun Changkong, the 10th Elder, Han Sen arrived in the Ancient God Space. When he arrived, though, he realized that some power had entangled him. The power he felt was reminiscent of Sky Hard Lock. It was a little different, but the effects were similar. It hindered Han Sen's movement. Now Han Sen knew why the leader made him suffer the Sky Hard Locks. It was because he wanted him to experience what it was like to be hampered. The Sky Palace leader had planned to send Han Sen here a long time ago, that was clear. It was only a shame that the Sky Hard Locks had not been broken yet. If they had been, the Ancient God Space's restrictions wouldn't have been so arduous. The Ancient God Space was not as dangerous as he thought it would be, however. Aside from rocks everywhere, Han Sen walked all day without encountering a single xenogenic. Yun Changkong told Han Sen that his job there would be to hunt xenogenics. The xenogenics there were special, and their genes were fairly unique. The more he managed to retrieve, the better. But as of yet, he hadn't been able to find a single one. Without any to find, there weren't any to kill. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something move over a little rocky mountain. It was a being of some type, but upon closer inspection, the sight made Han Sen frown. Han Sen, the person saw Han Sen and screamed aloud. Then they approached Han Sen. Why do I see you everywhere? Han Sen said to Hire the pirate. He really hadn't wanted to see her again. Hire was an earl now. Her presence was much stronger than when he bumped into her with the Buddha. I should be the one asking you this. I thought Burning Lamp Alpha turned you into an ant. How did you recover? Higher looked at Han Sen curiously. It was just a small trick. He didn't really do anything. Han Sen smiled. He was not in the mood to explain things to her. Higher smiled and said, well, since our fates repeatedly intertwine, why don't we cooperate once more? Together we can slay the ancient god Xenogeniax. No, I prefer being alone. I am meant to be alone. Whoever follows me is subject to awful luck. Han Sen did not want her in her trouble to join him. Higher grinned and said, but this is fate. A clairvoyant told me, I connect well with loners, so that means we are meant to be together. We are partners, you know. It's okay if you want to follow, but I won't be sharing a single Xenogeniac with you. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Ah, so you weren't told. The Buddha sent someone to this place, too. What do you think might happen if he caught sight of you? Higher was not angry, and she kept talking as she followed behind Han Sen. I'm not afraid of burning lamp alpha, so why would I be afraid of a student? Even if I was scared, is cooperating with you supposed to make me less scared? Han Sen said, the Buddha sent a Marquise Buddha. He is not as strong as Seven Spirit, but he is an important person to them. However, that isn't the thing you need to know. The most important thing is that the Buddha are cooperating with demon. The demons are enemies of Sky Palace, and they sent a person named Sharon. Do you have any idea how dangerous your situation is? Higher said, who is Sharon? Han Sen kept on walking lackadaisically, as if he didn't care at all. You don't know who Sharon is? Higher asked Han Sen with shock. Do I have to know who he is? Han Sen lifted his lips. Higher finally believed that Han Sen really didn't know. You are Knife Queen's student, and you do is. Have you heard of Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace? Yeah, Han Sen said casually. Good. Sharon's reputation with the demon is similar to Lone Bamboo's in Sky Palace. They are frequently mentioned together. He has already become a marquise, so you are bound to know what will happen if you see him, Higher said. People talk about me in the same capacity as Lone Bamboo, too. That means I don't have to be afraid of that Sharon. Han Sen laughed. What are you talking about? I know you. Seven Spirit almost killed you. Sharon is much better than Seven Spirit. Higher looked at him with disdain. Han Sen laughed and explained no more. Due to Sky Palace being quite private, news from the inside didn't often spread outside. Not many outsiders knew about him and Lone Bamboo. Even if I was afraid of Sharon, what use would bringing you along prove? Don't tell me you have battled him before, Han Sen said casually. I cannot beat him, but I know that there is a secret place in the ancient god space. I can take you there, where we can fight Xenogeniacs and avoid encountering Sharon. Do you want to co-op or not? We split the Xenogeniacs 50-50. I can help kill them, too, Higher said. That doesn't sound too shabby. What kind of place is it, anyway? Han Sen had walked for so long, and despite that, he hadn't seen a single Xenogeniac. He thought he wasn't going to fare too well. That place is mysterious. When the pirates of yore came here, they stumbled upon it by pure happenstance. No one else should be able to find it without me guiding them there. Higher looked all cocky. If it is as good as you are leading me to believe, then I guess I can cooperate with you, Han Sen said. Of course, we will go right now, Higher said, and then kept on walking. After they met in Holy Heaven, she understood Han Sen a bit more. She knew Han Sen was the trustable sort, and as long as he would gain some sort of benefit, he wouldn't betray and kill her. Plus, Higher had a secret defense system. She wasn't afraid of Han Sen betraying her. Han Sen then followed Higher. There were many rocks around, but that was all. There was no place for the creatures to hide, so the chance of finding creatures there was virtually nil. Han Sen's body was restricted by the ancient god space's powers. Together, the pair walked dozens of miles. They ended up sweating so much, it looked as if they had just emerged from spring water. Here, this is it. Higher looked at her map and came to a stop near a crevice. Han Sen examined the crevice and noted how crooked it was. Only one person could go in at a time, slipping through sideways. There were many crevices such as this in the ancient god space, too. Higher went in first, and Han Sen followed her from behind. They both moved along the crevice for a few miles, until eventually, the space they occupied began to widen. Inside the mountains, there was a giant cave. Han Sen saw a statue made of stone just sitting there, but it was at least 100 meters tall. In front of the statue, Han Sen and Higher were as small as 2 ants. 2023 Ghost Face Spider. Han Sen could not tell which race this statue depicted. Its head was a sheep's, and its body was human-like. It also had wings. It looked like some prehistoric sheep god. Fortunately, there weren't any of such sheep around. Otherwise, he was going to call them grandfather. Why does this place have a statue? Do xenogenics build statues? Han Sen asked with confusion. Thousand Feather Crane had told Han Sen some things about the ancient god space, but the young sky hadn't actually been here. He couldn't have known what the xenogenics were truly like. Higher said, "It is not a statue. It is a home for ancient god xenogenics." A home? Han Sen was surprised, and so he looked at the statue again. Yes, otherwise, why would they be called an ancient god xenogenic? It is because these xenogenics live in ancient statues. You came here and didn't know anything about this. Knife Queen didn't inform you? Higher asked, looking confused. Han Sen dropped his shoulders. He didn't know why the leader of Sky Palace would do this, either. Sending him here without giving him an ounce of information was weird. He couldn't discern what the man wanted. Higher wanted to say something more, but a ding-dong noise sounded through the giant cave. She quickly shut up and went to hide in a crevice. Han Sen looked towards the sound. The echo was reverberating around the room, but Han Sen's power could still tell him where it was coming from. It was coming from the nostrils of the statue. Not long after, a 3-meter-wide spider slid out of the nostril. The spider was black with a few red patterns flaring across it. Its body looked metallic, and the pattern on its back looked like a humanoid face. This is Ancient God's ghost face spider. It is an Earl xenogenic. Do not strike yet, as they always work in groups. There must be far more of them inside the statue. A marquise one might even reside within. We should discuss our plan of action before we end up getting ourselves surrounded, Higher said. Han Sen looked at the ghost face spider with a thoughtful expression. He had fought these spiders in the dream he was put under. In fact, he had fought quite a lot of them. He knew a lot about the spider and the power it possessed. The dream had to be training for this. Why didn't he just tell me? Why did he try to scare me like that? Han Sen wondered, but Han Sen knew that if the Sky Palace leader had given him files on all the xenogenics, he'd only have given it a brief look. He wouldn't have researched the foes properly. The dream, however, made Han Sen remember the creatures clearly. He knew everything about them, to a degree that would never lessen. The effectiveness of the two teaching methods was not even remotely comparable. Han Sen summoned spell as a gun in his hands. Then, he climbed into a gap and raised the gun. He took aim at the ghost spider emerging from the nostril. What are you doing? You are not going to shoot the ghost face spider from that distance, are you? The ghost face spider is very strong for an Earl. Higher gasped. Higher knew that Han Sen would have no problem killing a ghost face spider, but the range between them and the creature was over 3 kilometers. The Earl power would be weakened over a long distance, and the rest of the power wouldn't be enough to kill a ghost face spider. Pang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the distance. It hit the spider's back. The part of the face pattern that comprised its left eye was its weak spot. Han Sen had killed too many of them in the dream he suffered, so he knew them all too well. Blood began to ooze from the gunshot wound in the creature's back. Then, it flipped and fell. It met the ground with a loud noise. Xenogenic Earl killed. Ghost face spider. Xenogenic gene found. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's head. Higher was in shock. Han Sen's power was far stronger than the average Earl to one-hit kill the spider over such a long distance. After that shot, though, many more spiders began to emerge from the statue's nostrils and ears. There was a great host of them, but their vision and senses were rather limited, so they couldn't figure out where Han Sen was. Pang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet broke through another spider's back. He still took aim at the left eye's location. A hail of gunfire followed, as each spider was shot off of the statue. The spiders weren't very intelligent, and they only seemed to rely on basic instinct. They couldn't find Han Sen, at all. Han Sen killed the spiders one at a time, taking down dozens in the space of a few seconds. Higher looked at Han Sen with shock, as her mind drifted out to space. Higher felt a chill in her heart. That gun-looking Geno armament of his had amazing range. She'd never know if Han Sen decided to use it to assassinate her. She was confident she could evade the attack if she was prepared. But she couldn't be on alert every hour of the day and night. Han Sen's power really was that scary. And he was only an Earl. If he became a king or a deified being, he could probably kill a person by firing through the crust or core of a planet. The enemy would never even know how they died. Ghost-face spiders kept climbing all around, and they kept firing out spider webs. They had no idea where Han Sen was, and they blindly fired their silk everywhere. It was obviously not effective on Han Sen, and the spiders continued to get picked off, as if they were mere target practice for him. After killing 100 of the Earl Ghost-face spiders, Han Sen finally heard the announcement to inform him that he had acquired a beast soul. Han Sen killed a few more, and then a weird scream sounded. It came from the mouth of the statue. A spider that was twice as big emerged. "That is the Marquis's ghost-face spider," Hire screamed. Han Sen did not say a word. He stopped firing. He waited until the giant ghost-face spider revealed its back to them. And when it did, he pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet struck the ghost-face spider's back, and it broke the pattern's left eye. The Marquis-class ghost-face spider fell down. Hire looked at Han Sen in disbelief. He had one hit killed a Marquis-class ghost-face spider. She did not know what Han Sen's strength was anymore. It hasn't been that long, so how has he gotten this strong? Hire thought back to meeting Han Sen in the heaven. He was a different person, and he was so much stronger now. Hire thought she had leveled up quickly, but it was clear to her that Han Sen had been much faster. 2024 The beginning of Ancient God. In total, 187 Earl and 2 Marquis ghost-face spiders had been one-hit killed by Han Sen. None had been left alive, and none required a double tap to finish off. Han Sen's power was scary. Having practiced inside that dream was one of the reasons for this. If he hadn't endured that, he wouldn't have known the precise weaknesses of the ghost-face spiders, and he wouldn't have been able to kill the Marquis spiders in one hit. But despite killing so many spiders, he had only earned a single beast soul for himself. It was a disappointment for Han Sen, overall. Han Sen made sure there were no more spiders waiting to emerge from the statue, and then the pair crawled out of the crevice and started cutting up the bodies. The ancient god space's xenogenics were different from the ones found elsewhere. The xenogenic genes of the ghost-face spiders were little balls. They looked like pearls. After Han Sen pulled one of the little orbs out, Hire looked hesitant. She hadn't actually done anything, so she didn't think she should take any of the spoils. She most certainly didn't think she should be going 50-50. But Han Sen went ahead and split the orbs in half. He placed half of them in his pockets and then climbed up the statue. Hire didn't hesitate to collect the rest of the orbs. Without Hire leading, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to find this cavern. There were too many crevices and gulches to traverse, and despite walking for a very long time, stumbling on this statue would have been very unlikely. So, Han Sen thought that the split of spoils was fair enough. Information was worth a lot, but there were many benefits yet to see, so their trip wasn't over yet. Inside the ancient god xenogenic cave, many goodies were waiting for them. Hire put away the orbs she had gathered and followed after Han Sen. She climbed up to the statue's shoulder. "Where should we go?" Han Sen asked, while observing the statue's head. With his knowledge of ghost-face spiders, he knew that their creation was a strange process. If their origin wasn't destroyed, ghost-face spiders would spawn continually. Normally, the statue's mouth is the closest to a beginning of ancient god. But the items are always contained within the statue, Hire explained. "What is a beginning of ancient god?" Han Sen asked. "You don't know." Hire was surprised, but she knew Han Sen had no reason to lie to her. So, she went ahead to explain. A beginning of ancient god is what the xenogenics are born from. Those are the most valuable things in the ancient god space. If you are able to get a beginning of ancient god, you can keep spawning ancient god xenogenics forever. Those things are important to big factions. Surely you must know this. Han Sen nodded, and then he climbed into the mouth of the statue. Hire entered with him, and it was very large inside. There was a path that was only a few meters wide. It was very low, though, so they had to bend to traverse it. "If you don't know anything about this place, why did you decide to come?" Hire asked curiously as she walked. Han Sen did not answer. He hadn't known what a beginning of ancient god was. He had seen it in a dream, but he had never been told its name. Rather than telling him, Dream Beast had used the dream to inform him of the things he needed to know. It was easier than Han Sen thought it would be, though. Perhaps they had killed all of the ghost-face spiders, because they didn't encounter any more along the way. They walked for 2 or 3 hours inside the statue, on a road that took them down many different routes. Eventually, they found a beginning of ancient god. It was a tablet about the size of a hand. It was gray, but it possessed a number of red lights. It also bore the pattern that adorned the ghost face spiders. Hire took it out from where it was embedded in a stone slot. And when she did, the pattern on the tablet went dim. Its red glow disappeared. There is only one of them. If you would like, you can have it first. Hire gave the beginning of Ancient God, the one that pertained to the ghost face spiders, to Han Sen. I will take the next one. Han Sen did not accept the beginning of Ancient God. In his dream, he recalled that the ghost face spiders were one of the weaker varieties. There were other xenogenics with a beginning of Ancient God that were far stronger than the ghost face spiders. After that, Han Sen turned around and started walking towards the exit. Their bodies were bound by the xenogenic space, so they could not walk very fast. And neither could they fly out. When they emerged, they climbed down the statue and entered a cave nearby. You have given me this beginning of Ancient God. Aren't you afraid that there might be no more to find later on? Hire said as she fiddled with the beginning of Ancient God, smiling Han Sen from behind. It's okay. Accept it as a reward for the information you have provided me with, Han Sen said casually. I have really come to like you a bit more. If the rebate don't want you anymore, you can gladly come and live with us pirates. If you follow me, I can treat you with everything you could ever desire, Hire said. We can talk about that when the time comes, Han Sen said lackadaisically. He wasn't too interested. He had heard of the pirates before. They were a bunch of thieves, but the things they stole were massive. They weren't the sort to steal from ordinary creatures. They had stolen from many high races and earned many enemies across the Geno universe. Due to the pirates being so powerful, amongst other reasons, no one could do anything to stop them, either. Han Sen didn't want to be a thief. Even if Hire invited him sincerely, he wouldn't accept the offer. And on top of that, Hire always seemed to have an evil streak. Who knew what her true plans might have been? There was only one way to go after that statue, and after 8 miles of following it, they had yet to find a single other branch leading elsewhere. But they eventually heard the sound of water. It was similar to the noise of a big waterfall. They looked at each other and slowed down. They walked another 3 miles, and that was when the path widened again. There was indeed a waterfall. It looked like a galaxy in the deepest recess of the cave. The water sounds were very loud. Behind that waterfall was a silver statue. The waterfall came out from the statue's belly button. The statue's lower body was like that of a horse. The upper body was that of a human. It had the head of a bird, and it also possessed wings. It looked so strange. Did your elder tell you what xenogenics this statue might harbor? Han Sen asked Hire. Hire shook her head. I don't know. When he came here, he was heavily injured. He didn't touch the statue from earlier, so he could not have come this far. I am just like you right now, clueless. As they were talking, a silver monster emerged from the water beneath the statue. It climbed up the waterfall and entered the belly button of the silver statue. 2025 Silver Wing Beetle. The xenogenic looked like it had been made entirely from silver. It sort of looked like a trilobite. It was, however, 1 meter long. When Han Sen saw the trilobite-looking silver xenogenic, he frowned. In his dream, he had not encountered this xenogenic. Is it an ancient god xenogenic that Dream Beast was unaware of? Han Sen remained in thought, not yet ready to take action. He killed the ghost face spiders so confidently because he knew what they were. But facing something unknown was dodgy, and he wasn't sure he wanted to take the risk. Do you know of this xenogenic? Han Sen looked at Hire. Hire just shook her head. You should fire a shot into the water. Perhaps there are other silver xenogenics lurking within. Han Sen frowned. Without knowing what he was getting into, he didn't want to fire a bullet. Ghost face spiders weren't intelligent, so they were unable to discern where the bullets were fired from. It did not mean that the other xenogenics were the same, however. Attacking randomly, without caution, could put them in danger. They were bound by the powers that governed ancient god space. While that did not affect their strength, their speed was definitely lowered. Their reactions to danger would be much slower. They couldn't take unnecessary risks. After letting silence settle in for a bit, Han Sen moved his fingers. A red gas drifted out of his fingertips. A reaper appeared, clutching a red crystal scythe. It took off flying around the cave before heading for the pool of water near the waterfall. Hire looked at the red reaper with curiosity. She was used to Han Sen possessing all manners of tricks, but she was still interested in finding out what the reaper was capable of. When the reaper reached the water exploded. A trilobite-looking xenogenic suddenly emerged, leaping up to consume the red reaper. The Red Reaper's reaction was fast, however, and it struck the creature's silver shell. The Reaper was a powerful little thing, but all it did was leave a minor mark across the shell. It certainly couldn't break through it. Pang, pang, pang. More silver xenogeniacs leapt out of the water. They were like cannonballs, shooting up towards the Red Reaper. The Red Reaper's scythe could not bear the brunt of such force, and one of the silver xenogeniacs was able to strike its body. Fortunately, the Red Reaper was made of smoke. After the silver xenogeniac broke its misty form, it was able to quickly recompose itself. But the silver xenogeniacs weren't going to give up, and they repeatedly tried to attack the Red Reaper. When a xenogeniac's jaws closed on the Red Reaper's scythe, the weapon was bitten off. Then, more and more silver xenogeniacs leapt up to bite the red scythe itself. Not long after, it had all been chomped and broken to pieces. The red crystal scythe was the strongest weapon that the Red Reaper had at its disposal. It was also its greatest weakness. Once it was broken, the Red Reaper would disappear. After the Red Reaper was destroyed, the silver xenogeniacs started swimming around in the water like a legion of crocodiles on the prowl for human flesh. They have some very strong bodies. And not to mention their physical power, these things must rank amongst the best of earls out there. There are dozens of them, too. This will be tough to deal with, Han Sen said quietly. If he only had to deal with the silver xenogeniacs he had seen so far, he wouldn't be afraid. But if the Earl ones were that powerful, then the power of a potential Marquise one would be unimaginable. Han Sen rested for a bit, then recomposed the Red Reaper. He sent it out to the water again. The silver xenogeniacs weren't deep in the water yet, so the Red Reaper swooped down on one. And then, the silver xenogeniac sunk. The other silver xenogeniacs started coming after the Red Reaper again. Han Sen turned his sniper rifle into a rocket launcher, then he mounted it on his shoulder and fired it at the Red Reaper. A group comprised of a dozen silver xenogeniacs latched onto the Red Reaper's scythe, breaking it immediately, just as the rocket came. Boom! A white mushroom light exploded from the midst of the silver xenogeniac crowd. The strength blew each and every one of the xenogeniacs away. But those silver xenogeniacs' bodies glowed with a strange aura. They remained inside the fire, and the rocket's explosive power was unable to destroy their bodies. That is a powerful protection they possess. Not even spell can break through it. Han Sen complimented them. Why are you still standing there? Run, Hire said, before starting to run. The silver xenogeniacs were traveling towards them really quickly, scrambling over the stones. Their speed was frightening. Han Sen did not move, though. He stood firm with his rocket launcher, then fired another rocket at the silver xenogeniacs. This time, however, he had glazed the effects of turtle atop the rocket. Boom! A rocket exploded in the middle of the waves of silver xenogeniacs. They had an aura around them, shielding them from the explosion. It also protected them from turtle, preventing the symbol from sticking on them. It had been blocked. Buzz! Before Han Sen could attack again, a silver xenogeniac flew out from that belly button. It looked like the first one they had seen in the water. This one had transparent silver wings, though. It was able to fly very fast. There were 4 or 5 of them flying out towards Han Sen, in total. They soon reached the front lines, soaring towards him. Han Sen did not fall back. He pulled out the blood feather knife and used his knife and sword power on the blade. Then, he slashed towards the silver-winged xenogeniac nearest him. The knife and sword power hit the silver-winged xenogeniac and activated its armor, but that scary knife and sword power was sufficient to break the auras and hew the body of the silver-winged xenogeniac in half. Mutant xenogeniac Earl hunted. Silver-winged beetle. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant silver-winged beetle beast soul. Han Sen was happy, but he didn't have time to stop and look at his new beast soul. He was running towards the nearest silver beetle that was coming his way. He killed one of the silver beetles that could not fly. Those silver beetles weren't mutant. They were just ordinary Earl silver beetles. While Han Sen was having fun killing the beetles, something screamed near the silver statue. There was a silver, glass-like monster coming out. Its body was over 10 meters long. Its head possessed a silver beard, and there were 4 transparent wings on its back. It was already before Han Sen. A silver light came out of its mouth, moving much faster than knife lights and sword airs. 2026 Strange scary bug. Han Sen's body was hampered by both the sky-hard locks and the ancient god space itself. His speed was very slow, but fortunately, his rabbit shoes weren't affected. He could still move with the speed of a duke. The moment he dodged the silver light, a gold ant pattern appeared on Han Sen's body. It increased his power. He slashed towards the silver, glass-like bug. Dong! The knife and sword powers came against the silver glass bug. A transparent silver light appeared. Han Sen's attack did not break the light at all. Han Sen was shocked. His body was like an ordinary marquise, and he had the Ant King Mark's buff. It shouldn't have been difficult for him to bring down a marquise. But his full-strength strike was unable to break the silver glass bug's armor. It was a scary thing to comprehend. Han Sen used the rabbit shoes and their speed to fight with the silver glass bug. He kept striking its shielding aura, but nothing seemed to work. The aura was far too tough, and not even his knife and sword powers could break through it. Han Sen was at a very bad disadvantage. Han Sen's speed was aided by the rabbit shoes, but Sky Hard Lock and Ancient God's hampering were still in play. Under the pressure of this tough of a fight, he was starting to feel tired. His body was sore, and he felt awful. This cannot continue. Han Sen wanted to leave, and as he made the decision, he noticed Hire was already long gone. The silver glass bug was not slow at all. It kept chasing after Han Sen, spitting out silver light. Han Sen clenched his jaw and ran towards the waterfall cave. That was the only way to go back, and there was no place he could hide. He would rather take his chances in a wider space. The silver glass bug was flying. And so Han Sen flew like a phoenix to swoop around and strike its back while airborne. But the knife and sword power still couldn't break the silver armor. This was the first time Han Sen had encountered a xenogeniac with extremely high defense. Han Sen believed it had to be a mutant marquise xenogeniac that was simply aligned with defensive attributes. Han Sen continued to fight, retreating all the while. He ran into the belly button of the silver statue. If he was going to run off, he was not going to run off empty-handed. He wanted to find the statue's beginning of Ancient God. He could not kill the bug, but he still thought that the beginning of Ancient God might be up for grabs. Luckily, the statue had many different paths to take. So, Han Sen used the unique geography to kite the silver glass bug around. It made things better, but it also cost Han Sen a lot of power. He was getting slower and slower as time went by. Since there were no other people around, Han Sen summoned his Dongshuan armor. The Dongshuan armor started absorbing the energy in the atmosphere to keep Han Sen fueled up. That way, he could keep on fighting and not wind up failing due to exhaustion. It looked like the xenogeniac silver beetles he had encountered earlier were all there were. After he killed the ones on the outside, there were no more to be discovered on the inside of the cave. Han Sen kept heading down the same tunnel, and 2 hours later, he found the beginning of Ancient God embedded in a wall. It was a silver metal slab with an irregular, haphazard shape. There was a trilobite symbol on it, though, flashing with a silver light. Han Sen was pleased to have found it, and he ran over to it and pried it free. The silver glass bug was furious, and its desire to kill Han Sen was even greater now. A bug and a human were fighting inside that cave. Han Sen could not break its armor, and he was hit by the silver light a few times. The Dongshuan armor was also slashed open in a place or two. Han Sen planned to wait until the silver glass bug had exhausted all its power. Perhaps by then, its aura would weaken too. But after fighting for 10 hours, Han Sen felt ready to fall apart. The aura of the silver glass bug, however, was still the same. It was too late for Han Sen's body to dodge the next strike. The silver glass bug's silver light pierced through him. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was just a clone he had generated with Moon, though. And while the bug was distracted with the moon, Han Sen took off running down a smaller passage. He used the Dongshuan Sutra to hide his presence, and then he stopped moving. The silver glass bug was flying angrily around the cave, making horrible screeching sounds. After a while, the silver glass bug flew away from the cave. When it did, Han Sen emerged and started making his way back out from the way he had come. The silver glass bug was too strong, especially its silver armor. Unless he used Super Spank, he didn't think he could break it. Super Spank's power might have broken the armor, but it also might destroy the body completely. That would rob him of potential gains. If he wouldn't receive any benefits, Han Sen wasn't going to bother. Han Sen came out of the crevice, and he found Hire standing just outside. Han Sen switched to his spell armor. "You run fast." Han Sen looked at Hire and smiled. Hire smiled and said, "I am just a pirate. I am not good at anything else. I run fast to secure survival. I had faith in you, though." I knew you would come back alive. Han Sen sat on the floor. He was really tired. The weight of the sky-hard locks and ancient god space's force had hindered him quite a bit, and he was 10 times more tired than he should have been. He had almost exhausted his entire reserve of energy, just to make it out. Where do we go next? Higher asked Han Sen, sitting opposite him. I think our cooperation ends here. After this, we will go our separate ways and have no further engagement, Han Sen said. You are too cruel. We have defied death together. Hang on, you just left me to die. Don't try to butter it up, Han Sen exclaimed, stopping her. Higher rolled her eyes and said, how about I hire you to hunt xenogenics, then? I am not interested. Han Sen lay down on the floor and closed his eyes. Sweat was dripping from him and his muscles were all sore. Someone is here, Higher said suddenly. Han Sen sat up, and he looked in the direction that Higher was indicating. A few people were coming, but their faces could not be seen clearly. A bald head in their midst did stand out, however. Buddha. Han Sen was shocked. Run, I will see you again. Higher turned around and ran, forgetting all about her pleas for cooperation. She really is good at running. He felt poorly. He wanted to leave, as well, but he was far too tired. He would rather preserve his energy for a fight than run off. 2027 Trapped Phi. The group saw Han Sen and approached him. One of them was a Buddha, and one of them had purple horns. He was a demon. The others were comprised of different races. In total, there were 6 of them. Amitabha. Mr. Han, I cannot believe we have met here once again. The Buddha, seeing Han Sen, looked murderous. I didn't expect to see you guys here, either. Han Sen sat where he was, not moving. He wanted to rest some more. You are Han Sen. The man of the demon looked at Han Sen with interest. Han Sen looked back at the man, guessing he was the Sharon that Higher had told him so much about. Unlike Lone Bamboo, Sharon was a born genius. He was far better than those of the same level, and he had apparently never failed at anything. He had learned all of his Geno arts quickly, and he had also been known to improve techniques and skills. That was why he was so good. Sharon was a rare person who possessed 2 Geno arts. He had studied the Demon's Sky Demon Sutra and another mysterious Geno art. He had been buffed twice, so he really was quite strong. According to Higher, he made a gamble with every opponent that was of the same level. He had never lost once. He was expected to become deified, one day. Not bad. I am Han Sen. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking at Sharon. He didn't care if it was Sharon or not, he just wanted to keep up the small talk so he could rest. I am Sharon of the Demon, Sharon answered. The Buddha next to Han Sen then said, Mr. Han, it looks like you've just been through a big fight. Is there an ancient god statue nearby? So what if there is? Han Sen answered. Did you get the beginning of ancient god? The people's eyes went bright as they kept checking Han Sen out. If I got it, would I still be here? Han Sen lifted his lips and gave the Buddha a disdainful look. I see. Then let's go for a walk, the Buddha said to Han Sen. Why would I lead you? Han Sen asked icily. That is not up to you to decide, shouted a member of their party. It had 6 legs, and its steel-like hands reached out to grab Han Sen. Green smoke rose from its hand and formed into a big claw. It was going to sink the claw into Han Sen's body. Han Sen did not move, though. He waited until the green claw had almost reached him, and then he pulled out blood feather knife and swung it at the green claw. The 6-legged person shot the knife a dismissive glance. He was a marquise, so he didn't take the Earl-class Han Sen seriously. He was still going to press forward with his attack with the green claw. Gotcha. The power put into the blood feather knife was sufficient to lop the green claw off. And it didn't end there. The knife went forward to strike the 6-legged creature directly. The 6-legged creature did not expect an Earl to be that powerful. It was too late for him to try to dodge the strike now. And then, his body was cut through at the waist. It went all the way, lopping him in 2. It didn't immediately kill him, though, and he kept screaming from the ground until the teeth powers finished him off. Everyone was shocked. No one underestimated Han Sen now, and they all looked at him with caution. But they didn't fall back. Instead, the rest spread out to encircle Han Sen. Teeth knife is strong, Sharon complimented. Killing a Yahoo like that is nothing, Han Sen said expressionlessly. Mr. Sharon, there is no use in talking with him. Let's take him down, the Buddha said. Sharon did not move, however. He smiled and said, I have heard. Han Sen killed 7 spirit while in your heaven. Infinite Buddha, you should not get involved. He is such a horrible person. We should kill him without a second thought, Infinite Buddha said. It is still wrong to pawn off your work on others. Perhaps you should end this yourself. What do you guys think? Han Sen looked at the other creatures. Yeah, a few of them nodded. Infinite Buddha's face changed, but only for a second. And then, he said the Buddha catchphrase. Amitabha, then I will do it. After that, Infinite Buddha threw a slap towards Han Sen. A bunch of stars came out of his hand, flying towards Han Sen like a renegade solar system. Han Sen used his blood feather knife still, and he used tusk to fight the incoming stars. But when the knife air hit the stars, it was like it actually entered space and disappeared into the void. Nothing was able to hurt the stars. Han Sen was shocked. Infinite Buddha was not as famous as 7 Spirit, but his skills were good. He shouldn't have underestimated the power of those stars that possessed space energy. The stars landed on Han Sen, and he still hadn't moved. He used blood feather knife to draw a circle. The star power was sucked into it. And then, Han Sen flipped over his hands. The circle drawn by the knife expelled the stars, launching them back towards Infinite Buddha. That was his reversing technique. Infinite Buddha's face changed. He shouted and summoned a lotus beneath his feet. He dodged the knife circle with stars, while throwing more stars back at Han Sen. Han Sen sat on a rock and drew some knife circles with his knife. He used Infinite Buddha's attacks to fight back. Infinite Buddha used a whole host of Geno arts, but nothing he did seemed able to break Han Sen's knife circle. He could not even make Han Sen move from the spot. What a powerful teeth knife. No wonder it is a cherished technique of the rebate. Fighting the Marquis Infinite Buddha as an earl. That is scary, said one of the creatures that was preventing Han Sen from escaping. It couldn't help but compliment his finesse. Sharon shook his head and said, teeth knife is not scary. It is Han Sen who is. Yeah, teeth knife is strong. Amongst the rebate, only Knife Queen can practice teeth knife to the same level. Han Sen is an outsider to them, and yet he learned a rebate exclusive skill to that proficiency. That makes him a scary guy, said a woman with dragon horns and black wings. Infinite Buddha realized that he was unable to kill Han Sen, despite Han Sen's obvious exhaustion. He looked enraged. His body started to glow, then transform into gold. It was not like 7 Spirits' 4-faced 8-armed Buddha gold body. He was like an angry King Kong, with stars all around him. 2028 Infinite Galaxy, this Infinite Buddha is a xenogeniac. It seems that there are many xenogeniacs amongst the Buddha. Han Sen stared at Infinite Buddha, but he didn't move. Infinite Buddha looked like an angry King Kong. He put his hands together, and then, lots of stars began to fly together and form one large cluster. As the power built, the stars became brighter and brighter. Still, their sizes remained the same. And by the end, the stars looked like miniature suns. They looked very scary. The Buddha's Infinite Galaxy Geno art is powerful, but it takes too long to generate. Using it to attack Han Sen, who is not being offensive, is a good idea, Sharon said, with a laugh. The dragon lady also laughed, and she said, this time, Han Sen will have to move. No matter how powerful his empty white teeth is, there's still a limit. With Han Sen's power, he won't be able to return Infinite Galaxy's power. Yup, Infinite Buddha has not struck yet, and he is still generating power. Infinite Galaxy will only keep getting stronger. Han Sen definitely won't be able to return it, and trying to would only lead to his body being destroyed, said another person. Infinite Buddha's face was dark with rage. His countenance was scary to see. The power in his hands continued getting stronger, as if there was no end to its power. Han Sen did not strike, and the Buddha wasn't ready to unleash yet. He was going to generate enough of the Infinite Galaxy's power to secure a one-hit kill on Han Sen. He didn't care about the ways that Han Sen could be useful to them. Killing Han Sen to maintain his pride was far more crucial to him than letting Han Sen lead them somewhere. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another. Infinite Galaxy was getting stronger. Han Sen looked grim. He held his blood feather knife and stared at the light in his opponent's hands. But still, he did not move. He is still not moving. He really wants to face the wrath of Infinite Buddha's Infinite Galaxy, the dragon lady said with surprise. I am afraid he thinks he is able to, Sharon laughed. Infinite Buddha's hands were too bright for him to close now. He was on the brink of losing control. Infinite Buddha shouted and pushed his hands towards Han Sen. The light became a destructive wave that hurtled towards Han Sen. Han Sen stared at the light, which looked like a compressed galaxy. It contained an unbelievable amount of power. Not even a top marquise could face off against it. Han Sen waved his blood feather knife and created another circle. It was empty white teeth. You cannot return the power possessed by Infinite Galaxy. Infinite Buddha roared. It looked like Han Sen's behavior thus far had humiliated him. As Infinite Buddha roared, the light approached the knife circle. It looked like a solar system bearing down on an ant. It looked ready to explode. The knife circle was quivering, looking likely to break. Let me give you some advice. Never use something you cannot control, Han Sen said quietly. Then, the power in his body was unleashed. The power inside the knife circle was thrown back towards Infinite Buddha. Impossible, Infinite Buddha was shocked. Facing that power, he did not attempt to block it. Instead, he tried to run away. Boom! The power slammed into a boulder sitting on the ground. The shockwave was like a planet exploding. It destroyed everything within a few 100-meter radius. Infinite Buddha was unable to evade that explosion, and half of his body was hurt badly. He was brought down to the ground, bleeding profusely. Mr. Sharon, are you not going to attack? Infinite Buddha wanted to stop his wounds from bleeding, but the purple knife air was spreading. It was ravaging his wounds. Sharon looked at Infinite Buddha and said, I would strike, but in a capacity that has nothing to do with your own petty grievance against Han Sen. As long as you strike, the reason does not matter. Infinite Buddha screamed, looking frightened. It is a shame you are so badly hurt. And with the addition of teeth powers, I am afraid I cannot save your life, Sharon said, looking calmly upon him. That is fine. Just kill Han Sen, Infinite Buddha said, while coughing up blood. His body could no longer keep the teeth power down. In a few seconds, he was torn to shreds as if in the maw of a beast. Blood poured out of him as he died. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Star King Kong. Xenogenic Gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head, but he knew he couldn't just go and take Infinite Buddha's xenogenic genes. A creature that looked like a white tiger moved over and swiftly swallowed the corpse. The xenogenic genes went with it. And then, the creature stared at Han Sen. Sharon looked at Han Sen with curiosity. I did not believe that you dueled and came to a draw with Lone Bamboo, but now I most certainly do. He tied with Lone Bamboo. One of the other xenogenics asked in shock. News in Sky Palace was buttoned down, but the demons were not friendly with Sky Palace. So, they gleaned as much information as they could about things there. Sharon was the only one who knew about Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Sharon laughed and said, during that exam, Lone Bamboo leveled up to being a marquise. He was disqualified from the Earl exam, so there was no winner. If this man can fight Lone Bamboo in such a way, then he is not someone so simple. The dragon lady looked at Han Sen, now showing a greater interest in him. Sharon looked at Han Sen. It is a shame you are not a marquise. Otherwise, I would very much like to fight you. Even if I gave you time to heal, I'd still beat you. I don't want to have to kill you right now, so you'd best lead the way. Han Sen smiled. I don't have a good temper. It might be easy for you to kill me, but even so, you won't get me to lead. Sharon frowned. The dragon lady laughed and said, then I shall make a bet with you. If you beat me, we will let you go. And if you lose, then you lead. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking at the dragon lady. 2029 Dragon 13, Dragon 13 of the dragon lady said in a friendly manner. Dragon 13, nice name, but this test is not fair, Han Sen said, trying to buy himself some time. Dragon 13 knew what Han Sen was doing, but she didn't call him out on it. She simply smiled and asked, what is unfair? If I lose, I have to lead you guys somewhere that I might die. And if I win, I only get to live. That is what's not fair, Han Sen said with an innocent expression. Dragon 13 was not mad, and so she asked him kindly, that is not fair. Then what would you suggest as fair? If I win, for my remaining time in ancient god space, how about you be my bodyguard? Han Sen suggested, raising an eyebrow at Dragon 13. Dragon 13 laughed and said, that's a good idea. I will be at a disadvantage, but that is okay. I agree to these terms of yours. Then that is the deal, Han Sen said seriously. Yes. Dragon 13 brought out a black, screw-shaped lance in her hands. The moment she grabbed the lance, Han Sen felt spooked. She gave him a strange feeling. And Han Sen could not feel her inside his Dongshuan aura, so he was unable to determine her true strength. Dragon 13 held the screw lance, but she did not strike. She sounded confident when she said, I am not infinite Buddha. If you wish to use empty white teeth to return my attacks, think again. Then what am I supposed to do? Han Sen laughed. Han Sen just wanted to buy himself some time so he could rest a little bit more. He did not actually expect Dragon 13 to reply. The Avilbreaker Lance of the Dragon can break any skill thrown against it. Your returning skill might work on other races, but it won't work on me. If you seek victory, use your own strength. I hope you do, Dragon 13 said calmly. Breaking all skills, you say? That is a bold claim to make, Han Sen said. Dragon 13 simply shrugged. If you do not believe me, use your empty white teeth and see if you are able to return my attack. After that, Dragon 13 attacked Han Sen. The lance became a line that was sharper than a needle. Han Sen did not make an attempt. Power that had been concentrated like that was not something he could have returned, even if she had not used a skill. Han Sen's rabbit shoes unleashed a burst of speed as he dodged Dragon 13's lance. His blood feather knife was aimed for her neck. Dragon 13 squinted. Han Sen was just an earl that was under the ancient god space's hampering, and yet, he could be that quick. She was surprised. She was only a little surprised, though. Dragon 13 spun her lance, and the lance temporarily disappeared. When it showed up again, the tip was going to come into contact with Han Sen's throat. Han Sen frowned and jumped to the sky. He dodged Dragon 13's lance and used his blood feather knife. They kept swooping and flashing between the rocks. No one could accurately trace their movements. They fought for a whole minute, going by each other many times. The knife and lance did not touch each other. What is this knife skill? Teeth knife should not look like this. The White Tiger Marquise was in shock. That is not teeth knife. That is sky palaces under the sky. Sharon's eyes looked sharp. Under the sky, I have never heard of that before, the White Tiger Marquise said doubtfully. Sharon looked at Han Sen and said, Under the Sky was created a long time ago by a Sky Palace elder. Due to there being many flaws with it, they forbid the students from ever learning it. It seems to me as if that flaw has been fixed, but who might have done that, I do not know. What is so special about this knife skill? White Tiger Marquise asked. I do not know. I only know this knife skill is modified and derived from the textless book. Due to no one using this skill before, no one really knows how strong it might be. But, people who haven't learned the textless book should not be able to learn it. It is surprising Han Sen has learned Under the Sky, especially as he is an outsider. Sharon said. Han Sen used the speed of the rabbit shoes to fight Dragon 13. Han Sen did not know if a Vilbreaker Lance had the power to break skills, but he knew that he didn't have that kind of strength himself. If he became a Marquise, he wagered he could give it a try. Dragon 13 was not as complex as Lone Bamboo. She maintained simple lance techniques and a simple focus on power. There wasn't much variety, but even so, the simplicity of the strikes was still very violent. She could use her power to drive them to the max. If Han Sen did not have the aid of the rabbit shoes, speed, and Dragon 13 was not mellowed by the force of the ancient god space's power, then Han Sen would have already been hit. Dragon 13 is powerful. She is a shining example of pure bravery. Her lance conquers everything. Those of the same level must avoid her carefully. I am not a Marquise, and I am weaker, Han Sen thought to himself. Frighteningly, Dragon 13 was becoming bolder for some reason. Her speed and power were increasing, too. The rabbit shoes started to fail in keeping up with her speed. Han Sen was naive to think he could fight Dragon 13. She is the bravest of the dragons for sure. No one at the same level can fight her. And furthermore, dragons get stronger the longer they fight. The longer the fight lasts, the worse off Han Sen will end up, the White Tiger Marquise said. Sharon frowned and did not speak. He thought something was wrong, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Han Sen suddenly retreated to gain some distance. Dragon 13, clutching her lance, tried to catch up with him. But her armor started cracking as if it was being hit by something. It kept getting cut. Dragon 13 stopped. She looked around and coldly said, When did you leave this knife air around us? My first strike came while I was airborne. All this time, I have generated countless knife airs. You can't see them, but if you keep hitting them, you know what will eventually happen, yes? Han Sen smiled. Combining Under the Sky strikes with Moon's gentility, Han Sen had set up lots of knives in the air. They were like a mesh of puppet wires all around Dragon 13. They hung in the air, strands of invisible knife silk. 2030 The Braves, a powerful skill. A very powerful skill, Dragon 13 complimented. She looked around, unable to determine where those knife heirs were hiding. That is too much of a compliment. Han Sen smiled. Dragon 13 continued on to say, don't be so happy too soon. Do you know why the dragon are called the bravest? I don't know. Han Sen had never heard this before. You will find out soon enough, Dragon 13 said, and then she spun her black lance. The lance became even sharper, until it turned into a light that fired towards Han Sen. Countless strands of knife silk cut into her armor. Cracks appeared all over her armor, but no blood seeped out. Han Sen could see that after the knife silk cut through the armor, her skin still looked crystal white. There was no evidence of a single wound. Han Sen was shocked by this. He gathered up more knife silks. They could break a Marquise-class armor, but they could not break Dragon 13's skin. She had a very strong body. Dragon 13 was like a warrior that was walking boldly over landmines. The landmines kept exploding, but they didn't hurt her body. She approached, completely unstoppable. Her lance mind was sharp. Dragon 13 came right before Han Sen, with a speed and power that had increased even more. Han Sen was quite exhausted by this point, and he couldn't evade her attack. Pang! Han Sen's forehead was pierced through, and his body exploded. Dragon 13 only realized then that she had destroyed a simple clone generated by Moon. Han Sen was already distancing himself. Her face did not change, though. Her lance became a line that attacked Han Sen again. That attack looked unstoppable, and it was born of bravery. Not even Han Sen knew what to do against that. So, Han Sen used his movement to dodge. But Dragon 13's lance was getting faster. And due to Han Sen being bound to the forces of the space, it was even more difficult to dodge. If they had both been Marquises, Han Sen would not have been so afraid of her. But there was a whole tier separating them. There was a grand gulf of strength between them, as she was undoubtedly one of the top Marquises. Pang! Han Sen got hit, and he was sent shooting through the sky like a star. He thudded into a stone wall and broke it. Han Sen, concede now. If I hit you 3 inches higher, you'd have been a dead man, Dragon 13 said grimly, coming over to the broken wall. But no answer was received. She frowned. Her face changed. Oh, no, the mountain has a crevice. He accepted my hit so he could escape through it. What an annoying man. Even in a situation such as this, he had an ulterior scheme. Sharon shook his head. Why are you still talking? Go catch him, and do not let him run off. The Marquis' white tiger roared, shattering the rocks around them. The crevice was revealed more clearly, and the white tiger went inside. Dragon 13 and Sharon went in, too. They were going to catch up with Han Sen, somewhere in the gully. Han Sen traveled through the tunnel quickly. His chest had a hole in it, but he was not bleeding. However, some evil power had entered his wound, and it was permeating his entire body. Dragon power is too strong. It is not like teeth power that could go on forever, but it is far too concentrated. It is difficult to push it out of my body, and I can't stop and take the time to get rid of it. Han Sen, clutching his wound, continued fleeing through the cave. The cave had many alternate routes. Han Sen had to find a place in which he could hide and get rid of the powers inflicted by the lance. Fortunately, his blood and bones were different than those of an ordinary being. If they hadn't been, the lance's power would have destroyed him. He ran through the caverns for a long time. He felt Dragon 13 coming, though, and this confused him. With the Dongshuan aura hiding him, she shouldn't have been able to find him. Is it the lance power inside me? Han Sen thought, realizing the problem. If that power was still inside him, Dragon 13 would be able to track him down. But he currently did not have the time to get rid of it. If it was just Dragon 13 alone, Han Sen would have been willing to give it a shot. But Sharon and the others were Marquises. It'd be difficult for Han Sen to take them all. Han Sen gritted his teeth, and he ran to the silver ancient god statue. If he couldn't shake his pursuers, he thought he might have better luck by employing the silver glass bug. Han Sen knew how to get there, and he eventually found his way to the ghost face spider statue. Then, he went behind it and down and through another cave. Not long after, Dragon 13, with Sharon and the others, arrived at the ghost face spider cave. They saw the sheep-headed ancient god statue. There is an ancient god statue, but it looks like someone has already claimed it, Sharon said, while looking at the ancient god statue. Han Sen ran into the ancient god statue. The beginning of ancient god should be on him. If we had known this sooner, we could have just gone and killed him. There'd have been no need for all this trouble. The White Tiger Marquise wanted to try. He headed toward the statue. Dragon 13 looked at the cave behind the statue and coldly said, Han Sen is not inside the statue. He went behind. Then keep up the chase. The beginning of Ancient God is on him, Sharon said. It is lucky that you left the lance power on him. Otherwise, we'd have been thoroughly fooled. And if we had taken the time to search the statue, he'd have been long gone, the White Tiger Marquise said happily. Dragon 13 brought them to the cave behind the statue and continued chasing Han Sen. Han Sen kept running, but he was unable to find the strange silver bug. He came to that same waterfall as before, but still, he could not find it. Before he could think of what to do next, he felt Dragon 13 drawing near. He gritted his teeth and fled into the statue. The entrance was in the statue's belly button. Han Sen had only been in there for a minute when Dragon 13 reached the statue. Hey, there is another ancient god statue. But this one looks different. Is Han Sen here? The White Tiger Marquise was looking at the silver ancient god statue. He is inside the statue, Dragon 13 said confidently. How about this? 13 and I chase him down, while you guys wait out here in case he runs back out. Sharon spoke to White Tiger Marquise and the others. The White Tiger Marquise nodded. Sharon and Dragon 13 entered the waterfall and chased after Han Sen. Han Sen was starting to feel pain radiating throughout his body. The lance power was like a snake, slithering inside him. If he didn't flush it out soon, his organs would start to break. 2031 Sky Hard Lock opened not long after entering the silver statue. Han Sen heard buzzing sounds coming from close to the statue's entrance. Han Sen was familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the silver glass bug flapping its wings. He summoned spell in the form of a rocket launcher and fired it at the cave wall. After firing it, he didn't stick around to see the result. He just took the time to tuck himself into a narrower passage and hide his presence. The rocket exploded against the wall, and a loud noise echoed throughout the caverns of the statue's interior. Han Sen heard the buzzing get stronger, and not long after, the silver glass bug came to patrol the area. Dragon 13 must have heard that, Han Sen thought, as he kept himself hidden. Dragon 13 and Sharon did hear the noise. They did not know what had happened, but whatever it was would not make them give up the chase. Dragon 13 led Sharon in Han Sen's direction. As Dragon 13 drew nearer, the silver glass bug searched fruitlessly for Han Sen. When Dragon 13 and Sharon reached Han Sen's proximity, however, what they saw was the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug caught sight of them, too. With a squeal, it came charging towards them. Its mouth opened to spew silver light. Dragon 13, who was in the front, was quick to react. She raised her lance and thrust it towards the incoming silver glass bug. Pang! The lance and the silver light collided. The silver light was broken, but the lance that was sharper than a needle came against the silver glass bug's shield. The shield flashed in response to the strike, but it was unbroken. Dragon 13 was spent spiraling back 10 meters by what remained of the silver light. A mutant Marquise xenogenic. Dragon 13's face paled. Kill it, Sharon said. Then, he drew a scimitar. With his sky demon powers, he used it to strike the silver glass bug. There was a dong noise as the sky demon power came against the silver glass bug's shield. The creature was unhurt, and the impact only knocked it back a small distance. Sharon and Dragon 13 attacked the silver glass bug together. The silver glass bug's silver shield kept flashing under the combined strikes, though, and it looked as if it might break. Dragon 13's lance was very effective when it came to piercing things. Her strength was focused on the tip of the weapon, where it could deal the most damage. The silver glass bug's silver shield might not withstand the repeated blows for long. I can't let them kill the bug. If they kill it, I am done for, Han Sen thought to himself. He emerged from the small passage he had been hiding in, and with tusk, he attacked Dragon 13 from behind. But Dragon 13 was quick to react to this sneak attack. Her screw-shaped lance quickly came against Han Sen's knife air. They collided, and the knife air was almost penetrated by the power of the lance. Han Sen expected this, however. He dodged the lance and attacked again. Then, he used Under the Sky. You deal with Han Sen while I deal with the xenogenic, Sharon told Dragon 13. Okay. Dragon 13 did not hesitate. With her lance, she continued to attack Han Sen. Han Sen used the complex geography of the cave to evade Dragon 13's lance. He drew her deeper into the tunnel so he could separate her from Sharon. Dragon 13 was very confident. The dragon were known to be fearless, and she above all was worthy of the title bravest. She would never find herself scared by an earl. She knew full well that Han Sen sought to separate her and Sharon, but she was more than fine with following him. The lance was like a needle, and she turned a few meter thick wall into a pincushion. There was no point in Han Sen's hiding behind any stone. The Avilbreaker lance was of the yang element. It was the opposite of something like moon. If Han Sen had been a marquise, then the power of moon would have been able to break Dragon 13's body. But moon's knife silks were unable to damage Dragon 13. He was at a disadvantage, and Dragon 13 was making him fall back further and further. Han Sen eventually failed a dodge, and it led to the lance piercing his shoulder. The lance left a hole in Han Sen so small that it would have been difficult to find with the naked eye. But when the lance was inside Han Sen, it drilled into his bones. It racked Han Sen with pain, and he shuddered under its force. Han Sen had failed to dodge because the effects of the first lance strike were still in his body. The strike had hurt his organs badly, and for a brief second, it made him freeze. Han Sen, you have no chance. There is still time to concede. You will be permitted to retain your life, Dragon 13 said gravely. You took the words from right out of my mouth, Han Sen countered. Why must you continue to be so stubborn? Give me the 2 beginning of ancient gods, and I will let you go. Otherwise, the 2 hits delivered by my Avilbreaker lance will only continue to break down your body. You have to get rid of the damage. Really, I don't think that is going to happen, Han Sen said, but in reality, he was thinking about how he might be able to escape from the situation he had found himself in. With his powers, he could kill a marquise. But Dragon 13 was amongst the greatest marquises alive. He would probably require Super God Spirit Mode to finish off Dragon 13. But there was the issue of Super God Spirit Mode being a limited thing. He could kill Dragon 13, yes, but then he'd be left even weaker. And there were 3 more marquises, including Sharon, waiting for him. That'd have him in an even sorrier state. Han Sen was too tired already, and the effects of the lance were doing a number on his body. He could not keep going on like that. Whatever, I'll kill one of you first. Han Sen decided to use Super God Spirit. But before he could, his body suddenly shook. Something inside him broke, and then, he suddenly felt as light as a feather. It was as if he had been carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and now, he was able to relieve himself of that load. Han Sen's speed increased. He easily dodged Dragon 13's lance. The Sky Heart Lock has been unlocked. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. He had been carrying the weight of the Sky Heart Lock through his entire fight with Dragon 13. Now that it was gone, the true extent of his power could be unleashed. Dong! Han Sen cast many more knife silks upon Dragon 13, and this time, the bravest dragon body was riddled with wounds. Han Sen was so happy. The Sky Heart Lock was open. The speed and power he possessed increased. Dragon 13 frowned. Holding her spear, she said incredulously, a Sky Heart Lock. I did not know you were carrying them as you fought. But even so, you cannot beat me. After that, Dragon 13's lance came towards Han Sen in a mad flurry of attacks. Han Sen kept swinging his blood feather knife, too. When they came against each other, Han Sen's body was sent flying. He came to a stop against a sturdy wall. I told you, you cannot beat me. Dragon 13 kept moving, and she used her lance to attack Han Sen. Gotcha! The sound of something else breaking inside Han Sen's body sounded. The second Sky Heart Lock was broken. 2032 knife air like silk Han Sen dodged. He was like a shadow as he slipped around Dragon 13's lance. He was even faster than before. 2 Sky Heart Locks. Dragon 13's face went slack. Han Sen was a powerful earl. It was shocking to learn he was carrying even just 1 Sky Heart Lock. No one would have ever expected he might be carrying 2 of them. If she hadn't seen this for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. The idea that an earl could still fight her adequately while shouldering the burden of 2 Sky Heart Locks, it was unfathomable. Now Han Sen felt very light. His body felt great. With every step he took, it seemed like he could shoot into the air like a prancing fairy. The lance that had once seemed difficult to dodge was now easy to evade. He didn't feel any of the pressure he had felt earlier. He didn't feel as easily tired as earlier, either. He was now active again. Dragon 13 frowned. Han Sen had unlocked 2 Sky Heart Locks. She felt as if she was not suppressing him anymore. The 2 of them moved fast, as knife airs came against the lance in rapid collisions. Han Sen's power was a little weaker than hers, but unlike earlier, he could now hold her off. While Han Sen was fighting Dragon 13, Sharon was still engaged in battle with the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug's silver shield was powerful. Sharon had delivered a few hundred strikes against it, but it had yet to buckle and break. Sharon frowned. He wanted to get this fight over with quickly. Dragon 13 had been gone for some time, and he couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong. His power changed, and a black light began to shine. It gathered up across his scimitar as he slashed the silver glass bug again. The scimitar had done nothing to the silver armor earlier, but under this new attack, a crack was left across the silver surface. What powerful armor! It did not shatter, even with my demon dragon air. This guy's defense must be the greatest of all marquises. Sharon frowned, but his scimitar did not relent. He kept on attacking. Sharon was part of demon, but his blood had ties to the dragon. Aside from the Sky Demon Sutra, he had also practiced with their Avilbreaker secret. The Avilbreaker power he possessed was actually stronger than what Dragon 13 had. Even amongst the demon, it was a secret that Sharon harbored dragon blood. Sharon wouldn't use Avilbreaker powers on a whim. Now he was worried enough to use them without a second thought. He just wanted to kill the silver xenogeniac as quickly as he could. Sharon kept striking the silver glass bug's shield and making it flash. The armor was wreathed with more and more cracks, and it looked as if it'd break very soon. The silver glass bug lost its will to fight before long, and it sought to escape. It was unable to, as Sharon pursued it like a ghost. He kept attacking it with his scimitar. Dragon 13 continued chasing Han Sen, but she felt nervous. Even though she had the title of bravest, that did not mean the dragon were the strongest. And she felt as if she could no longer suppress the man who had just broken 2 sky heart locks. A cold light glowed within her, and her lance was like a dragon itself. Dragon 13, with the Avilbreaker lance, was firing on all cylinders. But when the lance pierced through Han Sen's body, she knew she had failed. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded like a balloon. It was just a clone. The real Han Sen was 20 meters away, smiling at her. Dragon 13 lifted her screw-shaped lance to attack Han Sen again, but Han Sen quietly told her, "If I were you, I would not move." Dragon 13 coldly humphed and ignored Han Sen's warning. She moved forward. Kacha! The sound of armor cracking played in Dragon 13's ears. Her armor was annihilated by the knife silks. But this time, the knife silks were able to cut her skin. Like strands of steel wire, the silks were unbroken. Han Sen waved his blood feather knife. It looked as if no power was being mustered, but the many invisible strands of silk twisted together to bind Dragon 13's body. As Han Sen waved the knife, he pulled them in closer. Countless silk strands tightened around her arms, legs, waist, and head. Dragon 13's body was tied up, suspending her in the air. Her armor eventually shattered into nothing but pieces. The knife silks were starting to dig into her skin. Her pale white body was covered in marks of blood, but the blood that came out was in stark contrast to the beauty of her pale white skin. DMNU! Dragon 13 shouted angrily. Avilbreaker powers surged out of her body to destroy the knife silks binding her. But the moment she got rid of them, more knife silks arose to take their place. They bound her again, and she could no longer draw closer to Han Sen. She hung in place. "It looks like you have run out of chances. It's still not too late to beg for your life, as I am willing to spare you." Han Sen was clutching his blood feather knife, staring at Dragon 13 who had been tied up. He said the same thing she did. Kacha! Kacha! Dragon 13's Avilbreaker power exploded. It snapped the knife silks, but using her body to break the ties that bound her caused her even greater wounds. She was bleeding profusely from everywhere. The body of a dragon is strong, Han Sen complimented her. After Dragon 13 escaped from the knife silks, her eyes were burning. With her lance, she again tried to attack Han Sen. But just as she raised it to strike, the knife silks were back to tie her up like a doll again. Han Sen stood in front of her, but she could not attack. Every time she cut the knife silks, more arose to entangle her. She could not move at all. It is time to end this. Han Sen's blood feather knife was shrouded in a purple mist. The knife silks had a purple air, too. Endless numbers of knife silks cut Dragon 13's flesh. Purple mist seeped into her wounds. Teeth power. Dragon 13 looked pale. Teeth powers dealt more damage than her Avilbreaker powers did. There was no chance for any person to survive, once they were struck by it. And with the countless wounds already across her body, there was no hope of her escaping now. 2033 Xenogenic Demon Dragon. Her blood spread like flower petals. Her powerful dragon body could not hold strong against the countless wounds that were being ravaged by the teeth power. Her body was ultimately torn apart. Han Sen moved into a hidden passage nearby. There, he started to use his own strength to purge his body of the Avilbreaker Lance's power. That power was strange. When it gathered up, it was like refined steel. If you were not strong enough, then you couldn't break it. But if you used too much strength, then it was possible for you to harm your own body. Han Sen couldn't get it out of himself. Han Sen did not have much time to think, though. He used his Dongshuan aura to analyze the Avilbreaker power infection, and then, the Avilbreaker powers appeared in Han Sen's brain like a sequence. The moment Dragon 13 died, Sharon had been able to feel it. His eyes darkened, and his scimitar raged with even greater strength. He struck the silver bug's shield and broke its armor. The silver glass bug squealed and started to fly away. Sharon was no longer paying attention to it, though. Immediately, he turned and went for Dragon 13. Seeing Dragon 13's exploded body, Sharon looked murderous. He clutched his scimitar and ran towards Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. He had thought that without Dragon 13, Sharon would be unable to find him. It looked as if he had been wrong, though. Sharon was coming right for him. Han Sen did not know that Sharon had Avilbreaker powers, too. And Sharon could sense the force of the Avilbreaker lance inside Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't spend much time worrying about this, though. He used Super Spank to attack the Avilbreaker lance's power. He tried to break the sequence structure of the affliction, and he damaged himself a little in the attempt. Those two Avilbreaker powers crumbled into dust, though. Sharon was already in front of the passage. He turned a murderous glare on Han Sen and said, "The pain that 13 suffered will be returned to you, 1,000 times over." Then his black light flashing scimitar came striking at Han Sen, who was still sitting. Han Sen shouted, moved like a crane, and jumped out of the little passage. His blood feather knife blocked Sharon's black light. Dong! As his body was sent flying, Han Sen felt ripples of scary power from where the knife air and the light collided. He went crashing into a wall, and quite a bit of it fell down around him. You have combined Sky Demon powers with Avilbreaker powers. Han Sen gripped his chest in pain as he came staggering out of the rubble. You blocked my Sky Demon power that can never miss. You are very strong. Sharon looked even more murderous. The black light he wielded shone brighter at Han Sen. Han Sen used a few skills, but he still couldn't dodge Sharon's scimitar. He could only fight back, but his power was not as great as Sharon's. He was knocked away, and he uncontrollably heaved up blood in the air. Sharon's power was leagues greater than Dragon 13's. That was why he was the same as Lone Bamboo. He possessed both Sky Demon and Avilbreaker powers. Han Sen knew all about the Sky Demon powers, but even so, it was very difficult to dodge. Seeing Sharon attack, Han Sen did not hesitate to use his Dongshuan aura. The knife and sword powers gathered across his blade. He saw the world as nothing more than a realm of sequence structures. The scimitar came against Han Sen's blood feather knife. The powers of Super Spank could break sequence structures. And with it, he was able to shatter the black light coming for him. The scimitar Han Sen's opponent wielded was reduced to dust. Sharon's face went pale, and he looked even more enraged than he had earlier. He stared at Han Sen's knife. Han Sen had broken the knife light and the knife's sequence structure, but he had still been blasted back 10 meters. He hit another wall. There was still a large gulf of power separating the two. Good, good, it is no wonder you were able to fight Lone Bamboo. Of the Marquises, I doubt any have the ability to adequately fight you. You're the best earl there is, but today you meet me, Sharon. Sharon looked right at Han Sen as he spoke. Every word was pronounced with utter contempt, with a bubbling desire to rip Han Sen apart. The next second, Sharon's black light shone again. His purple horns turned black, and his body became 3 feet taller. His armor broke in his transformation, as his muscles bulged and became clad in scales. The bones in his back broke and spread apart, becoming black dragon wings. The nails grew to become sharp, bladder-like talons. The strange glowing black was now covering his entire body. It was like he had been painted in a black light. Buzz! Sharon's strong body disappeared from Han Sen's vision. Han Sen did not have the time to react, and the enemy appeared in his face again. The blade-like talons pierced through his armor and flesh. The crystal-looking blood began to come out of his body in a stream as he was sent flying. Before Han Sen landed, Sharon appeared next to him. The talons came to strike his arm. Han Sen used his prediction abilities, combined it with super spank in his knife, and attacked back at Sharon's hand. But his vision was blurred, and Sharon disappeared once more. When he reappeared, his knee was striking Han Sen in his back. It sent Han Sen to the sky, up until he crashed into a stony ceiling. Pang! Sharon waved his talons, and his black light continued to shatter that ceiling. It punched a hole completely through. Sharon was in xenogenic mode. He had the blood of the demon and dragon. His power was scary, and even a duke would die under this onslaught. Han Sen fell down across the rocks, his body soaked in blood. His armor was on the precipice of destruction. Han Sen knew there was a power gap between the two, and it wasn't anywhere close. The difference between Han Sen and Sharon was like an ordinary earl versus an ordinary marquis. They were better than their levels defined them as, but the gap was still exceptionally wide. Even with the powers of Super Spank, Han Sen couldn't touch Sharon. He couldn't break his sequence structure. I won't have you die so easily. I will skin the flesh from your bones, and I guarantee that you will die in a far cruder and more painful manner than 13 did. Sharon's every word sounded like he was spitting a curse. He moved his body again and appeared in front of Han Sen. He was going to grab his opponent's body. Han Sen wasn't even able to dodge, let alone draw his knife. As Sharon's sharp talons swooped down to perforate his body, a white light suddenly appeared in Han Sen's eye. 2034 God Spirit's glory. At that moment, Han Sen's body wrapped itself up in a white flame. He turned into a being of light and became a transparent force of energy. Sharon squinted against the sudden light. His hands and nails pierced through Han Sen, but he felt nothing. He couldn't feel Han Sen's flesh in the slightest. Han Sen looked like a god. His blood feather knife blazed down towards Sharon's head like a beam of light. Sharon's wings curled, and he disappeared as if he was teleporting. Han Sen's slash missed his body. But there was some movement in the air, and Sharon's body appeared again. He roared, and his hands turned into talons to strike Han Sen. The roaring demon dragon was operating at maximum power, and he attacked Han Sen with a technique that never missed. Han Sen did not plan on evading it, though. The demon dragon pierced through Han Sen's body, but it was as if he was just a hologram. The strike went through Han Sen without damaging him at all. Impossible. What is this power? Sharon was shocked. It seemed like Sharon had hit Han Sen's real body, but it hadn't worked. His strongest strike had done nothing. This is the power that will kill you. Han Sen moved in front of Sharon like a beam of light and slashed with his blood feather knife. He did not have much time. Super God Spirit mode would only run for a short while, and if he could not kill Sharon in that window, he'd be very dead. Boom! Sharon's dragon wings flapped, and again, he disappeared. Han Sen's knife had been unable to hit him. It seemed like Sharon was using a genuine teleportation ability, so there was no hidden movement to trace. But he could be followed if Han Sen's Dongshuan aura could track and predict the energy he was using. You cannot kill me, Sharon said haughtily. I have demon and dragon blood, and I have break space powers. I can teleport freely as I choose, and your power does not belong to an earl. You cannot last long in such a form. Once your power has been exhausted, you will be dead. I am afraid you won't have that chance. Han Sen, looking like a god, waved his blood feather knife. Then, a white knife light was in front of Sharon. Sharon dodged Han Sen's knife light and appeared down another tunnel. He looked over to Han Sen with disdain. I told you, you cannot kill me. But the next second, Sharon's face fell. As soon as he reappeared, his body had been cut by an invisible knife light. There was a kacha noise. His arm was detached from his body, sending out a cascade of demon and dragon blood. Throughout the entire cave, knife lights shone like a spiderweb. Wherever Sharon teleported, he was hurt by the lights. They savaged him, ripping off his limbs. You are strong, but you selected the wrong opponent, Han Sen said to Sharon, swooping over to slash his body. Sharon, who had lost all his limbs, tried to teleport away. But when he finished teleporting, countless knife lights tore through his body. They sliced his body into bits, sending blood and viscera spilling everywhere. Mutant xenogenic Marquise hunted. Demon dragon. Mutant xenogenic gene found. Blurg. Han Sen fell to the ground. He looked like a human again, albeit one that was coughing up blood. Sharon had been as good as a Marquise could get. Without Super God Spirit, Han Sen would have needed to be a marquise to fight him. Han Sen's super god spirit had allowed him to fight Sharon, but his body had still been pushed to the limits. And with the injuries he had sustained, there was no hope of him fighting again for some time. Fortunately, there weren't any other threats in the area. Any earl could bring an end to Han Sen right now. Han Sen forced himself to stand up. He walked over to Sharon's shattered body and picked up a black dragon demon scale. Then, he left. There should have been 2 more marquises about, as they had been following Sharon. But Han Sen did not know where they had gone. He tried to hide his presence to avoid meeting them, since he couldn't risk having to fight them. Encountering them would likely mean death. Han Sen tried to return to the sanctuary, but the ancient god's space seemed to stop him from opening a portal that he could jump back through. And of course, Han Sen's body was too weak to teleport back. He walked away from the battlefield, but he wasn't able to get very far. He found a hidden cave, and in it, he settled down and focused on recovering. He ran a number of skills to try to speed up the healing process. Luckily, Han Sen's body was stronger than the average creature's. Jadeskin and the Blood Pulse Sutra made his body stronger than a dragon's. If Han Sen became a marquise, he'd be stronger than Dragon 13. I hope those 2 marquises don't find me before I can fight them. Han Sen knew it was useless to think about this now, though. He initiated a countdown, then cast a Geno art to heal himself. The White Tiger Marquise and the other Marquise waited outside the statue, but they saw no sign of Sharon or Dragon 13. Eventually, they found the continued absence of their companions to be strange. They knew the power of Dragon 13 and Sharon's combined might. Those 2 could kill a duke, if they chose to. But they had been inside the silver statue for the longest time, and there was no sign of either of them. It made the pair remaining start to worry. The White Tiger Marquise used a sonic power to boom his voice down through the cave. No response was heard. Silence was all that followed. Has something happened to them? Bloodbird Marquise sounded worried. I don't think so. Han Sen is an earl. He cannot beat both Sharon and Dragon 13. The Marquise White Tiger was worried, but he didn't want to believe it. Should we go and take a look? Bloodbird Marquise asked, with obvious hesitation. We should wait, White Tiger Marquise said firmly. If Sharon and Dragon 13 were safe, they would bring Han Sen out with them. If something happened to them, then it would be suicide for Bloodbird and White Tiger to go after them. The White Tiger and Bloodbird waited outside, and the longer they waited, the more worried they became. All they wanted to do was escape. Han Sen was still recovering his powers. He had been badly hurt, and he was very exhausted. It'd take a while for him to recover. Suddenly, Han Sen heard something crawling across the rocks. His heart jumped. He opened his eyes and saw the silver glass bug coming towards him. It stared at Han Sen with its silver eyes. 2035 danger. The silver glass bug's wings had been broken. There were knife marks adorning its body, and its shell had been battered to the point where its flesh was mostly exposed. It was gushing silver blood everywhere. This guy's life must have been a tough one for it to be so determined. Even in a state like that, it had come looking for Han Sen. Seeing the silver glass bug coming toward him, Han Sen couldn't help but raise a wry smile. His situation was even more dire than the silver glass bug's. He didn't have half the power he would need to fight a scary xenogeniac such as that. Blurg. The silver glass bug came over to Han Sen and coughed up silver blood. It looked like it was doing just as badly as he was. I say, brother, since we are both looking like this, why don't we try to get along? We could just not step on each other's toes for a time. Han Sen was heavily injured, and he scooted backwards across the ground as he spoke to the silver glass bug. Han Sen did not know if the insect would understand him, but he didn't have many options. He did not have the time to fight, as his body was aching and his fingers were soft. The silver glass bug did not understand Han Sen. The jaws filled with saw-like teeth opened wide, and it came snapping at him. Han Sen could not do anything. He summoned a beast soul armor and put it on. He didn't have the strength to dodge the bug's attacks. The armor provided Han Sen a small boon of power, but it also took that same power to use it. He was so soft right now that he had absolutely no strength. There was no point in thinking about using the demon stone cow beast soul, as shapeshifting beast souls were quite taxing on the body. In Han Sen's condition, he could not afford to spend any more energy. The silver glass bug jumped on Han Sen. The monster's claws scrabbled around as it kept trying to bite Han Sen. But the beast was heavily injured, too. Its strength was low, and it could no longer use silver light. Its jaws weren't as strong as Han Sen expected, and when it latched onto Han Sen, its teeth could not penetrate his armor. All that was left were some light marks. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. If the bug couldn't kill him while he was wearing that armor, he might stand a chance. The silver glass bug soon grasped the situation, as well. It gave up trying to gnaw through Han Sen's armor, and it grabbed Han Sen by the leg instead. Then, it dragged Han Sen away and into another cave. Han Sen did not know where the silver glass bug was taking him, but he had no strength to fight back. So, he decided to play dead and allow the bug to drag him deep into the recesses of the caves. He focused on trying to recover his body, hoping that he could at least regain enough strength to fight if the need arose. Earlier, Han Sen had hung around in the cave beneath the silver statue that held the beginning of ancient God. He had not traversed the entire cave system, however. Now that the silver glass bug was tugging him along, he soon found himself passing down tunnels he had never seen before. The silver glass bug marched forward relentlessly. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It dragged Han Sen very slowly, and after half an hour, they both found themselves inside a giant cave. Han Sen heard the sound of running water, and he looked up to see a pool that had flowers in it. Han Sen glanced around. He thought he might have been dragged to the very bottom of the cavern system. The pool before him must have connected to the waterfall outside. He could still hear water sounds from there. The walls of the cavern were laced with vines. They were covered in leaves, but there did not seem to be any fruit. It was difficult to tell what type they might have been. The silver glass bug continued to drag Han Sen. Judging from the way it was going, the silver glass bug was dragging Han Sen towards the pool. It wasn't long before Han Sen realized something was wrong, though. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It had opted to drag Han Sen all the way there instead of prioritizing its own grievous wounds. It had obviously brought Han Sen there for more than just a simple bath. What does it want? Why did it drag me to this pool? Does it want to drown me? Han Sen thought to himself as he eyed the pool. Han Sen was too weak to use his Dongshuan aura, so all he had to rely on was his basic eyesight and hearing. But for the time being, he couldn't hear anything unusual. All he heard was the sound of water. But when he looked carefully at the pool, his face turned glum. Inside the pool, Han Sen spotted a giant black shadow. It looked like something had been hidden deep within the pool. Han Sen didn't know what that patch of darkness was. Perhaps it really was just a shadow, but when Han Sen took the silver bug's behavior into consideration, he determined that the pool was nothing nice. Han Sen tried to resist, but his body was weak. He could not pull his legs free from the bug's mouth, and he could not stop the bug from entering the water. The silver glass bug kept bleeding, but it insisted on dragging Han Sen to the pool. When it reached the pool's edge, it gathered itself and then lobbed Han Sen into the water. Han Sen struggled, but it was no use. He plunged into the water. When the icy water touched him, it jolted him awake. He felt a bit of strength return to him, and he tried to swim back to the shore. But the silver glass bug was standing guard at the edge of the water. When Han Sen got too close, the bug's claws flashed forward to whack him on the head. It sent Han Sen tumbling back into the pool. Han Sen tried swimming to another shore, but the silver glass bug was not willing to let him go. As soon as he grew close to land, the creature used its claws to knock him back into the water again. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for a long time, digging for gemstones underwater. He was good in the water, but he did not have any strength right now. Merely keeping himself from sinking was all that he could manage. If he fought the silver glass bug, he'd collapse after only a couple rounds. He was already struggling to breathe in the water, so he did not dare go too close to the shore again. The silver bug was afraid of something, though. That seemed to be why it was avoiding the water itself. It was still injured badly enough to remove its ability to fly. Han Sen did not go to the shore again, so it stayed where it was. It kept squealing at Han Sen, sounding very angry as it did. Han Sen tried his best to stay afloat, but when he looked down, he could not see much in the water beneath himself. The depths of the pool looked like a black hole beneath him. He could not see the shadow that he had noticed beneath the surface. He could not see anything, but he sensed something moving in the darkness beneath him. It seemed like it was rising, too, which made his stomach sink. Am I going to die today? Han Sen had a very strong will, but his circumstances filled him with hopelessness. He felt the shadow grow larger. 2036 Return Ruin C. The silver bug clearly hated Han Sen, perhaps because Han Sen had stolen the beginning of ancient God. No matter how hard he tried to climb onto the shore, the bug would thrust him back into the water. The shadow was growing larger. Han Sen did not think it was just his imagination, and he earnestly believed that something was rising toward him from the depths. Han Sen wanted to live, so he scrambled toward the shore again. But he was too weak, and he was physically unable to climb up. Boom! The water exploded into a fountain as a giant monster's head appeared. When it opened its mouth, Han Sen was as small as an ant in comparison. Water rushed toward the gaping maw, and Han Sen was pulled in with it. He found himself falling into a strange place that was as big as a house. Am I in the monster's stomach? Han Sen fell into a strange liquid, and to his shock, he saw that it was corroding his armor. His Marquise-class soul armor had strong defenses, but after being coated with that substance, the armor was already fizzing. The corrosive was very strong, and it wouldn't be long before the armor was completely destroyed. He thought that, at best, his armor would buy him 10 minutes. The walls were black. Han Sen swam to them and tried hitting them, but it felt as if he was striking rubber. His fists bounced off without leaving a single dent. Han Sen did not know if it was because he was too weak or if the creature was too high of a level. Either way, it had a strength that he just couldn't overcome regardless. He couldn't bring down the walls, and the way back up had been sealed. Han Sen was soaked in a highly corrosive liquid. Things were getting dire. The soul armor was plumes of bubbles as it fizzed. It was being corroded at an alarming rate, and it'd soon break. Han Sen knew that there was no way out. His only hope was to regain some energy while he was in the substance. The soul armor was breaking down too quickly, though. It was on the precipice of breaking. So, Han Sen took a deep breath and returned his soul armor. He used the dregs of his strength to cast Petrify, turning his body into stone. Now, he had nothing left to do. Life or death was now at the whim of destiny. Petrify could turn Han Sen to stone, but it wasn't very strong. There was a difference between it and the defensive petrification Geno arts. The liquid was strong enough to melt the soul armor of a Marquise. He did not have much hope of Petrify seeing him through the ordeal. He only made the attempt because he couldn't think of anything else. The liquid surrounded his stone body, but surprisingly, his petrified body was not corroded. He slowly began to sink to the bottom. Han Sen could only cast the story of genes. It was the sole Geno art he could make use of while using Petrify. Time went by, and the liquid churned around Han Sen continuously. He did not know what the monster was doing, and he did not know where he was. But to him, right then, it did not matter. On an island in Return Ruin Sea, there was a collection of the dragon assembled. They looked like humans, but they had dragon horns. They were in the process of conducting a strange ritual. They threw the xenogenics they had killed into a pool on the island. They mumbled something to the pool, but it wasn't clear what they were saying. "Father, we've gathered such a small amount of food. Will it be enough to satiate the dragon god?" A little boy, with red dragon horns, asked his father. Maybe. The father had to force a smile. Return Ruin Sea was one of the xenogenic spaces that belonged to the dragon, but it was not a primary one. The dragon there was only one part of the greater dragon host. Their blood was not that pure. Return Ruin Sea was like a training ground for the dragon. The impure dragons were often sent there, and only the strongest of them were taken seriously by the dragon. Those who proved their power were taken away to become proper dragons. The dragon on that island had mixed blood. The pure dragon had dragon horns and wings, but the people of that island only had horns. They were making sacrifices to something they called the dragon god. They gave it food because whenever the dragon god came there to eat, it would leave behind dragon scales. They were items of great importance to the dragon. But the dragon god ate a lot, and these dragons were not strong. They could not hunt many xenogenics, and so they could not offer much of a bounty. They were worried about whether or not the dragon god would even like the food. If the dragon god was not fully satisfied, he would not leave them scales. That was assuming that he'd even eat at all, if the stuff was not to his liking. The dragon were all very worried. The corpses inside the pool had dyed it red, but soon enough, the pool began to produce bubbles. Everyone stared at the water. Nervously. Boom. The red pool exploded, as a giant beast opened its maw and swallowed up the meat. The dragon kept throwing food into the pool, and the dragon god xenogenic consumed everything it was given. Its maw was like a bottomless pit. The food that fell into it just disappeared, and the beast had a stomach that seemed infinite. Quickly, they threw the last of the xenogenic meat they had into the pool. Everyone looked at the dragon god, wondering if they had satisfied it. They did not know if it would leave them dragon scales. The dragon god ate all the food, and when it was done, it roared to the sky. It made the entire island vibrate. The water for dozens of miles around was thrown into wavy turmoil. After it roared, it returned to the water and disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but after a while, their expressions turned to depression. They hadn't given the beast enough food. Thankfully, the dragon god hadn't eaten the assembly, but it also hadn't left them scales. But as the dragon lowered their heads in exhaustion, the sound of thrashing water was heard once more. It sounded as if something was splashing its way out of the water. They quickly raised their heads again, and what they saw made their eyes widen. There was a silky smooth man coming out of the water, clutching a white feather knife. They all stood motionless, unsure what was happening. Something alive had come out of the dragon god. It was like a fairy tale to them. 2037 Spiky Turtle Han Sen did not want to remember how he got out of the monster's stomach. After sloshing his way out of the water, he flopped onto the shore, gasping for breath. Then he raised his head and looked around. A dozen people were standing in a huddled group, simply staring. They looked like humans, but they all had dragon horns. There were men and women, young and old. It took Han Sen 3 seconds to realize he was naked. So, he quickly summoned his spell armor and pretended nothing had happened. "The weather is good today. Are you guys here for a bath, as well?" he asked casually. The first thing Han Sen learned was that 2 days had passed. Han Sen was curious about the dragon god. It was a xenogenic creature that could travel from the ancient god space to the return ruined sea as it pleased. That was a powerful ability for it to possess. Han Sen was glad that he had been able to survive getting swallowed by a creature such as that. He was quite lucky. The dragon were talkative enough, and Han Sen soon came to understand their situation. Return Ruined Sea was similar to Planet Eclipse. It was a place inhabited mainly by xenogenics. It was larger than Planet Eclipse, though, and there were many of the dragon there. The dragon weren't able to breed between themselves all that much, and pure dragons were quite rare. So, many of the dragons sought to reproduce with members of other races. It was difficult to determine if any particular set of mixed genes would be a good thing, so the mixes were usually sent to places such as Return Ruined Sea, where they could grow. When they grew strong, they would be taken back to the other places occupied by the dragon. There, they could officially be considered part of the dragon society. There was a family on that island whose blood was neither pure nor strong. The strongest member of the family was the granddad, who had managed to become a marquise. Because Han Sen was not a xenogenic, they had no reason to be hostile to him. Killing him would be pointless. Plus, Han Sen had come from the dragon god pool. They did not know who he was, and they did not know if he was strong. When they asked Han Sen for his name, he did not give his real one. Han Sen didn't know how much time had passed while he was in the creature's stomach, and he didn't know if they had heard about Dragon 13's death. The last thing he wanted to do was risk exposing himself, so he gave them the name San Mu. He was a crystallizer, and the dragon god had delivered him there, somehow. Han Sen left out the part about being swallowed, of course. He said his fate was tied to the dragon god, and that he was, for all intents and purposes, a chosen one. He had been getting chased by xenogenics in a distant place, and the dragon god had chosen to save him. The dragon god allowed him to ride on its back until it brought him to Return Ruined Sea. Since he was lying so much already, he went a few miles further. He claimed that the dragon god obeyed him. When the family heard this, they were frozen. They did not know whether or not they should believe him. After all, Han Sen appeared right when the dragon god had emerged from the pool. He must have had some connection to the dragon god, since the creature had not eaten him. The family treated Han Sen well, and he was able to learn a good deal of information from them. What disappointed Han Sen the most, though, was the fact that there were no high-tech items. And the dragon had established a rule there, saying that they had to reach the level of Duke before leaving Return Ruined Sea. There was one other way to leave, however. If they had enough talent, they could go to the planet's dragon headquarters. If they were given approval, they could be allowed to leave, even at a low level. Then they would be transported to one of the dragon home worlds. The dragon are strange, and so very cruel to their own. Han Sen was deep in thought. Since he had no way of contacting Sky Palace or the rebate, he didn't want to go through the right channels and risk exposing himself. He couldn't figure out a way in which he could leave there. Still, Han Sen was not very worried. He could still go back to the sanctuaries, and the xenogenics in Return Ruin Sea were better than those that could be found on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for him to be. I need to find a way to leave. If the dragon find out that I'm here, that could turn out poorly. Han Sen sat on the shore, trying to think of a way in which he could leave Return Ruin Sea. He was there for half a month, but still, he could not figure out a way off the planet. San Mu, as Han Sen was thinking, a little red dragon boy came running towards him. Little Rock, what's wrong? Han Sen asked the little boy. The little boy was called Long Yan. He was the youngest of the dragon there. Spiky turtles, so many spiky turtles, Long Yan was gasping. What's a spiky turtle? Han Sen asked. You will know if you follow. Long Yan tugged at Han Sen, directing him to the other side of the island. Long Yan's family was standing next to the shore. They looked out to sea in worry. Han Sen followed the direction of their gazes and saw something dark approaching the island. With Han Sen's vision being what it was, he could tell that it was a swarm of black sea turtles. They were each the size of a stone mortar, and their numbers were countless. Old Mountain, what are these sea turtles? Han Sen asked the oldest person there, whose name was Long Shan. Long Shan's face looked grim. They are the xenogenics known as spiky turtles. Ordinary turtles of their variety are viscount, but in a group like, there is bound to be earls, marquises, or perhaps even some dukes. They live in the sea, and during mating season, they come to the shorelines. The spiky turtles usually head to the north to mate, so we don't encounter them. This time, however, they did not go to that turtle island. They came here. Will they attack us? Han Sen asked. Of course they will. They are so cruel, especially when they want to breed. Our island is too small. If this many spiky turtles come, we will have nowhere to hide, a dragon lady named Long Shenju said worriedly. Old Mountain, what are you going to do? Han Sen asked Long Shan. If these were just ordinary spiky turtles, we could likely deal with them. In fact, such a thing would be good for us. But I fear there are many higher-level spiky turtles in their midst. If we are to escape, the nearest place to get to would be Turtle Island. Perhaps there are more spiky turtles there, though, Longshan murmured. While they were talking, many spiky turtles were arriving on the shore. They crawled up the sand with their spiky black shells. They looked scary, like a number of moving castles. 2038 Dragon Pool Island in the middle of the sea, a green leaf was afloat on the water. It bobbed gently as the ocean swells moved beneath it. A dragon man and woman were riding the leaf like a boat. The man sat comfortably, appreciating the sea. The woman stood on the front of the leaf, holding a paddle. Every time she pulled the paddle through the water, the leaf would move about 100 meters forward. It was going against the tide. 15. I do not know why you are spending more time in Return Ruin Sea. This is a small matter of business that your subordinates can deal with, the female dragon said as she paddled. Dragon 15 casually responded, something strange has happened in Return Ruin Sea. Since we're already here, this might be a worthwhile diversion for us. After that, Dragon 15 looked over to the large host of spiky turtles and said, with its abundance of western gold air, Turtle Island is an ideal breeding spot for the spiky turtles. But this season, none of the turtles are headed there. They are traveling south instead. Something must have occurred, but we could not find anything amiss on Turtle Island, the dragon lady said. Maybe it is not the Turtle Island that has a problem. Perhaps there is something else that is more enticing for them than Turtle Island, Dragon 15 said. 15. What could draw them away? The dragon lady asked. Just go and take a look. Dragon 15 smiled. The dragon lady kept paddling, bringing them towards the turtle swarm. The spiky turtles are headed for an island called Dragon Pool. It is just an island that uses a dragon pool. What's so special about it? Dragon 15 sounded surprised. The island has a deep pool in which a king-class dragon creature resides. Every few years, it emerges to feed. In doing so, it kills many nearby xenogenics. Some dragon kings came here to look for the creature, but they never found it, the dragon lady said. Dragon 15 saw the island, and with a look of surprise, he said, our people are on Dragon Pool Island. The dragon lady followed his gaze, noticing Long Shan and his family. 15. These are just a small subset of those in Return Ruin Sea. They seem weak. There is no way they can survive the coming of the spiky turtles. Should we help them? There is no rush. Let us observe for now. After all these years, we aren't getting many useful dragons from this planet anymore. Now we have a chance to see how strong they are, Dragon 15 said, his voice unconcerned. Yes, the dragon lady answered. She put down her paddle and let the giant leaf drift. The sea was rough, but it wasn't bad enough to drag them too far off course. Because Longshan's family wasn't prepared for the arrival of the spiky turtles, fleeing wasn't an option. Longshan could escape by himself, but his family would never make it. Sadly, because they had no pure blood, they did not possess dragon wings. If Long Yan could fly, they could all easily avoid the spiky turtles. Get ready to fight. Long Lan, protect Little Rock and the others, Longshan commanded. The spiky turtles found Longshan, and they made strange squeals as their eyes turned red. Their black spikes glistened, and their legs moved rapidly as they sprinted toward him. An adult dragon roared. He released a draconic presence as he moved to strike one of the spiky turtles. The draconic presence struck the turtle across its back. The blow hadn't killed the turtle, but it had sent a web of cracks across the turtle's shell. Han Sen was surprised to see that an Earl Dragon's attack could not kill a Viscount spiky turtle outright. Dragon 13 had been the same race as these people, but Longshan and his family were all considerably weaker than she was. Also, they did not seem to possess Evilbreaker powers. Their powers were those of an average Earl. Furthermore, the spiky turtles had surprisingly sturdy shells. The Dragon Earl had to punch the shell 3 times to kill the Viscount spiky turtle. More spiky turtles came towards Dragon Pool Island. Longshan and the others fought hard. Han Sen used his Jadeskin to fight alongside them and slay the turtles. Han Sen used a strip of leather to wrap up his blood feather knife. The weapon was too famous, and it'd be easily recognized. The sight of it could expose Han Sen's true identity. There were too many spiky turtles, though, and killing them proved impossible. In the time it took them to kill a single turtle, 4 more would arrive on the shore. At first, there were only Viscounts spearheading the beach assault. The Earls soon appeared. That increased the pressure on the defenders, and they soon had to fall back to the mountains. When the first Marquis spiky turtle appeared, everyone looked utterly terrified. Longshan had to step forward to fight it. Other than Longshan, their strongest fighters were all Earls. Given the strength of their attackers, the battle was becoming increasingly dire. Long Yan and the other young dragons were being protected by their mother Long Lan as they retreated back into the mountains. Han Sen punched any turtle that came within range. The light of Jadeskin could break their bodies fairly easily. In his head, announcements played over and over. He was keeping a low profile, though, so he made sure not to kill too many. He only stepped forward to help the dragons when one of them was in danger, and so far, none of them had been seriously injured. Those mixed dragons were far too weak. They could not kill a Marquis spiky turtle, not even in a one-on-one. The dragon lady stood atop the leaf and watched. Dragon 15 was watching the fight, too, but he did not focus on Longshan. He was observing Han Sen. How many outsiders are there in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 asked unexpectedly. I do not know. There can be a lot of outsiders, and they often interbreed with the dragon. Hence their heavily mixed blood, the dragon lady answered. Are there any higher races? Dragon 15 asked. There are some of the higher races, such as the Gana and Feather, the dragon lady said after a moment of thought. Any powerful crystallizers? Dragon 15 asked. The crystallizers have been wiped from history. There aren't many of them left. I have never heard of a powerful one residing here, at least. The dragon lady shook her head. That is interesting. Why has a crystallizer appeared here, of all places? Dragon 15 watched as Han Sen continued to fight. 2039 shoes. Han Sen had noticed Dragon 15 and his maid, so he kept his power in check. He didn't behave in a way that would draw particular attention, but Dragon 15 could still see he was worth watching. Han Sen's wounds had almost healed by this point, and so he could fight almost like usual. But this place belonged to the dragon, and he couldn't leave it freely. If his identity was exposed, then he could be trapped there. Suddenly, a roar came from the sea. A spiky turtle the size of a tank came lumbering up the shore. The defenders' faces went pale. Longshan could deal with one Marquis-class turtle, but the family didn't have anyone strong enough to handle a second one. When the Marquis-class turtle came onto the island, it immediately headed for the battle on the mountain. Long Lan looked pale. No one could stop that shiny, Marquis Spiky Turtle. Han Sen frowned. The two dragons were still not going to help. It looked as if they did not care about Longshan's family at all. Han Sen knew that he had already exposed himself, anyway. The dragon man had been staring at Han Sen the whole time, so there was no point in attempting to hide any longer. Han Sen had been staying with Longshan's family for 2 weeks, eating their food. He didn't want to just watch them die now. He did not hesitate. He went straight for the Marquis Spiky Turtle and punched it. Long Lan was currently protecting the kids, and she looked desperate. The adult men were preparing to block the attacker, but a jade light suddenly shone on the Spiky Turtle. The Spiky Turtle slowed down. A shadow appeared in front of the turtle, punching it continuously with fists that slammed into the turtle like meteors. That cruel Marquis turtle looked like it was in slow motion. It was even slower than an ordinary turtle. San Mu, Long Lan and the others were delighted. Long Yan shouted in joy. Han Sen could not kill the Marquis class turtle, but he attacked it steadily. He went to the Earl turtles and slowed them down as well. Even the other Marquis turtle, the one that Long Shan was fighting, was slowed by Han Sen's punches. For the first time in the fight, Long Shan had the advantage. Long Shan's family was very happy, but they had no time to celebrate. They still needed to focus on the turtles, especially those with the turtle symbol upon them. The dragon lady on the leaf noticed how powerful Han Sen was and raised her eyebrows. That crystallizer's xenogenic genes are strange. That is such a powerful speed reduction. It is not just a speed reduction technique, Dragon 15 said quietly. The dragon lady started to respond, but then she saw another green leaf come floating by. On that green leaf stood a person with a human upper body and a snake lower body. It was one of the Gana. The leaf was moving by itself, and it drifted over in front of Dragon 15. Shoes, why are you in return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 looked at the Gana woman strangely. Shoes smiled and said, don't you want to see me? Dragon 15 laughed and said, I was just joking. Seeing you is an absolute pleasure, but don't you have business to attend to in Dragon Palace? Shoes looked at the fight on Dragon Pool Island, her eyes alighting on Han Sen. She smiled. Dragon Palace is boring, and you are here, 15. I wanted to come and see you, but I did not expect to find something else so interesting. What do you mean? Dragon 15 pretended to be surprised. This island possesses a strange life force. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it has certainly attracted many of the spiky turtles to it. Something fascinating must reside there. Shoes paused. She then looked at Han Sen and said, and for an elite like him to appear here? That is not a coincidence. Dragon 15 looked shocked, and he said, really? You don't have to pretend you didn't know, Shoes said gently. Dragon 15's expression turned serious. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have guessed that. I'm here to investigate a strange incident in Return Ruin Sea. I didn't come for this island. Then what are you planning to do? Shoes asked, her smile widening. In a hard voice, Dragon 15 said, this is a region owned by the dragon, and I cannot allow things outside of our laws to continue. Shoes smiled. It sounded as if he was referring to Han Sen, but it was also a warning for her. On Dragon Pool Island, Han Sen killed 2 Marquis spiky turtles. Long Shan and the others killed some turtles, too. But the spiky turtles were still coming to Dragon Pool Island. Then, another 2 arrived. Luckily, Han Sen was there. If he hadn't been, the entire family would have been eaten by the turtles. Han Sen killed another spiky turtle, and then he started to frown. Something was wrong with how the turtles were moving. The turtles did not seem to be going after them specifically. Once they arrived at Dragon Pool Island, it looked like they were going straight for the dragon pool itself. Han Sen did not know much about the dragon pool. When he arrived, he was already in the pool. Once he had gotten out of it, he had never bothered returning to it. The turtles seemed quite interested in the dragon pool, however. Many of them were ignoring the fight entirely. Seeing how many spiky turtles were headed for the dragon pool, Han Sen thought, even though the dragon god is gone, its presence still remains. Why do these low-level turtles want to go there? As Han Sen was thinking about this, a giant wave rose from the sea. A large black body was coming out of the water. It was a huge spiky turtle. Its body was like a castle, and the spikes on its back were like ancient cannons. The mere sight of it was terrifying. Is that a Duke-class spiky turtle? Long Shan's family froze. This was far worse than they had expected. We will go to the western beach. Han Sen shouted at Long Shan and the others. Then, He used his turtle spell to slow down the other Earl turtles. Long Shan and the others followed and Han Sen to the western beach. With Han Sen leading, Long Shan's family arrived safely upon the western beach. Many spiky turtles covered the beach, but there were no giant ones among them. Han Sen's assumption was correct. When they put some distance between themselves and the giant spiky turtle, the creature no longer targeted them. It was now headed straight for the dragon pool. As the Goliath crawled forward, the entire island shook with every step it took. However, much to the horror of Long Shan's family, more and more giant spiky turtles were on their way. About a dozen spiky turtles were headed towards the island from various directions. Wave upon wave of Marquise and Earl-class turtles also swarmed up the beaches, and they swiftly overran the island. Han Sen guided Long Shan's family to avoid every Duke-class turtle they could see, but there were too many. In the end, they came face to face with one. The cannon-like spikes on the turtle were gleaming, and they spewed black smoke into the air. The turtle gave a rumbling grunt, and the spikes shot out a strange black light. It was like a cannon firing at Han Sen. Han Sen jumped up and punched the giant turtle's back. It was too big to avoid the blow. Han Sen's attack drew its attention, and the giant turtle's spikes continued to fire at him. Han Sen continued to harass the turtle, but his power was insufficient to strike back and break its shell. Instead, he drew the monster away in order to save Long Shan's family. But judging from how the situation was unfolding, if more giant turtles showed up, there would be little Han Sen could do to help them. More and more waves were crossing the sea as more giant spiky turtles revealed themselves. But the next giant turtle they saw was different. Sitting on its head was another turtle the size of a dinner plate. That spiky turtle was the smallest of all, but it also looked different. Normally, the spikes of a spiky turtle look like the spikes of a hedgehog, but that plate-sized turtle's spikes were diamond-shaped. The entire shell looked like it was made out of a shining black diamond. Wherever it went, all the lesser turtles avoided its path, even the Duke's spiky turtles moved away. "There's a king-class spiky turtle in Return Ruin Sea," Dragon 15's lady shouted. Dragon 15 and Shoes were in shock. They knew there were king-class xenogeniacs about, but they did not expect this. It was extremely rare for low-tier xenogeniacs to have a king class in their ranks, as it was usually too difficult for them to nurture one. It was like a cat evolving into a tiger. Such an evolution was so difficult that it was practically impossible. The spiky turtles kept heading for the dragon pool. The dragon pool itself was not too big, and it would only take one giant turtle to fill up the entire thing. Even so, many of the giant turtles were now entering, and the water in the pool was not rising. It seemed as if the pool was bottomless. The black diamond turtle screamed, spurring the other turtles to hurry into the pool at an even faster pace. The giant turtle fighting Han Sen abandoned the fight and went for the pool. Long Shan lost his opponent, too. The black diamond turtle's scream drove them all into a frenzied rush for the pool. Even if Long Shan crossed the turtle's path again, the beast would ignore him. "Are those turtles feeding themselves to the dragon god?" Long Yan asked curiously as he watched the turtles. Long Shan did not speak because he could not answer. They knew the dragon god sometimes appeared in the dragon pool, but they did not know where the creature actually came from. Neither did they know what was at the bottom of the pool. "Little boy, can you tell Big Sis about the dragon god you mentioned?" asked a woman with a soft voice. Long Shan looked over, and he saw a pretty woman with an attractive human upper body. The lower body was a snake's tail. The Ghana woman stood next to Long Yan, and she smiled as she stroked his head. Long Shan was a marquise, and yet he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Long Shan started to say something, but he noticed another man and woman who were also standing there. They had horns and dragon wings, meaning they were pure dragons. Long Shan and the others had never met Dragon 15 before, but they recognized pure members of their race. They all bowed quickly. Dragon 15 signaled them to rise. What was the dragon god he just mentioned? Long Shan told them the story of the dragon god. Dragon 15 frowned. Then he asked, "Did the dragon god drop any dragon scales?" "Sir, we did not offer it enough of a sacrifice this time, so it did not provide us with any. And furthermore, we refined the last ones it gave us." Long Shan spoke with fear in his voice. He was worried that Dragon 15 might pin the blame on him. Dragon 15 frowned. He looked at Long Shan, but he did not say anything. He then looked at Han Sen and asked, "Who are you? And why are you here?" "I was brought here by the dragon god." Han Sen told him the story he had fabricated for Long Shan already. Dragon 15 did not believe him, though. He looked at Long Shan, and Long Shan quickly said, San Mu did emerge from the dragon pool as soon as the dragon god appeared. If you came from the dragon pool, then you must know about it. Please, take us there. Dragon 15 looked at the dragon pool. Almost all of the turtles were inside it by now. The pool was not too large, but it had consumed all those spiky turtles easily. As the last of them passed through, the pool became very quiet. The dragon god brought me here. When I came out, I was up on the surface. I don't actually know anything about the dragon pool itself, Han Sen said. Since you are now in Return Ruin Sea, you will have to do as I bid if you wish to leave. Dragon 15 sounded calm, but his words were foreboding. If I take you guys down, will you let me leave this place? Han Sen asked Dragon 15. That depends on your performance, Dragon 15 said unhelpfully. Han Sen thought about it for a bit before agreeing. Okay, Shoes, are you entering the pool? Dragon 15 asked Shoes. This is a rare occurrence. If you do not object to my coming, I would indeed like to see more of the pool. Shoes looked happy. Dragon 15 did not say anything. He allowed Han Sen to lead them down into the pool. When Han Sen had lived in the Alliance, he had been good in the water. After spending several months in the Dream Lake, his talents underwater only improved. He had become so proficient that he could swim easily, even if he was tied up. The last of the spiky turtles vanished into the dragon pool, and Han Sen was the first to jump in after them. Dragon 15 invited Shoes to jump into the pool after Han Sen. Then Dragon 15's maid, Long Ying, followed Dragon 15 into the water. Han Sen did not show off his abilities, though. He pretended to use a god light to swim. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were also comfortable in the water, performing just as well in the water as on land. They were dragons, after all. Shoes swam behind them, her snake tail sending her smoothly through the water. Pure dragons are strong, Han Sen thought. Dragon 15 and Shoes are both marquises, so Dragon 15 will be stronger than Dragon 13 was. That Long Ying is more powerful than either of them, though. She must be a duke. There is no way could beat them in battle. The pool did not seem large from the outside, but it was like a bowl turned upside down. It got wider towards the bottom. Han Sen could see many spiky turtles swimming beneath them. Down there, even the giant Duke-class turtles did not look very big. The pool was deep, and Han Sen could not see very much. He couldn't see what might have been so alluring, so he just followed the turtles down. Dragon 15 and Shoes were not in a rush, and they simply followed Han Sen. They could talk underwater, so they didn't even need to rely on clumsy hand signals. The deeper they swam, the darker it became. When they were 10,000 meters down, however, a light appeared. It was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Han Sen had never been there before, so he had no idea what the light was. Does this pool lead someplace else? Is it going back to the ancient god space? He wondered. Han Sen swiftly realized that he was incorrect. The light was not an exit. As they went deeper, the blurry light resolved itself into an object. At the bottom of the pool, there was a large palace. Han Sen didn't know what material the palace was made of, but it gleamed with blue light. The radiance lit up the entire underwater world like some fairy tale. But the fairy tale palace had mostly collapsed. It was in disarray, little more than a ruin. The turtles, however, accelerated as they saw it. Han Sen looked around, but he did not catch a glimpse of the dragon god. The thought that it was gone made him feel safer, so he followed the spiky turtles towards the palace. Upon drawing closer to the palace, he realized that the palace was far bigger than he had originally thought. A single pillar was dozens of meters tall. Han Sen looked over the palace, eventually picking out a stone table that was very large. Several human adults could lie flat on the table without covering its surface. It clearly belonged to a civilization that was neither human nor dragon. The bodies of the dragon were quite similar to humans. They would have no reason to produce a relic of that size. What is this palace? Dragon 15 asked Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head, and he pretended to choke on water as he tried to answer. Then, using a god light to clear the water away from his mouth, he said, I don't know. I told you, the dragon god brought me here. I don't know anything about this place. There is nothing I can do to prove it if you do not believe me. Dragon 15 stopped asking. He had forced Han Sen to swim down with them because he found Han Sen suspicious, not because he really wanted Han Sen to lead them. He couldn't leave Han Sen alone, and he had to keep a watchful eye on him. It was the safest thing to do. Shoes, looking at the palace, said, 15, the legends say that the Return Ruined Sea belongs to the sea gods from the xenogenic space. Is that true? Dragon 15 raised an eyebrow. When the dragon took over Return Ruined Sea, we didn't find evidence of any sea gods. I don't know if myths about them are true, for I've never discovered any sea god relics before. You seem to know a lot, though. Can you tell me if the palace is related to the conundrum of the sea gods? Shoes smiled and said, the sea gods are a higher race, according to the legends. They fell a long time ago, however, so no one knows much about them. There are bits and bobs lying around, scattered, in faint remembrance for their past existence. The ruins found prior to this were far smaller and less significant, though. Judging from the architecture, this really does seem similar to the style of the sea gods. I cannot be 100% certain, of course. As they held their discussion, the spiky turtles reached the palace. Their purpose there was clear. They did not travel around the palace in search of something. Like arrows, they went straight past the palace to one ruin in particular. Many spiky turtles stopped at a ruin that looked like a mountain. They floated in the water. When the giant spiky turtle brought the Turtle King there, the Turtle King squealed. The rest of the turtles surrounded the ruin and started to dig through the mound of rubble. The rocks were the same unknown blue material. Whatever they were, they must have been very hard, as not even the Duke turtles could break them. They had to just displace them. Instead, all the turtles got busy moving the rocks away. Han Sen and the others stopped some distance from the palace and watched the turtles dig through the ruins. They did not make a move. The army of turtles quickly dug through the rubble, and something became visible beneath the collapsed ruin. As more and more of the rocks were moved away, the object became clearer. Beneath the mountain of rubble was a statue of a sea turtle. It was a very strange sea turtle, though. It seemed to be standing on 2 feet, and it was clad in a weird set of armor. A circular helmet rested on the sea turtle's head, and it held a hammer in each of its claws. That statue was a dozen meters tall. It was very strange, but it seemed to be made from the same blue rock. The weirdest thing was the biped turtle that it depicted. As Han Sen observed the statue, the rest of the turtles stopped moving. The Turtle King screamed, and the rest of the turtles lay down below it. It looked as if they were kowtowing. The spiky Turtle King floated down from the giant turtle's head and swam over to the sea turtle statue. Are those turtles related to the statue? Are they blood related? Long Ying asked with surprise. That might be a possibility. Shoes was looking at the statue and the Turtle King. Long Ying wished to say something more, but the Turtle King had reached the statue. The plate-sized black body landed atop the helmet of the turtle statue. Han Sen only noticed now that the helmet on the sea turtle statue had a circular, plate-sized slot in the top. The spiky Turtle King's body landed atop the helmet. It withdrew its neck and limbs into its shell and dropped neatly into the slot. It was a perfect fit. The spiky Turtle King's black diamond shell began to shine. Then, the entire statue started to shine with that same black light, too. The blue statue slowly turned black, and the turtle's hammers transformed into black crystals. A life force began to radiate from them. Han Sen and the others were appropriately shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Boom! The hammer-wielding turtle moved forward. With a single step, it made the floor of the entire pool shake. The power surged through the water around it, sweeping all the turtles backward. Such power! That exceeds even a king. Long Yin was in shock. Dragon 15 shook his head. No, it is not above king class. It is around half deified. Shoes nodded and said, it is not deified, but it is certainly greater than a basic king class. It is half deified. As the three of them spoke, the dual-wielding turtle walked through the ruins. That giant palace was perfectly sized for the turtle. He walked toward the palace, smacking down buildings that happened to be in his way with his hammers. Every swing released a frightening shockwave, crushing the blue rocks scattered about. He pushed all the stone and rubble aside, forming a path for himself. He came to the front gate of the palace, approximately 1 mile away. When he approached the palace and swung a hammer toward it, a dragon-like power suddenly shot out of the palace and collided with the shockwave. The two powers crashed against each other, but no explosion was released. The two powers tangled together instead, forming a giant underwater tornado. Everything around them was sucked into it. The turtles in the vicinity tried to swim away. Some of the slower spiky turtles were pulled into the tornado. They were crushed by its velocity within a second, and red streams began to circle within the vortex. Pang! The turtle statue swung one of its hammers. The power of its strike broke through the tornado, allowing some of the luckier spiky turtles to get away. Han Sen immediately started swimming away, as that power was too frightening. It was far beyond a level he could be expected to fight. Dragon 15 was of the same mind. Together, they all looked to escape. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to withstand the power that would be released as the fight continued. They could very well die there. A strange door then opened within the palace. Han Sen was in the midst of swimming away, but he still turned to look back. Through that doorway, a giant head appeared. It was the dragon god that had eaten Han Sen. Roar! A dragon roar came from its mouth. The shockwave shot forward with blinding speed, and Han Sen and Dragon 15 were too slow to evade it. The impact left blood trailing past their lips. Now the fight began in earnest. As the two monsters fought, the simple shockwaves were enough to kill Han Sen and Dragon 15. There were more hammer strike sounds, and Han Sen heard two more roars. And then, the world started to tremble again. Han Sen did not have time to look at what might have happened. He swam quickly toward the surface. Long Ying grabbed Dragon 15 and summoned her powers. Her dragon wings unfurled and then snapped downward with the force of a cannon, firing the two dragons toward the surface. She completely ignored Han Sen and Shoes. Shoes flapped her snake tail and used a holy light for a boost, which let her swim faster than any fish. She outran all the spiky turtles, even those that were of Duke class. Han Sen did not slow down, either. He focused all his power and skill into swimming, and he was able to keep up with Shoes. Shoes was shocked to see Han Sen maintaining pace with her. But now was not the time to watch Han Sen. She had to focus on reaching the surface. Boom! A giant shockwave was approaching. Han Sen moved fast, ducking into the refuge offered by a Duke turtle shell. And then, that power went right past him. It tore apart all the lesser turtles around. Their shells were ripped open like paper, and their gore dyed the water red. The Duke-class giant turtles were bounced 10 meters forward. Han Sen was knocked into a giant turtle. He quickly grabbed the cannon-like spikes and allowed the turtle to tow him back to the surface. Shoes was hit, too. But she was strong, and she survived the shockwave. She also reached the surface. When they reached the surface, Dragon 15 quickly gathered Long Shan and the others onto a giant green leaf. Shoes landed on another green leaf. They were leaving that island with all haste. The turtles wanted to escape, too. Han Sen remained atop a turtle's back, clutching its spike. The Duke-class spiky turtles could run faster than he could. Boom! Before the turtles reached the shoreline, a noise began to rumble from the pool. The water in the pool swelled up like a pillar, rising 100 meters into the sky. And then, an angry beast appeared. It had blue scales, and it possessed the head of a dragon. Its body, however, was like a Kiran's. It was glowing blue. It wasn't like a monster. Overall, it was more like a holy beast. Now Han Sen knew what the dragon god really looked like. He did not know what sort of xenogenic it could be, though. The black crystal turtle followed it out, wielding two black hammers in its hands. The hammers tore apart space itself, and the turtle teleported in front of the dragon god. The dragon god roared. Its blue presence struck the hammer with earthquake force. The power broke the mountains of the island, and Han Sen's spiky turtle was sent rolling. Not long after, Han Sen and the turtle fell into the sea. Han Sen was still clutching the spike firmly. The scary power flew wildly throughout Return Ruined Sea. Even underwater, Han Sen could feel the surges of power. Waves rose to heights of 100 meters, and lots of water was vaporized. The giant spiky turtle was swimming deep into the sea. Han Sen hung onto the creature, using its large body to avoid the scary shockwaves as they went. When he reached an area outside of the effective radius of the shockwaves, he let go of the turtle. He looked over his shoulder and saw many spiky turtles swimming deep into the sea around them. Han Sen was afraid he might have swum too deep. He didn't want to escape from the shockwave, only to become food for the xenogenics that lurked in the depths of the sea. So, he didn't dive any further. While Han Sen floated in the sea, he saw a familiar face approach. It was Shoes, the Gana. She was different from the Gana sisters that Han Sen knew. Shoes wasn't one of the Gana nobility, and she was strong. Han Sen frowned, but he did not abandon his place. Going upwards would take him back to where the dual-wielding turtle and the dragon god fought. Waiting here seemed like his best option. Your name is San Mu? Shu's asked, coming next to Han Sen. Not bad. Is there something you need? Han Sen watched Shu's carefully. Shu smiled. It is rare to see crystallizers here. It is even rarer to find an earl like you. I have heard Knife Queen has a crystallizer student. He goes by the name of Han Sen. Do you know him? The sudden question caught Han Sen off guard, but he kept his expression from changing. I don't know every other crystallizer out there, but I am familiar with Han Sen. He is our pride and joy, but I'm afraid he does not know me. Shu sighed and looked at Han Sen. Han Sen is indeed someone to be proud of. He killed Dragon 13 and Sharon. That is an extraordinarily rare feat for an earl. Unfortunately, he disappeared in the ancient god space. I would like to see him. Do you know where he might be found? I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, as I am just an ordinary crystallizer. I do not know Han Sen personally enough to know where he might be, Han Sen said casually. Han Sen remained outwardly calm, but his stomach was churning. It looked like the deaths of Dragon 13 and Sharon had become rather well known. That meant if the dragon found out who he really was, they'd be inclined to kill him. When Shu's opened her mouth to say something else, a shadow approached. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were coming. They moved in front of Han Sen and Shu's like the dragons they were. Dragon 15 looked at Han Sen, and his expression was unreadable. Then, he spoke to Shu's. Shu's, this place is dangerous. Why don't I let Long Ying take you somewhere safe? A fight like this is a rare sight. Danger is a price worth paying. Shu smiled. She had no intention of leaving. Instead of responding, Dragon 15 punched Han Sen. He gathered a lot of power in that punch, and his fist slipped through the water like a needle. The water resistance didn't even slow it down, and it came right for Han Sen. Dragon 15 wanted to kill Han Sen before the two monsters were done fighting. Han Sen was familiar with this power, though. He wouldn't soon forget the Avilbreaker power of the dragon. When Dragon 15 used Avilbreaker power, Han Sen dove deeper into the sea. Dragon 15 was surprised by how swift Han Sen was. That crystallizer is very strong in the water. He is no worse than a dragon, he might even be better. Such an evil person. Long Ying, get rid of him. Dragon 15 looked grim. He finally realized that Han Sen had only been pretending to be poorly suited to the water. Yes, Long Ying answered. She flapped her wings like a raptor, sending powerful gusts of water behind her as she shot off after Han Sen into the deep sea. Han Sen saw the speed with which she was approaching, and he knew he would lose if he did not do something soon. He kept swimming down for the moment, though. Long Ying closed on him. Her lance split the water hungrily, thrusting towards Han Sen. Han Sen moved, evading the Avilbreaker lance. Long Ying hummed, and then her lance underwent a transformation. A dragon appeared on it, and its speed increased. It disappeared, only to reappear and pierce through Han Sen's head. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon, but there was no blood. A clone of Moon. Long Ying frowned. The clone looked so real, it had even tricked her. That pissed her off. She looked around, and she realized that Han Sen was gone. She released her dragon presence to find Han Sen, but she could not detect him at all. He was outside the radius of 1,000 meters. Long Ying frowned. Han Sen was clinging to the bottom of a blue shark like a barnacle. He used his Dongshuan aura to mask his presence, before allowing the shark to take him deep into the sea. Once he reached the bottom, Han Sen looked around. There was a lot of coral nearby, growing together like a section of forest. He didn't enter there, though. Instead, he dropped to the sand and started to dig into it. Not long after, Long Ying reached the bottom of the sea. She looked around and swung her dragon lance. A sharp lance light swept across the coral like a scythe cutting hay. The coral broke, and many of the xenogeniacs within were killed. The sea was dyed red. This guy is good at running off. Long Ying frowned. She looked around, then headed off in a different direction. Han Sen did not move an inch beneath the sand, and he had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Long Ying returned. Strange. Where did he go? Long Ying searched around again, then left the seabed and returned to Dragon 15. Han Sen felt relieved. He emerged from the sand and hid himself inside a seashell. The shells were 2 meters tall, and they had been living in the coral. They had died to Long Ying's lance. After hiding himself on their remains, Han Sen summoned spell in her sniper rifle form. He wanted to see if the long-range scope would work beneath the sea. It worked. Han Sen hid inside the shell, but from down there, he could see Dragon 15, Long Ying, and Shu's a few thousand meters away. He could not hear what they were saying, but he was pretty good at reading lips. The battle continued to rage upon the surface of the sea. Fortunately, it had little effect on the ocean depths. Suddenly, there was a boom and something massive fell into the sea. Han Sen quickly looked towards it through the scope. The xenogenic dragon god had fallen, kicking up Goliath waves. Even the seabed was affected as the churning water raised swirls of sand and debris. It seemed that the dragon god had lost consciousness. Its body sank, and when Han Sen saw its head, he noted that its skull had been cracked. The hammer-wielding turtle had probably plonked it pretty hard. **T. That dual hammer turtle is that strong. Han Sen was shocked. The dual hammer turtle quickly dropped into the sea after the dragon god. The hammer came down to strike the dragon god's head again, and what was left of its skull was sundered. The turtle snatched a blue orb out of the monster's remains and swam away. The dragon god's body slowly sank through the water until it came down near Han Sen. A while passed, and the dual hammer turtle did not return. Shoes and Dragon 15 arrived next to the corpse. Shoes, do you know what this creature is? Dragon 15 asked Shoes. Shoes looked at the dragon god's body and said, I'm not sure, but its power should be the equivalent of something half-deified. The dual hammer turtle already took the most important item, but the body of the beast itself should still prove useful. Its blue scales, especially so. If what Long Shan said was true, and the scales can speed up one's evolution, then they will be a prized treasure. I was thinking the same thing. It is lucky for the dragon. Long Ying, quickly prep the body for transport, Dragon 15 said to Long Ying. Long Ying nodded and swam closer to the dragon god's body. She tried to pick it up. Han Sen watched her work, regretting that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Long Ying in a fight, so he couldn't interfere. A half-deified's body was a valuable treasure, but he valued his own life more. But when Long Ying came down next to the dragon god's body and grabbed its tail, her duke powers were not enough to lift the corpse. Long Ying's face changed. She spread her dragon wings to emit the shadow of a dragon. Her arms transformed into the scaly limbs of a dragon. She managed to shift the body a little, but she was unable to lift it. 15. This xenogenic's body is too heavy. We need more assistance if we want to move it, Long Ying told Dragon 15. Dragon 15 frowned, and then he said, in that case, Shoes and I will watch the body while you go and find help. That evil crystallizer might still be around. How about I stay here and you go for help? Long Ying did not want to leave Dragon 15 unprotected. It's fine. You go, Dragon 15 said, waving his hands dismissively. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Seeing Long Ying leave, though, Han Sen was delighted. If it was just Dragon 15 and Shu's two marquises, he might have a chance to nab the spoils. But he still had to consider the weight of the dragon god's body. Not even Long Ying's duke strength could lift it. Even if Han Sen summoned his destiny's tower, he doubted that he could absorb it and take it away. What can I steal? Han Sen used his scope to examine the body, but he didn't know much about the creature. He couldn't tell if what he was seeing was actually good stuff. Long Shan and the others said that its scales can speed up the evolution process, so the scales have to be decent, at least. But it has too many scales for me to try to grab them all. Before I finished harvesting it, Long Ying would be back with help. And then, I certainly would not be able to run. Shoes and Dragon 15 are here, as well, and they are annoying enough. Han Sen was hesitating. At this time, Shoes walked in front of the dragon god's body. Observing the creature's neck, she said, I don't know where this xenogenic might have come from, but from its appearance, we can determine that it is definitely some sort of dragon. Aside from the dragon orb that the turtle stole, the most important thing for us to take would be the scales. Do you agree? Hearing what Shu said, Han Sen turned his scope in the direction she was looking. He saw a scale on the dragon god's neck that appeared to be growing upside down. The other scales were light blue, but this one was so dark that it was almost black. It also seemed to be shaped differently than the other scales. The other scales looked like fans, and they were the size of grinding discs. That upside-down scale, however, was only around the size of a plate. It was shaped like a heart. Not bad. This half-deified xenogenic is one of the dragon. That is the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 walked over to the body and tried to tear off the scale. But when he grabbed the scale by its edges, he was unable to remove it. Dragon God was dead, and its life force was gone. The flesh had certainly weakened. But even so, it seemed that a marquise would have difficulty removing the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 frowned. Power swelled within his body as he spread his wings. He grew 3 feet taller, and his muscles hardened like steel. His scales all turned black. Good grief. This Dragon 15 is a xenogeniac. Are all dragons xenogeniacs, I wonder? Han Sen thought to himself. Watching this display, Han Sen thought that Dragon 15 might have been more powerful than Dragon 13. The dragon were born strong, and any pure dragon could become stronger than those of any other race. Their claim of being the bravest was not some bluff. His nails became blades, and Dragon 15 poked them into the flesh beside the scale. He cut around the scale and it popped loose. FCK. That's it. Han Sen was angry. He aimed spell at Dragon 15 and pulled the trigger. He emerged from the shell and ran towards the dragon god's corpse. Dragon 15 seemed to be ready. He gave a hum, then swung his hand at the bullet fired from spell. The bullet was cut in half, then exploded. As this occurred, Dragon 15 waved his other hand at Han Sen. The talons shook the water into a number of blades that headed towards Han Sen. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded as the blades sliced through it. Another Han Sen rushed Dragon 15 from the side. Dragon 15 flapped his wings, creating a moon-shaped swirl of water. He ran at Han Sen with his cold dragon claws raised to strike Han Sen's heart. Dragon 15 hadn't planned on immediately securing the scale. His primary objective was to kill Han Sen. The Avilbreaker powers raced toward Han Sen. Even with Han Sen's speed, avoiding those claws would be difficult. Pang! Han Sen's body was cut to ribbons, but it was just another moon clone. Dragon 15 turned to the dragon god's body. Han Sen floated near the corpse as he stuffed the scale into his pocket. Dragon 15 came at Han Sen furiously, but Han Sen swam away with the grace of a fish. He was swimming at a pace much greater than Dragon 15 was capable of. Han Sen put some distance between Dragon 15 and himself, but just as he started to relax, a lance came at him through the water. It was Long Ying. Han Sen knew now that he had been tricked. Long Ying had not left, and her departure was only to lure him out. Nice plan. Han Sen did not have time to think. The lance light covered a radius of 100 meters beneath that sea, keeping him from escaping. There was nothing Han Sen could do, so he pulled out his blood feather knife and used his knife and sword powers. He blocked the lance that was coming for him. Long Ying wanted to prevent Han Sen's escape, so she cast many more lance lights. Each of the lance powers was weakened, however. But every time Han Sen used his knife to deflect the lance light, the impact bounced him away. His chest felt like it was getting struck by lightning, and the pain was fierce. Han Sen wasn't bleeding yet, though. He tried to use those impacts to toss him further away from Long Ying. But Dragon 15 was already behind him, and when his Avilbreaker claws came for Han Sen, they tried to snare him like an ugly net. Han Sen's vision suddenly flashed into a view of sequence structures composed of molecules. He kept swinging his blood feather knife, striking back against the claw light. He managed to break it, and then it turned into nothing. Not stopping, Han Sen continued his flight into the deeper reaches of the sea. Dragon 15 and Long Ying paused for a moment, stunned that an Earl had been able to break Dragon 15's claw light. Dragon 15 had recognized the blood feather knife, and his face darkened. That is Han Sen. Do not let him flee. I won't let him escape again. Long Ying looked cold. She became a dragon xenogeniac, and she flapped her dragon wings in pursuit of Han Sen. As Han Sen fled, he continuously swung his knife to weave knife silks into the water. Long Ying kept coming, though, cutting through the knife silks as she moved. The knife silks were unable to do anything to her Duke xenogeniac body. Dong! Long Ying attacked Han Sen again. That lance power was stronger than the previous attack. Han Sen's blood feather knife almost couldn't withstand it, and his body rocketed down into the seabed. He sank into the crater the impact had formed, and the sand and rocks rose to cover his shape. Escaping won't be that easy. Long Ying spun her lance into a blur, forming a vortex in the water. All the sand and rocks were sucked away from Han Sen's hiding place, clearing the water. Han Sen had planned to escape under the cover of the sand, but now he was visible, and the vortex slowed down his movements. He couldn't escape quickly. Dragon 15 caught up. Her claw lights flashed at Han Sen like a meteor shower. Han Sen decided to stop fighting the current and allow the water to jerk him towards Dragon 15. He used his blood feather knife alongside Super Spank. Dragon 15 did not wish to fight Han Sen, though. He started to fall back, swinging his claws as he went. The blood feather knife broke every claw into dust, but it took too much time. Long Ying was again in front of Han Sen, with an attack prepped. Han Sen used his knife with Super Spank powers, and he almost broke the lance's sequence structure. But the lance knocked Han Sen away, all the same. Something in his chest tore and blood spilled out of his mouth and nose. Long Ying and Dragon 15 did not let Han Sen rest. They kept up a continuous string of attacks. If Dragon 15 had been there alone, Han Sen could have fought him off. Long Ying was not a strong duke, but her level was still equal to a xenogenic Sharon. Han Sen didn't have much of a chance. Han Sen used his moon clones to absorb a few attacks, but things were taking a turn for the worse. A lance was eventually able to break his armor and thrust into his shoulder. Han Sen's movement slowed as he sustained more and more injuries. Dragon 15's claws were able to land on Han Sen, digging in a few bloody trenches into his back. Long Ying's lance flashed furiously. It struck whenever Han Sen was distracted by Dragon 15's attacks. Han Sen gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain from his wounds. He lifted the blood feather knife to repel Long Ying's lance. Duke powers were scary. After that hit, Han Sen was knocked to the bottom of the sea again. Blood came oozing out of him. The sand and debris rose, and Long Ying used her lance to clear the area again. Han Sen's body had formed a deep hole. But when Dragon 15 and Long Ying cleared the hole all the way to the bottom, they were shocked. Han Sen was not there. They searched for Han Sen, but he was gone. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Dragon 15 looked like fury incarnate. Han Sen had just vanished and taken the half-deified upside-down scale with him. Send word. Find Han Sen, even if you have to drain the return ruined sea. Bring him to me, dead or alive. Dragon 15 looked cold. Long Ying was depressed. She couldn't figure out how Han Sen had escaped. Long Ying did not need to leave the water to contact others of their race. She got on her phone and spread the news. Help came to move Dragon God's body, and she ordered other dragons and xenogenics to search for Han Sen throughout the return ruined sea. Han Sen's body appeared in a house in the Alliance, but he started coughing up blood as soon as he arrived. The powers of an Earl were weak. Unless he used Super God Spirit, he'd be unable to match a duke. So, he came back to the Alliance. It is lucky I brought the scale back with me. Otherwise, it would have been a grand loss. Han Sen licked his lips as he stroked the blue upside-down scale. 2046 resting time. Han Sen put away the scale and rested. His wounds slowly recovered. He did not plan on returning to the Geno universe for a while, and instead wanted to stay in the Alliance for a bit. The dragon were looking for him, and although Dragon 15 did not know Han Sen would teleport back to the same point he had left, Han Sen still thought it'd be a bit too risky to head back for the time being. If Han Sen did not show up for a long time, and the dragon could not find him in the return ruined sea, it was likely they'd believe he had escaped entirely. When they let their guard down, it'd be much easier for Han Sen to slip back in and get off the planet. The dragon elites couldn't guard the return ruined sea forever, so it was only a matter of time before they left. While Han Sen was in the Alliance, he continued to absorb the deified blood that stained his blood feather knife. It'd be great if he could become a marquis while gone. It'd greatly increase his odds of making it out of the return ruined sea when he went back. Come here, my baby. Let daddy hug you. Han Sen picked Han Ling-er up off her bed and kissed her. Han Ling-er used her hands to touch Han Sen's face. It seemed as if she didn't like it. You've been gone for so long, little Ling-er isn't going to remember you, Ji Yanran complained. Then I should stay here more. I won't go back for a while. Han Sen didn't tell her that he had been chased. He didn't want to worry his family. Family life wasn't as good as Han Sen thought it would be, though. Changing nappies, bottle feeding, and guessing Han Ling-er's thoughts wasn't easy. Babies were monsters no one could communicate with. Although Han Ling-er was very quiet for a child and did not cry, she still gave him a lot of trouble. It was impossible to know what she wanted. Her resting times were different from his, too. Whenever Han Sen sought rest, her eyes would shoot open and she'd want to play. Now Han Sen knew how difficult it was for Ji Yanran. Guessing what a kid wanted was much harder than predicting the moves of an opponent. No one dared make Han Ling-er mad, either. If she activated her Super God Spirit mode, she could potentially blow up the entire planet. Han Ling-er loved to sunbathe, and she was curious about the world. Han Sen loved taking his airship out to sightsee with her. She is so young, and she does not like to stay at home. When she grows up, she is going to run away, Han Sen thought to himself. He was not upset by this, however. It was rare for Han Sen to stay in the alliance for a significant amount of time. He called on his family, and Bauer, to join him for a vacation. Han Sen wanted to visit a spa on planet Ice, but Ling loved to be out in the sun. So, he had to cancel that. He went to planet C instead, which had many beaches and lots of sun. There were many creatures there, too. Bauer and Ling built sandcastles together, while Han Sen and Ji Yanran lay on deck chairs to enjoy the sea wind. Luolin and Han Yufei went diving. The family was enjoying their vacation when two young boys approached. Behind them was an escort of bodyguards. The two boys looked to be about the same height as Bauer, and they were around the age of 5. One walked with pride, as if he was the boss. The other boy was very quiet. He walked next to the proud boy, looking rather harmless. The two boys went up to Bauer and Ling. The proud boy looked at Bauer and snapped his fingers. The bodyguard then brought out pretty gemstones, high-tech toys, and flowers to present to Bauer. "Pretty lady, come and be my girlfriend, and all these are yours." The proud little boy pointed at a luxurious airship, hovering just above the sea. Bauer and Ling looked at the boy. Then, Bauer blinked and said, "That's all you're offering. Tell me whatever you desire, then. My name is Ning Buao. I have nothing but money. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you everything you want," the little boy said. "I would like to see fish fly in the sky." Bauer blinked. What? The little boy was confused. For some reason, the quiet boy stepped further away. "Like this," Bauer said. Then she grabbed the bad boy and threw him into the sea. The boy did not fall straight into the water. First, he skimmed across it like a smooth stone. The boy started to cry, and then a man went to retrieve him from the water. The bodyguards were in shock, and they all moved to surround Bauer. "You guys can leave now," said a man's voice. The bodyguard stepped aside. A 5-year-old girl having such power was very surprising. Humans had achieved power inside the sanctuaries, but they could not go there before the age of 16. What power was she wielding? To them, Bauer was something of a monster. A quiet man and a pretty woman approached. The man told the woman to take the two boys, and then he approached Han Sen. "Long time no see. Are those your two sons?" Han Sen greeted the man, laughing. Ji Yanran moved to take care of the kids. "The quiet one is my son. The other one is the son of Heaven," Ning Yu said. "They look like brothers." Han Sen chuckled, but he was sincere. "They live in the same environment," Ning Yu said simply. He then looked at Han Sen and asked, "Is there another world beyond the sanctuaries?" "Yes." Han Sen wasn't going to hide this fact. "What will it take for you to take me there?" Ning Yu asked. "Is your life bad now? Do you need something more?" Han Sen asked Ning Yu. "This is not the life we should have," Ning Yu said. "But you cannot come back. You will not be able to see your family, and you will face death at every turn. Do you still wish to go?" Han Sen asked Ning Yu. "I am willing to," Ning Yu answered with those 4 words. Han Sen looked at Ning Yu, and then he smiled. "Give me some time, I will need to prepare." They stopped talking, and they looked out to the sea together. "Your son and your wife are nice. You won't miss them?" Han Sen asked, after a while of silence. "I didn't get married. I adopted little Shi. He can take care of himself. He will take whatever he needs, and he won't take what he is not supposed to." Ning Yu's face remained impassive, but his eyes smiled. Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the quiet boy and the pretty woman in shock. 2047 Shira arrived after Han Sen left Planet C. He absorbed more of the deified blood that was on the blood feather knife. He did this every day, and he felt his blood pulse sutra approaching its peak. He kept investigating the upside-down scale, too. He hadn't used it for anything yet, and while it was good for evolving his blood, he'd only make use of it when he needed to. The AI was relaying news to them, and he learned that humans had made progress in their negotiations with the Shira. There had been many such reports over the past few years, but it made Han Sen frown. Han Sen had never dealt with the Shira because of the things he was told by Han Yufei. He would have liked to get rid of the Shira to reunite the worlds of the Alliance, but after talking with Han Yufei, he stopped thinking about it. Han Yufei had asked Han Sen, "Have you heard of the 3 monks?" Han Sen considered the question and asked, "Was that the story about one monk collecting water to drink?" a second monk merely raising his head to drink, and a third monk that had nothing to drink. Han Yufei nodded. Humans might hold the most complicated minds of all the races in existence. It is sort of like how the strong will devour the weak. Humans are certainly the greediest creatures. Han Sen agreed with what he said. He believed everyone was born evil, and that the primary focus of any human was to ensure their own survival by any means necessary. Tigers ate sheep, sheep ate grass. The grass needed the nutrients contained in the soil. You had to take to survive. The same applied to humans, but humans took greed to another level. They didn't just want to survive, they wanted more. So, basically, humans were inherently evil from birth. With the Shira here, humans have had to constantly fight another race. But when the Shira are gone, humans will only end up fighting themselves again. If humans are lucky, we will make it despite ourselves. But if we are unlucky, Han Yufei stopped talking. He touched Han Sen's shoulder. There is nothing absolutely right in this world. Just follow the yearnings of your heart. After that, Han Sen put away his thoughts of destroying the Shira. If he stayed in the alliance, then destroying the Shira would be a good thing. But Han Sen did not have the time to deal with matters of the alliance, so wrecking the Shira civilization would have unintended consequences. In ancient times, a few brothers fought together to create a kingdom. But when they had everything, they started to fight for different shares. Eventually, they all became sworn enemies. So Han Sen did not destroy the Shira. He did ask Zero to go to the Shira and do something, however. The Shira were in a poor state, but things were in balance. The alliance hadn't totally defeated them yet. Han Sen was interested in the graves of the Shira kings, but he had never found the time to check it out. Now, he did. Perhaps there, he might be able to find a lead on Asura. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra and Geno fluid came from those graves. The Shira kings' graves could only be entered by a king on the precipice of their death. However, that condition meant nothing to Han Sen right now. Han Sen took Bauer with him, and they embarked on the beetle and flew to the Shira planet. Han Sen had researched the Shira grave, but he did not know where the site was located. The graves had been robbed once before, and now the Shira kept the location of its royalty a well-guarded secret. It also seemed as if the grave sites could be moved. They weren't where they had once been found. The only one who knew this information was the Shira queen, Jade Shira. On the planet of the Shira queen was working. Jade Ming'er worked next to her mother. She was the one who was most likely to succeed the Shira queen. Jade Ming'er had learned from Jade Shira ever since she was young. Jade Shira had high expectations for her. Right now, the Shira were in dire shape. Luckily, there were still some mysterious powers supporting their race. If not, the Shira wouldn't have been able to defend themselves against humans. Who is this? The Shira queen jumped in surprise when she looked into the left side of the study. A man clad in armor was sitting in one of her chairs. Despite the Shira queen's talent, not even she had noticed when he arrived. Jade Ming'er reached to press the alarm and draw a knife, preparing to use falsified sky powers on the man. But the Shira queen stopped her. The Shira queen knew that she could only see the armored man because he wanted to be seen. There was no point in screaming for help. If he wanted to kill them, they'd both be dead. The man looked at the two with interest. The Shira queen felt fear. The fright was deep in her bones, and it was difficult to describe. It was like he could click his fingers and kill her if he chose to. Sweat started to bead across her skin. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The Shira queen asked him calmly, forcing control into her voice. Han Sen looked at the Shira queen and Jade Ming'er. He thought it was strange to see Jade Ming'er again. Jade Ming'er looked like Zero. The two looked like twins. Zero was shaped like a human, and Jade Ming'er was like a Shira copy of Zero. The Shira queen looked like Jade Ming'er, but she did not look like Zero. "Is she your daughter?" Han Sen asked, pointing at Jade Ming'er. The Shira queen felt nervous in his presence. She wanted to pull Jade Ming'er behind her, but she knew that would be pointless. Doing that would only expose her weakness. The Shira queen replied levelly, "She is my daughter. You didn't come here just to ask that, did you? Do you have another daughter?" Han Sen asked her. "No, but I have a few sons. I only have one daughter." Shira queen looked placid, but she felt like she was going to have a stroke. The armored man was showing interest in Jade Ming'er, and that made her nervous. There is no secret daughter. And there is no additional one, created by genes? Han Sen asked. Only humans use such dirty techniques. We disdain anyone who uses them. Jade Ming'er looked angry. 2048 Planet Sky Cloud. Han Sen lifted his hand toward Jade Ming'er. Jade Ming'er's body was instantly bound and lifted toward Han Sen. The Shira Queen was nervous, but she was the monarch of the Shira. So, she frowned and said, "Are you just here to cause trouble with a girl?" Han Sen ignored the Shira Queen and examined Jade Ming'er closely. They really did look exactly the same. Their presence, however, felt different. With his Dongshuan aura, he could tell that she was indeed different from Zero. When Han Sen ignored the Shira Queen and observed Jade Ming'er carefully, it made the Shira Queen even more worried, but she knew that the more she spoke, the more it would seem that she cared for Jade Ming'er. He would be able to identify her greatest weakness. The Shira Queen just stood where she was, not hurrying Han Sen. She didn't look nervous, and neither did she speak. After a while, when Han Sen looked away from Jade Ming'er, the Shira Queen quietly said, "Can you tell us what you came here to say?" Han Sen did not free Jade Ming'er from his grip just yet. He looked to the Shira Queen with admiration. "Jade Shira, I will give you 5 days. You should sort out your current business, then meet me on Planet Sky Cloud in 5 days. You can tell me whatever you need to tell me right here and right now. I will do whatever it is you wish, if I am able to. If I cannot do it, then it doesn't matter when we meet," the Shira Queen replied. "This is an order. This is not a request," Han Sen said, giving the Shira Queen a flat stare. "The Shira will not concede to any human. And that includes you." The Shira Queen was very stubborn. "Remember the bone dagger, before the Shira pool?" Han Sen asked quietly. "You are?" The Shira Queen's face was riddled with shock. "In 5 days, you will come to Planet Sky Cloud. If you don't, every Shira will be killed," Han Sen said, then disappeared. Jade Ming'er disappeared with him. The Shira Queen didn't move. She looked strange. Planet Sky Cloud was a planet that both humans and Shira lived on. It was a lawless place, and risky businessmen frequently traveled there. And with the savage natives of Planet Sky Cloud, that place was known to be very dangerous. People were often murdered on the street in broad daylight, and no one raised a fuss. Han Sen held Bauer as they walked along the street. Jade Ming'er did not speak. She looked ice cold. "Dad, I'm hungry," Bauer said, looking in the direction of a fancy restaurant. They hadn't yet found anywhere clean to get lunch. Bauer didn't seem fond of eating off dirty plates. "Okay, we will eat here," Han Sen nodded, turning towards the restaurant. Jade Ming'er did not speak, but followed them inside. The 3 of them walked in, and they saw many of the Shira sitting inside. The sight of 2 humans walking in prompted all heads to turn their way. All the Shira looked at them coldly, without a single patron raising a smile. Jade Ming'er was wearing a hat and a mask. Her face was covered, but there were slots for horns on her hat. It showed that she was of the Shira, but nobody noteworthy. Bauer ignored the gaze of the Shiras and hopped onto a table. She pointed at the menu and said, this, and this, give me one of each." The middle-aged Shira behind the counter laughed. His face was split by a huge scar that looked a little like a centipede. The middle-aged Shira stepped over to Bauer, chuckling cruelly. "Kid, the food here is only sold to those with horns. Those without horns are food." "Ha ha." The Shira across the restaurant laughed. Bauer blinked. She looked at the middle-aged man curiously, and asked, "What food might I be?" The middle-aged Shira was shocked. He hadn't expected Bauer, who was so young, to be completely unafraid of him. The other Shiras were surprised, too. They gave Bauer odd looks. The middle-aged Shira laughed and looked at Bauer as if she was a fish or some other meat. After a while, he said, "You're so small, and your flesh is so young, it would be best to make raw slices out of you. I would slice your skin off and put it on ice. You'd be served with some soy sauce. That would be nice. You want to do that for us?" After that, the middle-aged man showed her a very evil smile. His face drew close to Bauer as he lifted an ice pick. "Sure, I'd love to see what I taste like." Bauer lifted her pink arms out too. "The sides?" she asked the Shira. "Uncle, which part of me will taste the best?" The middle-aged Shira and the others looked at Bauer with shock. That was the first time they had seen a human child show such bravery. Jade Ming'er looked at Bauer with shock, too. It was hard to imagine a kid that small having such guts. The middle-aged Shira laughed awkwardly. He patted her on the head and said, "There are the tables. Take a seat. The food you order will be on the house. Little Ling, come and serve our guest and her friends." A Shira woman, with an average face but voluptuous curves, lowered herself and smiled at Bauer. "Little customer, you are the first human we have served in 10 years. The two of you, please sit." The Shira waitress brought Bauer and Han Sen over to a table. That place was a little better than average on this planet, but it wasn't adorned with ridiculous decorations. It was clean, but there weren't private rooms for them. A few minutes later, the food Bauer ordered arrived. The middle-aged Shira brought a bottle of alcohol over to Bauer. He laughed. "Little customer, we only have drinks like this. We don't have juice. This is yours. Dad, can I drink it?" Bauer asked Han Sen nicely. "Of course." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. "I will have a big cup." Bauer looked excited. "Sure." The Shira opened the drink and poured Bauer a big cup. He put the bottle down on the table and told Han Sen and Jade Ming'er, "Pour out more if you want." Jade Ming'er frowned and did not touch it. Han Sen picked it up and poured himself a cup. 2049 pay. You guys aren't from planet Sky Cloud?" The middle-aged Shira asked Han Sen with rhetorical certainty. "We aren't. We're here on business," Han Sen answered. "You guys only serve Shira, huh? We serve humans, as well. It depends on the circumstances, but usually, no human dares to come in here." The middle-aged Shira laughed, and then went on to say, "The people who work here are retired soldiers. They were strong on the battlefields, and their presence is enough to scare away humans. Most who walk in through those doors end up PSSING themselves. This is the first time I've ever seen a guest like her." "You hate humans?" Han Sen asked. "The Shira don't really hate humans, but this place isn't a battlefield. Besides, with this little customer, you guys are free to eat here," the Shira replied carelessly. "Boss, Galit is here again." The female waitress shouted at the middle-aged Shira man. His face turned cold, and he quickly moved to the door. Before he reached the door, it was kicked open. A bunch of Shiras, all wearing uniforms, came marching inside. "Galit, what are you doing here?" the middle-aged Shira said to a Shira dressed like an officer of some sort. "Collecting taxes. You should pay up now." The officer looked like he was full of himself. "I'm not paying USH*T. This is planet Sky Cloud. This isn't a Shira planet." The middle-aged Shira shouted at him. The Shira that were eating there all laughed. The people of planet Sky Cloud did not care for military sorts. "Really?" The officer laughed. He kicked the middle-aged Shira in the stomach. The man was sent flying and came crashing down behind the bar. Bottles fell off the wall and rained down onto his head. The people in the restaurant stood to flee, but the soldiers near the officer drew their guns. They aimed them at the people to suppress the scene. "Stop. This is none of your business. Go back to work," the middle-aged Shira yelled at his employees. He stood up from behind the bar and then walked up to the officer. He coldly told him, "Galit, you may kill me if you have the balls to. I won't just kill you. You killed a member of my family, so I'm going to kill you slowly, as I will the rest of your employees." Galit laughed, and the laugh made all the onlookers feel a chill. "It has nothing to do with them. Come at me," the middle-aged Shira growled. "They should die because they are with you. Would, I will make you regret ever killing my brother. You should never have thought about touching royalty," Galit hissed, while staring at him. "Regret? I'd do it all over again if I could. I have no problem killing a traitor that betrayed his own men," Wood said flatly. "Then you should die with him." Galit looked murderous. "Ha, kid, who are you bluffing? We almost died out there on the battlefields already. We aren't afraid. Come and kill us." The waitress laughed humorlessly before taking a bottle and throwing it at them. Pang! Galit smacked the bottle away and fired at her. Wood was fast, though. He hit Galit's arm, making his shot go wide. Then, he punched the enemy's nose. FCKU. The waitress ran forward, as did all her workmates. They worked with synergy, dodging the guns as they got close enough to fight hand to hand. The people on planet Sky Cloud were all brave, and the patrons of the restaurant watched rather than fleeing. The soldiers were unable to defeat the veterans, though. They were all beaten down quickly. Wood rode Galit to the ground, punching his face repeatedly. He was bleeding. Some soldiers were knocked into the dining area every now and again, and whenever that occurred, customers would kick them away from their tables and back at the workers. It made them laugh. "You Shira are interesting," Han Sen said, while looking at Jade Ming'er. Jade Ming'er knew that fights often broke out between those of different ranks, but seeing such things firsthand made her angry. And furthermore, it was all being witnessed by a human. That made her feel sick. Pang! Someone stepped up next to Wood, who was still pummeling Gawlet. Before Wood knew what had happened, he was airborne again. The scene went quiet as a gold-horned Shira man stood over Gawlet. Uncle 7. These people are guilty of treason. Kill them all. Gawlet got up and pointed at Wood with one hand, while his other nursed his bloodied nose. Shut up. The gold-horned Shira snapped at Gawlet. He looked at Wood and coldly said, do you know the crime that is titled offending a royal? I don't FC King care. We rent this place ourselves, here on planet Sky Cloud. Who the FCK cares about your bullshit royalty? The waitress picked up Wood as she shouted at the gold-horned Shira. You are Shira. That means you adhere to the laws of the Shira no matter where you go. You have now broken these laws, and because of that you will die, the gold-horned Shira said calmly. FCK your laws. The waitress shouted. I am sorry, but you have to die. The gold-horned Shira moved, appearing right in front of the pair before Wood could look up. He was so much stronger, and they were unable to react. They looked very angry, but very hopeless, too. The gold-horned Shira's fist was just about to come down on Wood, but all of a sudden, it stopped. A fat hand appeared in front of the gold-horned Shira's fist. The fist stopped moving. The gold-horned Shira and Wood felt their eyes widen. The little girl had stopped the powerful punch with one hand. Hey boss, this is how I am covering the bill for our lunch. Bauer gave them an innocent smile. She grabbed the gold-horned Shira's fist, and as if he was a mere toy, she tossed him aside. Pang, 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 pang. The gold-horned Shira's body was raised in the air and slammed into the ground repeatedly, so fast that he turned into a blur. His body seemed to be warping under the force. Wood and the others stared with slack jaws. Their eyes followed suit, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. 2050 father and daughter that came from nowhere. All the Shira were frozen. A human child, who was 6 years old at the most, could throw around a third-ranked gold-horned Shira fighter as if he was nothing more than a toy. In their eyes, Bauer was no longer a kid. She was a monster. Humans are that strong. All the Shira were in shock. If a child had achieved such strength, they couldn't imagine how strong the adults must have been. Gawlet wanted to turn around and run, but Bauer threw the gold-horned Shira at him like a bowling ball. The two slammed into each other and tumbled across the floor in a spray of blood. They lay in a pile, half dead. They couldn't get up, and they moaned. The other soldiers scrambled out of the restaurant, screaming all the way. It was too horrifying for them. If you want revenge, take it now. They can't fight back, Bauer said to Wood. But Wood and the others only looked at Bauer strangely, and they didn't do anything else. Bauer then returned to Han Sen. She took his hand before speaking to Wood again. Don't worry, if you guys want to, you can go to the Alliance. Just tell them my father's name, and no one will touch you there. Wood and the others immediately understood that Bauer and Han Sen were special. Wood gritted his teeth and picked up a gun. He shot Gawlet and the gold-horned Shira in the head. Wood handed the gun to a friend, then said to Bauer, I will remember this favor, and I will repay the debt, if there is ever an opportunity to do so. We will not go to the human place, though. And you should go now. You killed King Samo's people. The king owns this planet, so you should run. You guys aren't leaving, there is no need to worry. My dad is here, and you can live in the Alliance. Bauer blinked at Wood and the others. Wood shook his head. I believe you guys are earnest, but we are Shira. We will never betray our own race. We will not defect and align with the enemy, so you guys should run. What a nice soldier. Han Sen sighed. A similar thing could happen to humans, so there was nothing there that made them inherently better than the Shira. You guys have houses here. We are here on business for a few days. Can we live here for a while? Han Sen smiled at Wood. Did you not hear what the boss just told you? Planet Sky Cloud is different, as King Samo controls it. You will be killed if you do not go, the waitress said. Wood waved his hand, telling her to stop talking. He asked Han Sen, you really want to live here? Yeah, for no more than 4 days. Is such an accommodation available to us? Han Sen smiled. Belle, take them someplace where they can rest, Wood said, while looking at Han Sen. Belle obviously wanted to say something else, but she didn't. She obeyed Wood's command and took them to their new room. Boss, why are you keeping them? You just killed King Samo's son. Keeping them here will only get us killed, Belle said to Wood when she returned. Wood shook his head. Couldn't you tell they weren't your average humans? It doesn't matter how strong they cannot defeat King Samo and the other elites. Even if they were famous, what's the point? They are humans, Belle said. I don't know. Let us wait and see, Wood said. Wait, are we not leaving, either? Bell and the others stared at him with wide eyes. It is like you said. Planet Sky Cloud is controlled by King Samo. We don't have the money or the connections, so where can we possibly go? Wood continued. Maybe staying here is how we survive. You mean, those two humans? Bell wanted to say something, but there were noises coming from the hall. Many people were coming through. Their faces paled, and before they could react, many guns were pointed at them. They were then led out to the lobby. Wood saw King Samo, clad in his Shira armor. If things hadn't worked out the way they did, they might never have seen the king up close. Pang! The Shira soldiers stepped back behind the king. King Samo's face looked grim, and his voice was grating. I don't care who you are, but you will die. My son's death will not be for nothing. King Samo, you had a good son, a voice said from deeper within the building. When King Samo heard that voice, his face changed. His eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock, who are you? I know who I am, but you have forgotten who you are. Killing your own kind, humiliating wartime veterans, ignoring the laws of the Shira. Do you really think the Shira are simple property that you can own and control? Said the hard voice. King Samo's legs were quivering and his voice was shaky, but he still had the guts to ask, who are you? Come in and see who I am, the cold voice responded. Don't play tricks. Come out now, King Samo said. As you wish. A woman with white clothes, a white hat, and a white mask emerged from the back of the establishment. When King Samo saw Jade Ming'er, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He was the king of the planet, but he wasn't actually Shira royalty. He was only a distant relative of the Jade family. Seeing Jade Ming'er, who could one day be the queen, he was rightfully fearful. Wood thought he must have been dreaming. King Samo was now begging before the woman, like a grandson meeting a granddad. The woman scolded King Samo, and Samo did not say a word against her. When she released him, he was overflowing with gratitude. He appreciated the mercy, and he no longer cared about his son's death. The most shocking for Wood and the others was that the woman had been pouring drinks for the father and daughter. She was being treated like a maid, and it made them feel as if they were in a dream. Who are Bauer and that man? Bell asked Wood when they went to rest. The whole day had been too strange. Don't talk, and don't ask. Keep them a secret forever. We shouldn't have come to know this, Wood told them, with a sense of importance. Wood wanted to know who the father and daughter were, but he knew that the more he knew, the more danger he'd be in. Han Sen stayed in that restaurant for 4 days. When the 4th day passed, a Shira woman with a black mask arrived. 2051 blowing up a planet with one hand, you are Han Sen? The Shira queen asked when she saw Han Sen without armor. She recognized him. She remembered Han Sen because he was important in the alliance. Plus, Han Sen had a blood relation to the Luo family. He was a distant relative of the Jade Shira. Han Sen laughed, but he did not speak. Jade Ming'er stepped aside. She really hated them both. Han Sen and Bauer had treated her like a maid, and she had to do everything they had told her to do, even if she didn't want to. The Shira queen nodded at Jade Ming'er, then ignored her. She turned back to Han Sen. You are not the master of the bone dagger. It should belong to the Shira. Shira queen remembered that it was a Shira woman who had used the bone dagger in the Shira palace. No one could stop her. She used falsified sky powers in their full form. The strangest thing was when that woman gave the Shira queen the falsified Sky Sutra. It allowed the Jade Shira to finish her skill, and in doing so, she became much stronger. Jade Shira had originally thought it was God that had given them the rest of the skill, but now, she did not think so. Does it matter if I am or not? You just need to know that I can destroy the Shira, Han Sen said. Why should I believe you? The Shira queen asked quietly. You came here, didn't you? That means you already believe me. Han Sen smiled, and he then went on to say, the Battle of Franco, the assault on Heilmans, the strike on 4690, they can flip the situation of the Shira on its head. Can you actually sort out these problems? It's you. The Shira queen couldn't believe it, and she stared at Han Sen. The things Han Sen had spoken about were incidents that could lead to the potential collapse of Shira society. They hadn't happened, but if the alliance took action in the right way, the Shira would lose. They had survived so far because of the help they had received. Why are you doing this? You are just a human. The Shira queen could not believe all of this was coming from Han Sen. It did not make sense. Han Sen laughed and looked at the Shira Queen and said, "In your eyes, this universe is everything. But to me, the Shira and the humans are just toys. I like the alliance more, but I don't want to see the Shira get destroyed, either." The Shira Queen looked at Han Sen. She could not accept this explanation. "How about this? The Shira are still useful to me, and we need you to keep going," Han Sen said. "What do you want me to do?" "I won't sell the Shira out," the Shira Queen said with certainty. "I need you to send some Shira out to do work for me, but that will come after. Right now, I need you to take me to the Shira King gravesite." Han Sen planned to use the Shira as spies in the future, allowing them to go to the demons so he could learn more about them. This job was perfect for the Shira. If Han Sen had the whole Shira Empire under his thumb, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shira doing anything to the demon. "Impossible. Even if you kill me," the Shira Queen said immediately. Han Sen did not say anything. He turned on a video and showed the feed coming from a Shira base. It was planet Cardola. "This is a beautiful planet." Han Sen looked at planet Cardola. From space, the planet appeared orange and green. It was exceptionally beautiful. The Shira Queen did not speak. An important military planet like that should not have been spied on so closely. She thought Han Sen was threatening her, showing her that he could do anything. The Shira Queen believed Han Sen was too naive, and the threat did not work on her. "I suggest you take one last look at it. You might not see it again," Han Sen said to the Shira Queen. "If you want to threaten me, you are wrong to think you can," the Shira Queen said impassively. She didn't think it would be a big deal if Han Sen sent someone to that planet. It was too well defended. Han Sen smiled and did not speak. He lifted a hand and clenched it into a fist. The Shira Queen and Jade Ming-er did not know what he meant to do by that. In the video, planet Cordola was suddenly crushed by something. It just imploded, then billowed out as a cloud of dust. The Shira Queen and Jade Ming-er were utterly speechless. Jade Ming-er looked at Han Sen and said, "Do you think this broken trick can fool us?" The Shira Queen thought the same. There was no way that Han Sen could destroy a planet by simply moving his hand. There was no power like that in the universe. He'd have to be a god. Han Sen did not explain. He told the Shira Queen, "You can use the phone." The Shira Queen started to look concerned. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. Not long after, the phone fell to the ground. She started to shake in her boots, and she looked at Han Sen without being able to muster a single word. Jade Ming-er was smart. There was only one possible reason for her mother to behave like this, but even so, that possibility was difficult to believe. "It cannot be you who did it. This must be some trick." The Shira Queen was no longer calm and composed. She racked her brain, trying to think of some power that could have destroyed planet Cordola. Planet Cordola's weapon arsenal could fend off an entire army, though. It was impossible for anyone to blow it up in such a manner. Aside from God, the Shira Queen could not fathom any other possibilities. "If you need me to, I can destroy more Shira planets. Perhaps after seeing a few more go, you will believe me," Han Sen said quietly. When the Shira Queen and Jade Ming-er heard that, it felt like their ears were going to stop. "Why must you go to the Shira King grave?" the Shira Queen asked. She had no choice but to believe him. "I am trying to confirm something. Don't worry, I am not interested in your Shira Kings. I won't disrespect their bodies," Han Sen said. "Let Jade Ming-er go, and I will go with you," the Shira Queen said, gritting her teeth. She had tried hard to hide her vulnerability, but now, what was the point? "It doesn't matter where she is in this universe. I have some work for her to do, anyway." Han Sen had no plans of letting her go. 2052 Shira Coffin. The Shira King gravesite was above and beyond Han Sen's expectations. The grave itself was a planet. It was a planet that could alter its orbit, too. The Shira had moved the planet to a system in the barrens of space. There were many other planets just like it, and if the Shira Queen had not taken Han Sen there herself, he would never have guessed it to be the Shira King gravesite when he initially laid eyes on it. On the planet, a giant mountain opened up. It was the entrance to the graves. You needed an item to open it, and it was something that belonged only to the rulers of the Shira. Han Sen walked into the gravesite without hesitation. On either side of him, there were statues depicting beasts. When he entered, the Gravewatcher beasts came alive. They opened their mouths, exhaling falsified sky powers. The strength they wielded was God-class by Alliance standards. There were so many Gravewatcher beasts there, and they all used their falsified sky powers together. It was like fighting 1,000 god-class elites all at once. But before the scary power reached Han Sen, it was warded off. The powers couldn't come closer than 3 meters from Han Sen. It was like there was an invisible shield protecting him. The Shira Queen and Jade Ming-Er were in shock. That unbelievable power could not even touch Han Sen. It was hard to imagine. None of the tricks and traps of the gravesite worked on Han Sen. He didn't even ask them about the gravesite, he just kept on walking, without anything being able to stop him. The Shira Queen was hoping that the Shira King gravesite and its defenses would punish Han Sen. But now, she had no hope at all. Han Sen was nothing short of a genuine god. Nothing was able to touch him, and no power could bring harm to his body. How can such power exist in this world? Jade Ming-Er looked to be awestruck. She couldn't wrap her mind around it. She lost faith. She didn't think there was a point in practicing so hard. In front of Han Sen, her strength was nothing. She was little more than an ant. I came here to lead. Stop touching the traps, the Shira Queen said, walking past Han Sen. If Han Sen kept walking forward the way he was, all the traps and defenses would be triggered and broken. That would mean anyone could go in. With the Shira Queen leading, they soon reached the deeper recesses of the royal Shira gravesite. There were many coffins, and each one of them belonged to a separate Shira King. The back of the hall contained a humanoid, Shira-shaped coffin. The Shira coffin was standing atop an altar. In front of it, there was a pool that had long since dried up. There were some bottles next to it. Han Sen recognized them as being the same as the bottle of mysterious Geno fluid. When my life ends, I will come here to die, the Shira Queen said. Han Sen observed the whole hall, and he noted how there was not a single tablet or slab of text. There was not a single written word anywhere. It was just a place that was home to a number of coffins. Is it really rare for a Shira King to sleep? Han Sen opened his Dongshuan aura and gave the place a scan. This seemed to be the only gravesite on the planet. Yes, it is only here, the Shira Queen answered. Han Sen looked at the graves. There are 24 of them, but there have been more than 24 kings, right? The Shira Queen shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know what's written on the decree. This is the first time I have learned about the number of coffins here. Han Sen used his mind to open the 24 coffins. Each coffin contained the body of Shira. Han Sen, you said you would not destroy the bones of our ancestors. Jade Ming-Er shouted angrily. Han Sen smiled darkly. These are not the bodies of Shira kings. What? Jade Ming-Er was frozen. The Shira have had more than 24 kings. If this was true, there should be more than 24 of them here. The coffins would all be filled up. There wouldn't be one left empty for your mom, at least. Han Sen looked at the humanoid-shaped coffin atop the altar. Han Sen walked up to the altar and opened the coffin. He couldn't use his mind to scan that coffin, so he was curious what material it had been made of. The coffin was dark green, but it seemed very old. There were no decorations or carvings on it. The Shira coffin looked very simple, almost primal. Bauer curiously looked at the Shira coffin, and she used her fat hands to touch it. Han Sen pressed on the Shira coffin, and he tried to open it. He realized that it wouldn't budge. That surprised him. In the alliance, not many powers ought to have stopped him. Sen gathered up power to try again. But again, there was no change, and Han Sen's power was insufficient to move it. There's more to the Shira alphas than meets the eye. Han Sen was getting excited, and he was one step closer to getting what he wanted. Jade Shira, how do I open this? Han Sen looked at the Shira Queen as he asked. This is our alpha's coffin. No one touches it, and none would dare open it. If you cannot open it, then how are we supposed to? The Shira Queen said, No, I know you know how to open it. Han Sen looked at the Shira Queen coldly. This is not a grave. If I have guessed correctly, then the Shira Kings do not die here. The story of Shira Kings coming here and waiting to die is a lie. They entered your coffin, but the way to open it would be something known only by the kings themselves. In these circumstances, that would be you. The Shira Queen looked pale. She knew she couldn't hide things from Han Sen. The Shira Queen shyly said, You are right. The Shira Kings, if possible at the end of their lives, walk into this coffin. This is what the Alpha taught us. It is the hope and desire of every Shira King. What hope? Han Sen asked. A hope for continued life, the Shira Queen said. With a highlight of hesitation, she went on to say, There are words in the decree saying that when our lives have reached the end of their tether, we may come to this Shira coffin. It is said it can extend our lives. It can allow us to be reborn. If you open it before that, however, bad things will happen to you. Han Sen knew what she meant, and he coldly said, you can decide whether or not to open the coffin now, then. Open it, or see the destruction of the entire Shira race. 2053 Path. The Shira queen walked to the altar and stood before the Shira coffin. After bowing sincerely before it, she drew a dagger and stabbed at the head of the coffin. The dagger was purple, and it had been forged from a strange material. It sort of looked like her horns, but it was darker, and it looked heavier. The Shira coffin did not have a seam, but the dagger was able to slip inside without any resistance. The handle was still stuck on the outside, however. It looked like a horn atop the coffin. There was a kacha noise, and then the entire coffin began to shake. The door opened to reveal what was inside. Han Sen kept a firm eye on the coffin, and when it opened, a scary presence emerged. It came at the Shira queen and Jade Ming'er, and the power tried to pull them inside the coffin. Even with the power that the Shira queen possessed, she was unable to fight back. She and Jade Ming'er fell forward. Han Sen moved his hand and cut the power off. He pulled them both back, and then, the coffin shut and returned to appearing just as it had before opening. The dagger on the coffin was gone, though. It was only open for a moment, but in that time, Han Sen had seen darkness inside the coffin. It was like a black hole. This wasn't just an empty box. The Shira queen and Jade Ming'er were in shock. They did not know what had happened, and they were left shaken and pale. Han Sen tried to push the coffin open, but again, it was no longer budging. So, he asked the Shira queen the obvious question. Where is your dagger? The Shira queen had a wry smile, and she said, the dagger has returned to the altar on the Shira's main planet. The next Shira ruler will be able to take it from the altar. Han Sen did not say anything. He believed that was all they knew. Han Sen used his powers to grab the Shira queen and Jade Ming'er. Then, they teleported into a Shira palace. Keep being the good queen you are. Pretend nothing happened. Han Sen looked at the Shira queen and Jade Ming'er. After that, Han Sen disappeared with Bauer. The Shira queen and her daughter were left standing in silence, quite rattled. They could not believe a scary human such as that could exist. The fate of the entire Shira was in someone else's hand, and she was helpless to stop it. Han Sen took Bauer home. The Shira coffin was obviously a path that led to another dimension, but Han Sen did not know where it went to. Han Sen guessed that it led to the Geno universe, and they would teleport to a place occupied by the demon. If that was true, it all made sense. But that path did not look safe at all. It was obviously an unstable path, so the success rate of making it through the teleporter would be very low. The Shira Alpha said they could only try it immediately before their death. That meant entering it could be dangerous. If that was a path that led to the demon, then that was fairly awesome. The sanctuaries and the Geno universe were separate. He hadn't expected Asura to have been able to forge a path such as that. It was not stable, but it was amazing. This was all guesswork, though. Perhaps the path didn't actually lead to the Geno universe. Han Sen did not plan on trying it. If that was a path to the demon, it'd be even more dangerous for him than going back to return Ruin Sea. Sharon had died by Han Sen's hands, and many demons would undoubtedly want to see him dead. If that path led to the heart of the demon, it was unlikely Han Sen would be able to run. Han Sen also learned that Asura had not died. Perhaps the Shira kings hadn't died, either, and they were just inhabiting a different dimension. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. He had seen a person that looked like God's retribution. He thought that it was just someone similar, not the actual man he knew. But now that he had seen this path existing in the Shira coffin, he didn't think so anymore. If the Shira coffin could lead to the Geno universe, then Blood Legion might have something similar, as well. Blood Legion must be a factor here. The 9-life cat can enter the sanctuaries, and after I refined the 9-life cat pendant, I could do the same thing, too. The 9-life cat is related to Blood Legion, so if the Shira have a way to leave, then Blood Legion should know, Han Sen thought to himself. Blood Legion has a whole host of members, but I have never encountered too many. I learned the first generation of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and Little Flower and Little Linger have an impressive amount of strength. Blood Legion had been doing this for many generations, so they have to be much stronger. But when Han Sen thought deeper about Blood Legion, he realized that they were probably like the Shira. They might have a way to leave the sanctuaries, but there was no way for them to come back. This was all guesswork on Han Sen's part, of course. But in regards to the absent Geno fluid in the Shira king's gravesite, Han Sen had no answer. Traditionally, the Geno fluid was prepared for a Shira king to consume. Perhaps they used it before opening the coffin. But then the humans came to steal it, and it dried up for good. How can I contact a Blood Legion member to ask this? Han Sen was annoyed, as he couldn't find any Blood Legion members. I don't know if Mr. Li is still in the human king coffin. He called himself the Blood Legion leader, so perhaps I can ask him, Han Sen thought. But then, thinking of this, Han Sen was shocked. The human king coffin is a coffin. Can that teleport you outside the sanctuaries, too? Just thinking about all this was useless. He needed to go to the human king shelter to take a proper look. It was strange that the coffin was in the sanctuaries, not the Alliance. There shouldn't have been a way for it to teleport all the way to the Geno universe. But when Nine Life Cat first appeared, he made a point of lying down atop that holy coffin. Han Sen thought it was possible. Don't let me find you again, you *SSHOLE 9 Life Cat, Han Sen thought angrily. After going back home, Han Sen used the teleporter to return to the lower-level sanctuaries. Then, he went to the human king shelter and found the holy coffin. Han Sen had been unable to open it before. Now, he was still unable to open it. It made him frown. If a human god went to the Geno universe, why aren't there any human races in the Geno universe? Han Sen did not understand. Han Sen left the human shelter, shelving all his guesses. He continued to absorb the blood that stained the blood feather knife, hoping to reach Marquis soon. Power was what he needed if he continued to seek the answers to his questions. If Han Sen was able to beat up the demon leader, he might be able to learn all that he wished to. But he didn't have that power. He'd been forced to resort to super god spirit just to defeat Sharon. Han Sen had a relaxing time. He went drinking with Zhang Danfeng and played some video games. He occasionally played with his Warframe on Skynet with 304 students. It had been a long time since Han Sen had had the chance to experience some peace. 2 months later, Han Sen finally managed to clear all the blood off of the blood feather knife. But even so, he still needed a little bit more if he was to reach the status of a Marquis. But after the blood was cleaned from the blade, the knife itself shone with a holy light. It was as if it had been reborn, and it was very lively as a result. The holy light glistened from every line and detail of the feather. Han Sen clutched the blood feather knife, and when he did, a holy form of power entered his body. He felt as if he had been blessed, and he felt his stats increase. But when Han Sen let go of the knife, that holy power disappeared. Although this knife is not deified, it is certainly half deified. Han Sen fingered the blood feather knife, rather ecstatic about its potential. With that knife, he'd have a higher chance of escaping Return Ruin Sea when the time came. Han Sen wasn't going back to Return Ruin Sea yet, though. He went to the training room and brought out the upside-down scale. With it, he was going to attempt to become a Marquis. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra. He dropped a tidbit of his crystal blood onto the scale. His blood blended into it in an attempt to refine it. Han Sen held the scale in his hand. The Blood Pulse Sutra's blood mist enveloped his entire body, and it created what looked like a large orb of blood. The story of genes, the Dongshuan Sutra, and Jadeskin had special abilities of their own, but the Blood Pulse Sutra only showed its power with the spilling of blood. The power was strong, but it didn't really help Han Sen in the field. It was just to ensure Han Sen's children could carry on with his strength. But that inheritance wasn't as easy as it sounded. If Little Flower and Ling did not practice the Blood Pulse Sutra themselves, they'd never achieve the potential offered by Han Sen's blood. If Little Flower and Ling did practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, however, there were big risks involved in that, too. If Han Sen's bloodline carried on that way, his descendants might eventually carry blue blood, and they'd be proper Blood Legion members. That would also prevent them from making use of special powers, and force them to rely solely on the power bestowed upon them by the blue blood itself. Han Sen was still wondering whether or not he should teach them the Blood Pulse Sutra. 4 days later, though, the orb of blood re-entered Han Sen's body. When the blood mist was completely absorbed, the scale disappeared. Han Sen's body, however, glowed with a red light. Han Sen inspected his information, and what he saw delighted him. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body Geno Battle Body, Mutant Blood Marquis Spell Earl Dongshuan Earl Jadeskin Earl Level, Marquis Lifespan, 1000 Han Sen was happy that his mutant blood had reached the level of a marquise, but mutant blood only improved Han Sen's fitness. Nothing else was increased. That made him rather depressed. Does the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra really only affect the children? Han Sen thought to himself. Leveling up to Marquise meant Han Sen could absorb the xenogenic genes of a Marquise-class creature. So, Han Sen brought out a few such mutant xenogenic genes. He lifted the Xuanyuan Dragon, Demon Stone Cow, and Demon Dragon mutant xenogenic genes in the palm of his hand. But an announcement played, telling him he did not have enough genes of his own to absorb them. It looks like I'll need to find some more Marquise genes. Han Sen felt depressed. He did have a few Marquise xenogenic genes, but they were still on Little Jade Island, over in Sky Palace. He hadn't brought them with him to the ancient god space. Since he couldn't return to Sky Palace yet, he would have to hunt. Han Sen was going to return the 3 mutant xenogenic genes to his Destiny's Tower. But as he did, his heart suddenly jumped. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra on one of the mutant xenogenic genes. The blood air blended into the Xuanyuan Dragon's orb, and it dyed the ball completely red. Han Sen was so happy. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra to refine the brain orb. It blended into his blood successfully. His boiling blood was suddenly imbued with an unexplainable power. Han Sen could see the power in his blood increase, but it was different from the way mutant xenogenic genes had affected him before. This power only made his blood stronger. When the Xuanyuan Dragon's brain orb was absorbed, the boiling blood cooled back down into crystal. His blood returned to its usual state, but he could feel that it possessed a power it previously hadn't. Han Sen used the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his blood powers. The next second, he discovered that 2 small wings had appeared over his ears. They looked like the Xuanyuan Dragons. When the hand-sized, red-ear wings appeared, Han Sen felt the stats of his body increase. Especially his speed. Haha. The Blood Pulse Sutra can be used like that. Han Sen was so happy. He brought out another xenogenic gene to try to absorb it. But Han Sen only had an ordinary Earl material that wasn't mutant. He refined it, but he didn't gain its xenogenic powers. Han Sen brought out the Demon Dragon mutant xenogenic gene to refine, and the Blood Pulse Sutra absorbed the Demon Dragon gene. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra again, and giant red dragon wings sprouted from his back. The dragon wings flapped, and Han Sen appeared 100 meters away. Sharon's teleportation ability Break Space Flash. Han Sen was so happy. Han Sen's power was enough to compare with a Marquise due to the dragon wing buffs and Break Space Flash. Those 2 abilities made Han Sen far stronger. Without hesitation, Han Sen took out his Demon Stone Cow mutant gene and used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine it. Han Sen did not know if this ability to refine mutant genes was a power that the Blood Pulse Sutra was supposed to have, or if it was simply a result of refining the scale. Either way, Han Sen was incredibly happy with his new ability. It was sick. The Demon Stone Cow's xenogenic gene was refined. After Han Sen cast his Blood Pulse Sutra, his body was covered with red stone. Pang! Han Sen walked a single step, and when he did, a red pulse wave was emitted. It petrified everything around him. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to cancel it quickly. If he hadn't, everything in the training room would have been turned to stone. With these 3 powers, I am sure to be able to escape Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen thought, feeling cocky. Using these new powers, Han Sen was little more than a red stone. Both of his ears had little dragon wings, and his back possessed a set of broader dragon wings. He looked like a humanoid dragon statue. It was no longer possible to determine his identity. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, yes, I don't have to fight the dragon in Return Ruin Sea at all. They are looking for Han Sen, so they won't be able to find me as long as I keep myself hidden. With this realization, Han Sen felt relieved. He decided to rest at home for another 2 days before going back to the Return Ruin Sea. Remember me, Little Flower and Linger need you, Ji Yanran said before Han Sen left, holding him tight. Han Sen was touched by the sentiment. It had been a long time since he'd been in the Geno universe, and she was smart enough to figure out that he had run into some trouble before he left. But she didn't want to worry him too much, and so she hadn't told him. Don't worry, no one in this world can kill your husband. Han Sen squeezed Ji Yanran tight and kissed her on the forehead. He wanted to survive even more now. Back in the Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen found himself on the seabed where the battle had last been waged. Han Sen hid himself in a cave, and he gave the vicinity a scan with his Dongshuan aura. There were no life forces around, so he summoned his demon stone cow beast soul. With it, he turned into a strong stone cow. Kicking his hooves, he swam up from the bottom of the sea. He looked around and found some xenogenic sea creatures, but none of them were interested in him. They only gave him strange looks before swimming away. Han Sen didn't swim up to the surface, however. He went back down to the bottom of the sea, only hoping to gaze above the water when he had well and truly left that area. But not long after, Han Sen saw a giant battleship on patrol. Han Sen knew that the people inside the battleship had seen him, but he was in stone cow mode. So, he kept moving. He noticed many of the other creatures avoiding the battleship, too. A few dragon and a Gana lady moved around inside the battleship. The Gana lady was Shoes. She had not yet left Return Ruin Sea. But the dragon in the ship weren't Dragon 15 and Long Ying. The leader of the collective was a dragon lady. There is a stone xenogeniac in the Return Ruin Sea, Shoes said when she saw a stone cow show up on the radar. The dragon lady laughed. Sister Shoes, there are many water xenogeniacs in the sea, but there are many other xenogeniacs to be found, too. There are stone ones, and even fire ones. They live on the islands, primarily, but some are fond of living in the water. I see. Shoes was surprised to see a stone cow on the bottom of the sea. She didn't think it was Han Sen, she merely found it unusual. Han Sen left the battleship's radius without provoking any sort of response from it. Just as he was grinning to himself over how smoothly things were going, he saw a giant shark headed toward him. It had a rock body. **T. Am I that unlucky? Han Sen felt depressed. He didn't want such trouble at a time like this, but trouble had a way of seeking him out. The giant shark swam extremely quickly. In his stone cow shape, Han Sen couldn't perform many skills, either. If the battleship saw a stone cow using knife airs, they'd most certainly grow suspicious. Pang! The shark hit Han Sen, and when the two rocks collided, it generated a large shockwave. The rock shark's power was similar to Han Sen's. Han Sen's body was knocked back 10 meters, cleaving a ravine along the seabed. The shark swung its tail around and came back after Han Sen. It wanted to bite into Han Sen's neck. Han Sen knew he would have to fight. The shark was a marquise, so fighting with simple power on power likely meant he could win. If he did fight back, however, he might end up drawing more attention. Han Sen roared, lowered his head, and rocketed forward. His horns rammed into the stone shark's belly, peeling and shattering the rocky skin of the creature. It drew blood. The shark's shell was rock, but on the inside, it was still all flesh. It was nothing like the stone cow that was pure rock. Han Sen kept trying to hit the shark, wanting to kill it and move on. But before he killed the shark, a few people came out onto the deck of the battleship. They were dragons, but Han Sen did not see Dragon 15 or Long Ying amongst them. They were unfamiliar to him, aside from Shoes, who he recognized. Han Sen was shocked. Shoes is here, she's smart, has she noticed anything? While Han Sen fought the shark, watching Shoes and the dragon at the same, they approached him. He did not know what they wanted, but they weren't helping him in battle. Shoes, you are interested in this stone cow. Let me ask Long Shin to catch it for you, the dragon lady told Shoes. Shoes smiled. There's no rush, I just think this stone cow is interesting. I want to take and keep it as a mount, so I should capture it by myself. Otherwise, it won't obey me, and making use of it might be more difficult. True, I have heard the Gana are good at talking with xenogeniacs. 19 would like to see this. The dragon lady smiled. 2056 stone cow Shoes and the dragon lady did not lower their voices, so Han Sen could hear everything they said clearly. Trying to take me as a mount? How dare you? Even if I was willing to, wouldn't you need legs? Han Sen wondered how he might get out of this particular predicament. The dragon lady looked as if she was Marquise class. The rest of the crew looked to be no less than dukes. With a battleship at their disposal, making an escape did not seem like a viable option. The main problem, however, was that if Han Sen exposed himself, the entire Return Ruin Sea would be going after him. The exit would be heavily guarded from that point on, and running would become impossible. No, I can't expose myself, Han Sen kept thinking, as he tried to finish off the rocky shark. Xenogeniac Marquise hunted. Rock shark. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained rock shark beast soul. Han Sen ripped apart the rock shark's body and bit into a bone that was the xenogeniac gene. He acted like nothing had happened and started to casually swim off. Shoes wasn't going to let Han Sen get away, though. She moved her snake tail and blocked Han Sen's passage with a holy light. Han Sen moved at Shoes to show that he was a cow. Shoes smiled, then waved her hand. A holy light halo then flew towards him. Han Sen tried to chomp on the light with his teeth. He wanted to see if he could break it without exposing himself. The ring hit his head and then grew larger. It slipped over Han Sen's head and tightened around his neck. The halo tightened around the stone cow's neck, feeling as if it was going to choke him. Han Sen shook his head and tried to get rid of it, but that light was so tough. Even with the stone cow's powerful body, he could not break it. It must have been a special Geno art belonging to the Gana. As Han Sen wondered whether or not he should use his own powers to break it, he heard a strange noise come from Shoes. Han Sen had never heard this before. It was not a specific language, but he knew what it meant. It was a comforting tone, compelling him to obey her. It also had an undercurrent of threat. It was complicated, but somehow, Han Sen was able to hear and understand it. The Geno arts of the Gana are creepy. It is a shame that Purgatory Heaven is in Planet Eclipse. Otherwise, I could ask the Guna sisters, Han Sen thought. Since I cannot run now, let's pretend that I have been captured. With Shou's status, perhaps she can take me out of Return Ruin Sea. Maybe then I can expose myself. Shoes kept making those sounds, and the halo continued to tighten. He felt as if his neck would snap. Han Sen could get rid of the halo, but instead, he just widened his cow eyes and looked tamed. He moved to Shoes and did not look angry. He tried to seem as harmless as possible. Will you follow me? Shoes asked, seeing the stone cow behave that way. Moo. Han Sen pretended his best to be gentle. He walked up next to her and rubbed against her body. Han Sen kept rubbing against her, recalling the behavior of Little Silver and Little Star. He thought about them for tips on how a creature should behave if it wanted to be cute. Shoes was happy with Han Sen's performance. She stroked the cow's head and smiled. Follow me from now on, and you will benefit greatly. Moo. The stone cow mooed again, showing that it understood. Sister Shoes is so powerful. I have learned a lot today, Dragon 19 complimented. It was just luck. This stone cow's intelligence isn't too bad, and its personality is very gentle. That's why this process was so smooth, Shoes said. The halo around Han Sen's neck loosened. It was not gone, but it was still hanging around him. This Geno art is quite interesting. I would like to learn it. It'd be far easier to catch xenogenics with it, Han Sen thought to himself. Shoes brought Han Sen back aboard the battleship with her. Han Sen pretended to follow her, and he did his best to behave nicely. Han Sen was very good at acting cute because many of his pets were. All he had to do was copy some of their actions, and it made Shoes and the others so happy. They were all very fond of him. Sister Shoes, this stone cow is too cute. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I will trade it for a Duke Golem mount, Dragon 19 said. Holding the cow's neck and stroking it, Han Sen felt as if his head was resting on something very soft. His eyes looked very innocent. Who are you kidding? It is just a stone cow, and it came from your Return Ruin Sea. I'll just grab another for you later. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back around these parts again, though. Shoes smiled. Dragon 19, hearing her say this, did not push the subject. She stroked the stone cow's head again. Sister 19, are there any other places we have not been to? Shoes changed the subject. I have searched thousands of miles, and I think Han Sen really did escape Return Ruin Sea. If he hadn't, I would have found him by now, Dragon 19 said. Since they were talking about him, Han Sen sat right next to Shoes. He leaned against her, making sure he caught all they were saying. Shoes frowned and said, how did he get out of Return Ruin Sea? Maybe he has space powers or a treasure of some kind. Otherwise, how could he have come here in the first place? Dragon 19 shrugged. Han Sen is strong. He killed Sharon and Sister 13, and he managed to escape from Brother 15 and Long Ying. I am afraid only our big brother might be able to take him down. Shoes frowned. I have been investigating Han Sen a good deal. He fought Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace to a stalemate. He is a genius. Not many of the same level are capable of beating him. Ha, he is just lucky he hasn't encountered my big brother yet, Dragon 19 scoffed angrily. Dragon 1 is the best of the dragon. He is the leader of the dragon, so of course he is very strong, Shoes said. But Han Sen is gone. If my brother had been here to fight him, he'd have been killed. Speaking of Dragon 1, Dragon 19 looked very enthused. She seemed to really admire him. Shoes and Dragon 19 did not plan on leaving Return Ruined Sea just yet. They continued searching for a while with their battleship. Shoes thought Han Sen was still around someplace. If it was Dragon 19 in command, they'd have left a long time ago. 2057 Conspiracy, what is wrong with this woman? Does she have some sort of grudge against me? Han Sen was depressed. Even the dragon thought Han Sen had left Return Ruined Sea by now, but Shoes was still determined to find him. That was why he was so depressed. If it wasn't for Shoes, escaping Return Ruined Sea would have been a much simpler affair. Does she know something about me claiming Purgatory Heaven? Is that why she wishes to catch me so badly? Han Sen thought that would be impossible, though. Han Sen couldn't really use Purgatory Heaven, so he had hidden it in Planet Eclipse. No one knew about it, so he couldn't think of any way that it could have been discovered. Shoes rested in her room for a time, and Han Sen followed her. Shoes reclined on a deck chair to relax, but she didn't go to sleep. As she did, she stroked the stone cow's head. Where is Han Sen hiding? Han Sen was planning on resting, too, but she suddenly started talking to herself. Han Sen wanted to ask her why she was looking for him, but he was unable to. Maybe he really did leave Return Ruined Sea, but that means it will now be impossible to catch him. The dragon and the demon cannot go to Sky Palace to capture him. Shoes continued speaking to herself, trying to formulate a plan. Keep talking. Why do you want to catch me? Come on. Han Sen was desperate to know. Judging from the tone of her voice, there had to be a reason why she wanted to find him so badly. But Shoes did not say anything more, and she just fell asleep. Han Sen was depressed, but he had no choice but to rest. He cast a Geno art to recover his power. He was a Marquise, so he could transform into a Marquise-class being for a long time. It wasn't unlimited, however. Han Sen guessed that in his current state, he could last around 4 more days. If he wasn't able to escape by then, he'd be in trouble. Seeing Shou's determination, he knew she wasn't going to stop her search. He didn't think he'd be able to escape in 4 days. If I cannot escape, then I will have to take a risk. I should kidnap Dragon 19 and take her as a hostage. Or maybe I should try to put pressure on Shoes and threaten her to take me out of here. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen thought Dragon 19 was very strong. The bodies of the dragon were impressive, and it would be hard to take her down without drawing the attention of others. Shou's Gana body did not look weak, either. Although her power wasn't as flashy as a dragon's, she had many tricky Geno arts. It would be hard to keep her suppressed in secret, too. Han Sen thought that he should ultimately target Shoes. Capturing Dragon 19 would only make the dragons want his head even more. But there were many elites within the dragon race, and some of them were deified. Even if he had a hostage, it wouldn't be safe. There was every chance he could be beaten before bringing the knife across Dragon 19's throat. Shoes was different. She was alone within the dragon. The dragon might not care too much about her life, and Shoes might not risk her life to save Dragon 19. Of the two, Han Sen thought Shoes was flat out simpler to get to. Han Sen was thinking about how he might avoid the attention of the others on the ship if he captured Shoes. There was no point in capturing her, otherwise. He had to take her down quietly, and he could not hurt her in a way that would draw the suspicion of the other dragon. He would need to use her to escape that place. It will be hard to threaten her without hurting her. Han Sen turned it over in his head for a while. Eventually, however, he thought of a way. A power like teeth power could work, but if that power hurt her, it would be seen. He couldn't use it. Out of all Han Sen's powers that could take Shoes without attracting attention, his best chance was the Blood Pulse Sutra. He could put a drop of his own crystal blood into Xiaxia's bloodstream, and then, it would be very hard for her to separate the two. When Shoes fell asleep, Han Sen looked at her hand. He only needed to poke a hole in her finger and then put his own blood inside. Then, it'd be done. Han Sen did not hesitate, and he used his tongue to lick her hand. A normal tongue would have been useless, but Han Sen had practiced the art of tongue sword. It was no joke to get licked by his tongue. But before Han Sen could get close to her hand, Shoes was already looking at him. Han Sen's heart jumped. This woman is tough. She has strong senses. Han Sen's eyes opened wide, and he acted all cute. He kept on licking her hand, just like little Silver did. When Shoes saw Stone Cow being so cute, she smiled. She reached her hand out to stroke his head. Han Sen was glad that he hadn't generated tongue sword just yet. He was just trying out licking her right now. If he hadn't tested it, he would have exposed himself. Han Sen kept rubbing Xia's hand with his tongue. Shoes did not pull away, and Han Sen was able to continue licking her fingers. Han Sen licked her twice without using tongue sword, but on the third time, when his tongue reached her fingers, the tongue produced a red sword air. That red sword air went into Shou's fingertip and expelled a drop of blood. Shoes reacted quickly, and when the red sword air touched her finger, she hastily fell back. Then, her body glowed with holy light. Han Sen felt the halo on his neck tighten up. It was going to break his neck. If I were you, I would calm down and talk about this. Han Sen released his Dongshuan aura and blanketed the room. The voices and the presences within were all locked down. He shape-shifted back into his true self. Han Sen, Shou's face changed. She never would have guessed that the stone cow was Han Sen. She felt so embarrassed that Han Sen had been licking her fingers only moments before. Don't be mad, look at your finger. Han Sen pointed at her injured finger as he spoke. Shoes looked down. She could feel a strange power overlapping her middle finger. She used her own power against it, but she could not stop that power's movement. Within a second, that power went rushing into her heart. Then, it disappeared. 2058 Cooperation, what did you do to me? Shoes asked simply. She didn't sound frightened. Nothing. It's just a little insurance to guarantee that we have a jovial cooperation, Han Sen said with a smile. There is no grudge between you and me. When you were being hunted by Dragon 15 and Long Ying, I did not attack you once. Why are you doing this? Shoes asked calmly. I don't mean to trouble you. As I said, I only wish to cooperate with you. If you take me away from Return Ruin Sea, I will take the blight off of you, Han Sen said reassuringly. What did you do to me? Shoes asked again. Han Sen laughed. Some things were better left unsaid. Fear was something no one was immune to. Would you believe me if I told you that your life was in my hands? Han Sen asked. Of course, Shoes said with certainty. So I don't need to say anything. If I want to get out alive, I cannot kill you. Neither can I hurt you. However, if you do anything to expose my presence here, you can watch yourself die, Han Sen said. You think I wouldn't take a chance? Shoes looked at Han Sen impassively. Han Sen smiled. He looked into her pretty eyes softly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. A lady's voice sounded from the other side. Lady Shoes, are you resting? Brother 15 is here, and he wishes to see you. Coming. Shoes looked at Han Sen, then headed for the door. Instead of stopping her, Han Sen shape-shifted back into the stone cow. When Shoes saw that Han Sen wasn't stopping her, her face looked glum. It was only for a moment, though. Her expression cleared, and she opened the door to find Dragon 19 standing on the other side. Where is 15? Shoes asked with a smile. Brother 15 is in the control room. Something has happened, so please go there, Dragon 19 said, looking awkward. Okay, Shoes answered. She closed the door slowly behind her, looking at Han Sen the stone cow as she did. Shoes closed the door without prompting the smallest reaction from Han Sen. He had gone to sleep, and it made her frown. If Han Sen had looked uncomfortable and nervous, it would mean that he was not confident in what he had put upon her. The fact that he showed no reaction or desire to follow her showed that he was confident she had no hope of escaping his wrath. Shoes kept checking her body up and down. The power had disappeared into her heart, and it was as if nothing had happened in the first place. There were only two possibilities that explained this. Firstly, this entire scheme was just a bluff. The other possibility was that Han Sen was simply too strong for her to comprehend. She wasn't sure what to make of the entire situation. Being unable to determine what was going on actually made her worry a touch. Han Sen stayed in Shou's room with a bit of worry himself. Han Sen did not know what effect the crystal blood would have on her. But all he could do was stay where he was. He had to stay put and not show his worry. If he showed a lack of confidence, Shoes would doubt him. That would be bad. I've made my gamble. Let's see if she can remove the crystal blood inside of her. As he waited in the room, Han Sen thought about what he might do if she sold him out. Time passed, and Han Sen had been left in the room for 2 hours before the door opened again. Han Sen didn't look up. His Dongshuan aura was enough to tell him that Shoes had returned to the room alone. Fine, you win. How do we cooperate? Shoes walked over to the bed and sat on it. She smiled at Han Sen. It's simple. You take me away from here, and I will remove the effects I have stricken you with. Han Sen then went on to say, but I am telling you right now that my appearance as a stone cow can only last another 2 days. You have 2 days to take me away from here. If you don't, then you and I must suffer together. But this deal is not fair. How can I be certain that you'll remove whatever it is you've put upon me? Shoes asked. I am controlled by you, too. Han Sen pointed at the halo around his neck. How can a small trick like that trouble you? You killed Sharon. This is just a minor halo, Shoes said casually. If you don't believe me, you can put something else onto me, and we can remove them together once we're free. But I don't think that is necessary. It is as you said, there is no grudge between us. If you save me, I will have no reason to upset you or the rest of the Ghana, Han Sen said. Sure, let me put an effect on you. We can remove them together once we're out of here, Shoes said. Okay, but you have to remove this halo. Only one effect on each of us at a time, Han Sen said. Shoes waved her hand, and the halo around his neck broke. She slithered her snake body closer to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't move. Whatever she put on him, it would be removed whenever he enabled his super god spirit mode. Shoes, seeing Han Sen stand where he was without moving, sighed and thought to herself, he is so confident. He must have cast something really powerful on me. With a bit of hesitation, Shoes smiled at Han Sen. She put a hand on Han Sen's face, his human face, and tilted it upward. Her hands were touching Han Sen's jaw as she angled his head for a clear display of his neck. You have good skin. Even I am jealous. Shou's voice was magnetic. Her lips were coming in close to his neck. Her red lips opened, and just as they were about to come into contact with his neck, 2 white teeth were revealed, like the fangs of a snake. They shone as she bit into the flesh of his neck. Han Sen did not avoid it. He just stood there like nothing was happening. Shoes raised her head and pulled back. His neck had teeth marks on it, with 2 deeper spots where the fangs had been. Okay, now we can discuss business. Shoes licked the blood off her lips with her tongue. She smiled at Han Sen. 2059 forced entry, you can really only remain a stone cow for another 2 days? Shoes asked, looking at Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen nodded. Then this is pretty bad. I said I wanted a seawing beast for a mount, and so Dragon 15 invited me to an island where they live. I cannot leave before I do this. Otherwise, he might grow suspicious, Shoes said. How long will this take? Han Sen asked. From my estimates, I'd say 3 days, Shoes said. Fine. 3 days. If we're not out in 3 days, we die together. My life is cheap, so it'd be an honor for me to die beside a beautiful Ghana princess. Han Sen laughed. Shoes looked at Han Sen, but she was speechless. The limit of only being able to shapeshift for another 2 days was a lie. She couldn't be certain what was fact or fiction with him. Han Sen did not ask anything more about why Shoes was investigating him. He wanted to wait until they were free and clear before resuming that particular discussion. Shoes was not dumb, though. She knew that Han Sen knew, so she never felt secure near him. If Han Sen did not have the Ghana's kiss, Shoes would not have wanted to send him out. Seawing. Beasts rested atop the cliffs upon an island. There were many caves in those cliffsides, and they lived in such pockets. Seawing beasts looked like blue leopards, with 2 blue wings. The adults could grow to be 20 meters long. Although they were only a Marquise-class xenogenic, they flew extraordinarily quickly, and they performed well on land and water, too. They were one of the top Marquise mounts one could obtain. Right now, it was seawing beast breeding season. Dragon 15 wished to get Shoes one of their eggs. The adults of that species were too wild and could not be tamed. The battleship might have disturbed the creatures if it got too close, so they made sure to stop 100 miles away. Dragon 15 walked to the island where the seawing beasts lived. Shoes sat atop the stone cow that was Han Sen, looking very elegant. She must be doing this on purpose, Han Sen thought grumpily. She was there to collect a new mount for herself. She could have totally left Han Sen back on the ship, but nope. She decided to ride him there. Han Sen had to endure it, though. And he took comfort in knowing he could get her back when he made it out. Shoes, they are Marquise class. Seawing beasts are much better than this stupid stone cow. Dragon 15 saw one of the seawing beasts fly by, and he smiled. They are very nice Marquise mounts, but they are difficult to tame. Unlike this stone cow, Shoes smiled. Brother, you do not understand. The stone cow is dumb, and that's why it is so cute. I would like one, too. But I haven't been able to find another. Dragon 19 still really wanted one for herself. She had gone in search of one, but sadly, found nothing. Dragon 15 looked at Han Sen and said, "It's just a stone cow. If you like it that much, 19, just ask Shoes to give it to you. Shoes is always so nice, so I am sure she wouldn't disappoint you." After that, Dragon 15 looked at Shoes seriously and said, "Shoes, I only have one sister, and my sister really likes that dumb creature. I will trade you a fire beast for it." Han Sen felt terrible. That Dragon 15 was way too smart. Just hearing Dragon 19, he grew a suspicion. If 19 likes it that much, she can just take it. There is no need to sully our relationship with trading. Shoes knew what 15 was attempting, so she maintained her cool and smiled. "Really, Shoes?" Dragon 19 asked giddily. "Of course, it's just a Marquise mount, and it was tamed in your return ruined sea." "It is fine by me," Shoes smiled. "Thank you, sister, but you will have to accept 15's firebeast. Otherwise, I'll feel poorly about this." Dragon 19 smiled. This woman just cleared herself of distrust. Han Sen felt sad, but he knew that there was no other choice. If Shoes hadn't made the trade, Dragon 15 would have grown suspicious. But now that they had made the trade, Han Sen couldn't use Shoes to leave. "I will have to make it up as I go along. If Dragon 19 sends Shoes away, I might have an opportunity to rush out," Han Sen thought. "Little cow, you're mine." Dragon 19 held Han Sen's head and rubbed his cheeks. She really adored the thing. "If I knew this was to happen, I wouldn't have acted all cute," Han Sen thought in depression. Dragon 15, seeing this, lost his suspicion. He accompanied Shoes to the cliffs and had Long Ying obtain some sealing eggs from a cave for her. He gave Shoes and Dragon 19 2 eggs each. After they returned to the battleship, Dragon 19 pulled Han Sen into her room. Dragon 19 really loved the stone cow. She rolled around with him and even slept with him. He was like a giant toy for her. Due to Dragon 19 taking Han Sen everywhere, however, he could not rest. If things proceeded this way, he'd only last 4 days. 3 days went by, but there was still no movement from Shoes. Han Sen almost wanted to expose himself, but then he heard Dragon 19 mention that Shoes was leaving. Dragon 19 was going to send Shoes off with her. This made Han Sen very happy, but the bad thing was that Dragon 15 and Long Ying were leaving at the same time. "I only have one shot at this, and I'm leaving Return Ruin Sea no matter what. I will kill whoever is in my way," Han Sen thought angrily. The battleship was headed for Return Ruin Sea's exit. It took half a day for it to reach there, and luckily, Han Sen was still in his stone cow form. People thought Han Sen had already made it out of Return Ruin Sea, but there were still many Duke-class guards standing around. Han Sen could see at least 10 Dukes. That was far too many for him to handle. Those Dukes were not pure dragons, but they couldn't have been that weak if they were selected to stand there as security. Fortunately, there were no King-class sorts in the vicinity. If there was, he really couldn't risk this. What made Han Sen most depressed was that Dragon 15 was not walking Shoes out. They stopped at the exit, and seeing Shoes walk out of Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen had no choice but to force his way after her. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, sending out a wave of petrification. 68,000 miles of blood. Han Sen used his stone cow body to rush forward. The shockwaves came thick and fast from his feet. Dragon 19, Dragon 15, and Long Ying were up front. Dragon 19 did not expect this, and so she had no time to block. She was the first to be struck by the wave of petrification, and she turned to stone in an instant. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were able to quickly evade it. They struck that petrification wave with their dragon presence. It did little to stop the wave, though, and they felt their bodies begin turning to stone. Seeing them get petrified, Han Sen started to feel rather cocky. But suddenly, there came a roar. One of the dragon guards was shining. He created a halo which quickly disabled the active petrification wave. DMN. There is a Geno art to remove petrification. Han Sen's stomach sank, and he stopped using his stone cow body, which was too slow. He revealed his true self, drawing his blood feather knife as he ran for the exit. The few dragon dukes on guard leapt forward. They all cast their dragon powers and ran towards him. "That is Han Sen. Kill him!" Dragon 15 yelled in fury. He became a xenogeniac and jumped towards Han Sen. Long Ying was even faster than he was, though, and her spear was fast approaching Han Sen from behind. Han Sen looked unconcerned. Two small blood-red wings appeared on his ears, and giant dragon wings sprouted from his back. His body turned dark red. He looked more like a dragon than Dragon 15 did. And on top of that, he had become far stronger. Whoever gets in my way will die. Han Sen clutched his blood feather knife and raced towards the Duke dragons. He did not care about Long Ying and Dragon 15's powers. As the dragon presences and the lance converged on Han Sen, he simply flapped his wings and disappeared. The scary dragon presences ended up hitting Long Ying's lance, which created an explosion and a shockwave that sent her and the Duke stumbling back. Han Sen was in front of the Duke guards now. His knife immediately slashed towards one of the Dukes with a knife air that looked like a purple fang. The Duke was still reeling from the shockwave, so he used his lance to try to block the strike. Dong! The blood feather knife broke through the Duke's lance and plunged into his chest. It broke the bones and ravaged the exposed organs. Han Sen moved quickly towards the gateway out of Return Ruin Sea. Dragon 15 and the others chased after him, as all the Dukes collected their power and sent it toward him. It was a wild storm on his heels. Han Sen kept flashing, using break space flash to teleport 100 meters at a time. He dodged the attacks while swinging his blood feather knife. Many knife silks were weaved in his wake. Arg! The Duke in the lead came into contact with the first knife silk. He moved too quickly, and the momentum tore his body in half across the silk. Han Sen was still feeling cocky. The half-deified blood feather knife's knife silks were far stronger than his usual work. They could cut the body of a Duke with ease. And while that Duke might have been clumsy enough to allow that to happen, it was still an impressive surprise. But before Han Sen could revel in his happiness, many more dragons and xenogeniacs appeared through the gateway. He hadn't expected there to be so many dragons immediately outside Return Ruin Sea. Seeing this, he knew he would have to kill if he wanted to get out. He used his powers like crazy, diving into the crowd of xenogeniacs with his blood feather knife. Han Sen, this is the day you die. Dragon 15 turned into a xenogeniac and continued the chase. He held his lance like a drill, spinning through the air as he came. The sky is in my hands. You are just a doll. How dare you say that? Han Sen followed the whims of his knife, casting his skills to the best of his abilities. As he went, he also employed Heavenly Go and the Dongshuan Sutra. Blurg. He moved like a mountain spring. Han Sen's body was very strong. Wherever he went, knife lights were cast, and there was a ceaseless spraying of blood. Limbs were lopped and scattered all about. Shu saw Han Sen killing thousands of xenogeniacs and nobles. She witnessed his red body repeatedly flash as the stream of blood became a raging river. Dragon Dukes and even pure dragons like Dragon 15 were unable to bring him harm. Dragon 15 was in the fight, but Shu's was out of it. With a look of absolute shock, she watched Han Sen battle the horde of xenogeniacs. Normally, she would think Han Sen was weaker than the Dukes. He'd appear far inferior to them, but with what she was seeing now, she knew he wasn't. And she noticed Dragon 15 just following Han Sen's blade like a puppet. Wherever Han Sen went, the others were being dragged. They all did things far slower than Han Sen did. The feelings elicited were scary. It made Shou's scalp feel numb, as a chill ran through her heart. Those who follow under the sky's path are all dolls. The words popped into Shou's head, and she had no idea where they came from. Scary man. No wonder he was able to kill Sharon. His knife skills are way beyond his level, Shu said to herself. The mountains and the rivers were dyed with blood, all because of the knife not being in its scabbard. Han Sen fought for 1,000 miles, and wherever he went, dragons came for him. And on, they kept on coming. Han Sen was soaked in blood, and severed heads bounced around his feet. The invisible knife skills he employed had taken many lives that were airborne, even. But even so, the xenogeniacs continued coming for him. Han Sen, if I don't kill you today, I won't be a dragon. Dragon 15 was so mad, his dragon body came flying forward. The lance was like a needle, and it came spinning towards Han Sen. Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and the knife skill in the lance collided. The knife air was broken. Long Ying was like a flying dragon. Her lance was like a raging beast. Han Sen flapped his wings and evaded her strike. If he didn't have break space flash, he was sure to have been hurt. The power Sharon wielded was too incredible, and Han Sen wouldn't have been able to kill him without super god spirit. He would have been the one to die. Countless bones snapped and streams of blood ran everywhere. Han Sen killed across tens of thousands of miles, but there were still many xenogenics coming for him. He wouldn't be able to kill them all. The dragon were a famous high race of that universe, and they deserved their reputation. Han Sen, a grand mistake you have made, making an enemy of the dragon. A new, scary dragon flew down to the battleground. Big brother. Dragon 15 screamed excitedly. Han Sen was shocked. The leader of the dragon, Dragon 1, had come. 2061 landslide breaks 1,000 evils. An invisible pressure came down from the sky, and it made Han Sen frown. The xenogenics and the nobles rolled back from him like a receding tide. All they did then was surround him. Han Sen raised his head and saw 10 beasts that looked like birds. But they didn't look exactly like birds, and they were pulling a carriage. That scary presence stemmed from those monsters. Han Sen felt sick. Those 10 monsters were stronger than the dragon dukes, and they could very well have been king class. That meant the person in the carriage they pulled had to be even scarier. Han Sen did not understand the dragon society much, but he had heard of Dragon 1 through Dragon 19 and Shoes. They said he was the absolute leader of the dragon, but Han Sen believed him to be young and a duke. However, Han Sen had forgotten one crucial thing. Being young as a dragon and being young as a human were two very different things. Humans under the age of 30 were considered young, but when the sanctuaries were found, their lifespan was increased. The definition of young was therefore pushed back. Dragons had a longer lifespan, though. Their young ones could be a few hundred years old, so that was far beyond Han Sen's expectations. The curtains were drawn, revealing a dragon sitting inside wearing a crown. He was clad in black armor. Han Sen couldn't get a feel for his presence, but from his mere appearance, Han Sen could tell that he was a king. A male and a female dragon also sat inside the carriage. They didn't look to be king class, but Han Sen sensed they were still extremely dangerous. Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 ran to the black-crowned dragon king and bowed. Greetings, 7, 9, and Big Brother. The dragon king was Dragon 1, Han Sen thought. How would he survive with a dragon king adversary? You are Han Sen, Knife Queen's student. Dragon 1 asked the question, but remained seated in the carriage. Yeah, Han Sen said. Dragon 1 did not ask anything more. He spoke to the other dragon man. 9, go and take him. Others will think we are weak if taking a marquis costs too much. Yes, Big Brother. That young dragon exited the carriage and walked to Han Sen. Shu saw the young dragon walk to Han Sen, and her expression became dire. The 9 sons of the dragon are different from ordinary dragons. All of them have a scary power, and Dragon 1 himself is here today. There is no way Han Sen can escape from this, but I do not know what he did to me. What if I will later be unable to break the spell he put on me? Shoes was worried. Han Sen saw Dragon 9 approach with a lance. He couldn't sense any amazing power from the man, but Han Sen believed that he was dangerous nonetheless. Han Sen thought he was the same level as Sharon. What's wrong with these dragons? Han Sen thought to himself. He was not worried about Dragon 9, but he was worried about Dragon 1. Nothing would be resolved by beating Dragon 9. With Dragon 1 there, though, he could not escape. Should I go back to the sanctuary again? Han Sen really did not want to do that. Dragon 9. The young dragon stopped in front of Han Sen, wearing red armor and carrying a lance. It was similar to the garb Han Sen wore. It was all red. Looking from afar, it would look like 2 dragons were about to engage in battle. Han Sen merely said his name. Dragon 9 did not speak again. He waved his red lance towards Han Sen. His lance skills were similar to those of Dragon 13 and Dragon 15. That being said, those same skills were far more wretched when yielded by Dragon 9. It made Han Sen feel that no matter how well he dodged or how far he went, he could not escape the attack. Han Sen's eyes froze, and he swung his blood feather knife at the dragon. The knife silks came against the lance light, but they were broken. The lance that was sharper than a needle continued its flight towards Han Sen. Dong! Blood feather knife's blade struck the lance, but the lance light was not broken. It spun like a drill, creating a flurry of sparks against the knife. Han Sen almost couldn't hold it, as he was pushed back. Han Sen swung his blade 3 times to break the lance light. Han Sen was familiar with Marquis of Illbreaker powers. Dragon 9's of Illbreaker power was far stronger than Dragon 13's, though, and it was like a cold light. Han Sen's power was no worse than Dragon 9's, but Dragon 9's lance was too focused. It was like a small needle being thrust into a patch of soil. There was only one small speck of earth that would be hit, and the attack couldn't be blocked. Han Sen used an under-the-sky knife air. It was focused, but it was still worse than Dragon 9's lance. The dragons were professionals when it came to concentrating power. Fighting against them with simple force was something of a death wish. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to check Dragon 9's lance. The sequence structure of the lance was like a beehive, and he almost couldn't make out the pattern of the honeycomb. Han Sen just barely blocked that lance. But already, a second lance had come. Before it ended, however, a third was on its way. The lance lights kept on coming, not cutting Han Sen a moment of slack. Han Sen moved his feet to evade Dragon 9's lance. Unless he was able to concentrate power in a similar way, he would be beaten by continuing down this road. After Han Sen dodged every lance light, the lights suddenly exploded. That concentrated power was scarier than a marquise's power should have been when it exploded. It was too late for Han Sen to fight. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported. When he appeared again, he was 100 meters away. He had managed to avoid the explosion. Dragon 9 kept on attacking. If the lance light missed Han Sen, it would explode. So, Han Sen had to keep on dodging and putting himself in a disadvantageous state. The dragon nobles and xenogeniacs that were watching were so happy. They chanted Dragon 9's name so loudly that it was a little frightening. Dong! Han Sen's blood feather knife hit the lance, and the lance moved like a spinning dragon. He held blood feather knife and kept getting pushed back, with his legs cleaving two deep trenches across the earth. 2062 blood dragon lie. A few knife strikes broke the lance light. Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and many knife silks were weaved through the air. They tangled and knotted themselves around Dragon 9's wings, limbs, and body. He was unable to hold his lance and thrust anymore. Han Sen had been dodging for so long so he could cast his knife silks. To deal with a strong power like Dragon 9's, soft power was useful. Dragon 9's body was gripped tightly by the silks. They tore through his armor and dug into his skin, but the contact produced sparks. Dragon 9's body had the same glow that the lance did, and all of a sudden, the knife silks around his body were broken. Dragon light protection. Shoes recognized the power he had just employed. Han Sen frowned. The power on Dragon 9 was concentrated like his lance was. It broke the knife silks easily. No one can beat the power of the dragon light. Dragon 9 moved his body, shaking off all the spiderweb-like strands of silk that remained. The lance and his body synergized perfectly as they came after Han Sen again. Dragon 9's whole body was concentrated with a strong red light. He could use the Avilbreaker dragon light with amazing precision, and Han Sen found himself at a disadvantage once more. He had to rely on his formation to fight. Han Sen observed Dragon 9's power. It was different from Dragon 13's Avilbreaker lance. The red dragon light was more concentrated than Dragon 13's Avilbreaker lance's lights. The red dragon light was like something living. It concentrated and exploded when it needed to, unlike Dragon 13's lance lights, which lost all form of control when expelled from the body. Those really were just simple lance lights. This must be a modified version of Avilbreaker power. Han Sen tried to think of a way he might triumph over this new form of attack. Needlehead versus light. I need to generate more power than he does. If I don't, I will lose. Han Sen quickly made a decision. Although his knife silks were concentrated, they still weren't as dense as the Avilbreaker powers. But the knife silks also possessed qualities that the dragon light lacked. The dragon light was rough and strong, whereas the knife silks were soft and gentle. They were polar opposites. Han Sen had suffered under an Avilbreaker lance's power before, so he was fairly proficient in doing battle against that sort of technique. Now that he looked at Dragon 9's dragon light structure, Han Sen had a new thought. If he was able to use his gentle powers perfectly, they would not be any weaker than his enemy's strong power. But Han Sen was not very good with this power. If his Judescan leveled up to Marquis class, he could effectively use Moon to do battle with Dragon 9. But right now, only the Blood Pulse Sutra had reached Marquis status. The Blood Pulse Sutra was for making babies and absorbing xenogenic genes. It was the #1 geno art for passing down traits, but for combat, it was a little on the limp side. Han Sen planned to learn the structure of Dragon 9's dragon light. He wanted to combine it with Moon's gentle power. That way, the knife silks could become stronger and achieve greater concentration. This was what the Dongshuan aura was good at doing. After examining the honeycomb design that Dragon 9 used to concentrate his power, Han Sen restructured the mass of his knife silks. That way, he could apply the gentleness of the moon to the brute force of a replicated dragon light. The Dongshuan aura was firing on all cylinders, and when Han Sen slashed, the knife silks came flowing out like a flurry of ribbons. They broke before they even touched the lance light. It was not easy to produce knife silks that were a combination of two opposing powers. Luckily, the Dongshuan Sutra allowed him to modify the delicate sequence structures of his silks, and Yin-Yang Blast allowed him to reverse the yin and yang of his powers. If not for those two skills, he wouldn't even have thought about attempting this. Even so, Han Sen tried it many times to no avail. If the soft powers were too much, they made the knife silks too weak. If the force power was too much, then the knife silks would shred themselves. Han Sen needed to find a balance between the heavy and soft forces to make his plan work. That way, the knife silks would be tough enough without destroying themselves. This was just the beginning, though. He continued using Dragon 9's honeycomb power to concentrate the knife silks so he could go against the dragon light. Han Sen's tests kept on failing. He used the dragon wings on his ears and his movements to avoid Dragon 9's attacks. No matter how much power Dragon 9 put into his attacks, though, he could not harm Han Sen. Shoes was frozen. She could tell Han Sen was having a problem with his knife silks and that he was testing something. Only Han Sen could conduct such tests while doing battle with an enemy like Dragon 9, and Dragon 9 couldn't stop him no matter how hard he tried. Dragon 1 and the others could tell what was going on, too. It infuriated Dragon 15, who shouted that Han Sen should die. How dare he humiliate Dragon 9 this way? Dragon 7 frowned. Han Sen is weird. He has dragon wings on his back that looks like ours, and he teleports in the way Sharon did with his break space flash. But only Sharon was able to use that power, due to his ties to the demon. How does Han Sen do what he is doing? Dragon 1 grunted. It is fine. Break space flash costs a lot of energy. The more he uses it, the more exhausted he will be. Sooner or later, he will fail. Dragon 19 curiously asked, Big brother, what is Han Sen testing? His knife silks are getting weaker. He is copying, Dragon 1 muttered with disdain. Copying what? Dragon 19 did not understand. He is copying old 9's Avilbreaker Dragon Light. He's trying to use it to improve his knife silks, Dragon 1 said. At those words, everyone was shocked. Dragon 15 was so angered by this, he cackled. Han Sen has some balls. The Avilbreaker power of the dragon is difficult to copy. It's stupid to even think about trying it if you don't have the body of a dragon. And Brother 9's Avilbreaker powers were modified in accordance to the specific needs and proficiencies of his body. Concentrated powers are Brother 9's area of expertise. How can Han Sen hope to copy him? Just like Dragon 15 said, Han Sen's knife silks kept failing because it was either too hard or too soft. He couldn't find a balance. Dragon 9 was enraged by Han Sen's behavior. His pretty face looked hard. I was bomb in the blood dragon pool. I swap skin every 9 days. That is how I have received my blood dragon body 1,000 times, and that is what enables me to possess the Avilbreaker powers and create the blood dragon light I wield. You cannot simply copy this. 2063 Blood Dragon's anger. Han Sen did not care. He kept on swinging knife airs at his foe. Most of them failed, but many were able to come close to the basic shape that he needed. It was like a plucked string, vibrating to produce tones that could break the sky. Dragon 9's Avilbreaker Blood Dragon Light was unable to touch Han Sen, and it made him furrow his brows in frustration. The Blood Dragon Light flowed brighter, and the light in his wings became solid. It was like a fog of blood obscuring the sky. Red scales appeared all across Dragon 9's body, and his hands produced red dragon talons. A red mist rose from his horns, and his entire body grew to twice its original size. He was 4 meters tall now. The scary presence he once carried only grew scarier. It was like an ocean wave, endlessly building in size. Han Sen looked at Dragon 9. The blood feather knife was still busy producing knife silks. Dragon 9 didn't bother dodging. He allowed the silk to fall upon him, as the light would break them before they could even land atop his scales. Your xenogenic draconic body is really nice, Han Sen said politely. Dragon 9 snarled, a xenogenic dragon body is nothing to one of the dragon. My blood dragon body is different, however. Even if you have break space flash, I am now something you cannot hope to escape. I would like to know what the difference is. Han Sen kept talking as he repeatedly swung his knife. He was starting to grasp a subtle sense of what he needed to do. The knife silks that were made of both a soft and strong power were manifesting with a better success rate. All he had to do now was to concentrate what he was coming to grips with, and channel what he needed to learn from Dragon 9 to make them as tough as the Dragon Lights. Dragon 9 did not respond. He lifted his Dragon Lance with 2 hands. His Avilbreaker Blood Dragon Light was spreading across the weapon, and the lance reacted as if it was alive. It became a scary blood dragon, and it roared in Dragon 9's hands. Its glow intensified. Han Sen kept swinging. The knife silks cut across Dragon 9's body repeatedly, but the attacks did nothing. Old 9 is really mad. He cast Blood Dragon's anger. Dragon 7 said with a smile. Dragon 15 said, if this is all he needs to kill Han Sen, he should just do it. What's the point in talking? Han Sen looked glum. He knew Dragon 9's lance was strong, and so he started moving his blood feather knife faster. Han Sen, accept my Blood Dragon's anger. The power in Dragon 9's body reached the max. His red dragon wings flapped, and the lance he held looked like a ravenous monster. The dragon was a manifestation of light, and it held the power to destroy the world. It appeared in front of Han Sen, and it was going to consume him. Han Sen flapped his red dragon wings and teleported 100 meters away. This was the furthest away he could teleport with break space flash. But when Han Sen moved, something went awry. The blood dragon's body exploded, and the dragon light went off like a firework. The concentrated lance light was perfectly pure, and it expanded to a radius of 1 mile. And it was not like an arrow that, once fired, became nothing. The dragon light exploded like a hail of needles. No matter which way Han Sen moved, he'd be unable to dodge it. The dragon light wasn't random or uncontrolled. If one touched Han Sen, the other streams of light would turn to riddle him with numerous strikes. Han Sen's body would be turned into a pincushion, and the dragon light would explode from inside him. Not even a Duke Elite could escape a power as wretched as that. Break space flash's max distance was 100 meters. Han Sen couldn't use it to get far enough away to escape the blood dragon's anger's area of effect. If I cannot dodge, then there is no point trying. Han Sen gripped his blood feather knife and kept swinging at the dragon light. He did not use Under the Sky. Now, he was using Teeth Knife. Fang. The purple knife air became a toxic fang headed towards the dragon light. The purple knife air struck the dragon light and made a kacha sound. Teeth Knife's purple mist was broken through and dispersed. A second later, the dragon light had destroyed it, and the light kept moving towards Han Sen. Han Sen retreated and continued using his blood feather knife. He was still determined to use Tusk, and so 2 purple teeth marks appeared on the dragon light next. It made a scary, cracking noise once again. The teeth power was shattered, but it shattered more slowly this time. It made the blood dragon's anger far slower, and it gave Han Sen enough time to get out of the blood dragon's anger's area of effect. But the blood dragon's anger was like something alive. The dragon light became a red dragon that sought to consume Han Sen. When Han Sen evaded it, it exploded. Let me see how many times you can teleport. Dragon 9 coldly looked at the blood dragon's anger covering Han Sen. Han Sen used teeth powers, but this time, they were more solid than before. A squeaking noise was made when the two collided, and then the teeth powers shattered. Dragon 7 was shocked. His teeth powers now seem different. What's the difference? He copied Brother 9's concentrated powers. No matter how hard he tries, though, he won't get anything half as good as Brother 9's blood dragon light. Dragon 15 looked haughtily as Han Sen. Things weren't as simple as he initially believed them to be, however. When Han Sen used teeth powers the 4th time, the purple fang struck. It was still broken by the blood dragon's anger. However, it also managed to chip off a bit of the dragon light. Han Sen wanted to use soft and strong powers on the knife silks, but knife silks were merely thin strings. They were worse than the dragon light, when compared side by side. The results were different when Han Sen tried to use that concentrated power on teeth knife instead. The strong and soft powers melded well with the teeth powers. When it was concentrated, the sharp power was no worse than what the dragon light could achieve. After adding the soft elements, the teeth power became both soft and tough. It was not easy to break when it was hit. If it was too tough, it'd break. If it was too soft, it'd bend. Teeth powers were able to benefit well from both aspects. While they were concentrated, his tearing power became stronger. Kacha, kacha. Toxic teeth and dragon lights came to collide against each other in the air. In the beginning, Han Sen's teeth power was at a disadvantage, and it kept being broken. But as Han Sen kept swinging, teeth knife gradually improved. After 10 slashes, he could fight the blood dragon's dragon light. The purple smoke broke, and a red light went flying. Teeth and a dragon were fighting in the air. No one could tell who had an advantage between the two. 2064 Knife Lock Dragon 9, how is that possible? Shoes was shocked. She had heard of Dragon 9 before, as his blood dragon light was famous. The concentrated powers Dragon 9 wielded were likely the greatest out of all the dragons in existence. When Dragon 1 was a marquise, not even he was as mighty as Dragon 9. This was because Dragon 9 had a blood dragon body. Even other dragons of a higher rank could not accomplish what he had. Han Sen could concentrate his powers now, the same as Dragon 9 did. He had learned it over the course of their short fight. It was unbelievable. Shoes wasn't the only one thinking this. The realization made Dragon 1 frown. Dragon 7 and Dragon 15 were simply dazed, and Dragon 19 stared in confusion. Pang! The tusk and the blood dragon light came against each other. The purple mist and the blood light broke at the same time. Dragon 9 looked ill. He roared. His dragon lance was thrust forward at Han Sen, with a red light across it taking the shape of a dragon. It was far scarier than the last blood dragon light. Han Sen did not take a moment's pause as he pushed back with his blood feather knife. He used tooth for a tooth to fight. The demonic tusk and the blood dragon fought each other in the skies. Purples and reds collided together repeatedly, summoning all sorts of explosions. The xenogeniacs that were spectating too close to the battle started to spill blood. They were affected by the shockwaves of that fight. Some of the weaker ones simply exploded, sending showers of blood everywhere. The mist started to disappear. The giant blood dragon light shattered, but Han Sen's knife air had not. The purple-looking tusk was free to assault Dragon 9, and so it went. Dragon 9 managed to use his lance to break the tusk into pieces, but doing so weakened his will. His concentration skills had lost to Han Sen. Dragon 9 had not really lost the fight yet, but Han Sen had stolen his concentration talent. If it was pure concentration power that mattered, Han Sen was still weaker. Dragon 9's power was strong, whereas Han Sen's power was soft. When two similar powers came against each other, Dragon 9's power was the one to break. When Han Sen's power was mostly shattered, there were still shards that were solid. That was the benefit of having soft powers. Things broke when you put too much force on them. The reason why Han Sen had an advantage was because he was a little bit soft. Now, they were both back to square one. The modified teeth powers had the same damage output as Dragon 9's Dragon Light. Dragon 9 could no longer use his Dragon Light to block Han Sen's knife power. He couldn't just keep on attacking. Teeth power was unleashed from Han Sen's hand, and it repeatedly came against Dragon 9's lance. Two overbearing powers were in the thick of battle, and the shockwaves kept pushing the audience back. If they were touched by a knife air or a lance light, they'd die in a heartbeat. Han Sen's knife skills were getting stronger, but there was no improvement on Dragon 9's side. He had lost his edge of suppression. Dragon 9 was not as good as Han Sen when it came to raw technical skill. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon 9 could not accept what was happening. He had endured a lot to get to where he was with Blood Dragon Light, and yet Han Sen had copied him and become better than him. Seeing it made the dragon sick. Dragon 9 spat some dragon blood across the dragon lance. The dragon lance glowed with a dragon light. He was using all the power he had to summon an even scarier blood dragon light now, in the hope of ending the fight. When he raised his lance, before he sent out the blood dragon light, he stopped in the air with his hands trembling. He could not move. Invisible knife silks were knotted around his arms, legs, and body. His arms were being restrained by the silks, prohibiting him from moving forward. Roar. Dragon 9 was angry, and the blood dragon protection glowed more brightly. He wanted to break the silks and strike with his lance. Blood was started to spew everywhere, but the silk was not broken. The strands dug through his armor, sawed through the scales, and cut deep into his flesh. He was bleeding from every part of his body now. Brother 9, Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 screamed. They were utterly horrified. Han Sen drew his knife back, and the silks tightened. He was strangling Dragon 9, and amidst the pain, he forced him to drop his blood dragon lance. His grip on the dragon lance loosened, and it fell to the ground. The dragon light exploded, tearing out a crater which it then fell into. The knife silks Han Sen had now were different than they had been. After he concentrated his teeth powers, he learned more about the honeycomb structure concentration. He concentrated the knife silks that were both strong and soft. Knife silks were not as sharp as Dragon 9's Dragon Light, but their toughness was the same. Dragon 9 could not use Dragon Light to break the knife silks. Roar! Dragon 9 screamed again. Dragon Light began to erupt like a volcano. The knife silks broke in the Dragon Light, but they were quickly replaced by fresh strings. They kept him bound, prohibiting all movement. Gotcha! Han Sen moved the blood feather knife and tightened the silk some more. Dragon 9's body looked as if it was tied up by an invisible wire. His form was twisted, and his neck and waist were constricted. His dragon scales broke, and he bled profusely. The claret spread across the ground. Countless dragon xenogeniacs and nobles were left speechless. They could not believe Dragon 9 was losing to his own greatest power. This was Dragon 9. Dragon 9 was different from the average dragon. He was the pride of the dragon. He had potential. He had talent. He made the dragon proud. Now, Han Sen was hanging Dragon 9 like a common thief. No matter how much he roared, his scales and flesh were getting peeled and cut. The dragon blood was flowing like a river now, and he was going to die soon. Enough. Dragon 1 waved his hand. An invisible power broke off all the knife silks and carried the injured Dragon 9 back to the carriage. Dragon 7 caught Dragon 9, and she quickly started to heal him. Han Sen knew this was going to happen. Dragon 1 wouldn't sit idly by while Dragon 9 was killed. You are strong. Dragon 1 stepped out of the carriage, and he hovered in the air above the ground. He did not unleash any powers, but it still felt as if he was more supreme than everyone else. Han Sen clutched his blood feather knife, but he looked up calmly. He did not think he would be let go after killing Dragon 13 and engaging in the fights he just had. So, you should die, Dragon 1 proclaimed. And then, a scary power burst out of him. Han Sen felt like the whole sky was taken by a giant dragon, and that dragon was looking at him. If the creature opened its mouth, Han Sen would disappear into its maw entirely. Dragon 1, why are you bullying a young man? A clear voice came down from the sky. The feeling that he was being watched by a terrifying dragon suddenly vanished. 2065 Yu Shengxin. Han Sen saw something descend from the sky. It was a man in green clothing. A fairly ordinary-looking sky. That man's approach wasn't ominous like the dragon was, and he rode down atop a swallow mount. The bird was a pretty black and white, but it was definitely a little too small. The sky man occupied all of its back, and he had to stand precariously on it. The swallow looked tired. It flew before Han Sen, allowing the green-clothed man to nod at him. Then, it landed. The swallow flew away in a rush, as if it was actually fleeing. The green-clothed man spoke to the escaping swallow, saying, "Thank you for bringing me here. I will return the favor someday." When the swallow heard what he said, it started flying away even faster. It flew as fast and far as it could. Eventually, it disappeared from sight. Greetings. I am Yu Shengxin. For my sake, give Han Sen a break. I will take whatever punishment you have reserved for him. I won't fight back, and I will accept whatever you deal out until you are satisfied. The green-clothed man stood in front of Han Sen with a gleeful smile. Dragon 1 looked at the green-clothed man, and he said coldly, "Yu Shengxin, is Sky Palace really going to accept the punishment on his behalf?" Yu Shengxin nodded seriously. Han Sen is Knife Queen's student. She requested that Sky Palace take care of him. I need to see him return safely. If we didn't do this, then, I am not sure how I would even begin to explain things. It will ruin the reputation of Sky Palace. You must understand my reasoning. The students of Knife Queen are that important. So important that they can freely kill as many of the dragon as they please. Dragon 1 coldly looked at Yu Shengxin. The dragon are a higher race. The dragon are important enough. How about this? A life for a life. I will pay on his behalf. If you want to kill me, then just come at me, Yu Shengxin said, lowering his head. Han Sen was shocked by this, and he quickly said, "I did this. This has nothing to do with Sky Palace." Yu Shengxin smiled at Han Sen, and then he shook his head. "When you entered Sky Palace, you were automatically made one of our ranks. Furthermore, the leader is the one that instructed you to go to the ancient god space. Whatever you do is a responsibility of ours." Han Sen wished to say something, but Yu Shengxin stopped him. "Fine, Yu Shengxin, if you want to shoulder his debt, then take my finger. If you survive, you may live, and then I will consider our debt settled." Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shangxin. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. I will be forever thankful, Yu Shangxin said gratefully. If you survive the touch of my finger, only then can you say thank you. After that, Dragon 1 pointed his finger at Yu Shangxin's forehead. That finger looked as if it could poke through the entire galaxy. Time and space collapsed around it, and everything vanished around that finger. Han Sen, who was standing behind Yu Shangxin, felt as if his body was going to be perforated. It felt as if Dragon 1's finger could turn everything to dust. But Yu Shangxin remained unmoved. He did not raise his hand, and he let Dragon 1 point that finger at his forehead. Han Sen was shocked. Is that guy really going to die for me? I can't accept a favor like this. The next second, Han Sen saw the finger that could destroy the world get pointed at Yu Shangxin. No power came out from it, though. It looked as if Dragon 1's finger only poked the man, and that was that. Thank you for letting me live, Yu Shangxin showed true appreciation as he bowed. Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shangxin without expression. It is no wonder you are the one who broke through Sky Palace. Godslayer Yu, who carried the blood coffin to outer sky, I promise you that the dragon's grudge with Han Sen has been erased. After that, Dragon 1 went back to his carriage. The 10 beasts resumed pulling it, and it eventually disappeared. Thank you for saving my life, Han Sen said quickly. He owed this man a great deal. Yu Shangxin waved his hand and said, you represented Sky Palace in your trip to the ancient god space. What transpired there was not your fault. Sky Palace will not allow anything ill to befall you. You deserved the bailout, so there is no need to thank me. After that, Yu Shangxin waved his hand again and a black and white swallow flew down from the mountains. It did so upside down. It reached his hands and could not fly away. Since you brought me here, you might as well take me back, Yu Shangxin said, stepping atop the swallow. He stood on one foot, and the swallow took him away. Hey, I'm still here. Han Sen's eyes were open wide. He realized he was still surrounded by the dragon, and that Yu Shangxin was now gone. Sorry, please excuse me. Han Sen gulped, then squeezed his way through the dragon xenogeniacs and nobles. They looked at Han Sen with anger, as if they wanted to eat him, but now no one dared to touch him. Han Sen made his way through the scary xenogeniacs and nobles, and it was lucky that he had a strong will. Ordinary marquises would have felt their legs shaking as they walked past. You are powerful. You got Yu Shangxin to save you. After Han Sen walked through, Shoes appeared by his side. She sat down on a stone and spoke to him. Is Master Yu famous? Han Sen asked. You are a member of Sky Palace. Do you not know Godslayer Yu Shangxin? Shoes looked at Han Sen with surprise. Godslayer. He looked like a nice chap. Why would he have such a title? Han Sen asked. Shoes looked at him strangely, and she said, Godslayer Yu was his true name. Yu Shangxin is actually what he named himself. There are many elites in this universe, but there is only one who was brave enough to dare storming Sky Palace. He is a member of Sky Palace. That makes no sense. You just said that he stormed it, Han Sen said with a chuckle. Shoes realized that Han Sen really did not know anything about the man, and so she explained, Yu Shangxin's teacher was set up by his schoolmates and executed for the crime of treason. It was a pointless death. Yu Shangxin brought his teacher's coffin back to Sky Palace, but someone stopped him. He was maddened by this, and so he stormed in. He beat the 10 elders, and he got so far into Sky Palace that he was able to meet with the leader. He wanted to make things right. Anyone who was involved in his teacher's death was killed. He killed many in Sky Palace, all alone. Even the coffin itself was dyed red. After doing all that, Godslayer Yu became quite famous. I am not sure why he changed his name to Yu Shangxin, though. 2066 Teacher, luckily, you only killed Dragon 13. She was not one of the prestigious 9. Her death was inconsequential, so the grudge won't be all that deep. Now that Yu Shangxin has interceded on your behalf, the dragon shouldn't bother you anymore. Do you think you can remove the spell on me now? Shoes had actually come up to Han Sen to get the spell removed. We're still in territory belonging to the dragon. Let's wait until I'm out of it first. Han Sen resumed walking. The dragon won't change their minds. Now that they've forgiven you and made a promise to Yu Shangxin, they won't turn back on their word. Dragon territory is now the safest place for you. They wouldn't dare let you die here. It's hard to say what might happen after you leave. If something happens to you out there, whoever kills you might not even have any ties to the dragon. Shoes rolled her eyes. So, you're saying I should stay in the lands of the dragon? Han Sen lifted his lips. There is no need. Yu Shangxin helped you, and he represents Sky Palace. Before anyone thinks of attacking you, they'll have to weigh the consequences. And no one will want to incite the wrath of Sky Palace. Unless there's someone highly motivated by revenge, no individual will seek to kill you. At least not immediately, while things have yet to simmer down, Shu said. Han Sen looked at Shu's. Yu Shangxin killed so many Sky Palace students. Why was he allowed to remain there? Shu's hesitated before speaking. That's complicated, and it's not something the Sky liked to talk about with outsiders. I know that his teacher was strong enough to be considered an elder. He was framed, and then he died. Then, his memory was tarnished with the crime of treason. But no one could have expected Yu Shangxin to react in such an insane way. They were going to kick him out of Sky Palace, but Yu Shangxin brought the coffin back and started killing people. Things eventually calmed down after he reached the leader. Anyone who was involved in the conspiracy, like the elders and students, were killed by Yu Shangxin. The reason Yu Shangxin was allowed to stay in Sky Palace has something to do with that. He couldn't obtain the seat of an elder. He owned an island in Sky Palace, but no one knows what his job is, Shu said, then looked at Han Sen. That is all I know. And it's all just hearsay. Outsiders aren't told much about what happens there. Han Sen nodded. Yu Shangxin had come to save him, and whether it was an order from Sky Palace or something the man had done on his own whim, it did not matter. Han Sen now owed him a big one. But a man like him would probably never need help. They walked to the spaceport, and when they reached it, he still hadn't removed the spell placed on Shu's. When they arrived, all the ships refused to accept Han Sen as a passenger. The guards even mocked him, telling Han Sen to simply fly back to Sky Palace, and that there was no need for him to take their ships. Han Sen was not mad, though. He looked at Shu's. Shu's, you have your own ship, don't you? You can take me. Shu's had no choice but to take him herself. They went back to Sky Palace. There was no danger along the way, and Shu successfully brought Han Sen back to Sky Palace. Without an invitation from Sky Palace, this is as far as I can go. Can you remove the spell now? Shu's patiently asked Han Sen. Han Sen smiled and said, you have a spell on me too. What's the rush? I'm not loafing around like you, with nothing better to do. I have business to conduct, Shu said shortly. After all that time and travel, her patience with Han Sen was running on fumes. She just wanted to be free of the spell and get as far away from Han Sen as she possibly could. Han Sen touched the bite marks on his neck, the ones she had left behind. The bite marks hadn't disappeared, so it was obviously not an ordinary power. I was thinking that we've been through a lot, and God only knows when our paths might cross again. Let's keep a souvenir to remind each other of our time together. The next time I see these marks, I will think of you. You should cherish the souvenir I have given you, too. After that, Han Sen flew back to Sky Palace. Han Sen, U*SSHOLE. Shu's was mad, but Han Sen was already in Sky Palace. She could not go inside without permission. Shu's had no choice but to return to the Ghana. She wanted to run some tests and find out what Han Sen had done to her body. If I can break the spell on me, I will make you die. Then, you can really see the power of a Ghana's kiss, Shu's thought furiously. But Han Sen was so scary. Shu's did not dare trigger the Ghana's kiss, in case they both ended up hurting each other. Han Sen's super god body could remove all spells, so he wasn't afraid of the Ghana's kiss. In fact, he wanted to take a look at how powerful it was. Back in Sky Palace, Han Sen was welcomed back by the students. Everyone had heard that he had killed Sharon and Dragon 13 and of his adventure in Return Ruin Sea. To the demon and the dragon, this was a grand insult. But to Sky Palace, it was a thing to take pride in. Han Sen handed over the silver beginning of Ancient God and the xenogenic genes from the Ancient God space. He received permission to visit the Holy House and collect xenogenic genes. Han Sen did not plan on learning any new geno arts. All he wanted to do was level up, and so he didn't go. Aside from those rewards, Han Sen was granted the title of teacher. He could enjoy many benefits now. Some places that weren't open to students were now freely accessible to him. For example, Han Sen had previously been forced to hunt in Xuanyuan Cave. But with the title of teacher, he could go to Rare Beast Island. There were many xenogenics there, and it was a far better place than Xuanyuan Cave. There were many more benefits, too, but teachers had responsibilities of their own. Every year, he would have to teach Geno arts to students for 10 days. He could teach whatever he wanted, but nothing like under the sky. That was limited by level, and so he could not teach that. Not many outsiders could earn the title of teacher, but the people of Sky Palace had no problem with Han Sen's promotion. They were actually excited to hear what he would tell them. After all, Han Sen had killed Sharon, who was as strong as lone bamboo. The students were interested in his Geno arts, and the stories of Han Sen's battles were so outstanding. All the students believed he deserved the title. Every year, teachers had to teach for 10 days. But some busy teachers had no time, and so they were allowed to stack up their teaching requirements for up to 10 years. Because of this, Han Sen was not in a rush. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters met up with Han Sen. They went to practice in the White Jade building. Han Sen planned to check out the buildings behind it, hoping that the Jade heirs there would take his Jadeskin up to Marquis class. In combat, Jadeskin was much more useful than the Blood Pulse Sutra. 2067 Jade Speary Han Sen went to the second White Jade Jing with Thousand Feather Crane and the others. When they passed the first floor, they saw many students guarding the Jade Wall. On the Jade Wall were paintings of a Jade Beast. A few of the Sky students were standing guard before each of them. Thousand Feather Crane explained, when the White Jade Jing opens, those Jade Beast paintings will emerge as spirits. If you are able to suppress them, you can nab yourself a Jade Spirit Orb. It is useful for gathering a spirit skill. Young Sushang smiled and said, the second White Jade building has 7 floors. The higher the floor, the more powerful the Jade Spirit. And also, the Jade Spirit Orbs give better results. Earl-class people usually hunt at either the 4th floor or below. Someone like you, as a Marquis, can definitely hunt Jade Spirits 3 floors higher. When I was in the Ancient God Space and Return Ruin Sea, there were special circumstances that allowed me to fight Marquises. I don't usually have such power. Let's test my mettle on the 4th floor first. Until Han Sen figured out what a Jade Spirit was, he didn't want to play fast, loose, and risky. The 3 of them reached the 4th floor. There weren't many students there. Unlike the prior 3 floors, which many people guarded, most of the paintings here were left unguarded. Young Sui pointed at a Jade Spirit painting. There are many different Jade Spirits. Each one has different abilities, and they can level up differently. Like this Jade Tiger, for instance. If you get its Jade Spirit Orb, you can strengthen your own vitality. This Jade Spirit Bird is good for bolstering one's speed. You should pick a Jade Spirit that aligns with whichever self-improvement path you wish to focus on the most. It will be great for you when gathering spirits. I see. Han Sen found the concept interesting, and he began examining the Jade Spirits. His eyes stopped on one depicting a flying fairy. He curiously asked, a fairy Jade Spirit, what type would it be? That Jade Spirit means balance. It does not excel in one department in particular, and instead improves a little bit for everything, Young Sui said. I see. In that case, I choose her. Han Sen did not have a strong opinion, and he just thought the Jade Fairy looked beautiful. Han Sen sat in front of the Jade Fairy's painting. That meant that was the spirit he had selected, in case other students decided to fight him for it. The White Jade Jing had yet to open. Thousand Feather Crane and the others each selected a Jade Spirit painting. Young Sui chose a painting that depicted some sort of spirit bird. It was next to Han Sen. Not long after, the White Jade Jing opened. A thick rush of jade air flowed out of the jade walls. Compared to the first White Jade building's jade air, this was far more intense. Absorbing it would make things more complicated, so it wasn't all that suited for simple practice. Within the jade air, the Jade Spirits became active. They came down off the walls as half-transparent jade beings. Strangely, only the Jade Spirits that had students guarding them came out. The paintings without anyone protecting them did not budge at all. Han Sen looked at the Jade Spirit in front of him, and he noted how elegant it looked. It boasted very light clothing. The half-transparent body really did look like a fairy that had come to Earth. The Jade Fairy Spirit started flying around for a while before it came for Han Sen. Han Sen cast his Jadeskin and sat where he was without moving. Killing Jade Spirits was a different process than killing Xenogeniacs. Jade Spirits were an essence of the Jade Air itself, and its power formed them. You could break them, but you could not outright kill them. Killing Jade Spirits involved allowing them to possess you. When they were doing this, you would try to reclaim control with your own force of power and strength of will. If you were able to overtake and refine the spirit, it would become a jade spirit orb. The jade fairy spirit went straight into Han Sen's body. Its presence was like that of a thick fog going into him. Han Sen suddenly felt a chill run through him. A cold power flushed through each of his cells, as if to freeze him. Han Sen quickly cast Jadeskin to refine the ice air that was inside him. Han Sen only cast one cycle of Jadeskin. He felt his veins shiver and his muscles scream, as this pure extract of happiness began to leak out of his cells. Then, the cold feelings were all gone. After that, Han Sen's whole body shuddered. The jade fairy spirit came out of his body. It did not return to the painting. It became a half-transparent jade stone that was around the same size as a thumbnail. It floated directly in front of Han Sen. Han Sen picked up the stone, and he noted the presence of some fairy jade air around it. It must have been the jade spirit orb the jade fairy spirit had become. Han Sen swallowed the jade spirit orb, and then he cast Jadeskin again. He felt a warmth in his stomach that then flowed up to the rest of his limbs. Han Sen felt very comfortable. Every part of his body was warmed, like he was bathing in a lovely spring with all his pores free and open. His cells were very active, too. The power of the jade spirit orb was heartily absorbed by Han Sen. He tried to create a god light, and he noticed a new underlying power in Jadeskin. He couldn't quite tell what it was. The white jade jing was still opening, and Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters were still fighting their own jade spirits. They sat where they were, almost as if they were frozen. Yun Sui had only been an earl for a short amount of time. Fighting a jade spirit on the 4th floor would be very difficult for her. Her face was all pale, as if she had been stuck in ice. Han Sen used Jadeskin to cast a god light at her. He wanted to help her suppress the force she was fighting. The Jadeskin god light went into Yun Sui's body, and after that, she looked a whole lot better. Not long after, a jade spirit bird came out of her. It then turned into a jade spirit orb. Yun Sui opened her eyes and picked up the jade spirit orb. She bowed to Han Sen and said, "Thank you for your assistance in refining the jade spirit." "You and I don't have to be so polite," Han Sen said casually. Those words meant nothing to him, it was just a way of saying that he was friendly. But Yun Sui blushed, lowered her head, and said nothing more. After a while, Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng successfully suppressed their own jade spirits. They claimed their jade spirit orbs, and after opening their eyes, they were surprised to see Han Sen and Yun Sui engaged in conversation. They had expected Han Sen to be faster than them in suppressing the jade spirit, but Yun Sui's speed was surprising. Yun Sui told them that Han Sen had helped her. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng were shocked by this. Ordinarily, if an outsider meddles with another person's process of suppression, the jade spirit might break and not provide a jade spirit orb. You can help others without the jade spirit breaking. That is weird. 2068 Refining the jade spirit of the 7th floor, I think it was just a coincidence, Han Sen said with a shrug. Thousand Feather Crane did not believe in coincidences, but these things happened around Han Sen often. He was used to that. "I think I'll go up and take a look at another floor." Han Sen signaled to Thousand Feather Crane and the others, then headed for the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only Marquis students. Jade spirits worked for those of the Marquis class, as well. And many people of the Marquis class frequented this floor to kill jade spirits. There were a few Marquis students in front of every jade spirit. When the jade spirit emerged, no one would run forward. It all depended on who the jade spirit chose to go for. Stealing was forbidden in the White Jade building. This was why Sky Palace had to control the number of people that could enter White Jade Jing. Resources were limited, and there were already too many students that needed what was available. Without pause, Han Sen went straight to the 6th floor. There were many sky there, and each picture had 2 or 3 Marquis students before it. On the 7th floor, there were significantly fewer people. There were only 5 or 6 Marquises in total. Han Sen knew one of them, and that was Lone Bamboo, who had leveled up to Marquis during the exam. Lone Bamboo saw Han Sen and waved him over. He wanted to see him. Han Sen hadn't expected Lone Bamboo to want to talk, so he walked up to him with surprise. "Do you have time after you're done in the White Jade Jing?" Lone Bamboo asked. "I suppose. What do you need?" Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "Are you interested in going to Rainbow Cloud Peak to hunt a cloud beast?" Lone Bamboo got down to brass tacks immediately. "I am interested in hunting Xenogeniacs, but if we're going together, the Xenogeniacs won't stand a chance." Han Sen laughed. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, "A cloud beast has been in Rainbow Cloud Peak for millions of years. Up until now, no one has been able to capture it. I would like to tame it for a mount. You can come, if you are interested. Whoever claims it, owns it." "No way. If that many Sky Palace elites have failed to capture it, how do you think we'll be able to?" Han Sen thought about xianxia. He did not believe there was a xenogenic out there that man couldn't have handled. If there really was something beyond that man's strength, Han Sen didn't think he stood a chance. The resources of Sky Palace have to be protected, and because of this, only Marquis teachers can enter Rainbow Cloud Peak. The rule is intended to prevent a duke or king from just entering and killing all the xenogenics there. In all these years, no one has been able to slay the Cloud Beast, Lone Bamboo said casually. That means the Cloud Beast has been in luck. If we both go, it's going to end up calling us Daddy. Han Sen laughed. "I don't know if it will call me Daddy, but I'm sure it will kneel." Lone Bamboo said seriously. "All right." Han Sen nodded. He asked Lone Bamboo for some more information concerning the Cloud Beast, and after hearing it all, he thought the Cloud Beast sounded similar to the Cloud Beast Han Sen had seen in the sanctuary. Han Sen had many little Cloud Beasts before, and he had always wanted the beast soul of a super-class little Cloud Beast. It was a shame he never managed to get one. I wonder if this Cloud Beast can drop me a beast soul. Even if it does, though, it's bound to look different than the beast souls I got in the sanctuaries, Han Sen thought. Han Sen looked around the 7th floor. Many of the paintings had no one in front of them. Han Sen selected an image of a jade fairy and then sat down. Han Sen waited until the jade air came out and the jade fairy spirit flew down from the wall. Just as it had on the 4th floor, it entered Han Sen's body as if it was seeking to possess him. It was inside Han Sen's body. Han Sen felt a chill. This one was much stronger than the spirit on the 4th floor. If Han Sen did not have his Jideskin, he knew he wouldn't have been able to stand what he was now forced to endure. Han Sen ran his Jideskin like mad, and his cells felt as if they were undergoing individual explosions. When the cold air was suppressed by Jideskin, the Jade Fairy spirit re-emerged from his body. It turned into a Jade Fairy spirit orb right in front of him. Han Sen grabbed the orb but did not refine it. He walked to another Jade Fairy spirit painting, and when he was in front of it, another Jade Fairy spirit came out. It went into Han Sen's body. Han Sen refined another Jade Fairy spirit while the Jade Air was still active. All the while, the other students were still trying to refine their first. No one had done so yet. Jideskin is really helpful in the White Jade Jing. My Jideskin is just Earl class, and even so, I can refine these Jade spirits so easily. If I level up to Marquis class, I can earn myself a whole plethora of them. Han Sen felt cocky as he walked over to another Jade spirit painting. Because there were no more Jade Fairy spirit paintings, however, Han Sen had to select a white Jade Tiger to sit in front of. Roar. A tiger's roar rocked his soul, and it almost made him cough up blood. Han Sen thought it would be easily refined like the Jade Fairy spirits, but he did not expect it to throw his blood into turmoil. Fortunately, Han Sen had a strong will. He didn't freak out. He concentrated and put his blood back into his veins. Then, he used all the power he could to refine the white Jade Tiger. It was a spirit that was generated by Jade Air, and yet Han Sen found it difficult to refine. It was not half as easy as the Jade Fairy spirits were. The white Jade Tiger kept roaring in front of him, and it made his head buzz. He almost expected his nose to start bleeding. When Han Sen finally suppressed the white Jade Tiger, he opened his eyes and the Jade Air was gone. The students were gone, also. Only Lone Bamboo remained, waiting for him. The white Jade Tiger had become a Jade Tiger spirit orb. After Han Sen put it away, he asked Lone Bamboo, "What time is it?" "The white Jade Jing shut down 5 hours ago," Lone Bamboo answered. Han Sen was shocked. It had taken him less than half an hour to suppress 2 Jade Fairy spirits, but he had spent 7 hours to do a sole white Jade Tiger. But the white Jade Tiger's Jade Air was less than the Jade Fairy spirit. That meant the Jade Fairy spirit aligned with his Jideskin a whole lot more. That was why they were so easily refined. The white Jade Tiger and Jideskin did not go well together, and that was why it had been so difficult. 2069 Rainbow Cloud Peak. They are both spirits guarded by Jade Air, and yet, there is so much difference between them. I need to get more Jade Fairy spirit orbs to level up my Jideskin. Maybe the results will surprise me, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen still left with Lone Bamboo to travel to Rainbow Cloud Peak. On the way, Han Sen tried to refine the Jade Tiger Spirit Orb. It was very difficult for him, and after using it, he felt as if he had been thrust into an ice cave. It took him a lot of effort to completely refine the orb. After swallowing the Jade Tiger Spirit Orb, the results were the same as they would have been if he had refined a Jade Fairy Spirit Orb, except that the Tiger Orb provided him with more energy. The Fairy Orbs made Han Sen's Jadescan God light grow stronger, though. The Jade Tiger Spirit Orb didn't give him that feeling. Rainbow Cloud Peak was an island built out of clouds. The clouds themselves were solid, and the mountains and forests were all clouds, too. There were many creatures there that were made of clouds, as well. Going there was like entering a marshmallow land. There are many cloud beasts here, it would seem. Which one were you talking about? Han Sen saw many creatures made of clouds, and he noted how they all appeared to be fairly docile. Brother Lone Bamboo and Han Sen, are you two here to hunt the cloud beast, too? Before Lone Bamboo, answered Han Sen, a student from Sky Palace came running toward them. Lone Bamboo didn't respond, and Han Sen could tell he didn't know who this person was. I haven't been here long, so I don't know many people. Who are you? Han Sen asked on Lone Bamboo's behalf. The man wasn't of the sky. He had the head of a white tiger, and the armor he wore was made of fur. He looked like one of the Tago, but it wasn't the one he had encountered before. But if he had come to this peak, he must have been a Marquis teacher. Even if he wasn't one of the sky, he had to be a person of some renown. The man answered, my name is White Real. It's understandable that you don't know me, as I have been working at Skypath Garden. I rarely ever leave. You are Brother White. When Han Sen heard the man was working in the Skypath Garden, he was taken aback. Skypath Garden was incredibly restricted. Even most students of the sky were refused entry. And this man was an outsider, to top it all off. Han Sen knew that Skypath Garden offered the highest tier of technology research. Many Geno arts were modified there, and that was where they developed treasures. The work was mostly done by the students of Skypath Garden. White Real looked very strong and lean, but he actually worked in a field that required mental fortitude. Han Sen was reminded that you should never judge a book by its cover. White Real looked at Han Sen. Brother Han, I admire you. Your modification of Under the Sky became an instant classic in Skypath Garden. It was put in a textbook. Geniuses like you are wasted if they are not brought to someplace like Skypath Garden. That is too much for me. And I was just lucky in my modifications. I don't think I could do it again, if I had to, Han Sen responded. And he wasn't just being humble, either. If Under the Sky hadn't been a skill he was already good at, then he never could have done what he did so perfectly. No. You are smart. There is no need for you to be so humble. Actually, I have always had a question I have wanted to ask you, but we have never had the chance to meet before today. Today, in this encounter, God is giving me this chance. This is how I encourage myself, for I hope you can help me. After that, White Real bowed to Han Sen. Han Sen could see how sincere the man was being, and he knew that declining would leave him feeling guilty. You can ask me whatever you like, and we can discuss it. But I am truly quite average, and I fear I may not be able to help you, Han Sen said. White Real was ecstatic to hear Han Sen's acceptance, and he ultimately ignored what Han Sen told him. He pulled out his phone and showed Han Sen information on a Geno art. He then began excitedly explaining it in greater detail. The Geno art was complicated, and it was taking White Real a while to explain it. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo sat down and said, time is no issue for me. So Han Sen turned his attention back to White Real and listened. He quickly grasped the problem that the researcher was having. White Real was studying a Geno art called Echo. It initially sounded useless. After Han Sen learned the purpose behind the name Echo, however, he was surprised by what it did. Echo was not a Geno art that used sonic powers for navigation, the way a bat might. It was a fighting Geno art that used sonic powers to attack. The sonic powers continuously stacked up to deal blows of ever-increasing strength, increasing the duration and power of the attacks. The idea behind it sounded fine, but stacking sonic powers was difficult. After all, when you attacked an enemy, you wouldn't always be in an enclosed area like a warehouse. Geno arts like that required a catered environment, which made them difficult to use in real-world scenarios. White Real had been mostly successful with it. In a particular environment that was fitting, he could increase the power output and the duration of the sonic power. He couldn't carry a warehouse around in his pocket to fight, though. If he needed to cage an opponent in a specific battleground before combat, the Geno art wouldn't be reliable. White Real had researched this for a long time, and he couldn't find a way to make Echo effective at all times. Han Sen thought for a while, and he found himself confused, too. Echo had a rock-solid flaw, and it was something that would be tricky to modify. Fish could only swim in water, and birds could only fly in the air. Echo required a special environment to be cast effectively, and changing things too much would result in Echo not being Echo anymore. Brother White, I do not think I will be able to help you. If you want Echo to be used in real combat, it will have to be used in a sealed environment. Unless you have a big bell to trap your foe, I don't think there is another way to make use of this, Han Sen guiltily admitted to him. When White Real heard this, his eyes brightened. Wait, what you said makes perfect sense. I will just need a big bell to cage the enemy. By doing that, the environmental problem will be of no concern. With a bell to cage Echo, the sonic powers will bounce around inside it. It'd keep on attacking. White Real kept on talking, confusing Han Sen. Although Han Sen had learned how to modify Geno arts, his methods were very different than White Real's. Is everyone of the White family modifying Geno arts? Han Sen wondered. He thought back to his old teacher Bai Yishan, too. He felt bad. White Real left in excitement. Han Sen did not think using a bell was a good idea. Who would be dumb enough to let themselves get trapped inside a bell, after all? Someone who was that stupid would not need to be killed with Echo. 2070 Red Cloud Bees. After White Real departed, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo continued walking up Rainbow Cloud Peak. This is the highest point of Rainbow Cloud Peak. That cloud beast is a rare sight. Lone Bamboo sat atop Rainbow Cloud Peak. Han Sen sat next to Lone Bamboo on the plush cloud. He looked down the clouds below him. A white cloud beast that looked like a unicorn was running around in the clouds below them. There was also a phoenix-like rainbow cloud beast flying around in the air. Han Sen could not tell which cloud beast Han Sen wanted to nab. When you see it, you will know it, Lone Bamboo said. Can't you just go to its den? Han Sen asked. This cloud beast doesn't have a home, as it wanders constantly. And it is too fast to run down. Even a duke might not be able to catch up to it. That is why we must wait. Lone Bamboo settled himself comfortably and placed his jade sword upon his lap. That jade sword is important to you. Han Sen was curious why Lone Bamboo still used a jade sword that had been built only for practice. He could have used any sword he wished, even a king class one. Lone Bamboo did not answer, and he looked over the sea of clouds before them. Han Sen let the subject drop. But when he thought the conversation was over, Lone Bamboo spoke. Do you believe there is a real God presiding over this world? It depends on how you define what a real God is. Some people take deified elites for gods, Han Sen said. Not like that. I am talking about a God that can grant people wishes, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen was shocked. Gods like that, from what Han Sen had come to learn, were nothing but bad news. From the god encountered by the 7th team to the sky god on planet Eclipse, they were some real assholes. Did Lone Bamboo make a wish with a god? Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo for a while before speaking. He said, maybe, but I don't like that kind of god. Why? Lone Bamboo asked with a shift of his eyes. I once had friends who made a wish to a god like the ones you're talking about. Each of their stories ended poorly. Han Sen answered the question simply, but he did not elaborate on the specifics. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen for a while, and then he turned back to the clouds. Very quietly, he said, my sister made a wish to a god such as that. When Han Sen heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. In shock, he said, what? Your sister made a wish to a god? Who was that god, and what happened? Lone Bamboo looked at the clouds and calmly answered, something bad happened to me when I was young. Friends sold me out, and I was abandoned by my lover. I became a useless man. My sister prayed that I could pick myself up and be fine again. I don't know which god she prayed to, but I saw him take my sister. And then, I was punished by the nightmares. You saw him, what did he look like? Han Sen immediately asked. I couldn't see the man's face. He grabbed my sister by her arm and pulled her into darkness. I tried to follow, but I failed. My sister was dragged into the black. She was so scared, and she kept yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I could see that she was telling me to save her, but I was useless and I could not do anything. All I could do was watch what happened. Lone Bamboo paused. When he spoke again, his voice was as slow and calm as ever. The man smiled at me, but I could not see his face. That smile has been scorched into my mind, and it has never warped or faded with the passage of time. I keep seeing it in my nightmares, and that is my only firm memory of him. If I ever find him, I'll recognize him through that smile he left me with. I will never forget this. Han Sen's chest ached as Lone Bamboo finished the story. He now understood why the man had been able to endure the nightmares. Perhaps his heart had already been irreparably damaged, and so he couldn't get any worse. Lone Bamboo continued, "Whether he is a real god or not, I have to find my sister. I will kill this god, even if it costs me my own life. If it is possible, I would like to kill that god with you." "I'd like to kill a lot of gods, actually," Han Sen replied. He had stumbled across a common interest with Lone Bamboo. Han Sen wanted to find a god, but he did not know if it was the same god that Lone Bamboo was searching for. Lone Bamboo did not answer. He just looked out over the sea of clouds, seemingly unfazed. But suddenly, light began to shine over the edge of the clouds. It was bright and red, rising across the sky. A red cloud was approaching them. It was so fast that it looked almost like a jet. It left a contrail of red smoke in its wake. Now Han Sen understood why Lone Bamboo said he'd know the creature when he saw it. That cloud beast was a unique shade of bright red. It was shaped like an ordinary cloud, but its color made it unforgettable. In a second, the cloud beast was next to the peak. When the other cloud beasts saw it, they backed off. The creature began to circle the peak, leaving streams of red clouds behind it. It saw Lone Bamboo and Han Sen in its path, but it did not make an effort to avoid them. It wanted to play. Whoever claims it keeps it. Lone Bamboo gripped his jade sword and stood up. He teleported toward the creature and swung his blade at the red cloud that was nearing the peak. No matter how many times Han Sen saw it, Lone Bamboo's strike was eye-catching. As simple as it was profoundly beautiful. It was incredibly fast, as well. Even with Han Sen's speed, there was no guarantee he could avoid a swing such as that. But that red cloud released red light like a rocket. The red mist was discharged behind the cloud beast like a propellant, and suddenly, the creature disappeared from Han Sen's vision. And Lone Bamboo's attack had missed. So fast, Han Sen was shocked. The red cloud couldn't teleport, but it moved fast enough that it seemed like it could. 2071 Cocky Red Cloud. Lone Bamboo chased the red cloud up into the air, slashing faster and faster with his blade. But the red cloud was way too quick, and it managed to avoid each and every one of Lone Bamboo's sword airs. "I will help." Han Sen drew his knife and swung it towards the red cloud. He summoned the wings on his ears, and his speed increased. The red cloud sped up even faster and evaded Han Sen. He had suspected this would occur, though. He had managed to predict where the cloud would accelerate, so he adjusted his aim in front of the red cloud. It wouldn't matter how fast the red cloud was if an attack was moving through its flight path. But instead of continuing forward at the same speed, the red cloud immediately slowed down again. Han Sen's attack went harmlessly past it. Tricky little thing. Han Sen frowned, but he kept on swinging. Lone Bamboo and Han Sen continued their assault on the red cloud without making contact. The red cloud could not escape, though, as it was constantly forced to avoid the attacks of the two. Now, Han Sen was calculating all of the red cloud's possible escape routes, and he kept waving his blood feather knife like mad. He created a net with his knife silks to ensnare the foe. But the red cloud did not stop moving, and its speed was teleportation-like. The knife silks were unable to even touch it. Seeing the red cloud accelerate yet again, Han Sen finally realized something. This creature wasn't using a sudden burst of speed as it tried to escape, as a rabbit might. This creature always moved this fast. It suddenly made sense that the creature was never afraid. The red cloud was traveling around like a rocket, leaving behind a wake of red mist. It soon became apparent that the creature had used its contrails to write the word stupid. DMN, this guy is smart. It can use the common language. Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he stared at the clouds. It's just a marquise, but when the sky came here, it already lived on Rainbow Cloud Peak. After all these years, its intelligence and power must way exceed that of an ordinary cloud beast. But marquise is the highest level one can achieve here. There are no resources to support a higher tier than that. If there were, it would be even more powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Don't worry, when I catch him, We'll take him for a walk and level him up quick, Han Sen said, while looking at the red cloud. The red cloud soared through the air with great speed. The red mist contrails started to spell out another word, bullshit. And then, the red clouds formed an emoji that seemed to look down on them in disdain. And then, the clouds started to twist. They formed a red hand, producing one lifted finger at Han Sen. DMN. This guy is a troll. Han Sen summoned his dragon wings and took off after the red cloud. As the red cloud sped up and evaded his knife air, Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and appeared above the creature. And then, Han Sen struck downwards. As he did, he said, "You be asterisk starred. Try being cocky now." There was only a small distance to close, but Han Sen's knife could not match the speed of the red cloud. His knife only needed to move the distance of a hair's thickness, but the knife air could not catch up. The creature sped away, widening the distance between them again. Han Sen watched as the creature ran away, and then the clouds twisted into a smug emoji. It looked as if the emoji was having a smoke. Han Sen smiled evilly and used blood feather knife. Invisible knife silks were spun into a net, and they were sent flying over to the red cloud. The red cloud hit the knife silks, but the cloud itself was like tofu, and it was sheared away. Han Sen controlled the knife silks well, though. He had no plan to kill it just yet. "How cocky are you going to be now?" Han Sen shouted at the red cloud. Suddenly, the cloud accelerated again. It went towards the knife silks, but it was cut to pieces by the fine strands. Han Sen frowned. He only wanted to teach the beast a lesson, not kill it. The red cloud didn't hesitate, though. It maintained course, still flying with blinding speed. The knife silks cut it to ribbons, but those ribbons gathered back into one cottony cloud. Then it presented Han Sen the shape of a thumbs down. "That stupid cloud is strong." Han Sen thought. "That's FC King creepy." It was incredibly fast, and its body could be shattered. Han Sen wasn't sure how that thing could be caught. Lone Bamboo tried to snare it a few times, but he failed every time, too. They were the two fastest marquis there were, but they were unable to catch up with the red cloud. Even if Han Sen used teleport to reach the red cloud and attack, the red cloud's speed and reaction times would still enable it to dodge the knife airs and shockwaves. The longer they tried to capture the red cloud, the more they respected it. Not even a duke could handle this creature. Even if he hit the cloud, there was no point. It had a body that was like water, and after parts of it were lopped off, it'd just recompose easily. Lone Bamboo spun his jade sword into something that resembled a tornado. The giant sword air vortex reached out to the red cloud, trying to suck the creature inside. The red cloud sped up and escaped the grasp of the sword vortex. Even that was ineffective. There was nothing Lone Bamboo could do against it, and he had lost against it just like Han Sen. It's no wonder it has survived this long, and it still hasn't been tamed by Sky Palace students. "This thing is powerful," Lone Bamboo mused. "It is, but it cannot attack," Han Sen said. There was currently no hope in catching up to the red cloud, so Lone Bamboo abandoned the quest for the moment. He said, "I will catch a normal Marquis cloud beast. What about you?" "It's fine. I have my legless crane. I don't want to swap it out." Han Sen shook his head. Unless he found something like the red cloud, he could run faster than a normal Marquis Xenogeniac, anyway. There was no point in getting another random mount. The legless crane was enough for him. Lone Bamboo caught a Marquis cloud bird. It didn't take much to catch it. Ordinary Marquis creatures were slower than Lone Bamboo, and he managed to nab it with ease. When Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were just about to leave, the cocky red cloud followed them. It flew in front of them and spelled out more words with the vapor. "Dumb SS. Dumb SS. Come and catch me." Han Sen's eyebrows rose. That beast could use an exclamation mark. "FCK. I have to take you. Otherwise, I am done calling myself Han Sen." Han Sen felt angry, but he did not turn around. He knew he couldn't catch the red cloud right now. But he would find a way to get it eventually. 2072 The possibilities of the blood feather knife. After returning home, Han Sen spent some time thinking about capturing the red cloud. It seemed likely that petrification or freezing abilities would be effective against the red cloud. But his own petrifying shockwave was no match for the red cloud's speed. Even if Han Sen teleported right next to the beast, the red cloud could still react fast enough to avoid the shockwave. Its ability to accelerate seemed almost endless. But the petrifying shockwave is a power obtained from refining a mutant xenogeniac gene. I need to follow its rigid terms of use to cast it. I can't use it with knife silks. If I could, it might be a lot more useful. Han Sen was rapidly becoming obsessed with catching that cocky red cloud. Turtle did not work on it. Han Sen had tried, but the turtle image just wouldn't stick to the clouds. When the clouds spread, the turtle spell would just come off. There were no better methods for applying it, either. If my Jadeskin had a freezing power, and I could put the Jadeskin god light into the knife silks, I could possibly tie it up and make it into an ice cube. Jadeskin's god light possesses the element of ice, but it doesn't possess a powerful freezing ability. Han Sen was starting to feel depressed. He still couldn't think of a way to catch the red cloud. He had no choice but to wait until he could think of a good way to catch it. The next day, Han Sen picked up Blood Feather Knife and went to visit the 10th Elder. Han Sen wasn't going there to meet with him explicitly, though, more than anything, he was there to see Yun Suyi. He had absorbed all of the mutant blood and returned the blade to its normal state. It was now a bona fide half-deified treasure. With some further refinements, there was every chance it could become a fully fledged deified weapon. Han Sen wanted to swap the Blood Feather Knife for his Ghost Teeth Knife. He needed to talk about it with Yun Suyi, but Han Sen thought that if Yun Suyi had the knife, it would be best if he spoke to her father, Yun Changkong, as well. If Yun Changkong could not refine the deified weapon, he might have to ask for the leader's help. When Han Sen went to see the Yun family, Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng were both there. Thousand Feather Crane was out hunting xenogeniacs, and he had not yet returned. Sister Yun, thank you for lending me your Blood Feather Knife. I've come to return it. There is, however, something I need to tell you first. Han Sen presented the knife to Yun Suyi. I absorbed the xenogeniac blood. I am sorry I could not tell you about this any sooner. Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng were both shocked. The Blood Feather Knife was famous because it was the blood that had always prohibited it from becoming deified. If Han Sen really had removed the mark, then it had a chance of becoming deified again. Yun Suyi accepted the knife and inspected it. The blood really was gone. The knife was as clean as a glossy feather. How did you do that? Yun Suyi asked Han Sen with visible shock. The feather had tried every method they could think of to remove the blood on the knife, but each attempt had ended in failure. If they knew removing the blood was possible, they'd have never given the knife away. Han Sen seemed to only possess the powers of an earl or a marquise, so she had no clue how he might have done this. Mutant blood meshes well with my Geno art, so I was able to absorb it, Han Sen explained. Brother Han, this is a great service. If the feather knew about this, they'd be furious. Yun Susheng, overhearing them talk, sighed. It was all down to luck, Han Sen said with a grin. Yun Suyi took the ghost teeth knife from her waist and returned it to Han Sen. Her fingers lingered on the blade, though, and it seemed like she'd miss it. I have not used it for long, so I can't believe I am already giving it back. But now you have the Blood Feather Knife, which is greater than the Ghost Teeth Knife, Han Sen said, as he took Ghost Teeth Knife back. The Blood Feather Knife was strong, but Han Sen was more comfortable with the Ghost Teeth Knife. It complemented his abilities. It's different. Yun Suyi shook her head, but did not say anything more. She didn't sound happy about the prospect of the Blood Feather Knife's potential. Just as Han Sen expected, Yun Changkong took the Blood Feather Knife to the Sky Palace leader. The leader, in turn, passed it on to the folks at Sky Path Garden. He allowed them to work on it, in the hopes of making it deified again. This news spread all across Sky Palace. According to the research results, there was an 80% chance it could become deified again. Sky Palace was fervently excited. Even the nobles of Sky Palace seemed giddy. Millennia might pass without a new deified weapon turning up. But Angia, and certain others in Sky Palace, weren't as joyful. They did not look good. It's Han Sen again, Angia growled. All the races guarded their deified weapons jealously. This one should have belonged to the feather, but it now belonged to Sky Palace. The feather in Holy Heaven heard what had happened, too. They all looked upset, and it was difficult to determine if they were shocked or just mad. Han Sen found the opportunity to return to the sanctuaries again. There, he hugged his cute wife and daughter. Dad, I want a hug too. Bauer approached, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen held one child in each arm. He felt happy. It would have been perfect if Little Flower was still around. The next morning, Han Sen prepared to return to Sky Palace. But just as he was about to, Bauer jumped into his arms and said, Dad, I want to go with you. You still need to go to school. I will take you when you grow up, Han Sen said. Huh, if you're not taking me, then I will find my own way there, Bauer said defiantly, much to Han Sen's surprise. You have a way of getting there? Han Sen asked. Bauer wasn't an ordinary child, so there was a chance she might have actually found a way there. I'm not telling you. Since you're not taking me, I will go there myself, Bauer said flatly. Bauer, it's not that I don't want to take you. It's because I cannot take you. Just wait a little while, until I'm back on planet Eclipse. I will take you there then, okay? Han Sen said quickly, trying to comfort her. He didn't want her to do anything rash. Han Sen couldn't take her there yet. Sky Palace wouldn't allow the presence of a random outsider. If someone saw her, it'd be hard to explain. Fine, but you cannot lie to me. If this is a lie, I will still go there my own way. Bauer held out her finger for a pinky promise. I promise you, I will take you there when I return to planet Eclipse, Han Sen said seriously. He hooked her little pinky with his own, and then he touched her thumbs. Bauer believed Han Sen, and so she jumped out of his arms. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. Bauer, the items that you sucked inside the little gourd, can they be released? Yeah, Bauer blinked. 2073 Absolute Container, where are the items you sucked into it? Can I see them? Han Sen asked Bauer happily. They were digested a long time ago, Bauer said, blinking again. Han Sen was speechless, and so he asked, you just said you could release them. Bauer seemed a little indignant. I can, but I have to know that they need to be saved. Otherwise, they will be digested by the gourd. Bauer's little gourd might be able to catch that red cloud. But Bauer has been in the sanctuary all this time, and I have yet to see her evolve. She can't be any greater than a baron. There is no way she can absorb that Marquis' red cloud, Han Sen thought. Bauer seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking. She clapped her hands and the shiny gourd appeared between them. She said to Han Sen, Dad, what would you like to claim? My gourd is powerful, and it can absorb anything. I will tell you another time. Han Sen touched Bauer on the head, then teleported back to his Jade Island in Sky Palace. Han Sen wanted to find a chance to bring Bauer there, so he could try out her gourd powers. Bauer had eaten many of the xenogenic genes Han Sen had given her, but she still wasn't getting pushed out by the sanctuary. Because of that, she couldn't be too strong. Han Sen cooked a xenogenic material in a pot. The xenogenic gene was almost too big to fit in the pot, but he choked it all down anyway and heard the announcement. Marquis' gene plus 1 inch. The pot of meat must have weighed at least 100 kilograms. Although Han Sen had the ability of consume, it still made him uncomfortable to eat all that at once. He gave up on eating for the evening. It looks like it's better to stick to smaller xenogenic genes. As Han Sen was speaking to himself, someone outside the island called his name. Han Sen stepped out. He saw a white reel high above, riding a bird made of wood. When Han Sen stepped outside, White Reel brought it down to land on the island. Brother Han, come with me quick. White Reel jumped off the bird and grabbed Han Sen, pulling him to the creature. Brother White, what's going on? Han Sen asked, with obvious confusion. As they mounted, White Reel said, our leader is inviting you to Sky Path Garden. He wants you to help us refine the blood feather knife. He's asking me to help. I'm no good with that sort of thing. What am I supposed to do? Han Sen was shocked. Surely the things he had learned couldn't compare to the combined minds that already worked in Skypath Garden. If Bai Yishan was there, perhaps he could make worthwhile contributions to their research. Han Sen knew some things, but not to that level. Plus, there was a big difference between the Geno arts of the Sanctuary and the Geno arts of the Geno universe. They couldn't really be talked about as if they were the same thing. The Geno arts Han Sen had in the Sanctuaries were edited, and they were different from their Geno universe equivalents. He also had to refine xenogenic treasures to make them work. Brother Han, don't be so humble. You were able to remove the xenogenic blood from the knife. You are good at this. Let's go. The leader and the others are waiting for you. White Reel pushed Han Sen atop the wooden bird, and then they took off towards Skypath Garden. When they arrived, Han Sen explained to them that he had only been able to remove the xenogenic blood because his Geno art was compatible with it. Han Sen did not know how to refine a xenogenic treasure or craft a deified treasure. The head researcher smiled and said, don't worry, Han Sen. We have invited you here so you can be a part of the refinement process. If we find some leftover blood while we are refining it, we will require your assistance. Otherwise, our work will be wasted. Han Sen told them there was not a single drop of blood left, but the elders that worked with the leader were worried that there might still have been some. So, they asked him to stay. Fortunately, Sky Path Garden did not ask anything more of him. Han Sen just sat in the refinement room, listening to the commands issued by the head researcher. Han Sen had nothing to do, so he practiced with his Jideskin. He also watched the refinement process for the blood feather knife. He learned a lot. The blood feather knife was placed inside a crystal container. Han Sen thought they'd use blacksmithing techniques and fire to change the blade. He was wrong. There wasn't even the slightest spark. The white feather knife was placed in a container. They cleansed the container, put the knife inside, and removed all the air within it. Then they lowered the temperature as far as they could. As the temperature dropped, the blood feather knife looked like it was being crystallized. In the end, the entire knife appeared to be entirely crystal, just like the container itself. One of Sky Path Garden's teachers used an instrument to check the blood feather knife and frowned. The temperature is not low enough. We cannot activate the power of the blood feather knife. Han Sen, after 4 days of being there, had heard the same thing 1,000 times. They tried to lower the knife's temperature, but they could never hit the depths they required. Han Sen didn't know why they wanted to lower the temperature, but he saw a lot of secret cold element Geno arts. They were really scary. Other materials would crumble easily at such temperatures, but the knife seemed just fine. That crystal container is impressive. It can endure such incredible cold without breaking, Han Sen said quietly to himself. White Real's ears were sharp, though. He heard Han Sen's statement and said proudly, "Brother Han, you are right. The container is good. This is the only deified item that belongs to Sky Path Garden." That thing is deified. Han Sen was shocked to hear this. He knew it was very durable, but he never expected it to be deified. Its name is Absolute Container, and it has a whole lot of uses. Many of our high-tier treasures are refined inside it. Half of the king-class weapons in Sky Palace were made in there, White Real said seriously. Han Sen started to ask something else, but the head researcher spoke glumly. It looks like our power isn't enough to reduce the item's temperature to what the knife needs. Old Dong, please go to White Jade City and invite him to join us. Will he come? Old Dong looked depressed. 2074 Child Combine Liquid. Take these vials of Child Combine Liquid, and he will come, said the head researcher. Talking about the Child Combine Liquid made his face twitch. It looked as if he had gotten a sudden toothache. Isn't it a waste to give him that? Old Dong and the other teachers were in shock. Do you know of any other ways to lower the blood feather knife's temperature to the level we need? Sky Path Garden's leader looked at everyone there, but they were all speechless. Go, take the Child Combine Liquid, like you would to give a dog a treat. The head researcher sighed. Old Dong did not say anything. He just clenched his teeth and left the research room. What is Child Combine Liquid? Han Sen asked White Real. He was not interested in who the leader was inviting. It was obviously someone with a powerful ice element, and beyond that, Han Sen didn't really care. But that Child Combine Liquid sounded powerful, and it snagged Han Sen's curiosity. White Real quietly told Han Sen, Child Combine Liquid is the formulation of one of our primary fields of research. It takes many high-level xenogenic ingredients to produce, and it requires a synthesizing process that is extremely complicated. It aids high-class xenogenics in evolving. If a king class kept on consuming the Child Combine Liquid, there is a high chance he could become deified. It's that strong. Han Sen was shocked. It was shocking that a king class could so simply be made deified. It would require a lot of luck, but it's theoretically possible. On the other hand, raising a duke to king class, that's easy. Our test record for accomplishing this is a mere 10 vials of Child Combine Liquid, White Real boasted. It's no wonder that Sky Palace is so strong. You can make kings like that. How many do you have? Han Sen asked with shock. 1. White Real lifted one finger. Han Sen froze, so White Real continued. It is hard to find ingredients for Child Combine Liquid, mind you. We have only made around 20 of them, and we use some for testing. And that king used 10 bottles. There are only 7 or 8 left. We have exhausted our supply of ingredients. Han Sen thought to himself, if you can't mass-produce something, what is the point of creating it? White Real seemed to guess what Han Sen was thinking. We can't make Child Combine Liquid in large volumes, but with a few alterations, we can create a xenogenic liquid that works on normal xenogenics. If you drink a lot, a marquise can become a duke. An earl could become a marquise easily. Many of us are using it. Because the person had yet to arrive, the refinement process had stopped. They waited all morning for old Dong to return, and when he did, he brought someone with him. It was Yu Shangxin. Mr. Yu, Han Sen exclaimed, bowing quickly. Why are you here? Yu Shangxin was holding a dog. That dog did not look energized, though. Its tail drooped and its fur was scraggly. Han Sen had seen many dogs like that. It looked like any malnourished dog you might find wandering dirty streets, but there was no way an elite like Yu Shangxin would carry a being in such a poor state. Perhaps it was a high-class xenogeniac that just looked like a dog. Perhaps the creature was king class or half-deified. The leader has asked me to help refine the blood feather knife, Han Sen said. I see. How much did the leader pay you? Yu Shangxin asked with a smile. That's what a student should do, Han Sen answered quickly. The leader hadn't given him any money, and he had been dragged there by White Real. Yu Shangxin patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled. You and I are the same. We are good people. Before Han Sen could say anything more, Yu Shangxin looked at the head researcher and said, Leader, are you going to pay me for my efforts here? Do not worry, I won't change what we agreed upon, the old man grunted. Then give it to me now. I don't work unless I see payment first. Yu Shangxin put out his hand. He seemed surprisingly stingy. Give it to him, the old researcher barked, grinding his teeth. He was talking to old Dong again. Old Dong looked hurt. He opened up a box, and in it, there were 7 containers. Each one held 200 milliliters of juice. Old Dong carefully picked up one and held it out to Yu Shangxin, but the man hastily grabbed another 4 before taking the one old Dong had. 5 of them. I have not taken any more nor any less, Yu Shangxin told old Dong and the leader. Both of them were looking ill. Han Sen looked at the child combine liquid in Yu Shangxin's hands. It was a transparent liquid, and it didn't look all that special. Old Wang, this is some good stuff, Yu Shangxin said to the dog. He opened one of the bottles and poured out the contents for the dog to consume. The dog immediately got up and started lapping up all the child combine liquid. It licked its lips, as if it was saying, my lips aren't moist enough. You should give me another. Yu Shangxin opened up another vial and poured it out for the dog called Old Wang. Old Wang lapped up the child combine liquid again. Can you stop wasting it? Old Dong burst out, unable to contain his anger. Leader, what is wrong with him? These vials are mine. What have I done wrong now? Yu Shangxin looked at the leader with confusion. The leader simply waved his hand at Old Dong, signaling him to stop talking. He then said to Yu Shangxin, you've been paid, and now you should work. No one will say anything after you are done working, even if you pour the stuff in the garbage. Yu Shangxin smiled. He opened 2 more vials, one in each hand. Then, he gave them both to Old Wang at once. Old Wang drank it all up. Yu Shangxin wasn't going to respect the leader just yet, he was going to use up all the child combine liquid first. It looks like Old Wang is full. This last one is pointless to have. Take it. Yu Shangxin threw the last vial of child combine liquid to Han Sen. Han Sen caught it. He was surprised to see Yu Shangxin give away something so precious. Han Sen wished to say something, but Yu Shangxin stretched his limbs and then said, okay. Time to work. He walked over to the absolute container and touched it. The other researchers all started to look nervous as they returned to work. When Yu Shangxin pressed his hand against the crystal container, it created a hole to allow his hand inside. The container then tightened again around his arm. The container was again sealed against contaminants. Yu Shangxin touched the blood feather knife, and there was a kacha-kacha noise. It sounded like ice was being broken. 2075 get pregnant with just a rub. Ice crystals kept spreading across the blood feather knife, and it looked as if everything within the vacuumed container was going to freeze. The ice crystals grew, branching out like blood vessels. It was scary to watch. Yu Shangxin must be half-deified. If he wasn't, there's no way he could freeze the vacuum. Han Sen was surprised. Everyone watched as the ice powers spread through the container, freezing even the empty space within it. In the end, it was all frozen. It looked like a perfect crystal ball. The absolute container was shining, and something seemed to be moving within the ice. Something was fighting against the cold powers. The researchers were fortunate that the absolute container was deified. Despite their strength, the cold powers weren't leaking out of the container. Yu Shangxin pulled his hand out of the container. He looked as ordinary as ever, and his hand showed no sign of the incredible cold that he had just released. My work is done here. Let's go, Old Wang, Yu Shangxin said, then pulled the dog old Wang away. When he passed by Han Sen, Yu Shengxin said quietly, "Why are you still standing here? Don't interrupt their research." Han Sen cocked his head, then followed Yu Shengxin to leave. The researchers inside Sky Path Garden got back to work. Some of them saw Han Sen leave with Yu Shengxin, but no one thought to stop him. "Mr. Yu, do you have a grudge with the head researcher?" Han Sen asked curiously. "Call me Yu Shengxin." Yu Shengxin carried old Wang as they walked, and he went on to say, "There is no grudge. I just don't like the way they do things." "How do they do things?" Han Sen asked again. "Do you know what child combine liquid is made of?" Yu Shengxin looked at the vial in Han Sen's hand as he asked. "No, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of this item, actually," Han Sen said. "Child combine liquid uses thousands of unborn xenogenic babies as an ingredient. There are intelligent creatures in there, like you and me." Yu Shengxin looked at Han Sen and smiled. Han Sen raised the child combine liquid to the light so he could take a look at it. He was surprised to hear this, and so he said, "Where do these ingredients come from?" "They come from the creatures that the members of Sky Path Garden capture. They do tests on them." "What do you think?" Yu Shengxin asked. He noticed Han Sen was not having much of a reaction, which interested him. "I am a sinner with hands stained in blood. I cannot judge them." Han Sen shook his head. Yu Shengxin laughed. He patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, "This is why I hate those people, but they are the ones that make Sky Palace as strong as it is. I just don't like it. Still, it doesn't matter. I'm a useless nobody here, and that's just that." Yu Shengxin left after that, still carrying old Wang. He disappeared amongst the islands somewhere. "Why did he tell me that?" Han Sen looked at the child combine liquid and sighed. He was not very noble himself, as he had killed so many. But after Yu Shengxin spoke about the ingredients inside the vial, he didn't think he could bring himself to drink it. "Never mind, I'll just give it to the others." Han Sen put away the child combine liquid and went to the general service area. Han Sen researched the rules of Sky Palace. If he wanted to bring Bauer here, legally, he'd need to go to the general service. Han Sen asked the people there how he might bring another person into Sky Palace, and it turned out to be an easier process than Han Sen had expected. Han Sen's rank of teacher was useful in many different ways in Sky Palace. With that title, he could invite his family to come and live with him. Without that title, no parent or spouse could ever visit him here. But annoyingly, if he said Bauer was his daughter, then they'd need to do a DNA test. Han Sen didn't know exactly how the test would be conducted, but there was no way the results would tell them that Bauer was indeed his actual daughter. But according to the laws of Sky Palace, aside from parents and grandparents, only wives and kids were allowed to reside with a teacher. "It looks like I still can't bring Bauer into Sky Palace." Han Sen felt depressed. The only other way was for Han Sen to make additional contributions to Sky Palace and gain the approval of at least half of the elders. Han Sen could also ask for the leader's approval, but attempting that seemed unrealistic. His discoveries had made him curious about Bauer's DNA, though. He had Bubble take on his appearance and go to sleep on Jade Island. Then, he went back to the Alliance and visited Bauer. He took one of her hairs and went for a DNA test, wanting to see if her genes looked like any creature in particular. The DNA tests in the Alliance were rather advanced, but Bauer herself had come out of a gourd. None knew what her genes were like. Han Sen almost bought the entire planet and made the testing place a temporary home. He walked in front of the gene tester and put Bauer's hair inside so he could conduct the test. Not long after, the test results were released. The results were printed upon a sheet of paper, and what he saw made his eyes widen. The DNA test printout read, "Father and daughter. DMN, what a broken machine. And I just bought this thing. Who made this piece of sh*t? Ah, I see, it is Starry Group. I'll complain to Ning Yu later." Han Sen did not believe the results, so he did the same test on another DNA tester. The results almost made his eyes fall out. All the tests were the same, telling him that he and Bauer were father and daughter. This is impossible. Han Sen swore he had never cheated with a gourd before. How could the results indicate that he and Bauer were genetically related? Han Sen looked at the report carefully. Bauer's genes had a 99.99% match with his. Aside from them actually being father and daughter, there was no other explanation. How is this possible? Han Sen looked at Bauer, who was looking innocent and unsure of what to say. "You can get pregnant with just a rub. Han Sen remembered that after he picked up the gourd, he used to fiddle with it while he thought. Aside from that, though, he couldn't think of any way they could have formed this connection. But now, Han Sen had to admit that Bauer was his actual daughter. Han Sen quickly destroyed all the test results. He took Bauer by the shoulders and smiled. Bauer, let's not tell Mom that we came here for testing. 2076 Back to Narrow Moon. Han Sen submitted an application at the General Services Building, requesting that his daughter be allowed to join him in Sky Palace. He received permission, and so he left Sky Palace and returned to Planet Eclipse to pick her up. Han Sen was careful not to attract attention on the trip, and his return voyage was not impeded by troubles. He brought Bauer into the Geno universe halfway, and then went to Narrow Moon. He took Bauer to meet Yisha, who quickly grew fond of her. She allowed Bauer to stay on Planet Blade, while Han Sen went back to Planet Eclipse. Han Sen knew that Yisha intended to investigate Bauer. The rebate did not have strictly enforced rules like Sky Palace, but they wouldn't allow someone unknown to occupy a high-level district. It wasn't as if she was an ordinary immigrant, either. Relatives of an important person required some testing to see how far along they themselves might have progressed. Han Sen wasn't worried, though. Bauer was incredibly smart, and he was sure she'd have no problems. Back on Planet Eclipse, Xie Qingqing, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and the others had all become earls. 0, Dragon Lady, Han Munger, Little Angel, and Wang Yuhang were earls, too. Han Sen's friends had Geno arts that were easier to level up than the story of genes, and they did not have to practice 4 different Geno arts at the same time, either. In combination with the many resources of Planet Eclipse, this allowed them to level up quickly. Old Han, we are already earls, and the resources on Planet Eclipse can't support us beyond Marquise. We would like to explore and practice off-world, Xie Qingqing told Han Sen. Ji Yu Qingcheng, Wang Yuhang, and Dragon Lady wished to do the same. Han Sen agreed to let them practice someplace else, but he also tasked them with recruiting. That way, Han Sen could bring more people from the Alliance when they returned. Perhaps it was because of the gold bird markings, but the refugees that populated Han Sen's base were now Baron nobles. He had enough people there, as well. Han Sen, I have heard about you killing Sharon and Dragon 13, beating Dragon 9 in Return Ruin Sea. Your name is all over the Geno universe. Everyone knows Knife Queen has a genius student named Han Sen now. Black Steel came to Planet Eclipse, looking troubled. He went on to say, but until I become a duke, Father won't allow me to leave Narrow Moon. I really want to go and explore with you. If you want to practice, Narrow Moon is the same as anywhere else you could go. There's little difference. Compared to what I've been doing, I'd rather remain in Narrow Moon. I would stay here if I had a choice. Han Sen laughed. Don't say that, I'm not leaving, anyway. Black Steel sighed. By the way, Rebecca is throwing a welcome party. I am here to invite you to come. I don't have a very good relationship with the people of Moon Garden. Why would they think of inviting me? Han Sen was surprised. Black Steel rolled his eyes. Things are different now. You have earned a brilliant reputation out there, so now you're Narrow Moon's golden boy. No one wants a rivalry with you now. Given the absence of any grudges you might have been worried about, perhaps you should go and pay them a visit. Sure, I'll take your advice. Han Sen smiled. He went to Planet Moon Wheel with Black Steel. Rebecca, Dulish, and the heirs of other kings were all gathered there. This gathering was quite different from the knife events that Han Sen had attended before. Back then, no one cared for him. Everyone looked down on him, and they didn't bother speaking to him. But now things were different. Han Sen was like a visiting celebrity. The heirs of every king were very polite to him, constantly complimenting him. He talked to more people on that one night than in all the time he had lived in Narrow Moon before. Han Sen had placed first in the Sky Palace exam and fought Lone Bamboo. He killed Sharon and Dragon 13, and he also beat Dragon 9. All those feats made Han Sen the first of a new generation of elites in the Geno universe. Although Han Sen had a low chance of ever becoming a king, it wasn't an impossible task. No one wanted to make him an enemy, either. It's only his 15 seconds of fame. All of this is nothing to boast about. It's all for naught if he can't become a king, anyway. Sad Knight, who was supposed to be the focus of the night's proceedings, was sitting in a corner and whining into his drink. Night River King had the biggest grudge with Han Sen. Sad Knight harbored one, too. He didn't like Han Sen becoming so famous. These guys are really short-sighted. They only see Han Sen's fame now. They aren't paying any attention to the difficulty Han Sen has leveling up his Geno arts. There is no way he'll become a king. It's really funny how they're licking his boots now. Sad Knight heard a voice. He turned around and saw a young Earl Rebate walking towards him with a drink. Sad Knight frowned. He did not recognize the young man. Perhaps it was someone of little renown. The young Earl raised a cup to Sad Knight and said, "Mr. Knight, my name is Victo. Can I speak to you alone after the event?" "What for?" Sad Knight looked at him with disdain. "I have a way in which you could beat Han Sen and take his fame for yourself." "Are you interested?" Victo said. "You can do that." Sad Knight raised an eyebrow, but he didn't seem too interested in the young man's claim. "I'm not an important person. There is no reason for you to be impressed by me. But you recognize this, don't you?" Victo pulled out his phone and showed Sad Knight a video. When Sad Knight saw it, he looked stunned. He balked. "Where did you take this? If you are interested, then let's resume speaking after the event concludes." Victo smiled. After the event was over, Rebecca and Dulish escorted Han Sen out. They brought him right to the boarding ramp of his aircraft. "Brother Han, if we have done something to upset you, it's because we acted foolishly. Please don't hold it against us," Rebecca said, then presented Han Sen with a box. "This is a gift we'd like you to accept. It is an apology, and a hope that you'll forgive us for the way we mistreated you in the past." "It's okay. Even friends argue sometimes, and I was new to Narrow Moon. I didn't know you guys," Han Sen said with a shrug. "Even so, please take this. How about we be friends?" Rebecca smiled, placing the wooden box in front of him. "You guys are so nice." "Thank you." Han Sen took the wooden box and smiled at them both. 2077 Palm back on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen opened the box and found a small data card inside. Han Sen plugged it into a computer so he could view whatever info was stored on it. He quickly found that all the files were on a skill titled Moonlight. The files explained that Moon Wheel, which Han Sen had already learned, was actually a part of Moonlight. Moon Wheel King had written the explanations himself, and he referenced all sorts of skills and experiences as he went. Up until now, Han Sen had not been able to modify Moon Wheel because he had only been able to learn the skill in its most basic form. He had the soft technique named Moon Down Pat, so this information was very valuable to him. It was especially helpful to hear about Moon Wheel King's own experiences and techniques. It was a priceless gift he had received. This wasn't something one could simply buy. The final part of the teachings was when Moon Wheel King explained Moon. This was even more meaningful to Han Sen. This is a lofty gift to receive from Moon Wheel King. Han Sen knew that a gift like this wasn't something Rebecca and her sister could give to whoever they wanted. Moon Wheel King had approved this himself. For the next 2 days, Han Sen remained on Planet Eclipse. Bauer should have been returned 2 days ago, but Yisha said she had grown fond of Bauer and wanted her to stay in the palace for a few more days. Han Sen did not know if Yisha really liked Bauer, or if she had actually uncovered something about her. Regardless, there was no use in worrying about it. He'd just wait for her to return home. When Shadow King came back, Narrow Moon became the focus of many headlines. Shadow King, Night River King, Black Moon King, Moon Wheel King, and Knife Queen had recently explored an ancient high-race ruin. The expedition had been extremely profitable. During the excavation, an important item was unearthed. They brought it back with them, and for the month leading up to its unveiling, excitement swelled throughout Narrow Moon. The ruins had been the home of an ancient deified being. There were many precious items inside, including a powerful Geno art. But that race was different from the rebate, so the Geno art was sent to Narrow Moon's equivalent of Sky Path Garden for research. The item they brought back was a giant metal wall. The rebate professor guessed that the ancient deified elite had practiced his Geno art against the wall, using it like a punching bag. It sounded like a simple tool, but any wall that could withstand deified powers without breaking was remarkable. It was composed of a very rare material, and the rebate regarded it as quite the treasure. There were many palm prints denting it, which they believed was the result of a Geno art used against it. It was a scary Geno art, and the palm prints still had a residue of the deified elite's will. Many Narrow Moon students went to see it, and many of them learned something from it. Han Sen had nothing to do on Planet Eclipse except eat Marquis genes. He practiced a few Geno arts, but he was growing restless and bored. If Knife Queen hadn't wanted to keep Bauer in her palace, he would have already taken her to Sky Palace. Han Sen was eager to return to capturing the jade spirits in the white jade jing. Han Sen brought Little Angel, Han Munger, and Zero with him to see the metal wall. When they arrived, Han Sen knew why the rebate had not hidden its existence. Unlike the small wall that Han Sen had envisioned, it was a blue metal cube nearly 1,000 meters long. When he stood beside it, the block seemed the size of a mountain. Hiding it in a building would have been difficult. There were many palm prints all across the blue metal cube. Some were shallow, whereas others were deep. Each palm print had 5 fingers, like a human's, but they were much bigger. Han Sen could lie down in one without bumping his head. This is a giant's relic, right? Han Sen said, while examining the handprints. Probably. This item was discovered in ruins belonging to the Lagu. Judging from their bones, they were 100 meters tall. Rebecca approached, with Dulish and the others behind her. Sad Knight was there, too. He looked at Han Sen with contempt. I see. Han Sen nodded. He looked at the prints, feeling a strange sensation as he did. As he examined the palm prints, he got the impression that any of those strikes could have annihilated a galaxy. Even looking at the aftermath was shocking. It was like an endless number of stars had been broken by a hand, and the whole galaxy destroyed. Deified Lagu were very powerful. I don't know how long the blue metal cube has existed, but the will put into those palms is quite shocking, Han Sen praised. Han Sen, if you have found something, why don't you share it so we can learn? Dulish asked with a blink. Han Sen shook his head. I haven't studied the prints. I feel the meaning behind them, but nothing more. After Han Sen said that, a cold voice spoke. Han Sen, you are too humble. Geniuses like you only require one look. You have had a few. Han Sen glanced over at the speaker, and he saw that it was Night River King's son, Sad Knight. He was not surprised. Sad Knight had been beaten by Shi Qing King, so it was likely that the young man still hated Han Sen and Shi Qing King. Han Sen didn't care for the man's insults, though. I am stupid. I cannot see anything. If you see something, perhaps it is you who should be telling us. Han Sen said with a smile. This was exactly what Sad Knight wanted. He looked happy for a moment, before suddenly looking cold again. He said, I took a brief look, too. I have some opinions to share that can get you guys started. Rebecca and the others looked at him with surprise. Sad Knight was talented and very bright, but they still did not believe he could be better than Han Sen. There was no way he could see what Han Sen could not, especially from such a brief look. Sad Knight could see that the others were wary, which just made him even less happy. This was his first time seeing the prints, just as it was for the others. He did have knowledge about them, but it wasn't something he had learned all by himself. However, as long as he could embarrass Han Sen, the source did not matter. 2078 password. Everyone focused on Sad Knight. He walked around the blue metal cube, pretending that he was observing it. After walking around it once, Sad Knight said confidently, if I am not mistaken, the handprints on the blue metal cube are a Palm Geno art. Sad Knight, I think everyone knows that. We can all tell this is the work of a Palm Geno art. You don't have to say that. The son of a king laughed. Sad Knight looked at that young rebate and said, condensation, what I meant was, these prints don't appear across the cube at random. All these prints together make a complete Geno art. You could tell that too, could you? How am I supposed to know you're telling the truth? How do I know you're not lying? Condensation looked at him with disdain. Sad Knight smiled and said, these palm prints might look like a random mess, but that is because all of them are overlapping. According to the feelings I am picking up, I only need to find the beginning of the palm marks to line them up and, who knows, maybe I can rebuild the skill. Han Sen was surprised. He had picked up on this too, but not with the certainty Sad Knight was displaying. Did this guy suddenly become a genius? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen was familiar with Sad Knight, and he didn't believe that the young rebate had the intelligence or talent to come to this conclusion. But the blue metal cube had only been revealed a short time ago, and Sad Knight had not seen it before. It would have been difficult for him to gain knowledge of it from another source. Congratulations, Brother Knight. The Knight family has a smart heir, Black Moon King said politely to Night River King in a palace. Night River King frowned. He knew his son well, and he was surprised by this sudden impressive performance. Night River King should have been happy that Sad Knight was doing well, but he was suspicious about his knowledge, more than anything. You can say whatever you want to. If you're as talented as you present yourself, find the starting palm and line them up. Recreate the skill for us. Condensation still didn't believe him. Sad Knight was waiting for someone to ask him this, and so he smiled and said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it is correct. If anyone sees the beginning of it, then I will let them demonstrate. After that, Sad Knight looked at everyone. His eyes stopped at Han Sen, though, and so he coldly said, Han Sen, you are so talented. I bet you understand, don't you? Why don't you show us where the beginning is? Han Sen shook his head. I can't see anything. Please teach us. If no one else can explain, then I guess I will just have to embarrass myself. Sad Knight walked in front of the metal block and went to one side of it. After a while, he spoke again with confidence. If I'm correct, this is where the palm skill begins. After that, Sad Knight put his left hand into one of the prints. Then, he began, striking the print with his own palms. He created some loud metal noises, but nothing broke. Sad Knight kept hitting that point and he said, this palm is suitable for a wide performance of the skill. It elicits a galaxy-destroying feeling. This palm right here can destroy anything without mercy. It is very overbearing. Anyone could say that, of course. As Sad Knight struck the palm print, he did so smoothly. He did not look experienced, but he did explain the feelings well. His thinking was correct. I underestimated Sad Knight. He has performed well, Rebecca said with shock. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this. The students in the garden, the dukes, and the kings were surprised performance. Even the kings and dukes had only been able to tell that it was a skill. They could not go into such a detailed description. Sad Knight was rebuilding a glimmer of that palm skill, and it was a brilliant feat. Seeing everyone look surprised, Sad Knight became cockier. He continued to perform. He hit tens of thousands of palm marks, and he didn't miss a single one. He flowed smoothly around the cube, and everyone admired his precision. This is the palm skill, from what I can see. Does anyone else have another opinion? Sad Knight was extremely full of himself by this point. He raised his head and looked down on Han Sen. Mr. Knight, you are good. That was beautiful, someone complimented him. It was just luck, I suppose. It was nothing. I'm not like some genius who can only feel things sometimes and not others. As Sad Knight was talking, a gotcha noise rang across the blue metal cube. Everyone heard that noise, and they all turned to look at the cube. What they saw shocked even Sad Knight. He had watched the video Victo had given him multiple times. The video had shown a person hitting the blue metal cube in a precise sequence. Sad Knight had practiced repeatedly to become famous on this day. But when the video finished the palming display, nothing was supposed to happen. Gotcha, gotcha. Cracking noises continued to come from the blue metal cube, and the sounds were getting louder. Seams appeared on the edges of the cube, and it was cracking open. Is that palm skill a password that opens the blue metal cube? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen wasn't the only one thinking this, all the kings were wondering as well. They did not know what inside the metal object, so they moved to the plaza, just in case. Before Night River King could issue a command, the blue metal cube opened wide. A smaller blue metal cube was inside it. It was decorated with a variety of strange patterns. Then the second blue metal cube began to disintegrate, and Han Sen realized that the pattern wasn't actually a pattern. It was many metallic limbs of creatures, all knotted together. A swarm of metal monsters suddenly flew out of the cube. They were about half the size of a human, but they were all composed of blue metal. They stood on 4 legs, and they had claws on their hands and feet. Their heads were bug-like, and their wings were metal, shaped like a dragonfly's. 2079 Blue Gold Demon Bug, oh no. Run! Han Sen screamed. He called for Little Angel, Zero, and Han Munger to fly away from the plaza and the metal monsters that had been unleashed. Han Sen swept his Dongshuan aura over them. Their presence felt murderous, like creatures that only sought destruction. They were very negative beings. The weakest presence he could detect amongst the metal monsters was Earl class. But many of them were so powerful, it shocked even Han Sen. Han Munger and the others weren't slow. They might have only been Earls, but their speed rivaled a Marquis. They were still slower than Han Sen, of course. What are these creatures, that dare to drop fecal matter all over my narrow moon? Night River King seethed, as he swung the sleeves of his garment. An odd black power rolled out of his sleeves and headed towards the monsters. The blue metal monsters looked as if they were about to drown in it. Boom! A blue light flashed from that group of metal monsters, and a glowing monster emerged. It punched Night River King's galactic water, and its blue fist shattered Night River's attack completely. King class. Night River King looked glum. At that moment, a few more monsters appeared. They also had blue light around their heads, and they were all king class. The dukes and the other nobles of Narrow Moon felt their faces grow pale. Moonwheel King was still excavating, so he was far away from Narrow Moon. The other kings had business to attend to, so they weren't in Narrow Moon either. Right now, only Night River King, Black Moon King, Shadow King, and Yisha were close enough to help. When the fight began, Shadow King and Yisha were quick to arrive. Yisha swept her knife towards a roaring king-class blue metal monster. The blue metal monster squealed, and it swung its blue fist at Yisha's incoming teeth power. Kacha, kacha, the blue fist light was shattered by the teeth power. Knife air hit the blue metal monster, sending it flying away into space. A deep cleft was torn in the creature's chest, but no blood was drawn. It was shocking that a creature could take Yisha's strike and not immediately die. She frowned and lifted her weapon to attack again. But before she could, a blue light flashed from within the metal group. One of the monsters appeared before her, completely glowing with that blue light. It had its fist raised to give her a big blue punch. Yisha grunted and used tusk. Her skill was purer than Han Sen's teeth knife. After that slash, the purple knife air was like a demon biting into the blue fist. Boom! The two powers collided with an explosion. The space of the region itself cracked, and things started to get sucked towards the fissure. Half deified, everyone thought in shock. The blue light monster was fighting Yisha perfectly well, with no sign of losing. Before they could think of anything else, more blue metal monsters poured out of the cube. This was turning into a dire fight. The metal monsters flew up into space, seeking out other planets. They were branching out to assault all of Narrow Moon. One metal monster had targeted Han Sen. Han Munger summoned an arrow and fired at it. The arrow went straight into the blue metal monster's eye and exploded. Pang! The arrow blew the blue metal monster's brain in half, but the creature was still swinging its fist. Zero and Little Angel carried a bone dagger and a feathery sword respectively. They moved to intercept the blue metal monster's fist. They effectively blocked it, then chopped its arms off to avoid a repeat. My friends are scary. They are only Earl class, and even so, they can fight Marquis monsters. Han Sen grinned, pleased with his crew. But the monster was still intent on coming, despite its broken brain and severed arms. The blue light still swirled around its legs. Han Sen swung his ghost teeth knife like mad, cutting the foe in half. The monster still writhed around on the ground for some time before it gave up the ghost. Xenogeniac Marquis hunted. Blue gold demon bug. Xenogeniac gene found. The announcement played in Han Sen's brain. At the same time, Han Sen saw a blue crystal appear in the creature's head. It was around the size of an egg. Han Sen grabbed the blue crystal, but there were many blue gold demon bugs coming. The battle was far and wide. If an enemy tried to assault Narrow Moon in the traditional fashion, they could use their defenses to repel such an invasion. Even king class and half-deified sorts couldn't break in from the outside, but the blue gold demon bug had come out from inside Narrow Moon. The low-level nobles could not fight the blue gold demon bugs, and Yisha and the others were busy fighting their own combatants. The attack was swiftly throwing the entire system of Narrow Moon into chaos. How could this happen? Sad Knight stared around himself as if he was watching the apocalypse. He could not believe what was transpiring. Over the course of a few minutes, many of the rebate were killed. Explosions rattled the place. Cries and screams erupted from every which way. Victo. That *SSHOLE Victo. Sad Knight gritted his teeth. He wanted to find Victo, who had given him the tape, but Victo was nowhere to be seen. When he looked back over his shoulder, he saw a blue gold demon bug coming for him. What do we do now? Zero asked as they retreated. Let's go to Planet Eclipse and try to fortify the base. There are many of these bugs, but they cannot destroy the entirety of Narrow Moon. We just need to protect our base and wait for Moonwheel King to return. Han Sen whistled, and Little Star came to him in an instant. A few people hopped onto Little Star's back, and it used Starseed travel to deliver Han Sen back to Planet Eclipse. Some blue gold demon bugs tried to give chase, but Little Star's body zipped right through them. Little Star had the ability to phase through any form of matter. There were many blue gold demon bugs, but luckily, they weren't as threatening after they spread out across Narrow Moon. And none had yet come to Planet Eclipse. When Han Sen reached the base, he called for everyone to gather arms and prepare for battle. He also activated the base's defense systems. Little Silver and the others followed Han Sen, readying themselves for combat. BZZT. A blue-gold demon bug broke through the atmosphere, reaching planet Eclipse. It did not go for the base, though. It headed for a specific mountain that was known to be populated by xenogenics. Han Sen thought the blue-gold demon bug had an overwhelming urge to kill, and it had gone for the xenogenics first because they were closest. Han Sen summoned spell as a sniper rifle and used the scope to track the blue-gold demon bug as it flew above the xenogenics. It opened its mouth and let out a high-pitched screech. In the next second, the eyes of the xenogenics all turned red. The mass of xenogenics began to churn, stirring themselves into a frenzy. And when the blue-gold demon bug screamed again, they all started stampeding towards the base. Oh no, the blue-gold demon bugs can control xenogenics. I hope they can only control the low-intelligence variety. If they can take over the big ones, Narrow Moon is done for. Han Sen took aim with his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet was fired, and it went speeding into the blue-gold demon bug's left eye. The bullet perforated the bug's eyeball and became lodged in the socket. There was, however, a spell placed on the bullet. The bug became so slow that it started to fall to the ground. Turtle was very useful against foes that relied on speed and flight. Han Sen donned his rabbit shoes and summoned dragon wings for his ears and back. His body glowed red as he shot off towards the blue-gold demon bug. He lifted Ghost Teeth knife, and using tusk, he sliced the turtleized bug into pieces. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Blue-gold demon bug. Xenogenic gene found. When the blue-gold demon bug died, the xenogenics that were under its influence returned to normal again. They felt Han Sen's presence and quickly ran off. Han Sen looked to the sky, but most of the creatures he knew were above him were too dark to see. Only the king class and half-deified bugs that were fighting Yisha and the others were visible. Against the sky, they were fighting in space, shining bright against the stars. He couldn't see them, but he knew the blue-gold demon bugs were probably descending on other planets. You guys stay on the planet. I'm going to go take a look. Han Sen thought planet Eclipse was safe for now. He left Little Star behind, flapping his dragon wings as he sped off into space. Han Sen flew around the king-class blue-gold demon bugs. He was far enough away that he only saw flashes in the distance, and he couldn't see the fight properly. The blue lights and the purple knife airs were like a magnetic storm in space. Han Sen could tell Yisha was the one that was guiding the fight, but if things continued as they were, they'd end up destroying the planet. Han Sen flew by the planet closest to planet Eclipse, and he noted that there weren't many blue-gold demon bugs there. He continued past, headed for the planet with the blue metal cube. He figured that place would have the most blue-gold demon bugs, so it was his target. The more he killed, the less damage would be dealt to Narrow Moon. The bugs had the power to control low-intelligence xenogenics. That was more dangerous than the bugs themselves. The planet that hosted the blue metal cube had many low-intelligence xenogenics, and if the bugs gained control of them all, the situation would get completely out of hand. It appeared that Narrow Moon's elites shared Han Sen's fear, because they were also focusing on that planet. When the blue-gold demon bugs appeared, the rebate had been thrown into utter chaos. But even so, not much damage was dealt. The dukes quickly organized the fight and evacuated those who weren't strong enough to fight. Rebecca and the other youngsters were fighting blue-gold demon bugs, too. They used the geography of the landscape to their advantage. Not long after, an explosion sounded from outside the city. An earthquake followed, as angry roars and scary screams rolled over the city. Someone went to take a look, and they saw an endless horde of xenogenics coming from every direction. Their eyes were all red. They were going to charge into the city. A flying group of blue-gold demon bugs squealed menacingly in the air, driving the xenogenics toward the city. Rebecca was aiding the evacuation of civilians, and her face turned pale when she realized what was happening. Oh no, those metal monsters can control xenogenics. Rebecca groaned. That *SSHOLE sad night. He has destroyed Narrow Moon, Dulish hissed. If the xenogenics got into the city, most people below the rank of Duke were going to die. To make the situation even worse, Yisha and Black Moon King had yet to kill their opponents. There were no reinforcements to call in. BZZT. A weird noise sounded, and a green light rose from the city. The sight was a relief to everyone watching. A high-voltage laser net had been activated outside the city. It was very effective against creatures that were Duke and below. If it could block the creatures coming in from the outside, the city would be a fair bit safer. But they soon found out that the net wasn't enough. The crazed xenogeniacs were still coming, climbing over the fallen bodies of their allies to slip through the net. A path was built with the charred corpses, and xenogeniacs flooded the city like a burst dam. An ape-like xenogeniac broke down a building, while a dragon-like creature soared in the air, raining down an inferno of fire across the land. Death and blood were everywhere. Rebecca and Dulish felt hopeless. They could not deal with that many xenogeniacs. Kill the blue-gold demon bugs that control the xenogeniacs. A red shadow flashed over the city, flying high above the xenogeniacs. A purple knife with scary knife air came flying by, killing any flying xenogeniacs it touched. Overbearing teeth, please lend me your strength to slay these blue-gold demon bugs. Han Sen flew in front of the xenogeniac and blue-gold demon bug armies. Too many xenogeniacs. We can't reach them, Overbearing Teeth shouted. He had tried leading the dukes past the xenogeniacs, but the blue-gold demon bugs were smart. Wherever the bugs went, they commanded the xenogeniacs to protect them. The dukes could not reach the bugs no matter how many creatures were killed. Follow my attack, Han Sen shouted, before putting Ghost Teeth knife back in its sheath. Spell became a rocket launcher on his shoulders, and then he fired. His blood-red body followed after the smoky trail. Boom! The rocket exploded amidst the xenogeniacs. The shot didn't have enough destructive power to do too much damage to Marquis xenogeniacs, but when the shockwave of the explosion brushed the enemy, it made them far slower. Turtle marks appeared on their bodies. After the turtle light blasted through the flying xenogeniacs, scores of them fell to the ground. Han Sen had shown himself to be a threat, and so a blue-gold demon bug screamed. Many of the xenogeniacs under its control turned toward Han Sen. Before Han Sen could fire off another rocket, though, many Duke and Marquis xenogeniacs were already in front of him. Han Sen used a petrifying shockwave to step back and get some distance, turning all the xenogeniacs in a 500-meter radius into stone. Although he couldn't petrify the stronger ones completely, he slowed them enough to buy some time. Pang, 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 pang. Han Sen ran forward, unleashing petrifying shockwaves with every footfall. They didn't deal that much damage, but they did slow the xenogeniacs down. Wherever Han Sen went, things got quiet. Follow Han Sen, Overbearing Teeth Duke shouted, and 100 dukes raced after Han Sen. Their knives and their sword lights were shining. They killed many of the temporarily petrified high-level xenogeniacs. They only killed the ones that were a danger to them, though. They ignored the bulk of the xenogeniac horde, following Han Sen as he made his way to the blue-gold demon bugs. Screams echoed in the skies as a blue-gold demon bug commanded its xenogeniacs to summon more power to stop Han Sen's advance. The Duke and Marquis xenogeniacs under its control released their power in a single, concentrated burst. Han Sen saw the attack coming, and he knew he couldn't block it. Overbearing Teeth had seen what was happening, too, and he barked, "Careful." Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and disappeared, and that frightening attack cratered the place he had been only moments before. Han Sen reappeared right beside the blue-gold demon bugs. He used another petrifying shockwave, and the nearby blue-gold demon bugs and xenogeniacs were turned to stone. Han Sen followed that up by immediately firing a rocket. Turtle symbols appeared on all the bugs and xenogeniacs, sending them plummeting to the earth below. Overbearing Teeth grinned and began killing the bugs that were petrified by the turtle light. Metallic limbs and gore were strewn everywhere in his wake. The blue-gold demon bugs were weaker after suffering the petrification and turtle spell. They could not fight back against the dukes. The bugs had once been difficult to kill, but now they were slain with ease. Han Sen teleported back and forth across the battlefield. Every time he appeared, a new shockwave would roll out to petrify all their opponents. He also made frequent use of his rocket launcher. Many blue-gold demon bugs had to endure the petrification and turtle effects. Overbearing Teeth Duke followed Han Sen closing, cutting up the enemies he left behind. They killed so many bugs, making their cries drown out the sound of all else. Now the bugs felt that they were facing a real threat, and they recalled many of the xenogeniacs they had sent across the city. The new enemy troops intensified the pressure on Han Sen and the others, but the rest of the city instantly became safer. Han Sen's power was at a level where it would still be very difficult for him to kill the high-class bugs. Killing a duke would not be easy for him, but he was happy to leave the killing to others. He chose to play smart, focusing on speed, teleportation, petrification shockwave casting, and the rockets that dished out turtle spells. He flashed around the battlefield, letting Overbearing Teeth Duke and the others finish off the foes he brought down. Han Sen was guiding a regiment of 100 dukes. They were like a weapon of his own, one that could brutally impale the hearts of all the enemies he came across. Many blue-gold demon bugs died by their hands, and there was little chance of the ones remaining having a chance of escape. Han Sen flowed between the monsters like water. The petrifying shockwaves continued to spread, peppered with the explosions of the rockets he fired. They were the brightest things on the battlefield. Wherever Han Sen went, the dukes killed everything in their path. Blood and bodies were everywhere, and the attacks of the bugs were slowing down. No wonder Han Sen was able to kill Sharon and Dragon 13. "That guy is scary," said a shocked voice. Rebecca and Dulish were in shock, too. The city was getting quieter, and they saw that the hope of victory was not too far away. Kill, 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 kill. Han Sen was like the conductor of an orchestra. His entire body was the wild baton used for dictation, and wherever he went, death followed. Han Sen lost track of how long he had been leading the killing. Many blue-gold demon bugs were slain by the dukes he led. And before long, the xenogeniacs started to run. The only bad thing about all this was the fact that he had been striking the monsters with rockets all that time, and the only kills he had registered to himself were those of the lower-level foes. The dukes had killed all the high-level enemies. Due to his lack of kills, Han Sen had been robbed of the chance to procure high-class beast souls. But given how dire the situation had gotten, Han Sen couldn't be too upset about it. He disabled the blue-gold demon bugs as quickly as he could. Countless numbers of them died every second, and with that focus, he hardly had the time to think, anyway. The moonlight was bright like snow. He killed creatures without thinking. The entire planet became a killing hell. Blood was spilled across the place, and limbs were scattered everywhere. The bodies of xenogeniacs built up like mountain ranges. The fights out in space were still going on, too. Han Sen heard a familiar voice come from the cosmos before long, breaking through the atmosphere. It was a voice that sounded like the roaring of an angry monster, and it slammed into a blue light. That blue light fell like a meteor covered in purple air. Boom! The ground shook, and nearby hills were leveled. The blue light erupted like a volcano from the mountain. Yisha's body sundered the atmosphere before that mountain. Her pretty face had turned to one scored with a lust for murder. She held a long white knife, drenched in purple air. When her hand moved, it was like she was tearing a hole in the universe itself. Boom! There was a deafening noise. The ground was scarred with a knife mark that went on for a few hundred miles. That blue light began to crack, but it made some marks that resembled a chrysanthemum. Yisha's face looked cold, and her attacks made the skies above her shudder. Onlookers began to worry that she might end up cutting the planet in half. Kacha. There was a strange noise, as if something had broken. Within the haze of dust and debris, Han Sen saw two blue lights falling away from each other. When he looked closer, he saw that the half-deified blue-gold demon bug had been hewn in two by Yisha. Its body had been riddled with a number of wounds, but the deadliest sliced from its shoulder to its waist. That was the strike that cut the beast in half. 2082 blue-gold demon bug, that massive power, brought down with Yisha's knife, tore its body in half. The part with the head fell down to roll through the streets of the city. Han Sen and the others were busy killing the smaller xenogeniacs. When Han Sen saw half of its body coming toward him, his first thought wasn't to get an easy kill, it was to dodge the thing. The blue-gold demon bug's life force was scary. Being cut in half wouldn't kill the creature immediately, and a half-deified elite could kill most weaker beings just by moving its finger. Fortunately, the other half of the body did not come that way. Yisha teleported over and slashed the head of the beast. The body was already injured. The head had a few wounds in it, exposing some of its brain. There was no muscle or blood, though. On the inside, the creature was composed of metal machinery and gears. The blue-gold demon bugs were strange, and this was reflected in their life force. They were beings of metal. Kacha. More breaking sounds were heard. The blue-gold demon bug's head was chopped in two, opening like a cut watermelon now. Han Sen could see the blue crystal xenogeniac gene that had almost fallen out. No matter how strong that bug was, that strike ought to have killed it. Han Sen saw half of its head roll his way. There was still a distance between him and it, but he teleported closer. He went to that half of the head and used his knife to dig out the blue crystal core. He did not dare to take the xenogeniac gene, but he wanted to test his luck. He wanted to see if he could get an easy kill register by doing so. There was a chance he'd get a beast soul or something. That half of the head still trembled a little, but after Han Sen removed the core, the body stilled. Mutant Xenogenic King hunted. Blue Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained Blue Gold Demon Bug King Beast Soul. A voice played in Han Sen's head, and upon hearing it, Han Sen almost thought he could hear a choir of angels singing. It felt like he was going to transcend to a higher plane of existence. Han Sen just wanted to give it a shot. The chances of actually gaining a beast soul had been virtually non-existent. Luckily, no one around him knew what had just happened. Han Sen himself was struggling to believe it. Good people always have good karma. It is lucky that I have been such a good boy for so long. It hurt to let them kill so many marquises and dukes, but now it is all worth it. Han Sen was ecstatic. After the Blue Gold Demon Bug King died, the rest of the bugs became frenzied. There was no order or cohesion to their formation, which made the work of killing them a lot easier. Han Sen quickly lifted the blue crystal core and lobbed it at Xianxia. He also shouted, "Queen, you should take this before it gets lost in the fight." After that, Han Sen continued killing the blue gold demon bugs. Trying to steal the blue gold demon bug's xenogenic gene would be foolish. For now, Han Sen was satisfied with obtaining that king-class beast soul. Xianxia caught the blue crystal core and put it away. She then returned to space to help Black Moon King and the others kill the other king-class blue gold demon bugs. The situation had taken a turn for the better, and the blue gold demon bugs were no longer much of a threat. Han Sen led overbearing Teeth Duke in a rush against their foes, killing many bugs and xenogenics as they went. When the situation improved further, Han Sen found a chance to take down some Duke Blue Gold Demon bugs and xenogenics by himself. He didn't gain any additional beast souls by doing this, however. With Xianxia's help, the king-class Blue Gold Demon bugs were all destroyed. When Xianxia rejoined Black Moon King, the horde of bugs knew that their time of death was nigh. Many nobles had been killed in Narrow Moon that day, but fortunately, Han Sen had been there to lead a highly trained team in pulling many of the bugs and xenogenics away to lessen casualties. Even so, that bug disaster was the worst crisis Narrow Moon had endured in many centuries. The bugs that flew to other planets were eventually killed, too. Han Sen found a few marquises and Duke xenogenics to claim for himself, and when all was said and done, he had earned quite a bit. The biggest reward was the Mutant King class beast soul, of course. If the bug's head hadn't rolled right in front of him, Han Sen had no idea how long he might have had to wait to benefit from a king xenogenic. The fact that this one was mutant was just the icing on the cake. After that fight, Han Sen's reputation grew even larger. He had led the dukes to fight the monsters, and his performance that day was given grand compliments by many Narrow Moon nobles. Sad Knight was the one who opened the blue metal cube, so he had unleashed the invasion of the blue gold demon bugs. He hadn't been killed, but he had been arrested. He was pending an investigation into his actions. In the end, Han Sen heard nothing about what happened to him. Han Sen, on the other hand, received a reward from the Full Moon Council. He was the recipient of many genofluids, which he could use to practice. He was also bestowed many titles and many more benefits. Han Sen had permission to join Moon Garden, but he wasn't going to be a student this time. Now he was offered the opportunity of being a teacher. Xianxia wouldn't let Han Sen join Moon Garden just to become a student. Han Sen had the teacher title in Sky Palace, and it would be an insult to Sky Palace if he was only a student in Moon Garden. Aside from all that, though, he received many more rewards. Planet Eclipse was exempt from paying taxes for an additional 50 years, which saved Han Sen a lot of money. Han Sen's performance wasn't the only reason he was so generously rewarded. Xianxia played a big part in fighting for what he was given. Without an important figure like her backing him, Han Sen wouldn't have received half as many rewards. After all was said and done, though, Xianxia called on Han Sen to visit her in the palace. "You did well, but the story of genes isn't marquise yet. How did you earn so much power?" Xianxia randomly asked, while holding Bauer. Han Sen had wondered if she might ask this, so he had a lie already prepared. He said, "I practiced consume. I discovered that consume can steal the powers of xenogenics, like these dragon wings. I took them out of Sharon's xenogenic gene. And as a result, these dragon wings have the break space flash power." Because no one aside from the consuming ants could practice consume, Xianxia wouldn't be able to tell if he was lying. 2083 Walking Sky wrote again. Xianxia saw his Xuanyuan dragon wings and his stone cow's stone skin, and she believed Han Sen. She couldn't think of a better explanation. so Han Sen got away with it. He took Bauer back with him to Planet Eclipse. Before they left, Yisha gave Bauer many items, including many Geno fluids for general use. They were pricier than the ones Han Sen had received. I can't tell you how great your daughter is, Yisha said, before they left. Han Sen felt depressed. He was thinking his kids were far too good, and that their starting base was far superior to his own. It is because they have a good father. Han Sen sighed and tidied his clothes, looking pleased with himself. Bauer enjoyed living there. Life in the city had been too boring for her. Han Sen brought her to the planet to kill xenogeniacs, wanting to see how powerful a creature her gourd could suck up. Han Sen found a barren xenogeniac for her to try the gourd on. She brought out the gourd, and the creature vanished into it. Han Sen wasn't surprised Bauer had that power, though. If she hadn't, all the xenogeniacs he had fed her would have been a waste. The next couple of tests did surprise Han Sen, however. She was able to suck up viscounts and earls. She struggled a little with a marquise, but even that creature was eventually pulled into the gourd. Nothing was able to resist her. Bauer, if your gourd was that good, why did you not tell me earlier? Han Sen looked at Bauer's gourd jovially. You didn't ask, Bauer said, sounding hurt. Good. Well, we'll go to Sky Palace tomorrow so we can absorb that cocky red cloud. Han Sen was super excited just thinking about that red cloud. With Bauer there, Han Sen didn't think the cloud had a chance. It was a shame there weren't many dukes in Planet Eclipse, though. They were really hard to find, so they couldn't see if Bauer's gourd was capable of absorbing one of those. The Marquise had fought the suction for a bit. Absorbing a duke wouldn't be too easy. It's a shame I cannot bring Little Invisible to Sky Palace, Han Sen thought. Sky Palace was a nice place, but it was strict with its laws. If it wasn't for the Jade Spirits, he'd have preferred to remain on Planet Eclipse. The next day, Han Sen said goodbye to Yisha and secretly brought Bauer to Sky Palace. How do I use this thing? It was a boring trip, so Han Sen spent his time examining the Mutant King Beast Soul. King Class Mutant Beast Soul Blue Gold Demon Bug King Bai. That was the first time Han Sen had ever seen such a beast soul. He researched it a bit, trying to see how he might make use of it. After Han Sen summoned the Demon Bug King Beast Soul, a blue light shone around his body. He could widen the radius of the light or make it smaller. The smallest light was about the width of an eggshell, whereas the biggest it could go was with a radius of an entire kilometer. The wider the Bai grew, the lower its defense dropped. At its smallest, it could block the force of a king-class attack and shrug off the damage. But the Bai only worked on Han Sen, and it moved where he did. Power from the outside could not break it, but power on the inside could not go out, either. This Bai Beast Soul is awesome. If I use it well enough, I could survive a fight against a king-class foe. Han Sen really loved that Demon Bug Bai Beast Soul. Back in Sky Palace, Han Sen filled out the applications for Bauer. They conducted their DNA tests on a planet away from Sky Palace. Human genes were unstable, so it was difficult to check their relationship reliably. Han Sen and Bauer's genocores were very similar. There were some differences, but it was enough to prove they were father and daughter. Han Sen was given permission to enter Sky Palace with her, but Bauer would have to traverse the Sky Road and then follow the road to the sky. Because she was still a child, however, Han Sen was allowed to accompany her. She didn't have to go through it alone, as he had. Han Sen held Bauer's hand and went to Sky Door Island. They headed for the gourd vines. Bauer looked at the gourd vine curiously, and the gourds upon it in particular. Many people in Sky Palace had heard that Han Sen was bringing his daughter, and while not many came to spectate in person, a lot of people paused to watch wherever they were. Han Sen's genes weren't stable, so he wasn't a genius when it came to practice. He could not practice things quickly, but he was good at using techniques. His techniques made him very strong, but to people that practiced, reaching the status of deified was the ultimate goal. No matter how well Han Sen performed, if he could not reach that lofty point, then the elites wouldn't always look up to him. Many people were interested in learning how talented Han Sen's daughter was. They could tell her genes were not stable, either. Because there were so many unknowns, many of the elites were disappointed. Unstable meant unpredictable. It meant something couldn't be controlled. It was all a gamble. No one would gamble upon something that had no guarantee. Thousand Feather Crane, the Young Sisters, First Day Buddha, and Yu Jing all came to Sky Door Island to welcome Han Sen. When Yu Shusheng saw Bauer, she smiled. I did not expect your daughter to be so cute. Han Sen introduced them to Bauer. I will take Bauer through Sky Road and led her up the road to the sky. We will talk later. After that, Han Sen took Bauer to the giant gourd vine. Bauer observed the gourds with profound curiosity. When Han Sen picked her up and began walking across the gourd vine, the gourds began to shake like bells in a storm. Han Sen was shocked. He remembered when he first came there, the gourds were afraid of him. It was the same thing happening now, but it was even crazier. The gourds were shaking like mad. Now Han Sen knew why the gourds would have this reaction when he walked across the vine. It wasn't because he was special, it was because he was associated with Bauer. That was why the gourds reacted to him. Does Bauer have something to do with this gourd vine? Han Sen's face looked strange, as he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. 2084 10,000 gourds moving together. Han Sen hesitated, wondering if he should keep going. The gourds were having a very strong reaction, and he was afraid something might happen. But since he was already out on the vine, going back didn't seem like a good idea. He had to press on with Bauer. The movement of the gourd vines was shocking all of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader, who was in the middle of practice, opened his eyes. The nobles and the elders watched the shaking gourd vine via their own means. Even the dream beast woke up from his slumber to look at Bauer, who was being carried on Han Sen's chest. In the tower of a jade city, a green-clothed man stood alone. He watched the gourd vine and looked surprised. The Sky Palace gourd vine was a deified plant. Even if a deified elite came, it wouldn't have that reaction unless the elite was a hostile. But now, it was having such a drastic reaction to Han Sen and his child. Something like this had never occurred before. What is this? What's happening to the gourd vine? Young Sui asked with confusion. No one could answer her question, though. So, Young Sui continued to watch in shock as Han Sen and his daughter crossed the madly shaking gourd vine. Suddenly, a gourd that was as big as a stove began to shine. A sword light came out of the gourd and went straight for Bauer, who was in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen was thrilled. This was not like the first time, where he had no clue about anything that was going on. He knew the gourd had approved of her, and it had given her a holy gourd sword heir to practice swords with. When Han Sen had walked across it the first time, the gourds shook, but they did not give him anything. A lady with a black mask, next to Sky Palace leader, said in surprise, "It seems as if Han Sen's daughter is a natural. She has managed to trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She really has the talent. This is most fortuitous for the prestige of Sky Palace." The Sky Palace leader nodded, but he did not say anything. He felt as if the gourd had moved too much, and that was nothing normal. The elders stared with stunned expressions. It is no wonder she is Han Sen's daughter. She can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She will achieve many great feats with a sword. Han is strong, and he has a daughter that can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. The leader will consider him even more important now. But it is a shame that her genes are not stable, just like Han Sen's. Her core genes are similar to his own. It will be difficult for her to practice. I don't know if she will ever become deified, but being a king would be amazing enough. That's a rare feat. While everyone discussed this, the holy gourd sword heir touched down on Bauer's forehead. It surrounded Bauer, making her glow with a holy sword heir. Then another gourd lit up. A holy gourd knife heir was coming straight at Bauer. Look, another gourd has been triggered. This time it is a knife heir. She is talented with knives, too. The black-masked woman asked in utter disbelief. It was rare to trigger two gourds with different holy heirs, which meant Bauer had great talent with knives and swords. She could learn with those much faster than an ordinary creature. Han Sen is a knife and sword master, and it seems his daughter is just as proficient. Genes are very important. It is a shame that Han Sen is not a genuine student of ours. These two could earn a lot of glory for us. They are not our family, but the connection between the leader and Knife Queen make it close enough. Han Sen's daughter has no master, and Han Sen has only been a member for a short while. Can his daughter still enter Sky Palace? Yeah, but the leader took Lone Bamboo as a student. He cannot take on any more. I don't know who her master will end up being. With this talent, no elder would reject the prospect of accepting her as a student. Not bad, not bad. This child is talented. She has talent with swords and knives. She will become very strong in the future. A king with a white beard laughed. Another king nodded. This girl is good, but her talent is different from my own powers. If we were more compatible, I would take her as my student. An elder laughed and said, it is a shame she is not of the sky. Otherwise, I would take her as a student. She may be talented, but she is still a crystallizer. Her genes are unstable. For her, gaining strength will require far more effort than usual. As everyone discussed all this, the gourd vine shone again. A gourd spat out even more holy air. That holy air had lightning in it. When it reached Bauer, it was like she was getting thunderstruck. The observers were frozen upon seeing this. They spoke to themselves, saying, she has talent with thunder, too. How powerful is she? Before they could wrap their minds around what they were seeing, more lights came out of the gourd vine. Whenever Han Sen and Bauer moved, all the gourds spat out holy air at Bauer's forehead. There was gold, wood, water, fire, earth, knife, sword, lance, spear, trident, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, and galaxy. All those holy airs swirled around the pair on the vine, masking the entire path in a holy aura. The gourds were shining so bright, they lit up the entirety of Sky Palace. The holy airs hovered around Bauer, waiting for their chance to land on her. Frozen. Everyone was frozen. The elders, the leader, and Dream Beast stood as still as statues. The whole of Sky Palace was silent and unmoving. Ever since Sky Palace was established, many geniuses had walked the Sky Road. There were some deified ones, but even those only acquired holy airs from a couple of gourds. When ordinary geniuses went past, they'd be extremely lucky just to receive one. But now, all those holy gourd airs were queuing up to give Bauer what they had. They were like dumplings being thrown at Bauer's forehead. Bauer's body was full of holy air. She was like a fog, but becoming solid. Am I dreaming? One of the kings mumbled. He watched the holy airs twirl around Bauer like a tornado. He couldn't close his mouth. 2085 shocking Sky Palace. Many Sky had gathered around a circle of elders and king-class elites. Sixth elder, do not try to steal the new student this time. You took Fang Winans last time. I get first pick of any good prospective students. I want this little girl, the fourth elder said, seeing the sixth elder approach. It all depends on who is the most suitable to be her teacher. In Sky Palace, I am certainly the most talented. If this genius falls to another, it would be a grand waste. So, I do not mind working extra hard. I won't be wasting another genius, the sixth seat elder coughed. You are shameless. The fourth elder sounded angry. Stop arguing. The leader is here. Let us see what he has to say about who gets care of the child, another elder suggested. Leader, tell us who should accept the child. When we last had our meeting, you said it clearly. The fourth elder was quick to complain to the elder. Sky Palace leader coughed and said, I don't know much about her yet. Why don't I look after her, see where her true talents lie, and then come to a decision? The elders were shocked. They thought the leader was being obscene. He obviously wanted to take Bauer, as well. Leader, this is not appropriate. You said Lone Bamboo was to be your only student, and you wouldn't take any more. The fourth seat elder gritted his teeth. The other elders followed. Yeah, you have your only student. How can you take on more students? You will be breaking your own laws. Have you no care for the rule of law? They knew that if the Sky Palace leader took the girl, none of them would have a chance. So, they had to nip this plan in the bud. I cannot take a student, but my student does not have a student. The Sky Palace leader smiled. Your student is only a marquise. He cannot take a sh*t. The fourth elder swore furiously. The other elders were thinking that the leader was far too greedy. He wanted to use Lone Bamboo to take her for himself by proxy. He would still become her teacher, as she would be his grand student. The discussion quickly became a heated argument, but no one there relented. The holy gourd was a deified plant, and people had to be really talented to earn its approval. Since Bauer could make 10,000 gourds move, she'd be great in whatever she practiced. If she wasn't lazy, there was a high chance of her becoming the second Lone Bamboo. She could very well exceed him. Interesting. Yu Shangxin was standing atop a Jade City's tower. As he stared at Bauer, near the gourds, he squinted. Dream Beast stood up, too. He looked at Bauer with profound shock. Han Sen held Bauer as he continued to walk forward. His hands were shaking. It felt as if the event had become too much. All the gourds had given Bauer some holy gourd airs. Han Sen did not know what to do, now that this had shocked the entirety of Sky Palace. He tried to think of how he could explain it to others. Fortunately, Bauer's genes were the same as Han Sen's. Simply telling them she was his daughter seemed like a safe enough answer. But Bauer was so famous now, he didn't think he'd ever be able to live his life with a low profile. DMN. What the hell is wrong with the gourd? Did that plant lose its mind? FCK. Han Sen's geno arts are already strong, but his child is too. This is ridiculous. I wonder if Han Sen still wants his woman. I'd like to make a daughter like that with him. I would even pay for it, as long as he gets me pregnant. You can keep dreaming. His daughter is so talented that her mother must be the same. Maybe you'll end up with a gourd if you make a baby with him. It's scary. All the gourds gave out air. What element does she have? She must be a mythical being, with ties to all elements. She can practice whatever she wants to. I don't understand. Crystallizers are ordinary, so how can one of them bear a daughter such as that? Mountain, river, galaxy, sun, moon, all elements were showing up, landing on Bauer's forehead. They made her body's holy air stronger. The holy gourd air wouldn't make you strong, but it could strengthen your talents. After having holy gourd sword air, your sword talents would increase. Thousand Feather Crane had received one, so his sword talent was greater than most of Sky Palace's students. Now that the gourd air kept going after Bauer, Bauer had no clue what was going on. The others did, though, and they knew how scary this entire thing was. There were too many holy gourd airs, and Han Sen had to stop on the vine. He had to wait for each holy gourd air to land. He worried about whether or not Bauer could handle so many gourd airs, but she seemed to be fine. She was even smiling, which relieved Han Sen greatly. All those airs kept going into Bauer's body, and when they did, the gourds started to shine. Han Sen had to stand on the gourd vine for 4 hours, waiting for all the gourd airs to be dispensed into Bauer's body. She was surrounded by a holy aura now, and she looked almost like a fairy. Han Sen thought if Bauer was to fart right now, it'd be a holy air. Why is it that when I walked, those gourds didn't give me a single gourd air? Han Sen felt depressed about this factor, but he was still very excited. After all the gourds had given out their holy air, they all returned to looking normal. Han Sen held Bauer and readied himself to leave and get off the sky road. But just as he did, Bauer tugged Han Sen's clothing and jumped down. She patted the gourd vine, and with her childish voice, said, "Gourd, have you seen my father here? We should share good stuff. Please give my father a gift, too." Sky Palace leader and the elders thought that was funny. She was lucky to receive as much as she had, but now she was asking for more to be given to Han Sen. Although it was impossible, the thoughtfulness of the girl was admirable. But the next second, everyone's eyes opened wide. The gourds had stopped shining, but they brightened up again after hearing her. 2086 10,000 gourds move again. Mountain, river, sun, moon, knife, axe, sword, spear. The holy air came out again, all headed towards Han Sen. They entered through his forehead, one after another. Good Bauer, I raised you well, after all. Han Sen was so happy, he wanted to pick her up and kiss her cheeks. One holy air headed for Han Sen was like the mountain of a god. Han Sen felt the power of a mountain go inside him. Han Sen felt as if he himself had become the god mountain. The strength, vitality, and power of a mountain were inside him. He now understood what a mountain truly was. A river came next, and Han Sen became a river in accordance. The swell of the river, and the infinite reach of its waters came into Han Sen's heart. At that moment, Han Sen was the river, and the river was Han Sen. Galaxy and snow, all these strange things landed atop Han Sen. He understood everything at a greater level than he had before. A myriad of experiences flowed into Han Sen. His world was a fish. It was a tiger. It was a bug. It was a dragon. His world had been turned upside down, and he saw the world from a different point of view. It was something that he should not have understood. These weren't just feelings, the holy air cleaned his body. He could understand other things more. Now Han Sen knew why, after the holy gourd sword air, the sword skills would increase. After learning the essence of the sword, with the body cleansed, the sword skill talents would increase. 10,000 gourd holy airs were coming. To someone like Han Sen, who already knew everything, it was a magnificent boon. Holy gourd airs did not increase one's level or power, but the benefits they gave weren't something you could get by leveling up, anyway. How? The Sky Palace leader and all the elders were stunned again. Even the deified ones could not find the means to shut their mouths. DMN. The holy vine's holy airs can be requested. I thought nothing could influence whether or not they were bestowed on someone. What is going on now? Is everything I have come to know a lie? The gourd doesn't need to approve of who it gives its holy airs to. FCK. I thought the holy gourd heir was something noble. It turns out to be something quite cheap. FCKU. This favoritism is too much. Han Sen's daughter can get holy heir, and then ask the same to be given to her father. This has to be a joke. Does walking Sky Road require social connections now? Making a good baby is better than living well, it would seem. Make a good daughter, and you can have everything. There is no need for the Sky Road anymore. It sucks. The elders were silent. They could not understand why the vine would accept Baoer's request. It was unbelievable. Not even the deified elites could get a holy heir without the vine's approval. Baoer had casually spoken her wish, but the vine released plenty of holy heirs from its gourds. It made all the elders wonder about the meaning of their existence. Perhaps the gourd had been gathering up its holy heirs for millions of years, and now it was randomly spewing them out to the lucky. But deep down, they knew that wasn't true. Many people had walked across Sky Road, and only a very few ever gained the approval of the gourds. I want this student. Whoever fights me on this will no longer be my friend. The fourth elder sounded angry. What do you mean? This girl is my student. We look so similar, after all. The elders started to argue amongst themselves again. That was a sleepless night for the sky. 2 people had received 10,000 holy airs in one day. The most unbelievable thing was that one set had been given upon request. After that day, many Sky Palace students re-walked the Sky Road. They hoped a miracle would occur for them, but nothing ever did. There was no reaction from the gourds, even if they walked across it a few times. They never got approved. Some students begged it, hoping to touch the holy vine and have it give them its holy airs. They burned so many sacrifices, and they kowtowed until their foreheads were bloody. But no matter what they tried, the gourd vine was unmoved. Now people knew that begging for holy air depended on who you were. Not just anyone could do that. After that, Baoer was bestowed the title of Little Fairy. She didn't look like Han Sen's daughter, and she looked more like a fairy due to her having 10,000 gourd holy airs. Han Sen also experienced the winds of 10,000 gourd airs, and when all was done, he felt amazing. When he looked at things he saw them a whole different way now. 4 hours later, all the holy airs had successfully blended into Han Sen's body. The gourds looked exhausted when they were finished. Thanks, Han Sen said to the gourds. Then, he picked up Baoer and walked to the main island. The road to the sky did nothing to Baoer. Nothing strange happened there. Han Sen held Baoer and carried her into Sky Palace safely. The students of Sky Palace looked at Han Sen as if he was a stranger. It was as if they thought he was a monster that had escaped from the zoo. Before Han Sen had a chance to go to the leader and elders with Baoer himself, they came running towards him. Han Sen, I am going to take your daughter as a student. You may have whatever you wish. No, she is my student. Han Sen, I have so many weapons you can choose from. You can take any you wish, if you allow your daughter to be a student of mine. What is the point of giving out so many weapons? Come to my Medicine King Island. All the medicines and genofluids there are now yours. Enough. Look at what you people have become. Do any of you still respect me? Act like the elders you are. The Sky Palace leader roared, slamming his fist into the table. All the elders looked ashamed of themselves. The leader walked in front of Han Sen. Han Sen, you know Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. If you allow Baoer to become his student, with my teachings as well, she can become something great. Obscene. The elders became even angrier. They started to fight again. 2087 The differences between people the elders shouted at each other, fists clenched and blood vessels pulsing. It looked like the fight was about to get physical. When Baoer received the 10,000 holy airs, their behavior left them with little dignity. But when Baoer asked for Han Sen's bounty of holy air, even their pride abandoned them. Reputation wasn't worth much, and those old monsters had lived for so long that they didn't care about saving face anymore. Material wealth and power were all that mattered to them. To all the elders and leaders, you all have students, sons, and daughters. I have nothing. You guys are really going to fight with me over a student? Asked a voice from outside the palace. It was xianxia and his dog Old Wang approaching. The man smiled. His approach silenced the elders for a moment. Xianxia was half deified, and it had been a long time since his murder spree. But thinking about those days still scared them. There were a few elders there that only earned their position because xianxia had killed the elders before them. Xianxia, your geno art is too rare. It is not suitable for Bauer. I remember there is a jade-looking sky that recently had a baby. That one might be right up your alley. Yes, that jade baby suits you. Xianxia, this girl has so much talent. It'd be a waste for you to teach her. That jade-looking girl is far more suitable. The elders kept on talking, making polite suggestions. They did not want to offend Xianxia, but they did not want to give up the prospect of teaching Bauer, either. Xianxia smiled and opened his mouth to say something, but then his expression changed. It wasn't just Xianxia, either. The faces of the Sky Palace leader and all the elders changed. The air warped sinuously, and a snow-white unicorn beast appeared. Its name was Dream Beast. She is mine. Do you guys have a problem with that? Dream Beast came next to Bauer, blinking at her. Then he looked at the elders. Dream, you and she look way too different. She can't practice your powers. I'm just here to inform you. I'm not asking for your opinions. If you don't like it, you can try to endure 10,000 nightmares. Dream Beast ignored their pleas, and then, he turned to face Han Sen. Follow me. Han Sen had been with Dream Beast for a few months, and he knew full well what the creature was like. He thought if Bauer was to follow him, she'd be tortured. Thinking of Bauer having to dive into the lake in search of gemstones made him feel sick. But before Han Sen could make a decision, Bauer smiled and leapt onto Dream Beast's back. Everyone was shocked. He was a dream beast, not a horse. A king had called him an old horse once upon a time, and Dream Beast had put nightmares upon him in return. That king had yet to wake up. The maids said the king was crying and crying every day in bed. They couldn't imagine what tortuous dreams he was enduring. But Dream Beast seemed fine with Bauer riding him. He took Bauer and left Sky Palace, headed straight for Dream Island. Han Sen followed. Even though he did not want to return to Dream Island, Bauer was already on her way. He needed to know what Dream Beast was going to do with Bauer. Leader, how can he do such a thing? You should fix this. When the elders snapped out of their daze and realized what had just occurred, they immediately started complaining to the Sky Palace leader. But even so, no one stopped Dream Beast from taking Bauer. Old Xianxia left with Old Wang. A black and white swallow flew around him. The Sky Palace leader's shoulders slumped. If any of you can get Bauer back from him, then you are given the right to be her teacher. I cannot do anything about it. The elders looked at each other, wondering who the FCK would dare try to take her away from Dream Beast. Han Sen chased after Dream Beast, but he couldn't catch up. Dream Beast took her into the clouds and disappeared. It was fortunate Han Sen knew where Dream Island was, though, and he set his course that way. He was worried about Bauer suffering under Dream Beast's tutelage. If she was just going to spend her days digging up gemstones, he was determined to take her back. He wouldn't let Bauer endure such suffering, especially at the hands of an outsider. This was Sky Palace. No matter how strong Dream Beast was, he couldn't take Bauer for a student if Han Sen did not want her to be there with him. When Han Sen reached Dream Island, he found Dream Beast and Bauer. But things weren't as Han Sen had feared. Han Sen thought Bauer would be forced to collect gemstones for Dream Beast, or that she'd at least endure rough treatment. But what Han Sen saw was Dream Beast resting beneath the boughs of a tree. Bauer was next to him. There was a host of fruit in front of Bauer that Han Sen had never seen before, save for one. The one Han Sen had seen before was a fruit that looked like a grape. Yisha had given it to him, and it spurred him on to evolve and become a noble. There was a whole bunch of them there for Bauer. There had to be at least a dozen of those grapes. Bauer picked them up by the stalk, and she started chomping on them one by one. It must be just an illusion. Those cannot be the real empty fruit, Han Sen thought to himself. When Bauer saw Han Sen approaching, she jumped into his arms and gave him one of the grapes. Dad, come and eat some fruit. The fruit Dreamy has given me is so tasty. Han Sen opened his mouth and ate it. When he bit into it, Han Sen wanted to cry. It really was an empty fruit. Dream Beast had given them to her like a snack. FCKU, how come when I was here I was a slave, but Bauer is given a bunch of empty fruits for a snack? This is so not FC King fair. On the inside, Han Sen felt like crying. Dream Beast had not forced Bauer to stay there, either. He said Bauer could come and go as she pleased. He also told her that if someone wished to bring harm to Bauer, all she had to do was give the name to Dream Beast. Since when was there such a big difference in treatment between two people? Han Sen felt as if he wished to be reborn again. They relaxed on Dream Island for a day, and then Han Sen took Bauer back to Jade Island with him. After resting, he brought Bauer to Rainbow Cloud Peak. Where is that cocky red cloud? Han Sen brought Bauer to the peak and waited there for 3 hours, but he had yet to see it. Bauer was playing with a cloud beast that resembled a fat pig. Suddenly, a red mist appeared from the sea of clouds and headed their way. Before the red cloud reached the peak, it saw Han Sen. It recognized him, too. It flew around in the sky, with contrails spelling out words. "Idiot, you are back." Han Sen's eye twitched. He cast the Blood Pulse Sutra and summoned both pairs of dragon wings. He flapped them and flew off towards the red cloud. The red cloud moved quickly, and before Han Sen could swing his ghost teeth knife, the red cloud was already gone. It didn't fly far, though. It flew like a bee, and it spelled words in its wake. "Idiot, come and get me." Han Sen flapped his wings and chased the red cloud. Just when he caught up, the red cloud could speed up and re-establish a distance. The red cloud became a fist that flipped Han Sen the bird. Han Sen was not angered by this, though. He actually smiled at it. And then, the red cloud appeared to feel something. Suddenly, it was truly trying to flee. Its red mist surged, but it didn't move. Instead, it began falling slowly out of the sky. Bauer was on the peak, holding up a gold gourd toward the red cloud. An invisible vortex of great power was pulling the cloud down towards it. The red cloud kept firing red mist like a rocket, but no matter how much power it used, it was still drifting toward Bauer's gourd. The creature could not escape the slipstream taking it in. Han Sen was shocked. A normal marquise would struggle and resist a little before getting absorbed, but that thing was playing tug of war with the gourd. It would drift closer and closer to the gourd for some time, but then it would unleash a burst of speed and escape it a bit. This guy is really different. Han Sen really liked it. The red cloud could not attack, but its speed would make for an exceptional mount. The red cloud fought this power for 10 minutes, but it was eventually sucked into the gourd. Bauer felt relieved, and she wiped the sweat from her brow. Even she had used up quite a bit of power. Han Sen expected the gourd to be up to the task, though. The xenogenic genes he had brought back to the sanctuary were marquise, and Bauer had eaten a lot of them. He had not collected higher xenogenic genes, though. So, the highest Bauer could have become was a marquise, anyway. "Bauer, don't digest it. Save it for your dad, who wants it as a mount," Han Sen said to Bauer. "I understand." Bauer nodded, then she patted the top of the gourd. After that, a red cloud came out of it. "Will you obey me?" Han Sen asked the red cloud. The red cloud didn't want to, as it quickly tried to escape. But the gourd was prepared, and a powerful force of suction dragged it right back into the gourd. Within a second flat, the cloud was back inside the gourd. After doing this a few times, the red cloud looked exhausted. When it was released the last time, it simply laid down and did not move. Han Sen picked up Bauer, jumped atop the red cloud, and shouted at it. "Move, take us for a tour around Rainbow Cloud Peak." The red cloud submitted to its fate and took Han Sen and Bauer for a journey through the sky. Han Sen thought the red cloud had been tamed, but when they were mid-flight, the beast took another shot at escaping. But again, Bauer was able to pat the gourd and suck the beast back in. Han Sen knew that the red cloud was a very wild thing. He didn't let Bauer release it anymore. He was planning to keep it locked up for a while until its wildness subsided somewhat. With the red cloud secured, though, Han Sen went back to Jade Island with Bauer all merrily. Wherever they went, the Sky Palace students said hello. Bauer was even more popular than Han Sen, and she definitely had to be the most popular person in all of Sky Palace. Wherever she went, she was given gifts by students and elders alike. The women really wanted to take her. Due to Dream Beast now protecting Bauer, though, the elders of Sky Palace and the leader made no attempt to steal Bauer for themselves. Instead, they just moped about Bauer not being their student as they wanted her to be. Han Sen did not know why Dream Beast wished to help Bauer, but Han Sen noticed that Bauer was very friendly to creatures such as it. In the past, Bauer had used her bottle to feed the red pony. That was how they realized it was a super creature called Nightmare. After it went to the Alliance, it stayed in Han Sen's house with Bauer. Han Sen practiced Geno arts every day. He absorbed Jade Fairy spirits in the second tower of the White Jade building when he could, and his Jadeskin leveled up quickly. So, too, did his Dongshuan Sutra. It was only the story of genes that had somewhat stalled. There weren't any changes. It seems as if the story of genes still requires many resources to level up. Han Sen thought regretfully. He had to level up Jadeskin first, though, and use jade spirits on the story of genes. Every time Han Sen went to the White Jade building, he'd absorb jade fairy spirits. After a while, he realized Jadeskin was developing a strange sort of power. I wonder, if Jadeskin reaches Marquise, will I be able to wield cold powers? Han Sen hoped to get Jadeskin's cold powers. He'd have especially liked to wield ice. That would come in very useful for him. Brother Han, how are you? Yu Jing rode his green dragon to Jade Island. He had been doing well for himself, and he looked even richer these days. Not bad, it looks like you're doing great, too. Han Sen looked at Yu Jing while he spoke. Yu Jing smiled and said, I earned some more money, but now I have an even bigger money-making opportunity ahead. Would you like to help me with it? What is it? Han Sen asked. In 1 year, it will be the day that the Geno Being Scroll appears. Are you planning to compete? Yu Jing looked at Han Sen with excitement. Han Sen did not know what a Geno Being Scroll was. After Han Sen asked Yu Jing, he learned that it was a treasure from the Geno Hall. It appeared in the Geno Hall once a century, and any race could compete for it. They could test themselves inside. Geno Being Scrolls would place the names of the top 10,000 on it, individually organized from best to worst. The entire Geno universe would be able to see the names sorted on the Being Scrolls. If I leave my name on this thing, what benefit is there? Han Sen asked Yu Jing. Fame throughout the entire Geno universe. Everyone will see your name and your race, won't that be a benefit? With your power, you're guaranteed to hit the top out of earls and marquises. If you are in the top 10, you'll be so famous. Yu Jing did not know if Han Sen was an earl or marquise, and that's why he worded things the way he did. Not interested, Han Sen said flatly. He would gain nothing by participating, and fame was the last thing he wanted. Do not turn me down quite so soon, Brother Han. There is still a year until the event, so perhaps you will change your mind by then. Yu Jing didn't keep trying to convince him, but he moved on to ask, Brother Han. When are you going to do a lecture on Geno arts? Many students are waiting. Can you tell me what you're going to say when you do one? What would you like to hear? Han Sen had already planned to complete his yearly teaching requirement while he was free. He could spare 10 days right now, so he might as well get it done. The only problem was that Han Sen didn't know what he should lecture on. He couldn't just teach under the sky to the public, either. Sky Palace had people that studied all types of Geno arts. Whatever Han Sen spoke about, there were bound to be some students that had no interest in what he'd discuss. And the Sky Palace students would never have seen anything like his sanctuary-based Geno arts. Trying to teach those would be pointless. If you can, I would like you to talk about the 33 Days Sutra. But that is, of course, the base Geno art of all Sky. I doubt you have learned it, Yu Jing said. Yeah, I really haven't, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Yu Jing thought, and then his eyes lit up. Okay, if you can, are you able to talk about Suppress Evil? Suppress Evil? Han Sen had never heard that name before. He came to Sky Palace for the White Jade Jing and his own Geno arts. He didn't bother learning anything else. He only knew about a few of the famous ones, like Textless Book and Phenomenon. Suppress Evil is a famous Geno art. It is regarded as quite the skill here in Sky Palace. Everyone can learn Suppress Evil, too. Unlike Textless Book, that only a handful of students can learn, Yu Jing said. Everyone can practice that skill. That is too much. Han Sen knew that anything that freely available would be lame. The best skills were usually something only a select few could learn. Skills that were too generally used, even if they were great, would only become worse over time. Yu Jing said, Suppress Evil is a secret skill of the palace. All Sky can learn it, but outsiders are required to prove themselves before studying it. The technique is strong, but it is very difficult to learn. There are 11 tiers to it, as well. An ordinary student is doing well if they can reach the 3rd or 4th tier, and I myself who focused on it for many years only managed to reach the 5th tier. I don't know when I'll hit the 6th. I would appreciate it if you could talk about this. I'm sure much of Sky Palace would appreciate it. Let me think about it. What is the Suppress Evil skill, anyway? Han Sen asked quietly. Han Sen still had permission to go to the Holy House. If Suppress Evil suited him, he supposed he could learn it. Yu Jing quickly explained the skill to Han Sen, hoping to spark his interest. After Han Sen heard what it was, he chuckled. If I start learning it now, I don't know when I'll be ready to hit the stage. This Geno art is too complicated, and it is unlikely I'll be able to learn it in a single day. Suppress evil was complicated, and he couldn't just learn it on a whim. Out of all the elites in Sky Palace, the only one who had fulfilled all 11 tiers was the Sky Palace leader himself. Well, the only person that was still alive, at least. Yu Jing said Suppress Evil had a textbook of 30 million words. It would take a long time to read it, and even longer to practice. Spending one whole year getting to the first tier was considered the average. It'd take him a few years if he was to make a speech about it. That is what I was expecting. Suppress Evil is indeed too difficult. I have no teacher, and it is too hard to learn. Yu Jing had a wry smile. After Yu Jing was gone, Han Sen decided to go to the Holy House. He used the last opportunity he had to nab a copy of Suppress Evil. Any of the Sky could learn it, but if an outsider wanted to, they would have to commit to doing a good deed. Han Sen didn't get this Geno art so he could lecture on it, though. He developed a personal interest in the skill after hearing what Yu Jing had to say. Suppress Evil did not deal damage. Its power was focused on suppression. It was a rare seal Geno art. The turtle technique, which Han Sen had created, was also a seal Geno art. And that had proven useful. After finishing turtle, Han Sen had found himself pining for another seal Geno art. Up until now, he had yet to find one. That skill could be used from a baron to a deified elite. When your own body became stronger, the technique became better, too. It was very effective when you were deified, and so it was hard to find a skill like that. The skill was split into a book for each tier, and most people could only take one at a time. This rule was intended to prohibit leaks. Fortunately, Han Sen was given permission to take all 11 of them by the Sky Palace leader. After returning to his island, he started reading through the content thoroughly. It took him a few days to read it all, and it was lucky Han Sen had a good memory. If he forgot what came first, it'd all have been for nothing. This is a powerful Geno art. After Han Sen read it, he found himself starting to like it a whole lot more. Night Ring 12th Street, capital city of Planet Night Ghost. Planet Night Ghost was a planet belonging to Sky Palace. The planet was mostly populated by the Night Ghosts, however. They weren't a higher race, but they sure enjoyed fighting. They were only active at night, and if it weren't for being nocturnal, they'd have likely left Planet Night Ghost and become a higher race. Their race could not stand the light, and because of this, they were practically stuck on Planet Night Ghost. Under the protection of Sky Palace, however, they were well off. Over the past few months, strange things had begun to happen on Planet Night Ghost. Many Night Ghosts had been killed, but the perpetrator of the murders was still at large. The entire planet had been scoured to find the murderer, but it was all to no avail. In a certain castle in Night Ring 12th Street, the leader of the Night Ghosts, Sleepless Duke, was having a meeting with two young men. One of the men looked cold, whereas the other was smiling. He was holding a sweet-looking, 5-year-old girl. Those two young men were Lone Bamboo and Han Sen. They were here to investigate the strange deaths. It was a part of their training. Han Sen hadn't wanted to come, but he was ordered there by the elders. He couldn't refuse the command, and so he had to go there with Lone Bamboo. Han Sen was looking at the female Night Ghost leader, Sleepless Duke. She had a sexy body, highlighted with tight leather clothing. It revealed her curves as if she was wearing nothing at all. It wasn't long until Han Sen realized the truth. She really wasn't wearing anything. The tight leather clothing wasn't clothes, it was her skin. She had short black hair and eyes. She had black wings like those of a bat, and she had a tail that was like a black whip. It made her look very sexy. She was 2 meters tall, a little taller than Han Sen. She looked very strong. Mr. Lone Bamboo, please find the murderer for us. If this continues, all the Night Ghosts will be slain, Sleepless Duke growled, anger coloring her voice. Sky Palace was very secretive, and not even the Night Ghosts knew who Han Sen and Bauer were. They had only heard his name before, but his accomplishments were unknown to them. The Night Ghosts themselves were quite secretive, as well. Are there bodies? Lone Bamboo asked impassively. Sleepless Duke shook her head. When the victims die, they swiftly degrade into black water. It leaves little in the way of clues to examine. Give me a Night Ghost that has died recently, Lone Bamboo said. It has been prepared already. The information is here for you. Sleepless Duke pointed to a document on the table while she spoke. Brother Lone Bamboo, you can handle this. I will go stretch my legs with Bauer. Han Sen waved at Lone Bamboo, and then he went outside for a walk. Sir, why don't I send a guard to accompany you? Sleepless Duke did not know Han Sen, but she still stood up and made him the offer. It's okay. I'll be all right walking around Night Ring 12th Street. Han Sen walked straight out of the Duke Manor with Bauer without waiting for a reply. Planet Night Ghost had no sun, so the entire planet was very cold as a result. But there was no water, either, so there was no ice on the planet's surface. The only things Han Sen could see were castles built from dull, gray rock. Night Ghosts were a very hardy race. They did not need food or water, and they could gain energy from the dark. It worked to charge them. They were not afraid of high temperatures or low temperatures, and neither did they require oxygen. The only thing they were afraid of was the light. It blurred their vision, and if it was intense enough, it would permanently blind them. Aside from that, it wasn't too bad, though. All the Night Ghosts were xenogenics, and they were bomb as barons. Their blood was very good, and many high races weren't as powerful as they were. They were limited by their obvious Achilles heel and their lack of resources. Their strongest member was just a duke, too. There wasn't a single king amongst them. The whole planet was dark. Only the starlight flowed across the castles, casting faint shadows across the ground. As he walked, Han Sen got the sense that there were monsters lurking in the dark. Night Ghosts were good at killing in the dark, but over the past few months, 20 of them had been murdered. Most of the victims were marquises. The Night Ghosts had employed many advanced technologies to search for the potential killer, but they had been unable to find a trace. 2 days ago, when another marquise died, he was attending Sleepless Duke's own dinner party. Most of the Night Ghost elites were there that day, but that marquise had been silently slain on the balcony. No one there, including Sleepless Duke, had a clue how he had been killed. The Night Ghosts discovered his body on the balcony, but not before he was already dissolving into black water. His identity was confirmed by the clothing he had been wearing. Han Sen was in Night Ring 12th Street. His Dongshuan aura was turned on, and so everything was in his mind's eye. He could see many Night Ghosts staring at him from the dark corners. They looked cold, and they looked at him with disdain. That did not mean they were hostile, however. That was just how they were. They did not like outsiders, and they particularly didn't like talking to them. Other races had occupied this planet thousands of years ago, but the Night Ghosts had killed them off. The only ones they obeyed were the sky, who had once defeated them. Han Sen looked as if he belonged to the sky, but his sense did not. The Night Ghosts could smell that Han Sen was not an actual sky. On a dark street, an extremely curvy Night Ghost woman blocked Han Sen's path. Sky Palace sent you here? Yeah, Han Sen nodded. Why are you not a sky yourself? Matters like these are usually resolved by true sky. The female Night Ghost frowned. Han Sen shrugged. A real student of Sky Palace is in the Duke's Manor right now. He is a pure sky. I'm just his assistant. I see. The female Night Ghost felt relieved. Learning that a sky had come seemed to reassure her that their problems would soon be resolved. What's your name? Han Sen asked her. Li Duo, the female Night Ghost said. I need to investigate on behalf of the Sky Brother. Can you show me around? Han Sen smiled. Where would you like to go? Li Duo asked. Perhaps it was because Han Sen had mentioned his ties to the sky, but she didn't look as if she was going to refuse to guide him. Take me to where the Night Ghosts were murdered, Han Sen said. Han Sen followed Li Duo through Night Ring 12th Street. They checked out a few places, with many of them being murder scenes. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan each area for details. The strangest thing was that the only traces Han Sen picked up had been left by Night Ghosts. He couldn't see any sign of there being any other creatures around. Strange. Normally, any creature that passes through would leave behind a substance to trace. There cannot be nothing. Unless the murderer can control its physical form to the molecular level, this suggests the murderer might very well be a Night Ghost. There is no evidence of any other being around here, after all, Han Sen thought. Did you find anything? Li Duo couldn't help but ask. She had already taken Han Sen to several locations. No, Han Sen shook his head. I told you that we need the sky to sort this out. We'll need your sky people to come and check out these crime scenes, Li Duo said. He is on his way. I'm just trying to do some of my own investigating. Take me someplace else, so I can report to Brother Sky, Han Sen said seriously. Hearing that, Li Duo led Han Sen to another crime scene. Are there any other intelligent creatures around this planet? Han Sen asked as they walked. The universe was comprised of a variety of races. It was rare to see one race govern more than their own small area. Han Sen had been in Night Ring 12th Street for a while now, and all he had seen living there were night ghosts. The environment of this planet is special. Most races couldn't fathom living here, Li Duo said. There aren't any other races living in Night Ring 12th Street? Han Sen asked. Li Duo thought and then said, there are a few on the planet, but they aren't in Night Ring 12th Street. Oh, what does that mean? Han Sen looked confused. Li Duo hesitated for a moment, but then said, night ghosts love eating meat, but there aren't many creatures on planet Night Ghost. So, the meat is imported from another planet. Over the last century, we have been cooperating with the Taurus. They have a base not far outside of Night Ring 12th Street. If you want to find a foreigner, they would be it. I recall that the Taurus belong to the demon. Why don't you buy food from Sky Palace, anyway? Why rely on the Taurus? Han Sen asked after a moment. We have no choice. The food we require is special. Normal races cannot satisfy our needs, and the Taurus are the only ones who can supply what we need. The Sky Palace leader has approved our ties, Li Duo said. Where is their base now? Han Sen thought he'd have to go and take a look. The Taurus were dangerous, and they very well could have been the ones doing this. It cannot be them, Li Duo said immediately. Why? Han Sen was surprised by her certainty. We have a contract. They only live in their base, and they do not venture beyond it. And furthermore, there are cameras all around their base. If they left their zone, they would be discovered. If they entered Night Ring 12th, they'd be found out because they look so different. After a while, Li Duo resumed talking. She said, the leader of that base is Marquis Khan. He is of the demon. He is a noble gentleman, too. He wouldn't be the one doing this. It's okay. I am just going to go scope it out on behalf of my brother. It's so I can have answers for him if he asks me about them. Han Sen smiled while he spoke. He followed Li Duo out of Night Ring 12th Street. They were going to the Taurus base. Han Sen was thinking, the demon are the leaders of the Taurus. I guess it isn't too strange for a demon to be here, but still, the demon might have motive. Is it just a coincidence? When they reached the Taurus base, he realized that it was actually like a space station. The interior was wholly sealed. It looks like they can't cope with the environment here. They needed to create a place that was suitable for them to live. Otherwise, they could not stay here for very long. After Han Sen entered, he felt that it was a far more comfortable environment for a human as well. Miss Li Duo, why are you here? Two Taurus guards smiled. It looked as if she was well known around there. Han Sen was not surprised. He hadn't thought that an ordinary night ghost would try to prohibit his passage. She must have been sent by Sleepless Duke, but her exact identity was still unknown to him. But through their conversation, Han Sen had quickly realized that Li Duo was Sleepless Duke's daughter. Miss Li Duo. Han Sen and Li Duo led to a meeting room, and shortly after, a demon wearing a black suit entered. He looked very refined, and he said hello to Li Duo. Li Duo stood up and said, Marquis Khan. I am sorry to bother you. Han Sen was checking out Marquis Khan. He was an attractive demon. His face was handsome and memorable. Something about him gave Han Sen the sense he was dangerous, though. It was the same feeling Han Sen got when he encountered Sharon. A small Taurus base has a demon leader. This whole thing is getting interesting. Han Sen was sizing up Khan with interest. He had been focusing on practicing Geno arts lately, and he had only learned a little bit of suppress evil. He had only come here because he had been ordered to. But now Han Sen had an interest in the affair. He didn't think the mission was as bad as he initially believed it to be. Marquis Khan, this is an assistant of Sky Palace. He is merely here to look around. This is just a normal investigation. When Marquis Khan showed up, Li Duo could barely keep her eyes off him. Anyone could tell Li Duo liked him very much. I'm Khan. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Khan looked at Han Sen and smiled. Then, he extended his hand. You know him. Li Duo was surprised. She didn't say Han Sen's name, and she hadn't introduced him. If Khan knew his surname, then he was already familiar with Han Sen. Han Sen from Sky Palace. I'm afraid the whole world knows who he is, Marquis Khan said. Li Duo looked at Han Sen with confusion. Marquis Khan, can you answer a few questions? Han Sen shook his hand and smiled. Of course, but before that, I hope you can come take a look at something. Murders like those in your investigation have occurred here, too, Khan said. In the base, Han Sen was led to 2 puddles of black water. It was the same manner of death that the others had died. When Han Sen scanned the area, he could only detect traces of the Taurus and Khan. There were also some night ghost substances, but there was nothing beyond that. After checking all the cameras, they could not locate the murderer. Those 2 Taurus officers had died in their rooms. From the security feeds, no one else had been seen entering the rooms. And the locked doors showed no signs of forced entry, until they were broken down when rescuers had entered to search for the missing Taurus. There were no other creatures around. Nothing else had shown up. Just as with the other victims, there were no clues to be found. Han Sen was not a detective, and he planned on letting Lone Bamboo be the one to handle this matter. Before Han Sen took his leave, he turned back to Khan. Marquis Khan, may I ask why you are here? Khan's expression did not change, and he calmly said, because the night ghosts ordered something quite expensive. Because of that, I delivered the goods myself. I didn't expect things like this would transpire after my arrival. May I know what these expensive goods are? Han Sen asked. I am sorry, but we are committed to the privacy of our customers. If you would like to know what the items are, you will have to speak with Sleepless Duke, Khan said. Han Sen nodded, and he readied himself to leave. After walking 2 steps, he stepped back. Have those products been delivered? Yes, Khan affirmed. Thanks. Han Sen then left the Taurus base. Are you famous? Li Duo asked Han Sen as they walked back. Khan knew who Han Sen was, and he had been quite polite to him. It surprised her. The only other person who received such deference from Khan was Sleepless Duke herself, from what Li Duo could recall. But when Li Duo thought about the way Khan had treated Han Sen, it was more like Khan was simply wary of him. Not really. It's just because I killed a demon that they focus on me. They kind of hate me. Han Sen laughed. I see. Li Duo was surprised. Han Sen looked at Li Duo and randomly said, it looks like you're close with Khan. Li Duo blushed. Not very close. He and my mother conduct trade negotiations in Night Ring 12th Street, and he has beaten a few of our strongest warriors in an event. It's how I recognize him. What did your mother buy that required a Marquis demon to deliver it? Han Sen asked. I don't know. Li Duo shook her head. Han Sen asked a few other questions, then returned to the Duke Manor with Bauer to look for Lone Bamboo. When Han Sen tracked down Lone Bamboo's room, he found the man taking a nap. What did you find? Han Sen asked. There is a problem with Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo said with certainty, opening his eyes. What problem? Han Sen quickly asked. I do not know, but I can tell she is hiding something. With my power, I can't uncover whatever she is refusing to reveal, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Han Sen told Lone Bamboo what he had found, and Lone Bamboo sighed. As far as I can tell, night ghosts need sustenance to survive. But they only eat fresh food. They don't eat anything that has been dead for more than a day. The Taurus bring them living stock. Because of the Sky Palace ruling, the living creatures need to be killed before reaching Night Ring 12th Street. Nothing alive can go there. Why does that matter? Han Sen said. Night Ghost is a disturbing race that dines on flesh, but as for why they must eat goods that are alive, it's not as simple as filling their stomachs. They don't just eat meat. They consume something we don't quite understand. The best comparison we can make is that they eat the souls of their prey. Souls? Han Sen was surprised. So far, no one had proved souls actually existed. It's just a description. When night ghosts eat, they can absorb a mysterious substance. It boosts their levels, and especially the strength of their wills. There was a night ghost duke that had a will that was stronger than a king class, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen was surprised, and he said, even better than a king class. Was it deified or half-deified? It should have been a half-deified. Lone Bamboo continued to say, but evolving that way is like cheating. Their minds grow confused, and their own souls might merge with the consumed creatures. They go crazy and become filled with bloodlust. They can even kill their own families. So, Sky Palace forbids them from eating creatures that are alive. You think Khan gave something alive to Sleepless Duke? Han Sen now understood his line of thinking. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, it's just a guess. Sky Palace keeps a keen eye on things here, though. They check all creatures that are ferried to Night Ring 12th Street. Things have run smoothly for years, but maybe the guard slipped up, and now someone is taking advantage of things. Like you said, Khan's presence seems suspicious. What item delivery might require the supervision of a demon? This is all possible, but why would the demon agree to this? Do you think this is all connected to the murders on Planet Night Ghost? Han Sen asked quietly. I'm not sure, but we will have to ask her. Lone Bamboo said coldly. Will she admit to this? Even if she was involved, Han Sen didn't think it was likely that she'd just volunteer that information. She has no choice, Lone Bamboo replied calmly. Han Sen slumped his shoulders. He wasn't good at this sort of thing, so he was just going to follow Lone Bamboo's lead. Lone Bamboo wanted to find her right away, but the people of Duke Manor told him she was out. It took another 2 hours before they had the chance to see her again. Mr. Lone Bamboo, I've heard that you are in a rush to find me. What is the matter? Sleepless Duke asked Lone Bamboo. Khan delivered some special goods to you. I would like to know what they are. Lone Bamboo told her directly. Sleepless Duke sighed and said, I suppose there is no use hiding anything. The goods Khan gave me were a bunch of living creatures. Why would you do that? Lone Bamboo asked. You should both know that after we eat living creatures, our mental fortitude may develop problems, Sleepless Duke said tiredly. Eating them is indeed a very dangerous thing for us to do. Then why are you buying them? Han Sen asked. It is simple. If I don't eat living creatures, then I will never improve. We level up faster that way. Without eating living creatures, our gain of power is slow. I am a duke, and if I don't eat living creatures, I will not become a king. This is our goal, is it not? No matter how much treasure I am given, I will never level up. Eating living creatures is the only way to accomplish this. Sleepless Duke spoke with a mournful voice. Are you or one of the creatures responsible for the murders? Lone Bamboo frowned. One of the living ones escaped. I was afraid of Sky Palace finding out, and so I did not report it. Sleepless Duke gave a wry smile. I never thought things would come to this. I thought that since this was taking place on Planet Night Ghost, I could find the foe quickly and kill it. But I have failed to find it, and as a result, so many innocents have lost their lives. I cannot hide this any longer. What is the creature that escaped you? Han Sen asked Sleepless Duke. I do not know. Sleepless Duke shook her head. Han Sen's voice grew hard. How could you not know? You were the buyer. How can you not know what you were buying? Sleepless Duke's expression was bitter now. I needed high-level creatures. I couldn't go for something too big, as I would be found out. There weren't many that were suitable for purchase, so my requirements weren't strict. I asked for anything that was a duke. I checked the receipt, and one of them said it was a crystallizer. It did look like a crystallizer, but how could it be that powerful? Crystallizer. Han Sen frowned. He did not expect this would have something to do with a crystallizer. Sleepless Duke went on to say, a crystallizer cannot escape from its cage and kill so many night ghosts without leaving a trail. I think it must have been a race that merely looked like a crystallizer. I tried to confirm this with Khan, but he told me it was just a Duke crystallizer, and that he did not know anything further. Sleepless Duke started to say something more, then hesitated. Say it, Lone Bamboo commanded. Sleepless Duke hesitated again, but she went on to say, it is rare to see a crystallizer in the Geno universe. I don't know too much about them. I have searched for information about them after the murders began, but there is little to learn. One strange thing, however, is that crystallizer blood should be red. The crystallizer that was sent here, however, had blue blood. Blue blood, Han Sen jumped. Yes, blue blood. It was injured when it was sent here, and it was bleeding. It looked as if it had been badly damaged, and that was why I planned on eating it. First, so, I removed the spell that had been put on him, and I locked him in a room. But when I was ready to eat and went there to see him, he was gone. Nothing in the room was damaged or out of place. It was as if he had just vanished. Take us there, Han Sen said. The blue blood crystallizer sounded an awful lot like a Blood Legion member. They looked just like crystallizers, so anyone in the Geno universe would assume that's what they were. And furthermore, blue blood was exclusive to members of Blood Legion. Crystallizers and humans were supposed to have red blood. Sleepless Duke brought Han Sen and Lone Bamboo to the prison cell. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura, but he couldn't catch the trace of anyone other than Sleepless Duke. You really locked him in here? Han Sen looked at Sleepless Duke. An injured creature must have left a substance behind, and it would at least be dripping blood. Yes, he left some blood behind, but I cleaned it up. Sleepless Duke brought out a box and showed it to Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo, when seeing it, frowned. That is its blood. Han Sen's eyebrows rose. It was just a blue crystal in a box, and the crystal looked similar to Han Sen's own crystal blood. I feel strange, knowing that its blood turned to crystal. They are crystallizers, but they aren't supposed to have this ability. It's what has got me thinking that he isn't actually a crystallizer, Sleepless Duke said. Han Sen picked up the blue crystal from the box. He knew that it was indeed a blue blood crystal. And just like his own blood, it left no molecules behind for him to detect. That was why he could not find a trace. It looks like the person Khan sent was from Blood Legion, Han Sen guessed to himself. Gentlemen, what I have told you is the truth. If you want to punish someone, punish me. But this has nothing to do with my people. Please help them and find the creature responsible. It cannot be allowed to kill more night ghosts, Sleepless Duke begged. You're coming with us to talk to Khan. We have to find out where he got that crystallizer Duke from. If we find out who he is, we will be able to take action, Han Sen said to Sleepless Duke. Okay, I will follow you. Sleepless Duke really was eager to cooperate. Han Sen went back to the Taurus base, but when they reached it, the gate had already been smashed open. They ran in, and they found black water and scattered bits of armor all over the place. The armor belonged to the Taurus. They ran in and soon noticed that not a single Taurus had survived the assault. Pang! A noise echoed out of a nearby hallway. What is that place? Han Sen asked Sleepless Duke. That is their company's warehouse, Sleepless Duke said. The three ventured toward it. After a few turns, they did indeed reach a very large warehouse. Outside it, Khan was fighting a human-looking man. Please give me a hand taking down this *SSHOLE. He is the one that slew my workers, and many night ghosts as well, Khan called out when he saw Han Sen and the others coming. He looked joyous in relief. We have finally found it. Sleepless Duke shouted happily as she ran to join the fight. Please help us. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo looked at each other, then moved forward to help. The man glowed blue as he fought. He looked injured, but he was still more than a match for Khan, who was a Marquise demon. The man was impressive. When the three of them joined Khan, the fight became a 4-on-1. That imbalance of power should have ended the fight immediately, but although they managed to suppress the man, they were unable to kill him. Han Sen could confirm right away that the man was a member of Blood Legion. He was very much like God's retribution, and the presence he had was something only members of Blood Legion tended to carry. The man roared like a beast. His fist punched the knife out of Khan's hand. And then, another fist came to knock Sleepless Duke's claws away. He could fight two people at once, and that meant he was really strong. Khan used Sky Demon powers, and even so, the man was able to shrug off the attacks that came crashing against his body. Sleepless Duke was a Night Ghost Duke, but not even she was able to claim an advantage over that man. As the man used his fists to attack Khan and Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo's sword swept toward the man's chest. He shouldn't have been able to block Lone Bamboo's simple, albeit powerful attack. The man exploded with blue light, though. He stumbled back a bit, losing his balance. It also meant he dodged Lone Bamboo's sword. But Han Sen, who had silently moved behind the man, went at the man's throat with ghost teeth knife. Khan and Sleepless Duke rushed forward, with knives and claws respectively, to attack the man. Dong! There was a loud noise, as Han Sen grabbed the man and threw him at Lone Bamboo. He had to use his own knife to repel Khan and Sleepless Duke's incoming strikes, though. Han Sen's legs dug a pair of trenches into the ground as he was knocked back 10 meters. But now, Lone Bamboo's sword was at the man's throat, not letting him move. Han Sen, what are you doing? He killed so many of our people, he should die. Sleepless Duke looked incredibly angry. She flared up with a black, demonic fire. With her claws, she came in to attack the man. Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and teleported in front of her. He used tooth for a tooth, slashing across her claw air to deflect her strike. Han Sen's body fell back, and Sleepless Duke flapped her wings. She looked like a demon as she screeched, Han Sen, is it because you are of the same race that you protect him? Our people cannot die in vain. No matter what. Yes, our workers cannot have died in vain, either. He must pay. Khan threw a slash towards the man in Lone Bamboo's grip. Lone Bamboo, keep him alive. Han Sen lifted Ghost Teeth knife and sprang toward Sleepless Duke. He was pushed back. Sleepless Duke was much stronger than Han Sen, and Han Sen knew he couldn't beat her in a direct fight. Lone Bamboo's sword was still at the man's throat. He ignored the knife Khan was using and raised a finger to point at Khan. A sword light swiftly shot toward the dead center of Khan's forehead. Lone Bamboo could not dodge the sky demon power that never missed. If Khan attacked that way, Lone Bamboo was sure to be hit. But also, Khan's head would get perforated at the same time. Khan frowned and changed his skill. He fought Lone Bamboo with his knife. But no one had an advantage. Khan couldn't commit to an attack without leaving an opening that Lone Bamboo could exploit. So, he had to change up the techniques he employed. You are Han Sen. The man under Lone Bamboo's sword did not look scared. He watched Han Sen fight Sleepless Duke. Han Sen was weaker than she was, but he had speed and break space flash. He could stop her from going after Lone Bamboo anytime he needed to. I am, Han Sen answered. The man immediately said, God's retribution has spoken much about you. You should know about where I come from. Spill the beans, Han Sen snapped. This was the last confirmation he needed that the man was from Blood Legion. I don't know what happened. When I was badly injured, the Taurus brought me here. I had some power, so I broke out. But I was stuck in that warehouse. I do not know what they are saying or what has supposedly transpired, but I haven't left this place since they brought me here, the man said. Nonsense. Do you believe him, Lone Bamboo? Are the deaths of our many night ghosts all a fabrication? Are the deaths of the Taurus all faked, too? Sleepless Duke shouted. Her attempts to attack the man never paused. Han Sen slashed towards Sleepless Duke to stop her from moving. He coldly said, Sleepless Duke, I assure you that he has never been to Night Ring 12th Street. He was never placed in your captivity. You are lying. What makes you so sure? You are merely protecting your kind, Sleepless Duke screamed, then threw another claw air at Han Sen like she was hurling a net. Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and disappeared. He reappeared next to Sleepless Duke and coldly said, Brother Lone Bamboo, take him away. Yes, Lone Bamboo agreed. He began pulling the man back, still fighting Khan as he went. Seeing Lone Bamboo dragging the man away, with Khan unable to stop him, Sleepless Duke screamed in rage. It was so loud that it reverberated from every corner of the base. None of you can leave. Sleepless Duke screamed at ear-shattering volume. Sleepless Duke, do you know what you are doing? Lone Bamboo ground out. Of course I know what I am doing. The night ghosts have been imprisoned by the sky for many years. We will no longer obey you. Sleepless Duke screamed. Many shadows were gathering in the sky. They were like black clouds, and they were all night ghosts. The night ghosts that appeared in the sky were different from the usual ones, however. They looked murderous, and the scariest thing about them was the fact that they were mostly marquises. And many of them were dukes, too. Lone Bamboo frowned. The night ghosts were only supposed to have one duke, and that was Sleepless Duke. If they now had so many, it meant that they must have all been eating living creatures to level up quickly. The whole base was infested with night ghosts. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were trapped. If they wanted to escape, they would have to fight and kill their way through the host of night ghosts. But there were thousands of them, and there were more than 1,000 dukes. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo had only just become marquises, and they were carrying an injured man between them. It would not be easy for the three of them to escape. Han Sen looked up at the night ghosts that were looking down at them like hungry tigers. Then he turned to her, emotionlessly. Sleepless Duke, do you know what will happen if the night ghosts betray Sky Palace? Ha, we will go and join the demon, anyway. Sky Palace will not be able to do anything, Sleepless Duke snarled. It makes sense that Marquise Khan is here, then. It has always been your plot to betray Sky Palace. Han Sen looked at Khan next, and he asked, but I don't understand. If you were planning to join Demon, why bother getting us involved? Sleepless Duke grunted and said, that it was merely an accident. We plan to use these living creatures to turn all our warriors into dukes. Then we'd have the strength to smash through Sky Palace's defenses. We did not expect one to run out and rouse the attention of the observation department. With the power you wield, you could have easily killed a wounded man. Han Sen looked at the man who was badly wounded. Khan and Sleepless Duke should have been able to defeat him. With the injuries he had sustained, there was no way he could have fought off so many night ghosts. Sleepless Duke did not answer, but the man laughed and said, I controlled the lives of those creatures. She wants me dead, but she doesn't want those other creatures to die. That is why I am still alive. I told you to give those creatures up. Kill him and go to the demon. If you had listened to me, none of this would have happened, Qin told Sleepless Duke. Without these creatures, my people would not be able to become dukes. God knows how many of our people would have been killed breaking through those defenses. I had no choice in this matter, Sleepless Duke said. So, you planned all this? All for us to be the ones that killed him? Now Han Sen knew the truth of the matter. Something like that, but I did not expect the two of you to come here together. Sleepless Duke coldly went on to say, but it does not matter now. Since it has come to this, we cannot fall back. You can all go to hell. After that, Sleepless Duke screamed. The horde of night ghosts flapped their wings like demons and came racing down to Han Sen. Lone Bamboo let the man go, thrusting the three of them into a horrendous battle. The power and speed of the night ghosts were terrifying in the dark. It was no wonder why they were good at fighting. They were high level, and they had strong wills. The Duke Night Ghosts were a serious threat. Bauer was sitting on Han Sen's shoulder, observing Han Sen's fighting with curiosity. Instead of participating in the battle, Qin merely watched Han Sen from afar. Han Sen, you are a powerful being to defeat Sharon. I would have liked the opportunity to kill you myself. I did not expect you would come here. That is disappointing. Disappointing? What? Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and teleported in front of Qin. Then, he slashed towards him. Dong! Qin's demon knife came up to block. The impact sent them both wobbling back. Neither attack did anything, but Han Sen was immediately surrounded by night ghosts. It was a very dangerous position to be in. It is disappointing that you'll die here today, and I will be robbed of the chance of killing you myself in a one-on-one. It is a shame whenever people like you and Lone Bamboo have to die this way. Qin sighed. In that case, you won't be disappointed. We will fight, Han Sen said. It is a shame, but I do not see how you plan on surviving. The night ghosts are good in the dark. It wouldn't matter if you and Lone Bamboo had a clone army of yourselves. On planet Night Ghost, you would still be destroyed, Qin said. Maybe not. Han Sen teleported away from the attacks of the night ghosts. And then, he spoke to Sleepless Duke. Sleepless Duke, there is still time for you to reverse this mistake. The night ghosts can still be allowed to live. If you continue down this path, all of the night ghosts in this universe will be wiped out. Do you want your daughter Li Duo and the rest of your people to die with you? I would rather die than remain a prisoner. Whoever gets in the way of us becoming free will die, Sleepless Duke shrieked. She flapped her wings and came at Han Sen. Han Sen petrified his body and stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave of petrification. But the night ghosts around him did not petrify. This shocked Han Sen. Do not waste your energy. The only thing that can defeat the night ghosts is light. Petrify won't work on them. Their bodies aren't made of flesh, so they won't be petrified. Qin smiled. If the night ghosts weren't so excellent, the demons wouldn't have spent so much time trying to recruit them. Han Sen frowned. The night ghosts were harder to handle than he thought. Things were going badly for Lone Bamboo and the injured man. They were holding on, but they couldn't escape in their current condition. They would die the moment they became exhausted. Come to me, Han Sen shouted at Lone Bamboo and the man. Lone Bamboo heard that, and his jade sword began to shine. The night ghosts near Han Sen backed away. The man exploded with blue light as he came running towards Han Sen. Han Sen waved his ghost teeth knife. The night ghosts that he had cut suddenly found their wounds cracking and widening. Sleepless Duke screamed and leapt at Han Sen. Han Sen teleported away to evade her. The three of them stood together, back to back, as the night ghosts came at them from all sides. Ghost airs were everywhere. It looked as if they had gone on a trip to hell itself. Lone Bamboo and the man wanted to start killing their attackers in earnest, but Han Sen stopped them. A blue light came out of his body, covering the three of them. The blue light became a giant, translucent eggshell. It encased them. Powerful ghost airs were everywhere as countless ghost claws came against the translucent eggshell. The impacts made squeaky noises, and Han Sen could feel each blow as a sort of pressure. But when those ghost airs broke, the translucent shield was unmoved. It did not even vibrate. Let's see how many attacks you can block, Sleepless Duke shouted. The other night ghosts began to cackle, gathering up a force of ghost air. Han Sen had raised a single shield against an entire army. Sleepless Duke thought he must have a death wish. When the three defenders had been actively fighting, the dukes and marquises were unable to gather up power. There was too much danger that their attacks would hit other night ghosts, so they intentionally weakened their attacks. But now, the three of them had made themselves into an incredibly tempting target. The night ghosts gathered up all the power they had, then focused on a single part of the shield. Not even strong creatures could withstand the strength of what was coming. Sleepless Duke had a plan. She needed to take Han Sen and Lone Bamboo as hostages. If she did that, she'd have an even easier time getting through Sky Palace's defenses. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were important to Sky Palace. They wouldn't be sacrificed easily. The roiling mass of ghost air covered the sky now, and it was trying to consume the blue light. It was like the world was about to be consumed. Boom! When the ghost air landed, the entire base was annihilated. The construct was practically vaporized. 1,000 dukes and 10,000 marquises were attacking simultaneously. The area was brought to ruin, and the power continued down into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Under a scary power such as that, even a duke would have been blown to bits. When the dust settled, Sleepless Duke and the night ghosts could only stare. Khan's eyes were full of surprise. A blue translucent shield sat on the ground, appearing unblemished. Han Sen and the other two stood inside, uninjured by the attack. It was hard to believe that such a frightening amount of power could descend upon that simple shield and leave it undamaged. Is that all the power the night ghosts have? Han Sen asked casually. Let's see how well you can block this, Sleepless Duke screamed. The night ghosts gathered up another enormous mass of ghost air. They became angry ghosts that descended on the blue shield. Countless ghost airs slammed repeatedly into the blue shield. Even the nearby mountains were shattered by these attacks. But the blue shield did not even shudder or shake. Even the ghost airs that could destroy mountains were reduced to a firework sparkle against it. Sleepless Duke kept on screaming. Thousands of night ghosts kept attacking from all angles, but still, they could not undo the blue shield. Han Sen floated in the shield, while Lone Bamboo had sat down for a bit of rest. The man was in the middle of healing himself. Sleepless Duke's face was white with fury, and she was unable to fathom what sort of treasure Han Sen had brought with him. It could block each and every attack that was thrown at it. Han Sen's treasure wouldn't actually cost him his power, either. If it did, he would have reacted in some way when the night ghosts attacked him. You guys can continue. Han Sen looked entirely unconcerned. It was as if nothing was going on. Han Sen stood up and stretched, and then he began walking up. Into the air. It looked as if he was going to walk off the planet, right into space. The blue shield around Han Sen was like a godlight. It continued to encase Han Sen, unwavering in the slightest. Kill him. Sleepless Duke's scream became a roar. Countless night ghosts tried to attack Han Sen, and ghost airs hit the blue shield continuously. Some night ghosts used knives, and some used claws or even hammers to attack. But even so, the attacks were still useless. They couldn't prevent Han Sen from walking off into space. The attacks against the blue shield were like nothing at all. They couldn't even make the shielding orb shake. Sleepless Duke had bared her teeth in a grimace as she tried her hardest to attack the blue shield. Her fingers started to bleed, but even so, she was still unable to bring it down. She felt scared, powerless, and most of all, she felt hopeless. She knew what would happen if Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were able to escape. It would be a disaster for the night ghosts. But they couldn't do anything against the blue shield. They were hopeless. Sleepless Duke, there is one more thing we can do. Khan's voice rang through Sleepless Duke's ears. Tell me, how can I kill them? Sleepless Duke turned to him frantically, looking like she was clutching a lifeline. Khan waved his hand, and a spear with a red pattern appeared in his palm. Khan threw it to Sleepless Duke and said, "This is a treasure of a king-class demon. It is called a blood demon spear. With its power, it should be able to break Han Sen's shield." Sleepless Duke frowned. We don't have a king-class elite to wield it. If I use it, I cannot make use of all of its power. Khan smiled. That is what is so amazing about this spear. It does not require its wielder to be king-class. It can use its max power regardless. If this wasn't the case, I wouldn't have told you it could break that shield. Really? Sleepless Duke lifted the blood demon spear and felt a savage grin pull at her mouth. But when Sleepless Duke put her power into the spear, the throw wasn't that strong. It was far from the effectiveness of a king, and from what she could tell, it was only a little better than Duke level. Khan, are you lying to me? Sleepless Duke looked at Khan angrily. Khan shook his head. Sleepless Duke, you are the leader of the night ghosts. How can you be so naive? There is no power without effort. The blood demon spear might not require you to be a king to use it, but it has its own terms to adhere to. What are these conditions? Sleepless Duke asked quickly. Sacrifice blood to the spear. The higher quality the blood and the more you offer, the stronger it becomes. If the enough blood, it is not too difficult to muster a king-class attack, Khan said. Blood? From where? Sleepless Duke suddenly froze. She knew exactly what he meant. The only blood she could sacrifice was from the night ghosts. No, no way. Sleepless Duke gnashed her teeth. Do you have a choice right now? And besides, you only have to sacrifice a few of your people to kill them. Do that, and you can save the majority of your people from Sky Palace's wrath. Otherwise, if Han Sen escapes this planet, death is all that awaits the night ghosts. You know how Sky Palace treats traitors, Khan said grimly. Sleepless Duke clutched the blood demon spear. Looking at the blue shield moving further and further away, her face kept cycling through emotions. Sleepless Duke bellowed to the sky in rage. Many other night ghosts screamed, too. They gave up attacking the blue shield, and instead, they used their claws to cut their own bodies. Blood flowed down like rain. Sleepless Duke swung her blood demon spear in slow arcs. The red pattern on it started to glow, and the rain of blood was drawn towards the spear. When droplets of blood began to land on the spear, they soaked into it, dyeing the weapon a deeper red. It looked like the blood was pooling on the spear's metal surface, but no matter how much blood dripped onto it, not a single smidgen was lost. The red light of the spear became brighter, and the spear's tip shone crimson. That bloody light looked as if it could destroy space. It left shadows in the air. Sleepless Duke roared. She flapped her wings, lifted the blood demon spear, and flew toward the sphere like a waterfall. From the ground, she looked like a red comet flying across the sky. The atmosphere was tinged with the scent of blood, and then, she struck the blue shield. The red light exploded against it, but the blue shield did not break. There is not enough power in the spear yet. If you attack too soon, you'll waste the power of the blood you have already amassed. Do you see the blood demon orb on its end? Only when it begins to shine will the max amount of power have been stored inside the spear. Strike when it is bright. Han Sen and the others will all be destroyed in one fell strike, Khan said, blinking. There was nothing else Sleepless Duke could do. Looking murderous, she called to the night ghosts again. The night ghosts heard her scream, and they began tearing into their own bodies again, trying to draw enough blood to power up the blood demon spear. The blood demon spear was getting brighter. Blood rained down on the weapon like a storm, and the spear grew stronger and stronger. But the night ghosts were running out of strength. Many had lost so much blood that they fell limply to the ground. Why hasn't the orb lit up yet? Sleepless Duke shouted at Khan. This is a king-class weapon. It isn't that easy to activate. At least half of these night ghosts need to die to trigger its power, Khan said. I cannot let them die. Sleepless Duke roared. There is no way back. We have to kill Han Sen now. If they escape this planet, they will contact Sky Palace. And then, we will all be killed. None of the night ghosts will be spared, Khan said calmly. Sleepless Duke gripped the blood demon spear tightly. She looked as if she was in pain. She looked around at the falling blood, at the night ghosts who had already collapsed. Those night ghosts had eaten many living creatures, and as a result, their will was messed up. But they still followed Sleepless Duke's orders. They were all willing to bleed and bleed. None of them chickened out or took the time to heal themselves. I am going to kill you all. It is because of you that the night ghosts have become like this. Sleepless Duke held the spear as it glowed brighter and brighter. She ran in front of the blue shield, snarling through her bared teeth, and roared at Han Sen. Her pretty face was twisted. Sleepless Duke, you had it coming. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen's words filled her with white-hot fury. She looked murderous, and her eyes gleamed red. She began hurrying the night ghosts to sacrifice even more blood. Quick, hurry. Sleepless Duke watched the blood demon orb, hoping it would light up soon. Otherwise, all the night ghosts would be dead. Han Sen, can your shield block that? That spear's power looks like it is king class, the man said to Han Sen. He was still in the process of wrapping up his wounds. The blue shield was obviously very tough, but it looked like thin glass. The man found himself doubting its ability to withstand a king-class attack. It should be fine, Han Sen said. In truth, he wasn't sure. The demon bug Qin Bai was a mutant king-beast soul. That meant it was half-deified. It was a higher level than a king-class strike, so it should have been able to take whatever strike was being prepped for him. But that was all just theory. Han Sen had never tested how much power the demon bug Qin Bai could take. He didn't know. What does should mean? The man's eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Sen. That means probably. Han Sen laughed. Oh my god. The man held his forehead. He looked depressed as he said, I always have the worst luck. Never bet on luck. Our only option here is to throw the dice, though. Do you have a better idea? Han Sen laughed. Oh no. It looks like old Shi is going to die here. The man started to cry. What's your name? Han Sen asked, looking at the man. My name is Shi Menxiang. You're asking me this now? At a time like this? Think about how we might dodge that scary power and avoid death. Shi Menxiang said. The blood was a downpour, and the spear was like a dragon. It seemed like the whole of planet Night Ghost was flooded with a layer of blood. Its smell was everywhere, and even the sky was choked with red clouds. Half of the Night Ghosts were dead. It was too high of a price to pay for king-class power. Sleepless Duke was full of hatred as she stared at Han Sen. If that horrible stare had been solid, it would have peeled Han Sen's flesh from his bones. The place was in ruin, and many of the Night Ghosts were dying of blood loss. The ones in the sky were all trembling. It looked as if they could all keel over and perish. Sleepless Duke's eyes were filled with blood tears, but she had no choice but to continue. The sky turned red like hell itself. Boom! The blood demon orb was shining now. The red light lit up the entire blood demon spear. Sleepless Duke looked as if she was holding a red laser. Go to hell. Sleepless Duke spun the spear toward the blue sphere. The shocking red light was coming at Han Sen. It looked as if it could obliterate a galaxy. Han Sen tried to dodge, but the red light was too scary. It looked as if it had locked on, too. The red light was like a volcano that had just erupted. There was nowhere that Han Sen and the others could go to get away from that red light, and even the air was torn apart by its passage. The red light tore through the clouds in the sky. It was like a volcano, erupting without any restraint or signs of ceasing. Sky Palace's future deified elites are now gone. What a shame. Khan looked at the red light in the sky, and then he sighed like it was something genuinely pitiable. But that is how the world should be. Many geniuses die and become nothing more than dust. The ones that can become deified aren't always the strongest, they are the best at surviving. It is a shame your lives are so short. Khan blinked. He looked at the red light that was about to fade. The rest of the Night Ghosts fell, then. They had lost too much blood. They looked shaky, and their strength had left them. 10,000 Night Ghosts had heeded Sleepless Duke's call, but only 4,000 or 5,000 were left alive. They were all low on blood, though, and so they were all much weaker. Sleepless Duke stared at the blood demon spear in her hands, noting how ordinary the weapon looked after being discharged. She looked over the remaining Night Ghosts. It would be very difficult to break through Sky Palace's defenses and join the demons now. What follows? At least this nightmare is over. Sleepless Duke sighed, but just as she was going to return the spear to Khan, she froze. Her eyes opened wide, and her body stiffened. She stared up into the sky. When the red afterglow of the attack disappeared completely, Sleepless Duke saw a blue light in the air. It was the same translucent blue shield. Despite being struck with the blood demon spear, the blue shield hadn't broken. Its surface was still clean, and it didn't look like it had been dealt a single speck of damage. Han Sen, Lone Bamboo, and the man were still. Inside the shield, too, looking totally uninjured. They sat comfortably, with clothes and hair still tidy. Impossible. Khan's eyes opened wide in shock as he stared at the blue shield. He could not believe what his eyes were telling him. The blood demon spear was a king-class weapon, yet it had failed to break through a marquise's shield. It did not make sense to him. Even if the shield was a king-class or deified weapon, Han Sen's limited power should have kept him from using all of its strength. It was the same as Sleepless Duke using the blood demon spear. She had paid an enormous price for her weaker body to cast a king-class power. But Han Sen's shield had held that power the entire time, without any sign of strain or sacrifice. It blocked the blood demon spear without any cost of energy. This was against how xenogenic weaponry worked. Even deified treasures shouldn't possess power like that. Khan had no way of knowing that Han Sen wasn't using a xenogenic treasure, of course. Han Sen was using a beast soul. They were items that no other being in the Geno universe could use. They were different things entirely. It looks like we don't have to leave now. Han Sen released the demon bugs by Sima. He pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife and flew back down to Planet Night Ghost on his wings. Lone Bamboo put his jade sword away. His fingers were like swords now, and they created sword airs. He followed Han Sen back down. The blood demon spear's strike had exhausted all the power the Night Ghosts had possessed. There was no need for them to run away now. When they saw Han Sen and Lone Bamboo coming for Sleepless Duke, the night ghosts wished to stop them. But they had all bled too much, and their powers had decreased. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were like a pair of tigers leaping into a flock of sheep. The dark purple knife air tore the weakened night ghost bodies apart with teeth powers. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Night ghost. Xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Night ghost. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained night ghost beast soul. The bodies of the night ghosts were sliced to pieces by the ghost teeth knife. The killing announcements played over and over in Han Sen's head as he killed scores of night ghosts. Lone Bamboo's 10 fingers were like swords of their own. The sword lights swept down like a net, slaying every night ghost in front of him. Oh no, Sleepless Duke felt dizzy, and she almost fainted. She had sacrificed so much for naught, having failed to hurt Han Sen and Lone Bamboo in the slightest. The night ghosts were done for. She screamed, and with a mind that had no fear of death, she ran for Han Sen. You can handle this. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported past Sleepless Duke. He was going for Khan, who was in the midst of making his escape. Sleepless Duke wanted to kill them all, but it was still the demon that were behind all this. Han Sen wouldn't let him get off scot-free. Khan saw Han Sen pursuing him, and while he was fast, he wasn't as fast as Han Sen. There was no Marquise alive that was faster than Han Sen. Han Sen, you still have a long way to go. You may have won this time, but you won't be so lucky when next we meet, Khan promised, then pulled out a metal box. He threw it ahead of himself. The metal box was some sort of machine. There were cogwheels spinning inside it. It became a metal peacock near Khan's feet. Go, Khan commanded the metal peacock. It spread its wings, and its tail gleamed with green light. It flew away with the speed of a rocket, and the distance between Khan and Han Sen quickly widened. Running away won't be that easy. Han Sen patted Bauer, and Bauer knew exactly what to do. She picked up her gourd and summoned the Red Cloud. Red Cloud, if you wish to live, well, then chase this man. If you don't, I'll lock you up for 500 years, Han Sen said, stepping onto the Red Cloud with Bauer. The Red Cloud shuddered, but then, the back of the Red Cloud released a mist of sorts. It flew off into the sky after Khan and the metal bird. Khan rode the metal peacock through space, feeling absolutely terrible. He hadn't been injured, but the plan with the night ghosts had utterly failed. He would be crushed by his rivals inside Demon. He thought about Han Sen's strange shield that could block the Blood Demon spear. It surprised even Khan. Fortunately, I brought the Duke Xenogenic Mount Metal Peacock with me. That was too close, Khan thought gladly. Khan looked back at Planet Night Ghost, but then his jaw went slack. Something colorful was coming. When he saw how quickly the Red Cloud was approaching him, it seemed like the Duke-class Metal Peacock had stopped moving entirely. How is he moving so fast? Khan exclaimed, but it was too late. Han Sen had already caught up to him via the Red Cloud. Khan put away the Blood Demon spear, and his eyes started to turn purple. The purple horn on his head burned like red steel, releasing a purple light. Kacha, Kacha. Khan's muscles began to swell, growing rapidly until they burst through his armor. In an instant, the ordinary humanoid body had grown into a terrifying giant. Khan's sinews writhed under his skin like snakes, and his skin turned a weird purple. His hair flowed crazily down his back, almost reaching his feet. Finally, a disturbing demonic presence began to radiate from Khan, like some brutish god hailing from ancient times. Boom! Khan punched Han Sen. Sky demon powers started to rain down, each possessing the might of a mountain. The demonized giant Khan was so powerful. He was far greater than a Marquise now. In this form, he could probably kill most dukes. With the accuracy of sky demon powers, he would be invincible against other Marquises. In this giant demon form, his strikes couldn't be blocked or evaded. He really did seem like an indestructible foe. In terms of might, Khan's giant devil powers were on par with the Red Cloud's speed. But power like that was nothing against Han Sen. He used his Dongshuan aura, and in his mind, sequence structures appeared. One sequence structure looked ready to bind Han Sen. Han Sen pulled at that threat, though, and broke it. The speed of the Red Cloud let him dodge Khan's incoming attack as he did. And then, Khan's pupils grew smaller. He hadn't thought that anything could evade the accurate attack of sky demon powers. And furthermore, he didn't have time to reel his giant fist back to go defensive. The Red Cloud was like lightning, and it raced towards Khan's neck. Han Sen swung ghost teeth knife across it. Gotcha. The muscles were cut through by the purple and black knife air, and blood began to fountain from the giant's neck. But the giant was too big, and doing more damage would be difficult. Han Sen's attack had only left a comparatively small wound, given the sheer size of the giant. It was far from a fatal strike. Khan roared. He kept swinging his fists in the vain hope of landing a hit on Han Sen. He was as strong as a marquise could be, but even the precise attacks of sky demon powers couldn't land a hit on Han Sen. The red cloud flew around Khan like lightning. Knife airs also started to shine, and every time the purple and black knife air flashed, it left a wound on Khan's body that drained him of even more blood. The demonized giant continued to roar, but his powers could not land on Han Sen. He was like a big dumb baby as he flailed at the flying red cloud. Why does my sky demon power not work? How is this possible? Unwilling to give up, Khan kept attacking like mad. His giant body kept on releasing scary power, breaking the fabric of space. Everything he tried seemed useless, though. Han Sen continued to release knife airs from his seat atop the red cloud. After a few more hits, the red cloud flew away from Khan and hovered directly before him. Khan, when you learned that Lone Bamboo and I had arrived on planet Night Ghost, you had already planned on getting the Night Ghosts to dispose of us. Isn't that correct? Han Sen looked right at Khan as he spoke lightly to him. Khan turned around without saying a word, wishing to flee into the reaches of space. Han Sen just grunted and swung his ghost teeth knife once again. Purple and black knife airs that were thinner than a strand of hair began to appear around Khan's body. In no time at all, they encircled Khan and tightened, binding him. Khan was infuriated and roared in anger. He released his demonic air in a bid to cut the knife silks. However, he had underestimated the effectiveness of the knife silks Han Sen had cast, and even his tremendous power wasn't enough to break them all. His squirming only made the silk dig into his flesh even more. Han Sen kept waving his ghost teeth knife, tightening the knife silks even further. They cut into Khan's demonized giant body and dismembered him in less than a second's time. The chunks of gore and demonic blood swirled in a disgusting cloud. The blood demon spear and metal peacock were released amidst the carnage. Suddenly making up his mind, Han Sen grabbed the blood demon spear and metal peacock. There was also a purple light next to the giant's corpse, which swiftly disappeared into space. What was that? Han Sen frowned. That purple light had been too fast, and Han Sen hadn't been able to see what it was. But he knew that Khan had not truly been killed. It was obvious that Khan was a xenogeniac, and Han Sen hadn't received the announcement for taking him down. Han Sen rummaged through the remains of the giant demon body, and he couldn't find a xenogeniac gene, either. That purple thing that escaped just now must have been Khan's xenogeniac gene. He did not know how Khan escaped into space, but regardless, he was gone now. Han Sen wouldn't be able to find the demon. He took the blood demon spear and metal peacock, and then returned to planet Night Ghost. Lone Bamboo had locked Sleepless Duke up. The rebellion of the Night Ghosts was over, and it seemed as if things were calming down. When the teams from Sky Palace arrived, they took Sleepless Duke and the Night Ghosts back with them to Sky Palace. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo had halted their betrayal, earning themselves another reward from the Elder. Aside from Geno fluids and treasures, though, they received another opportunity to go to the Holy House to select a new Geno art. However, Han Sen did not have time to practice other genetic techniques. He actually only had a small amount of time left to learn Suppress Evil, so there was no reason for him to go to the Holy House yet. Han Sen still wanted to ask Shi Menxiang a few questions, but when he returned to planet Night Ghost, Shi Menxiang was nowhere to be found. However, the man left a communication number on the big stone he had been sitting on. Back in Sky Palace, the leader of Sky Palace wanted to see Han Sen. He stared at Han Sen for a while, and eventually said, "You are not a real student of Sky Palace, and yet, you have done so much for us. If you need anything, I will grant any reasonable request." "Leader, what do you mean by a reasonable request?" Han Sen did not think the leader was being sincere. The leader could turn down any request he wanted to, simply by claiming it was unreasonable. It sounded nice on paper, but it was actually quite stingy. "It means I will try to satisfy what I feel is reasonable," said the Sky Palace leader, squinting his eyes. Han Sen shrugged, thinking that the man was rather manipulative. He wasn't mad, but he wasn't sure how much this offer was really worth. "He won't give out too much, but I don't want too little, either." What should I ask for, then? Han Sen wondered. 2100 Path Hidden Cave. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes brightened. It looked as if he knew what he wanted. Sky Palace's leader smiled at Han Sen. Tell me, whatever you need. I see your master Yisha as a genuine student, and you are my student by extension. So, shirk any guilt and ask of me whatever you desire. Leader, I will not ask for much. I recently learned Suppress Evil. The technique is quite amazing, and I would appreciate it if you would help me progress further with it. I would like to learn it faster. Han Sen bowed. Sky Palace leader stared at him in silence. He would never have guessed that Han Sen would request this. This could either be very easy or very hard. The Sky Palace leader had been asked to teach Suppress Evil to Han Sen, but how much would Han Sen be able to learn? There were 11 tiers to Suppress Evil, and many Sky Palace kings had not learned them. The Sky Palace leader couldn't even guess how long it might take to teach Han Sen this. But he was the leader, and Han Sen had just asked to be taught a skill. It would be bad form if he was unable to teach one Geno art to just one student. Sky Palace leader went silent for a bit, and then said, Suppress Evil is a secret skill belonging to Sky Palace. It is complicated. It is not something you can learn over the course of a couple days. That being said, there is a riskier method that would enable you to learn it far faster. Would you like to give it a try? Han Sen frowned. The Sky Palace leader had put the ball back in his court. The man said it was risky, but he did not mention how risky. If Han Sen didn't agree to the offer, then the blame for not accepting the teaching would be at his feet. Of course, if Han Sen agreed, he did not know the dangers he might be walking into. He didn't know if he could handle the risks. Han Sen went silent a little bit, and then he gritted his teeth. I would like to give it a try. Good. You are definitely Yisha's student. I have faith in you. Go prepare and look for me on Hidden Path Island. The Sky Palace leader then waved his hand to dismiss Han Sen. Han Sen bowed and departed Sky Palace. On his way, he mulled over why the leader might be sending him to Hidden Path Island. Han Sen knew Hidden Path Island was a restricted section of Sky Palace. Without the leader's permission, no one could go there. As for what the place contained, he did not know. He'd have to find out the next day. But Han Sen did not think the leader would put him through too much harm. At the most, he thought the leader might only make him endure a little bit of suffering. If accepting a little risk could truly allow him to skip through 5 or 6 tiers of Suppress Evil, it'd be well worth it. That Geno art was too complicated. If he learned it like normal, it'd take him a few years to master it. Before going to Hidden Path Island, Han Sen invited Lone Bamboo, Thousand Feather Crane, and the young sisters for a meet-up. He also tried to find out more about where he was going. Young Sushang, hearing the leader would take Han Sen there, was given a shock. Young Sui immediately said, Hidden Path Island is not a place ordinary people can go to. King-class elites are only permitted there when they are on the cusp of leveling up. That place is extremely dangerous. Many kings have failed to level up there and suffered grievous injuries in consequence. I can't fathom why the leader might want to take you there. The few of them told Han Sen what they knew about Hidden Path Island. They did not know much, and more than anything, it sounded as if it was just a place for kings to level up. The kings that entered would either come out half deified or half dead. It was very dangerous, and none had ever been known to go there without first being king class. Thousand Feather Crane thought and said, we don't have to worry too much, though. Our leader won't want to hurt Han Sen. He obviously has his reasons for bringing Han Sen to such a place. Han Sen thought this, too. If the Sky Palace leader wanted to bring him harm, he wouldn't have to go to this much trouble. The next morning, Han Sen took Bauer with him to Hidden Path Island. Outside the island, he found the Sky Palace leader standing atop a mountain peak. He smiled and waved, as if he was some sort of angel. Greetings. Han Sen set the legless crane down on the mountain. Then, he bowed to the leader. The Sky Palace leader waved his hand. These are the stairs that lead to Hidden Path Cave. Walk these stairs and see how much you can learn from them. Han Sen was shocked. He hesitated, blinking down at the stairs. Leader, are you not going to teach me? Suppress Evil is an unusual art. Even if you were to listen to me lecture you, you wouldn't learn very much. This place is different, however, and you will understand that when you walk these stairs. If you are talented enough, you can level up Suppress Evil quickly. It won't be too difficult to knock down a few tiers this way. The Sky Palace leader smiled at Han Sen. I've heard that this is a place where kings come to level up. I am merely an earl, so I don't think I have what it takes. Han Sen didn't really want to go into that cave. You can back out now, if you wish. Sky Palace leader bared his teeth in a grin. Han Sen clenched his jaw and started to descend the steps. The steps were circular, and when he looked down, he could not see the bottom. It was like a spiral that continued down forever into some abyss. The endless spiral staircase was dizzying. Han Sen looked back up and saw the Sky Palace leader smiling at the exit. Han Sen couldn't go back now, though. He lowered his head and kept going. Bauer sat on his shoulders, curiously looking around. There was nothing except for stairs. Han Sen followed the steps that led down into a bottomless pit. He did not know how many stairs he had descended when he came to a stone door. On its frame were a bunch of numbers. 00001. What does that mean? Are there 10,000 doors up ahead? What might be beyond those doors? Han Sen frowned. As Han Sen wondered this to himself, the stone door opened by itself. At the entrance of Hidden Path Cave, there was a woman wearing a black mask. She appeared next to the leader. The leader looked inside the cave and spoke to the black masked woman. This is your territory. Watch him, and do not allow him to die. You brought him here. This is your responsibility. I do not care about what happens. The black masked woman said, then entered Hidden Path Cave. The Sky Palace leader smiled when she turned. He stepped onto a cloud and left the island to return to the Sky Palace garden. 2101 Original Gene Kill Spell. Han Sen opened the stone door and looked around its frame, already on full alert. On the other side, he found a black vortex. And before he had even the slightest chance to react, a powerful suction tried to yank him inside. With a spike of adrenaline, Han Sen mustered as much power as he could to push himself back away from the door, but ultimately, he could not stave it off. He was pulled into the stone room. Han Sen found himself in a dark, wet cave. Wa-la-la, wa-la-la. The cave echoed with the sound of a chain whipping rock. Then, a large shape began to emerge from the darkness. A monster was approaching, with a Kirin body and green bird wings. It was 10 meters tall and had the head of a tiger. Its glowing green eyes gave Han Sen the chills. The monster was way too scary. Its mere presence was enough to rob Han Sen of breath. Many long black chains perforated its body and were anchored to the stone of the cave. When it was only 10 meters away from Han Sen, those black chains were yanked tight. It couldn't reach Han Sen. Han Sen did not dare be reckless, and so he summoned his Bai Sima. The fiend was locked up, but it was powerful. Even its breath would be destructive, and Han Sen knew full well his own inability to defeat it in combat. Is Sky Palace failing? Did it send you both here to die? The monster coldly looked at Han Sen. What is this? Sky Palace leader can't mean for me to go up against this thing, surely. Even though it is locked up, there is no way I can slay it, Han Sen thought. He used his Dongshuan aura to observe the king-class creature, but he noted that an accurate reading was rendered impossible by the chains. That being said, some of its power was spilling through the suppressing chains. It wasn't completely locked down. Han Sen stopped looking. The king-class creature's green eyes shone like green lanterns. Han Sen hid within his demon bug Bai Sima as the monster's eyes became brighter. The increasing glow was difficult to look away from, though. Boom! Han Sen felt as if his brain had exploded in his head. Within those lantern-like eyes, Han Sen thought he saw a strange symbol. It didn't look real. That symbol was seared into his brain as if it had been branded by a hot iron, and when the symbol was fully imprinted, it kickstarted a storm inside of his mind. It was a real storm, too, as Han Sen felt a wind blowing across his body. In his mind, he saw a soft wind stirring leaves, a sandstorm raging in a desert, and then a sea kicking up a violent tsunami. All these different sorts of wind powers were surging into his brain. Han Sen knew that all of this was taking place inside his imagination, but it still affected him like it was real. The black masked woman stood outside the stone door, leaning against a wall as she waited. Her eyes were closed, and it almost looked as if she was waiting for something specific to happen. The 72 genes of original killing have been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Many kings have wanted to learn the original gene spells, but they have always failed. Han Sen has been sent here to endure that original gene spell power. Is that old man insane? Even if Han Sen's will is as strong as a king's, he won't be able to take the mental duress. Then I'll have to deal with it. The woman spoke to herself, eyes closed as if she was dreaming. After a while, The woman opened her eyes and looked surprised. How can he endure the original Gene spell power? The woman frowned. In a dark world, only one place had light. Under that dim light, a broken palace was visible. In its plaza, a 6-year-old boy was engaged in combat with a strange bird. The little boy kept moving, his shadow flickering over the ground like a real bird's. His shadow occasionally aided him as he fought the bird in the air. Suddenly, the bird and the boy split up. The strange bird laughed and said, "Little flower is talented. If his holy body can become deified, he can make sacred great again. It will still take many years for him to become deified. It isn't easy to raise a holy body to that level," Auntie May said with a roll of her eyes. "But it is almost time for the Geno being scroll, so Little Flower can participate. He can earn sacred some reputation, and let the old elites know that sacred is still around. Yes, he must join it." Old Eagle nodded. He looked at the 9-life cat and went on to say, "Old cat, what do you think?" "I think it is time for people to know sacred has some new blood," Old Cat said coldly. "Good. This is it, then." Old Eagle and the other monsters all looked excited. They all screamed, "Little Flower, you have to earn the number 1 spot for us." Over the next year, Han Sen made sure to enter the Hidden Path cave each and every day. Every time he was there, he would have to endure the powers of the original Gene kill spells. The creature in the cave was chained and suppressed, but looking into its eyes could activate the original Gene spell power. When Han Sen fought against that power, he learned something. Perhaps it was because he had been blessed by the 10,000 gourds, but he understood all the elements. When he looked at the original Gene kill spell, it was easy for him to understand. But those spells did not ever seem to work on Bauer. She was with him every time he went to the cave, but she appeared to be completely unaffected by the kill spell and its effects. While Han Sen wrestled with the spell in his head, Bauer would just look around curiously. So, over the course of that year, Han Sen split his time between Hidden Path Cave and the White Jade Building, where he continued to absorb Jade Fairy Spirits whenever the Jade Air was released. The Jade Spirits were an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Going to the 7th floor to absorb the Jade Fairy Spirits became routine, but after a while, the growth of his Jadeskin's power suddenly accelerated. The godlight gathered on him, and before long, he looked pretty much like a Jade Fairy Spirit himself. The fairy-like visage that covered him came out of his own shadow. Aha! Jadeskin has finally leveled up to Marquise. Han Sen was pretty happy about this development, but it was a shame he was still inside the White Jade Tower when it popped. He was extremely eager to try out his new Jadeskin powers as soon as he possibly could. Han Sen learned a lot from the 72 original Gene kill spells. Suppress Evil was based on the 72 original Gene kill spells. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to study the original Gene kill spells, and through this, his proficiency with Suppress Evil improved rapidly. He reached the 8th tier after just 1 year. His progress was interrupted, however, when the elders gave him another mission. He was tasked with taking on a Marquise Xenogeniac that was wreaking havoc on a business planet belonging to Sky Palace. The job was simple, and Han Sen killed the creature easily. When he returned to Sky Palace, however, his phone rang. It was a call from the number that Shi Menxiang had given him. Han Sen had called the number before, but no one answered. It looked like Shi Menxiang had given him the number so he could call Han Sen, and not for Han Sen to call him. Han Sen answered. There was no video, only voice. Han Sen remained quiet as the person on the other end began to speak. Han Sen, it is me. The voice was familiar, but it didn't belong to Shi Menxiang. It was God's retribution. God's retribution. Han Sen frowned. Now he was certain that Blood Legion had a method of leaving the sanctuaries. Yes, listen, I do not have much time. I'm being watched, God's retribution said. How did you leave the sanctuaries? Han Sen asked. Just hearing the voice wasn't enough for him to be sure that it was God's retribution. Blood Legion has always had a way to leave. We just can't return. God's retribution went on to say, but now is not the time for that. Listen, do not let anyone know you have practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you may find yourself in trouble. Why? Han Sen asked. It's complicated. Some guy in the Geno universe is coming after Blood Legion members. Fortunately, you have not practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra enough to have blue blood. Just don't tell anyone. If you don't, you won't be found out, God's retribution said. Who has a feud with Blood Legion in the Geno universe? Which higher race is it? Han Sen asked. It is not a higher race. It is something far worse. God's retribution hesitated for a moment, but he still went on to say, you know the creature that called itself a god. The one the 7th team encountered. Han Sen's heart jumped and he said, that guy is in the Geno universe. Yes, but he didn't come here from the sanctuaries like we did. This universe is his home. Remember, don't let anyone know that you've practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you'll find yourself a target. And keep up the ruse that you're a crystallizer. Don't mention to anyone that you're actually a human. That will expose the fact that you're from the sanctuaries. You did well to do that from the start, God's retribution said. What is he? Han Sen asked. I don't know how to explain. All I can say is that he is scarier than a deified elite, and we cannot hope to fight him. He's killed many Blood Legion members. Until recently, we've had no hope of fighting back, God's retribution said. What's different now? Han Sen asked. Super genes, God's retribution said. What does that mean? Those two words caught Han Sen's interest. Only people who have maxed out their super genes in the sanctuaries can compete with a creature like him. That is our only hope. Until you've grown stronger, do not expose the fact that you possess the Blood Pulse Sutra. God's retribution was speaking quickly. If you knew about all this, why didn't you tell me back in the sanctuaries? Han Sen asked. God's retribution said, I told you, we can only leave the sanctuaries. We are unable to return. I only learned about this from the other members upon arrival. Okay, there's no time. I'll contact you again. The conversation was disconnected abruptly. Han Sen put the phone away and thought to himself, if all of this is real, then who is this so-called god? Is he like King Zhen? Can he not murder anyone here? Han Sen thought about this for quite a while, but he didn't come to any more conclusions. He hadn't planned on exposing his Blood Pulse Sutra anyway, but after that reminder, he would make doubly sure not to. Whether or not God's retribution was telling the truth, no harm would come from maintaining a low profile. After thinking things over, Han Sen tried to call him back. Just like before, it did not work. Blood Legion members have been able to enter the Geno universe for a very long time. Maybe Human Emperor is around here somewhere, but even so, humans have no fame. They must be hiding themselves away, under great pressure. Han Sen looked grim as he continued talking to himself. Is that god really that powerful, I wonder? After Han Sen reported the results of his quest to Sky Palace, he was granted some vacation days. His Dongshuan Sutra and the story of Gene still hadn't reached Marquise yet. The Dongshuan Sutra was slowly growing stronger, but the story of Gene's had come to a standstill. He wouldn't level that up unless he got some help. Han Sen tried to use the Jade Spirits to boost the story of Gene's, but it wasn't very effective. Progress was insufferably slow. At that rate, it would take several decades to become a Marquise with the story of Gene's. As Han Sen ransacked his mind for a solution to the problem, Thousand Feather Crane arrived with an order from Sky Palace. The leader has told me to go to the Feather. Han Sen looked at Thousand Feather Crane in disbelief. The Sky Palace leader knew of the grudge that the Feathers had against Han Sen, given his connection with Kong Fei. There was also the Blood Feather Knife incident, which only fanned the flames of their hatred. Yes, the leader wants you to be Sky Palace's envoy to the Feathers. This is good. Have you heard of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth? If you go there as an envoy, you can use it, Thousand Feather Crane said. You mean the pool Angia used to erase everything he had learned? I don't want to be reborn. What's the point in that? Han Sen frowned. The Pool of Rebirth doesn't just reset your body. The powers of rebirth have a unique way of speeding up your leveling. The leader must think your Geno art is ascending too slowly, since you are still only a Marquise. Hence, he has presented you with this opportunity to make use of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth. Our contract with the Feathers allows us to send 3 people of our choosing to use the Pool of Rebirth every 10 years. You are one of those selected. The leader takes you as someone quite important, Thousand Feather Crane said, his voice filled with admiration. In that case, I will go to Holy Heaven. Upon hearing that the trip would benefit him, Han Sen did not hesitate. He agreed to become an envoy and travel to Holy Heaven. Given the precarious situation that the Feathers had found themselves in, they could not risk offending Sky Palace and bringing harm to Han Sen, either. The worst they could do was mocking him. Since he was gaining access to a valuable resource, though, Han Sen was willing to turn a blind eye to their bad behavior. When you return from the Feather, it will be time for the Geno Being Scroll to appear. Will you be entering that competition? You could be the first Earl, easy. After the question, Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen had 2 Geno arts that were marquis already, and winning the competition would put him atop the list of all marquises in the universe. It would also highlight the fact he had more than 1 Geno art. I am not interested in boosting my reputation. Han Sen shook his head. Han Sen wasn't the only person going to Holy Heaven as an envoy. A few others, including an elder, were going with him. The others would hold meetings with the feathers to discuss prolonged cooperation between the 2 races. Han Sen had no objective beyond making use of the pool. Han Sen followed the group to Holy Heaven. The leader was the 10th elder, Yun Changkong. Han Sen felt safe in his company. He had a good relationship with the man's daughters and students. If something was to happen, he was certain Yun Changkong would protect him. The people of Sky Palace treated Han Sen nicely, in part due to his great reputation there. He had done many great deeds in service of Sky Palace, so they all liked him. Many gushed compliments. They arrived in Feather territory safely. Before they went to Holy Heaven, though, a king of the feathers welcomed them. At this point, the feathers depended on their relationship with Sky Palace for survival. Sky Palace's protection was the only thing keeping the other high races from attacking them, so they took their commitment to Sky Palace seriously. When the Feather King looked at Han Sen, however, his expression was filled with distaste. Han Sen couldn't tell if it was due to the events with Kong Fei or the blood feather knife. When Han Sen entered Holy Heaven, all the feathers treated him strangely, as well. They were friendly with the other envoys, but they looked at Han Sen with distaste. Han Sen pretended it was nothing. When the feathers learned Han Sen was going to make use of the pool of rebirth, though, they went from being annoyed to being terribly upset. After Rain Feather King showed them the pool, he said, "The pool of rebirth it's shut down for maintenance, so you'll have to wait a few days to use it. It will be available to you as soon as it opens again." Han Sen resigned himself to staying in Holy Heaven for a while. Luckily, he was an envoy, so nothing awry transpired. In a meeting room in Holy Heaven, many feather alphas and high-level feathers were talking. The pool of rebirth is the holiest relic of the feathers. How can we allow it to be defiled by Han Sen? A feather elder growled. Yeah, that animal is connected to Kong Fei. He cannot be allowed to use it. Another feather elder agreed angrily. None of the feather leadership were happy about the prospect of Han Sen making use of their pool of rebirth. It's not like we have a choice, though. This is the deal we made with Sky Palace. Using the pool is perfectly within Han Sen's rights, and there is nothing we can do to stop that, Holy Feather King said. Everyone was silent. When the feather lantern darkened, all the feathers dropped a level. Holy Feather King had made use of resources to re-secure his rank as a king. It had cost everything Holy Heaven had in its reserves, but they only recovered 30 to 40% of their original power. Without the protection of Sky Palace, Holy Heaven would have ceased to be. If we cannot stop Han Sen from going in, we might as well just totally open it for him, an elder said. Fairy Feather Elder, what do you mean? Everyone looked at the elder in confusion. 3 people are allowed access to the rebirth pool at one time. We have given Sky Palace 3 slots every 10 years. They are only making use of 1 slot, and that slot is given to Han Sen. That means we can send 2 feathers alongside him, Fairy Feather Elder said. Everyone looked at him with confusion, but he went on to say, the pool of rebirth's power is limited. That is why only 3 can go at a time, and those 3 have to be marquis or lower. If a king entered, the power of the pool would only be enough for that one king. And he wouldn't be able to be reborn. If dukes wanted to enter, only 2 dukes could be reborn at a time. You mean, we should send 2 dukes into the pool with Han Sen? So that they could steal whatever power he'd otherwise gain? Holy Feather King asked, while looking straight at Fairy Feather Elder. Fairy Feather Elder said, we have all used the pool of rebirth, so we can cope with its powers more than outsiders can. With 2 dukes that are stronger than Han Sen, they can surely absorb most of its power. Han Sen will earn a little, but Sky Palace won't notice the trick. This might work, but who is going to take this power? The elders began to discuss. If a duke-class person absorbed too much power, they would end up like xianxia and become primal. They wouldn't even be a baron, and they'd have to start from scratch again. Not many people wished to end up like xianxia, so very few dukes would want to take part in that. Fairy Feather Elder smiled. Why don't we let the 2 brothers Angela and Indola use it? Aren't they locked up in prison? Will they agree? An elder asked in shock. I can persuade them, Fairy Feather said with a look of confidence. If they can go, that really would be best. Not even 10 Han Sens could fight the two of them, the elder stated, almost as if he admired them. On Han Sen's 4th day there, they received news from the feathers proclaiming that the Pool of Rebirth was open again. It was being prepared for use. Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth was one of the most famous pools in the Geno universe. Very few items existed that could help kings level up, but Pool of Rebirth was one of them. The Pool of Rebirth had its flaws, though. The chance of making a king half-deified was low, and there was a great deal of risk in even making an attempt. Even so, many other races coveted the treasure. A king-class feather found Han Sen and led him to the legendary Pool of Rebirth. Despite being called a pool, the item had no water. It was a giant crystal altar, and in the center, there was an angel statue. That statue was white, and its angelic wings were folded forward. It looked like a gentle goddess reaching out to the masses. Merely looking at the statue summoned a flood of emotion, and it felt like a single glance would be enough to absolve a person of all their deathly sorrows and sins. Up to 3 people can use the Pool of Rebirth at the same time. If fewer people enter, much of the power might be wasted. I am positive you know all about this. You do, don't you? Fairy Feather said to Han Sen, who was directly in front of the altar. Yes, Han Sen nodded. Before Han Sen came to Holy Heaven as an envoy, the Sky Palace leader had explained what he ought to expect. Han Sen understood what was going to happen. Good, Sky Palace has only sent you here to use it. To keep from wasting power, we will send an additional 2 marquises to be reborn with you. Is that okay? Fairy Feather Elder asked with a smile. It's fine. Han Sen nodded. Angela and Indola, you two may enter and be reborn with Han Sen. But of course, make sure to be careful. It would be most uncouth if you were to disrupt our guests' use of the pool. Fairy Feather Elder admonished them loudly. Han Sen had expected this. The Sky Palace leader had sent Han Sen alone so he could absorb all of the pool's power himself, but the Sky Palace leader suspected that the feathers would send in 2 dukes to fight Han Sen for the majority of the power. Their assumption was mostly correct, except that the feathers were sending in marquises instead of dukes. This surprised Han Sen, but when the brothers Angela and Indola stepped toward him, he understood why they had been selected. They both looked like feathers, with faces reminiscent of marble statues, and their life forces were marquise level. But just feeling their presence, Han Sen knew immediately that something was amiss. He did not believe for 1 second that they were truly marquises, plain and simple. They were more impressive than any duke that Han Sen had yet met, and they looked as if they had a great disdain for any being other than themselves. Not even most nobles carried themselves with such haughty confidence. Were they the top dukes here? Were they just reduced to marquises when the lantern went out? Han Sen guessed to himself. Han Sen was half correct. Angela and Indola had been kings. They broke the law and were sent to jail, where they had been for the last few centuries. They were tortured so much that their level dropped down from king to duke. And then, the feather lantern went out and all the feathers across the universe lost an entire level. Those two had to suffer a drop from duke to marquise. Because they had been in jail, no resources were made available to help them recover. So, they had to remain marquises. Fairy Feather had somehow convinced the 2 brothers to fight for the power against Han Sen. Their power might have been marquise, but their inner core was king. Their talents far exceeded those of an ordinary marquise. In the past few days, they were healed enough to become dukes again. If they successfully absorbed the rebirthing power, there was every chance they could become kings again. Using those 2 to fight against Han Sen was better than employing an average duke to do the same. Against the cruel power of the brothers, Fairy Feather thought Han Sen would gain nothing. But he told them they had to allow Han Sen to gain some smidgen of power, so Sky Palace wouldn't be able to claim foul play. The Pool of Rebirth is going to open. Please, proceed to the altar, a feather butler proclaimed. The altar was surprisingly large. Han Sen went to stand near the angel statue, where he would wait for the Pool of Rebirth to open. Angela and Indola stood on either side of the angel statue, with Han Sen in the middle. They didn't look at Han Sen once. They just coldly stood where they were. Angela and Indola did not take Han Sen for a threat. They used to be kings, so no matter how popular Han Sen might have been, there was no reason for them to pay him any attention, they believed. Fairy Feather and the others were now all anticipating a good show. Only the envoys from Sky Palace watched the Pool of Rebirth curiously. They were keen to see how much Han Sen could gain from it. When Yun Chengkong saw Angela and Indola, his eyes squinted. Those two brothers were in holy heaven, and very few knew about them. They had been locked up for centuries, so all memory of them should have faded. Yun Chengkong still knew a thing or two, though. Yun Chengkong did not know the two brothers, but he was in charge of the Cloudsmoke building. It was a department that collected intelligence on races throughout the Geno universe. So, he was familiar with famous feathers across the ages. The feathers had called two strange marquises to fight with Han Sen, so Yun Chengkong knew there was something abnormal going on. There's more to these guys than it seems, Yun Chengkong thought. He was trying to guess who those two brothers were. Yun Chengkong found it very hard to believe that the feathers would pick two marquises to fight Han Sen fairly. The feathers despised Kong Fei, and Han Sen had received Kong Fei's deified feather. There was also the blood feather knife incident. There was no way the feathers were willing to let Han Sen take their rebirthing powers. Yun Chengkong could not recall having heard of the two brothers, but before long, the pool of rebirth opened. The angel statue started to spew water, and the angelic wings began to unfurl. Light glowed from the altar, and when it did, water fountained up from the statue. It turned into a crystal pillar that shot right up into the sky. Han Sen reached out his hand to touch the energy that looked like water. It now made sense that this place was called the Pool of Rebirth, as the energy it possessed was very thick and very much like liquid. When he touched that energy, he felt as if his body was being overwhelmed by a sudden surge of hormones. All of his cells throbbed, as if they were on the precipice of exploding. As quickly as he could, Han Sen used the story of genes to absorb the liquid energy. Angela and Indola began absorbing that liquid energy, too. This, however, wasn't the energy of rebirth. It was just a substance from the pool of rebirth that would ready them for the main course. Earlier, the angel statue's wings were folded forward in a way that cloaked its body from view. Even the statue's arms had been hidden. Now that the wings were open, though, the angel statue was revealed to be holding a stone vase. The energy held within that stone vase was the reason they had come. After a few seconds, the liquid energy flowed out of the vase, spreading as it came. Pop! Han Sen refined the liquid energy, and as he did, he heard a bubble pop from inside the vase. Shortly after, something white came out of the vase. Before Han Sen could see what it was exactly, Angela and Indola began glowing with white light. They turned into big angel-like figures themselves, and they shrouded their own bodies in the plush comfort of their wings. Han Sen watched for a little while before he got a clear view of the white thing that had come out of the vase. Okay, he thought, that's just weird. The object was around the size of a hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that it was an egg with angel wings. It looked rather cute, actually. At first, it flew in circles around the angel statue. Before long, it seemed to notice the power of Angela and Indola, and as a result, it flew towards Angela. Han Sen knew that thing was the rebirthing power he had come for. Luckily, the Sky Palace leader had told him how to take the power for himself. The rebirthing power was strange, and it was not something Han Sen could take through force. He needed to attract it towards him with his own life force. Normally, feathers were the best at attracting and absorbing the rebirthing power. But the Sky Palace leader taught Han Sen a method of doing this himself. Following the instructions he'd been given, he started off by casting the story of genes. I wonder if this will actually work, Han Sen thought to himself. The method the Sky Palace leader had given him was simple. It was so simple that Han Sen doubted it. It seemed too good to be true. Han Sen started off by casting the story of genes. Then, a god light appeared and took the shape of a ring. It was like a nice little halo, sculpted to the size of Han Sen's head. In some ways, it looked like a mirror was perched directly above him. When Han Sen created that ring, the rebirthing power swerved away from Angela and turned around. It flapped its wings and went towards Han Sen's ring instead. Seeing the rebirthing power heading for Han Sen, Fairy Feather and the others remained calm. They knew Han Sen would be tricky to deal with. It was because they knew this that they specifically sought out Angela and Indola to deal with him. Seeing the rebirthing power flying to Han Sen, Angela and Indola looked at each other. Indola nodded, and then his angel shadow turned gold. Boom! Indola took one step forward, with his giant angel shadow appearing gold. He opened his arms and wings. In a gesture that looked like he was welcoming the morning glory of the sky, he radiated thousands of beams of golden light like a holy angel. Everyone could see that Indola had leveled up to become a duke. His life force was strong, and he could attract the rebirthing power more strongly. Yun Changkong, seeing Indola's gold angel, thought, Judgment Angel Light. That is a forbidden technique of the feather. Not many can learn it. I remember there were 2 brothers that learned this technique a few centuries ago. Are they? Yun Changkong looked at Indola and Angela, and his expression turned gloomy. He thought to himself, if they really are the brothers, then Han Sen is in danger. Even the ring skill the leader has taught him won't be enough to overcome these 2 brothers. Yun Changkong was now able to effectively guess what scheme had been concocted, and why things were going the way they were. Indola's gold angel appeared, and the rebirthing power going into Han Sen stopped. The egg's wings flapped in confusion as it bobbed back and forth, unsure where it should go. As this occurred, there was a popping sound. Another winged egg emerged from the vase, and it behaved just like the other one, as well. It was also wondering where it should go. Han Sen frowned. He was using the ring skill that the Sky Palace leader had taught him, but it didn't seem to be enough to attract the rebirthing power. Indola kept strengthening his gold angel light, but he was still engaged in overcoming the allure of Han Sen's ring. Neither of them could attract the rebirthing power exclusively to themselves. Fairy Feather and the others were glad that they had called on the brothers Angela and Indola. Ordinary dukes would have definitely lost to Han Sen. When they saw Indola struggling to win, they realized how powerful the attraction of the ring was to the rebirthing power. But as dire as things might have seemed for the pair, they weren't worried, for Angela hadn't fully entered the contest yet. If the brothers cast their powers at the same time, the power unleashed would surely result in Han Sen losing. Yun Changkong frowned. The Sky Palace leader's ring was very strong. Han Sen was only an earl with the story of genes, and yet he could fight against Indola who was a duke. That meant the ring was very attractive to the rebirthing power. But there was still Angela left to deal with, and that meant the chances of Han Sen actually winning were slim to none. While Han Sen and Indola fought, many more winged eggs appeared out of the vase and became stuck between the 2. In no time, a bunch of rebirthing powers were flying around in indecision. Angela stepped up beside Indola and touched his head. His own angel shadow turned gold. Angela had absorbed enough liquid energy to become a duke. Angela then began to channel his power into Indola. His gold angel light was getting weaker, while Indola's gold angel light was getting brighter and brighter. The balance between the gold angel and the ring was broken. The rebirthing power started to flap their little wings and head for the gold angels. 2106 Taking it by force, FCK. That's a powerful technique. Han Sen frowned. He thought with Sky Palace leader's help and teachings, he'd be able to get the rebirthing powers with ease. But of course, as usual, things weren't working out as he might have expected them to. If Han Sen was only dealing with one of the brothers, the ring skill the leader had taught him might have actually stood a chance. But now that the 2 of them had combined their strength to combat Han Sen, he had no hope of competing. Seeing the rebirthing powers head for Indola, Han Sen racked his mind for a way in which he could turn the tables. The ring skill had been created by the Sky Palace leader specifically to attract the rebirthing power. Han Sen had been counting on it to work, and now that it was proving ineffective, he had no clue what he might do. Attempting to attract the rebirthing power with his own life force was useless. His life force was weaker than Indola's, not to mention that the contest was 2-on-1. I can't worry too much about it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and then charged up a Jadescan light. With it, he flew towards the rebirthing power. Han Sen wanted to see if the Marquis's freezing god light power could freeze the rebirthing power and stall it. When Indola and Angela saw Han Sen trying to grab the winged eggs, they did not even move. They just laughed with disdain. The rebirthing power could not be taken by force. Even a king-class person could not use force to grab them. Fairy Feather Elder smiled and spoke to Yun Changkong. Elder Yun, young people have no patience. Did you not tell him that he cannot take the rebirthing powers by force? Ha, it's a good thing that young people are reckless. That fire and passion should be maintained. They should strive for everything they can while they have the time to try, Yun Changkong said coldly. Yun Changkong thought Han Sen was doing the right thing, even if he wasn't successful. People who sat down like cabbages and didn't even try were the absolute worst. Fighting until the end, no matter how low the probability of success, that was what everyone should do. So, while all the feathers looked at Han Sen as if he was some sort of clown, Yun Changkong was of the firm belief that Han Sen was doing what was right. He admired his behavior, and it was true that Han Sen would never slow down and stop doing his best. No matter how trying the task was, he just never gave in. It might seem easy to never stop fighting, but very few could actually go on as he did. The Jadescan God Light hit a rebirthing power, but the freezing God Light had no effect. It was like hitting a shadow, as the power shot right through its body. It really doesn't work. Han Sen pretty much expected this result, so it wasn't as if he was disappointed. Indola and Angela, the two brothers, looked even more disdainful. Indola smirked. Rebirthing powers cannot be taken by force. You have to wait for them to come and enter your body. Didn't you know that? The Feather Elders and elites were laughing their socks off. Their eyes were full of condescension as Han Sen's hands grabbed nothing. They looked at him like he was an absolute buffoon. Kong Fei had put out the lantern of the feathers, so there was no one that the feathers hated more. In addition, Kong Fei had given deified feathers to Han Sen and stay up late. To the feathers, that meant Han Sen and stay up late were Kong Fei's dogs. If Han Sen had not belonged to Sky Palace, he would have never been given access to this pool. They would have hunted him down and killed him. You cannot force this. What an ignorant youth. Fairy Feather Elder stroked his beard as he spoke. The pool of rebirth is a sacred item belonging to the feather, so of course it would help us, another elder said. We should remind them not to take too much. They need to let Han Sen have some, as he is a guest, an elder sneered. They were all so merry, and they practically radiated arrogance. The Sky Palace envoys frowned, but this was part of the deal between the feathers and Sky Palace. It was not like the feathers were slaves. The feathers had more options than just Sky Palace, but Sky Palace had made them the best offer. That was why the feather allied with Sky Palace. The feathers were controlled by Sky Palace, but they still governed their own affairs. If Sky Palace completely controlled the feathers, there would have been no reason to send envoys to the feathers to discuss the future. The envoys of Sky Palace were not fond of the feathers' behavior, but they couldn't make too much of an issue over it. It wouldn't reflect well on Sky Palace. Yun Chengkong did not move. He just looked at Han Sen. He was on his own now, and there was no one there that could help him. Teaching Han Sen the ring technique had been a good idea. Even against two ordinary dukes, Han Sen could have taken most of the rebirthing power. No one could have known that the feathers would field such powerful competitors. Indola and Angela were twins, and they had Judgment Angel Light. They could transfer power to one another. That was something ordinary dukes could not accomplish. When their life forces joined as one, not even a genuine king could beat them. That was because they were kings at one point, too. Han Sen hadn't expected his Jadescan light to work, so he used it mostly as a distraction. As the observers were focused on his futile attempts to capture the winged eggs, Han Sen got close enough to the statue to open the demon bug Qin Bai Sima. Han Sen could no longer afford to hold back, they had to see which side was stronger. It'd be okay if he failed, but if he succeeded, Han Sen was not going to leave them a single ounce of rebirthing power. He was taking everything for himself. BZZT. A blue glass light appeared around Han Sen, encasing all the rebirthing powers and the angel statue within. Stupid. Rebirthing power cannot be blocked by force, either. You cannot use strength to trap it. Indola laughed darkly. Fairy Feather smiled and said, "It is good that young people work hard. But doing this is both reckless and foolish." Chapter 2107. You can be strong, but the benefits are all mine. Pang. 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 Fairy Feather Elder and the other feathers looked on in disbelief. The rebirthing powers that were flying toward Angela and Indola smacked into the blue shield. They could not penetrate the wall of light, and they ricocheted off one after another like meatballs bouncing off a plate. Impossible. How can the rebirthing power be stopped like that? Indola shouted at the top of his lungs. Angela was simply stunned into silence. Fairy Feather Elder and the king stared with gaping jaws. They had no reaction to give, for what they saw was absolutely insane. It was well and truly baffling. The rebirthing powers had been blocked. Never in their wildest nightmares had they thought something like this could happen. Not even king-class elites could do such a thing. But the fact of the matter was plain to see. This was happening. The rebirthing powers were being blocked by the blue light wielded by Han Sen. And because of the blue shield's ability to contain the rebirthing powers, the winged eggs could no longer detect the life force of the brothers. With no alternatives available to them, they all chose to drift towards Han Sen. Seeing that, Yun Chengkong smiled. He was genuinely surprised by what he was witnessing, but pleasantly so. He knew about Han Sen possessing some sort of a shield treasure, due to the reports stating he had used it against the Night Ghosts during the wild chain of events that transpired on planet Night Ghost. Yun Changkong hadn't seen it in person before, though. He only had second-hand accounts to go on. He did not know the powers were this effective, but above all, he did not know it could be used to block the passage of the rebirthing powers. The envoys in Sky Palace were in sheer delight, as one might expect. Han Sen was representing Sky Palace, too, so it had made them incredibly frustrated to see Han Sen being relentlessly mocked. Han Sen's not bad, but then again, that's why he hails from Sky Palace. I thought rebirthing powers were powerful. But now they're being shielded so easily. It looks like the tales about them were incorrect, and they were just fanciful exaggerations. Fairy Feather Elder's face had turned an abhorrent shade of green. He couldn't speak under the crush of the painful shock he was experiencing. He had no clue what powers might have fueled Han Sen's shield to do what it was doing. It boggled his mind that it was able to block the rebirthing powers. Before they could even hope to form an understanding, though, the rebirthing powers were directly in front of Han Sen. A rebirthing power hit Han Sen's Geno armor and melted into it. It shone like a holy light in his armor, making him glow with a holy aura. Pat, 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 many rebirthing powers hit the spell armor like snow, making the armor glow. Whenever a rebirthing power entered his system, Han Sen felt as if he was given a shot of adrenaline. His body was so alive, and power surged into each and every cell. It really did feel as if he was going to be reborn. Han Sen cast the story of genes to absorb those powers and evolve his spell armor. The spell armor was by far the hardest to level up. He gathered as much power as he could right now, because he wouldn't be afforded a second opportunity. Outside the shield, Angela and Indola flared their power as strongly as they could. But try as they might, everything they did was useless. The demon bug by Sima blocked everything. The rebirthing powers could not detect them outside the shield, so they had no interest in going anywhere other than to Han Sen. Han Sen, you are cheating. Put away your shield. Fairy Feather Elder shouted. Yun Changkong laughed and said, Fairy Feather, the rebirthing powers go for the one whose abilities they prefer. Random chance it a factor too, of course. But this is not cheating. If Han Sen is cheating in your books, then why did you get those two to lower their level from king to enter this competition? Fairy Feather Elder's face turned red. He realized with frustration that Yun Changkong knew the true identity of the brothers. The rebirthing powers are distributed by the pool of rebirth. What do you think? Yun Changkong looked at Fairy Feather Elder and smiled. Well, I can only suppose that you are right. These matters should not be trifled with by us, and they should be exclusively sorted out by the individuals currently occupying the pool of rebirth. This will all depend on their abilities and their abilities alone. We are only here as spectators and nothing more. Fairy Feather coughed and spoke at high volume. Angela and Indola heard him, though, and they understood what he really meant. Indola punched the blue shield. When Indola punched, the giant gold angel shadow moved with him to punch the shield, too. The gold fist struck the blue shield like a giant smacking a crystal bowl. The shide looked like weak glass, but when the gold angel fist came into contact with it, it was the gold light that shattered. Indola's fist bounced off, and the blue light was wholly intact. Indola's face warped into something horrid. He gathered up more power and kept punching alongside his gold angel. The gold light shattered, but the shield remained untouched. Han Sen was inside it, calmly absorbing the rebirthing powers. His spell armor was becoming brighter and brighter. The Duke powers were unable to break the blue shield, and this shocked the Feather Nobles. Indola clenched his jaw. Then, his body started to vibrate with power. His angel wings spread open wide, while an orb of light began to mass between his hands. That gold light was like a vortex swirling in his hands. The gold light became brighter and brighter, until it looked like lightning in his hands. Judgment Angel Light was a forbidden skill because practicing the art was very dangerous. It was so strong that there was a fair chance of it damaging the caster. It was the strongest attack Geno art, but not even the feathers dared use it. Indola and Angela were talented enough to bring their proficiency with it up to king class. They could be the strongest kings out of all the feathers. Although they were only dukes now, the Judgment Angel Light they were summoning would still be incredibly powerful. Boom. When that gold light reached its max size, Indola and his gold angel shoved it forward. The light looked as if it could destroy a galaxy as it streaked toward the shield. Pang! The gold light shattered like glass. The blue shield, on the other hand, was totally fine. Against its blue surface, the terrifying Judgment Angel light was no more than a delicate glass arrow. Many feather elders and dukes were shocked. Angela roared and gave his big Judgment Angel light to Indola. Indola looked scary as he cast the second Judgment Angel light. He gathered up the strength of 2 people. Boom! A thick gold light came against the blue shield like a light of judgment that could destroy Earth. But when the light came against the blue shield, it was the gold that broke again. Nothing happened to the shield. It was quite spooky. Everyone stared at the shield in awe. The strongest secret skill of the feathers had been used by the brothers Angela and Indola, and it had proven useless. Chapter 2108. Taking it all for himself. I refuse to believe that this shield of his cannot be broken. Indola fumed. He continued using his Judgment Angel light to attack the blue shield. Han Sen stood where he was, allowing the rebirthing powers to cleanse him. He looked as blissful as if a pretty woman was giving him an excellent massage. He was very relaxed. Fairy Feather Elder and the others wanted to rip Han Sen's ugly face off. But the brothers' Judgment Angel light could not even make the blue shield tremble, let alone make a dent. Han Sen's shield had encased the entire angel statue. The rebirthing powers that came flowing out of the vase all headed towards Han Sen. There was nothing the brothers Angela and Indola could do. Rebirthing powers flowed into the spell armor continuously. The symbols across the spell armor brightened, shrouding Han Sen in a holy light. He was like a sun within the demon bug by Sima. Angela and Indola continued to attack the demon bug by Sima, but nothing they tried worked. The shield did not even shake. When Fairy Feather Elder and the others saw the rebirthing powers go into Han Sen, their hearts bled. No matter how much they hated Han Sen, there was little they could do. They could only watch the heartrending show. When Han Sen refused to remove the shield, it became apparent that he wanted all the power for himself. Fairy Feather shouted furiously, "Take it! Take it! Yeah, so much rebirthing power will push you into going primal. You won't be able to cope, and you'll have to restart from the beginning." There really was so much rebirthing power. There was enough there to satisfy the rebirthing needs of 2 dukes. What he was thinking was correct. Fairy Feather wasn't the only one thinking this, either. Most feathers were of the same mind. Han Sen had absorbed so much rebirthing powers, it had likely reset his Geno armaments and turned the dial back to 0. But as more and more power came gushing into the spell armor, what they expected didn't seem to occur. The spell armor just continued to glow and nothing more. Half of the rebirthing powers had emerged now, and all of them had been taken by Han Sen. Not even a duke should have been able to withstand that amount of energy. He should have gone primal by now. But Han Sen still stood calmly in the light, with nothing distressing occurring. Angela and Indola ceased attacking. They just stood there, watching Han Sen absorb every rebirthing power. They looked extremely awkward. The pool of rebirth had already started, so they would have to wait for all of this to be over before they could leave the altar. The whole race of the feathers were embarrassed. They did not speak, and some of them had to slink away. The Sky Palace envoys, on the other hand, spoke merrily amongst themselves. They spoke about how much rebirthing power Han Sen might need to level up. As time went by, fewer and fewer winged eggs were being released from the vase. Han Sen's spell armor was getting even brighter, but it did not look like it was going to become a marquise. Han Sen thought that much power would level up his spell armor, but as the rebirthing power trickled off, the armor didn't seem ready to reach a higher tier. Oh no, so much energy and yet spell still isn't going to become a marquise. Han Sen felt depressed. The feathers were in even more shock than Han Sen about this, though. Han Sen was going to absorb all of that rebirthing power, and yet he wasn't going to level up. His Geno armament wasn't reborn, either. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to absorb so much power without being overwhelmed. When the last rebirthing power exited the vase, the liquid energy ceased its discharge, too. Then, the altar started to dim. Han Sen absorbed the last rebirthing power, and spell looked like an armor built from the sun. It was so bright you could hardly look at it. But despite that, it had not reached Marquise class. Han Sen knew there was no hope of accomplishing that here. And now he realized just how difficult it was to level up the story of genes. That Geno art required a mountain of treasure. Poor people could never hope to learn it. Even rich people would go bankrupt trying to meet its demands. The pool of rebirth stopped running and the crystal pillar became dim. Han Sen had been the one to absorb every rebirthing power, and the brothers had been denied a single one. So what if he took all that power? After all that power absorption, he still cannot become a marquise. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never become deified. I doubt he'll even reach king class. He is just a waste of resources. Words like these were exactly how the feathers tried to comfort themselves. But even so, they could not deny how surprising the demon bug by Sima had been. Even with the brothers combining their judgment angel light, they could not make the shield rattle. They wondered if a king-class elite could hope to break it. What treasure was that shield? Why was it so strong? It looks like only kings can break that shield. I cannot believe this treasure fell into the hands of an earl. I bet Knife Queen or Sky Palace leader lent it to him. How could an earl like him obtain such a powerful treasure? With this treasure, he could do anything in this universe. It's a shame this treasure is in the hands of scum. No matter how much the feathers complained, they could not change the facts of the matter. They could not obtain a single ounce of power from that pool of rebirth session. Sky Palace had only occupied one slot of the 3, and in doing so, claimed every single rebirthing power. Sky Palace had 2 more spots to use, and if they sent someone else like Han Sen, that would mean they'd be getting the equivalent of 9 sessions instead of the 3 they were allocated. But despite their bitterness, there was nothing the feathers could do about it. They had to gnash their teeth and swallow their pride. The envoys continued their discussions with Holy Heaven, so Han Sen did not see the point in hanging around now. He left Holy Heaven to return to Sky Palace where he could absorb the Jade Spirits. The story of Gene's was hopeless to level up, and not even Han Sen was confident in whether it could one day become deified. It took an extreme amount of power just to become Marquise, so God knew how much it would take to become deified. Han Sen sat in an airship on his way back to Sky Palace. When the ship dropped out of hyperspeed, Han Sen was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme worry and nervousness. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned his demon bug by Sima to protect himself. Then, there was a light. Everything was consumed by that sudden scary power that was faster than the speed of sound. The demon bug by Sima made a squeaky noise within the light. It sounded like glass that was about to crack, which told him his shield might have finally met its match. Gah, who wants to kill me this time? Han Sen thought as he sweated bullets. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and opened a space portal which he could use to return to the sanctuaries. He'd be safe there. This power, whatever it was not something he could fight against. Even if the demon bug by Sima could withstand it, Han Sen couldn't even discern where the attack was coming from. If a deified elite was coming for him, the demon bug by Sima wouldn't be able to help him. With the adrenaline pumping through him, the light seemed to last forever. In reality, though, the entire attack took less than a single second. News quickly circulated that a big, scary light had incinerated Han Sen's airship within the space of a single second. There was not even dust left to hover around in the vacuum, and Han Sen himself was gone. Needless to say, the entirety of Sky Palace was pretty angry about what had taken place. They eagerly wanted to find out where the attack had come from. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Feathers became tense and sour due to the Feathers being the likeliest perpetrator. There was still the chance another faction had tried to frame the already suspicious Feathers, of course, but that wasn't always everyone's first thought. And unfortunately, due to the entire ship being obliterated, along with the complete disappearance of Han Sen, most people believed he had been killed. They did not think he could have survived such a strike. Sky Palace and Narrow Moon conducted a joint investigation to find who behind the attack, but there wasn't a single lead to follow up on. They couldn't even find out who cast those powers. They only knew that the power that had attacked the spaceship must have been unleashed by either a half-deified or a fully-fledged deified elite. It couldn't have been done by a high-tech weapon, because weapons like that needed to be set up and prepared. Its presence would have left evidence, too. Items like that would have been found as soon as the investigative teams entered the system. There were no clues or leads for the investigators to pick up, but at least that told them one thing. It told them that it was a person or a creature that was behind the attack. It would take a thinking mind to avoid leaving evidence. Han Sen had run back to the sanctuaries, of course. He did not know if there was an enemy guarding the point he jumped, so he wasn't in a rush to return. He stayed home for a while before going back to the Geno universe. When he teleported through, Han Sen wore the four-faced eight-armed golden Buddha soul armor. He also hid his presence, so no one could discern that he was actually Han Sen. Han Sen, after appearing in space, quickly scanned the area. There were no enemies in the nearby vicinity. It made him feel greatly relieved, and after identifying the nearest planets, he flew in the direction of one. The hyperspeed checkpoint in space had been destroyed with the ship, so there wouldn't be any more ships coming through for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a planet close by where he could book passage. Due to the small size of the planet, it wasn't very civilized. In the Geno universe, this planet was more like a station. There used to be a hyperspace checkpoint there, but it was hardly used anymore. There wasn't a ship that could take Han Sen to Sky Palace. Han Sen booked passage to the Fire Lotus system, hoping he could find a ship there that would take him to Sky Palace. Fire Lotus system was a territory that belonged to the Thousand Treasures, but unfortunately, it wasn't the same group that ran Stay Up Late's Wanji Treasury. Fire Lotus system was just a border system that the Thousand Treasures happened to own. When Han Sen arrived at the Fire Lotus system, he looked for another ship that might take him to Sky Palace. But then, something strange appeared in the midst of space. The emptiness of space opened like a pair of curtains, revealing a weird scroll that hung in the black. In a mind-boggling way that seemed to defy physics itself, the scroll was visible from every planet in the Geno universe as it unfurled. And as it opened, names appeared across its surface. Those names were shining. Even from a billion light-years away, they could be clearly seen. Elites from races all across the universe were represented. Some of these names had been on the scroll for centuries, but they were still known and feared throughout the universe. The scroll continued to unroll, with more and more names becoming visible. From kings to barons, there was at least 10,000 names written for each tier. Every name was the best of their class 100 years ago. It was the greatest moment in those elites' lives. First king, Zhang Xuandao, Sky, second king, Dragon 1, Dragon. Everyone could feel the glory exuded by those names. When the scroll was completely unfurled, all the names shone as if they'd do so forever. And they brightened up the stars. Boom! Space itself was shaking, and the light of the scroll shattered like dust. The scroll in the sky became empty, and then a few words appeared again. First king, Zhang Xuandao, Sky. A shadow appeared on the surface of the bronze scroll. The shadow took the shape of an angelic-looking man. The image grew in size, becoming clearer and more detailed. This was the man who had defeated everyone to reach the top. Blurg. Han Sen almost choked in surprise. That first person on the Geno being scroll, Zhang Xuandao, was the Sky Palace leader. The shadows that appeared behind him displayed the history of his battles across the centuries. Everyone was now able to admire his heroic fights. But then it started showing the following names on the list, and when it reached the 10th king, it showed no more. And then, it moved on to show the number 1 duke. The top 10 of every level appeared on the bronze scroll. The way they fought made people very excited, even those who weren't interested in combat. The shadowed images left the inhabitants of the Geno universe in a state of awe as they cycled through elite after elite. Then, they became dust across the scroll. And when all was said and done, nothing remained of them. The names disappeared from the lists, leaving only empty brackets. All the names from a century ago were gone, including the names of the number 1 king, number 1 duke, and number 1 marquise. All that remained were the empty ranks now. Boom! All the lists cracked, breaking apart to reveal an image that seemed to tear its way through space itself. A picture was forming, one that showcased a mountain, water, stars, suns, and moons. There were seas and clouds, deserts and green fields. This sweeping canvas had expanded across the whole sky. It cycled through the images, focusing on each one in turn. The images flashed by quickly enough to make an observer dizzy. Countless stars began to fall from the painting. To Han Sen's surprise, one of the stars fell directly before his feet. When the glow diminished, he saw that a plain white sheet of paper had landed by his feet. Han Sen glanced around at the others that were nearby. Every person around him had received a similar piece of paper, and many were already writing down their name and race. Some of the more primal creatures that lacked the ability to write would simply press their paws and claws down on the parchment to register. But whether you wrote down your name or pressed your hand against the papers soon regained their glow and flew back into the sky, returning to the bronze scroll. Across countless systems, many of those same star-like lights were racing off into space like an inverse meteor shower. They were all headed for the same bronze scroll. Han Sen glanced at the paper in front of him and started to turn away. But suddenly, he felt himself compelled to write down his name as dollar and list his race as human. As soon as Han finished writing and lifted his fingers off the paper, the registration sheet flew up into the sky and into the scroll. Well, if that god wants to look for a human, I will let him look. If he makes a move, then we will all be able to see what he tries. Han Sen's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with God's retribution. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, his paper landed on the scroll with a strange light. Han Sen felt his body twist and distort in a familiar fashion. It reminded him of how it felt to use a teleporter. When the process was over, and his footing was stable again, he found himself standing in the middle of a grassy field. It looks like I'm inside the Geno being scroll. Han Sen looked around. He landed in the precise spot his sheet of paper did. Han Sen continued looking around until he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. It was a Marquise xenogeniac. The dinosaur-like monster came rumbling forward, but Han Sen did not move. When the monster was in front of him, he just put his hand out and touched the horn protruding from the beast's nose. Boom! The monster stopped like it had hit a wall. Han Sen then punched the monster, sending it flying. The monster's body tore a trench into the ground as it skidded backwards, and it heaved up blood while it squirmed around. It quickly submitted to death. Xenogeniac Marquise hunted. Black steel beast. Xenogeniac gene found. It died that easily. Han Sen was shocked. When his Jadeskin leveled up to Marquise, Han Sen's body and power became far stronger. It helped a whole lot more than the elevation of his blood pulse sutra did. Many Marquises saw this take place, and when they did, their faces changed. They quickly summoned their white papers and tore them up. Their bodies all twisted and vanished as they departed the Geno being scroll. Han Sen summoned his own paper, looking down at his signature. Now he knew that if he destroyed the paper, he'd lose and be sent out of the scroll. Han Sen would never concede, of course. He commanded the paper to fly, and it hovered next to him like a fairy. People could see the name dollar and the race human, and Han Sen could also see the other Marquises displaying their own papers in a similar fashion. No matter how hard or dirty a fight became, a paper couldn't be affected by anyone other than its owner. Only the owner could decide whether or not they wanted to abandon the scroll. Han Sen was walking on a grassy plain. He had heard that when contestants first entered the Geno being scroll, a bloodbath would ensue. The 10,000 left alive would appear on the list, and then a harder fight would follow to determine final ranking. In the first fight, staying alive and in the scroll were the only things that mattered. If he lasted until there were only 10,000 people left, he'd succeed. Because different races had different powers, some of them were choosing to hide themselves. Han Sen did not plan on hiding, though. He wanted every creature and god to know there was a human named Dollar in the Geno universe. A dragon with wings and dragon horns walked toward Han Sen. He looked at Han Sen's paper and smiled. Human, never heard of it. Dragon, Han Sen asked the dragon. Dragon 39, you are unlucky to encounter me, Dragon 39 said, raising his head. His masculine body was pumped full of hormones. Not everyone joined the Geno being scroll fight, of course. Not many dragons had decided to participate this time around. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were the only other dragons who had decided to join. Many dragon elders were watching this fight, though. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 had come with Dragon 39, because Dragon 39 was the weakest dragon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Although he was the weakest of the Marquise dragons, to an outsider, any pure dragon was obscenely strong. He was only weak compared to the other pure dragons. What is a human? I have never heard of it. Kill him quick and do not waste time. Dragon 9 smiled. Dragon 39 seemed to hear what he said, and so he roared. Then, he threw a punch at Han Sen. A presence surged before his fist like a raging dragon. Han Sen did not dodge, though. He just threw a punch to meet Dragon 39's. He only used pure, plain strength, though. He didn't even bother summoning a god light. Ha, you're trying to fight a dragon with pure power. This human might be cute, but he is also naive. Before Dragon 9 finished speaking, his face went blank. Han Sen's fist punched the dragon that was made of a draconic presence, and it made him into something that was like paste. Han Sen punched into the being, pulverizing all the fist came into contact with. Pang! When Han Sen's fist collided with Dragon 39's fist, Dragon 39's face turned crooked. His fist and arm was twisted, too. Dragon 39's fist came against Han Sen's fist like a ball hitting a sheet of steel. The finger bones cracked, making his facial expressions distort. The whole arm was made to twist, shattering the armor as it all occurred. Han Sen's fist was still advancing, as well. It was strong like a piston-driven pillar, driving itself straight into Dragon 39's chest. Dragon 39's muscles were no match, and they immediately buckled to the force and started to cave in. His body was quick to look like a cooked shrimp. Dragon blood gushed as Han Sen's foe went flying backwards. Pang! Dragon 39's body came back down, digging a long trench through the earth. He eventually hit rocks. The velocity of skid was so strong, he broke through the rocks, and it was only then that he came to a stop. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were both in shock. Their mouths were open wide in what best amounted to a fine helping of disbelief. All they could do was stare at the dragon dust. They could not believe their eyes. With dragons' bodies being what they were, it was hard to comprehend one could be defeated so easily by someone of the same tier. That punch almost killed Dragon 39 with ease. It wasn't just the dragon that were in shock, either. All the other marquises that witnessed the fight were flabbergasted, too. That was because it was a dragon. The world's bravest sorts were of the dragon. One of them had been punched, soaring through the air like a ragdoll. It was quite scary. Human, dollar, what is that race? Have you heard of them before? No, human, sounds so strange, scary, even a dragon's body was punched that way, the bodies of humans are scary. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared, his body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han Sen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Sen. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom, 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 boom. The strong xenogeniac body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Han Sen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body is totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Voila! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquises, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared, his body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han Sen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Sen. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom, 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 boom. The strong xenogenic body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Han Sen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body is totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Voila! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.